In a world where realms intertwine, the spirit master Shen Muyue finds her tranquil bath interrupted when a handsome young man named Yishio unexpectedly falls into her tub. With a mysterious sign-in system granting him powerful treasures and abilities, Yishio is thrust into a chaotic adventure to rewrite destinies and prevent tragedies from occurring. As he grapples with his new reality, he discovers that he has unwittingly become entangled in the politics of the spirit realm, where even the former ruler is but a puppet. With looming threats from vengeful ancestors and a web of secrets, can Yishio navigate this perilous landscape and uncover the truth behind his arrival? The journey through infinite worlds begins, and every choice could change the fate of all. Lingjia, a majestic and grand edifice known as Lingzunfu, stands like an imposing palace, instilling awe in all who behold it. This is the residence of Lingzun Shen Muyue. Deep within this estate lies a room adorned with antiquity and charm. The interior is tastefully arranged, with every detail reflecting the owner's refined taste. A subtle aura of spiritual energy permeates the air, bestowing a sense of tranquility upon all who enter. Amidst the swirling mist, one can vaguely discern a woman bathing in a tub filled with rose petals. Her figure is ethereal, as if she were a denizen of a celestial realm. The woman possesses a graceful form, her skin as fair as snow, and her long, lustrous black hair cascades down her shoulders like a waterfall. The mist obscures her figure, revealing only her alluring shoulders, which exude an enchanting charm. At this moment, she gently stirs the petals on the water's surface, relishing the joy of her bath. Droplets of water glide down her skin, resembling glistening pearls, shimmering with brilliance. In this serene atmosphere, the only sound is that of water droplets falling. Suddenly, a spatial rift opens above the woman's bathing tub, and a sun-kissed young man clad in a t-shirt and shorts tumbles through, the rift sealing instantly behind him. Before the woman can react, he plunges into the tub, splashing water everywhere. "Ah!" she gasps, hastily covering her exposed body. Upon recognizing the intruder, a mixture of shock and fury crosses her face. "Who are you? How did you end up here?" she chastises. The young man appears bewildered, clearly struggling to comprehend the situation. As he surveys his surroundings, his gaze lands upon the woman's stunning visage, and he is instantly taken aback. "Isn't that the star named Zhang something? How is she next to me? Where am I?" Hearing the woman's irate inquiry, he hesitates. "I'm sorry, I'm Yishio, and I have no idea how I got here. I just fell in." He stammers, while internally questioning, "What is this place? Wasn't I just at home watching a drama, enjoying fengxing? How did I doze off and end up here? Could this person be Lingzun Shen Muyue? Have I traversed into the fengxing world? Stop staring, quickly close your eyes." Yishio hears Shen Muyue's voice. Just as he prepares to shut his eyes, a sudden knock resounds from outside the door. An anxious voice follows. "Master, are you there? I need to talk to you. I'm coming in." Upon hearing Shen Li's voice, Shen Muyue's heart races. If Allure were to see the scene in the tub, how could I ever show my face again? In a moment of panic, she forces the still disoriented Yishio under the water in the tub. "Wow, this is amazing." Locked, Yishio gazes at the beautiful sight before him, feeling that this unexpected journey was worth it. In the tub, Shen Muyue composes herself, calming her racing heart, and reproaches, "Allure, why are you so reckless? You entered without my permission." Shen Li, standing at the door, senses something amiss with her master today. Typically, she would enter without hesitation, and Shen Muyue has never reprimanded her before. However, the displeasure in her master's tone leaves her momentarily stunned. "Master, I'm sorry. I promise I'll knock next time before entering." Shen Li apologizes cautiously, her confusion deepening. "All right, you may leave for now. I am still bathing. We shall talk in the Great Hall later." Shen Muyue waves her hand, signaling Shen Li to depart. Although filled with curiosity, Shen Li obediently responds and turns to leave the room, pondering, "Why is my master acting so strangely today? She has never treated me like this before." Hearing Shen Li's footsteps fade away, Shen Muyue quickly pulls Yishio up from the water. This moment, Yishio has succumbed to unconsciousness due to lack of oxygen. "Unconscious. This person has tarnished my reputation. Should I just kill him?" Shen Muyue contemplates as she gazes at the unconscious Yishio. Yet, upon regaining her composure, she reflects, "Why did this person suddenly appear in my room? And what of that spatial rift? What is going on?" Shen Muyue is beset with confusion. A fleeting thought of violence crosses her mind, but she ultimately refrains. After all, this young man, Xiao, does not appear to harbor malice. And his appearance is too peculiar to dismiss lightly. There must be a reason behind it. Shen Muyue temporarily abandons her intention to harm Xiao and begins to scrutinize the unconscious youth. He possesses a handsome countenance, radiating a sunny charm even in unconsciousness, making it difficult to look away. However, his attire is quite peculiar. I have never seen such clothing before. Shen Muyue muses to herself about Xiao. How did this young man, named Xiao, suddenly materialize? Does the appearance of the spatial rift signify that he hails from another world? Or could it be some unknown force? These enigmas linger in Shen Muyue's mind, refusing to dissipate. To unravel these mysteries, it seems I must wait for him to awaken, she contemplates, casting another glance at the man resting on her bed before departing to the Great Hall. Ling Zunfu, the council hall. Upon arriving in the hall, Shen Muyue discovers that Shen Li is already waiting there. Seeing Shen Muyue's arrival, Shen Li hastily rises and exclaims, "Master, you're here." Shen Muyue nods slightly and slowly takes her seat at the main position of the hall. Shen Li follows closely behind, standing below with her hands clasped, appearing somewhat anxious. "Master, I have something to discuss." Shen Li takes a deep breath, mustering her courage to speak. "Go ahead," Shen Muyue responds coolly, her gaze unfocused, as if lost in thought. "That I do not wish to marry that Fu Rongjuan. He is nothing but a wastrel, idling away his days without purpose." Shen Li furrowed her brows, her voice tinged with dissatisfaction and resistance, as she continued. "Moreover, I have heard that he is infamous in the Xinjia, a debauched playboy who spends his days in the places of fleeting pleasures. Master, can you truly bear to entrust my entire life to such a man?" Shen Muyue let out a soft sigh, fully aware of Shen Li's stubborn nature. Yet this matter was beyond her control. This union is a decree from the Tianwai Tianxing, Ji Shinjun, and neither of us can refuse it. "But, Master, did you not once say that those who cultivate should act according to their hearts, untroubled by external matters? Why must I now sacrifice my happiness for the sake of this so-called marriage?" There was a hint of confusion and grievance in Shen Li's tone. Shen Muyue gazed at Shen Li, her heart a tumult of emotions. She understood Shen Li's sentiments, yet she had her own considerations. "Ali, I know this seems profoundly unfair to you, but I am doing this to protect you. In time, you will understand." Shen Muyue's voice softened considerably, a glimmer of helplessness flickering in her eyes. Shen Li fell silent for a moment before lifting her gaze to Shen Muyue. "Master, I do not comprehend what reason could compel you to heartlessly marry me off to that wastrel." With that, Shen Li turned and departed from the grand hall, her silhouette appearing somewhat solitary and resolute under the sunlight. Shen Muyue watched her leave, her heart heavy with helplessness. How she wished for Ali to wed the one she truly loved. Chapter 2. The Imperial Weapon. The Pillar of Heaven. The narrative unfolds in two directions, each revealing its own tale. At the moment when Ling Zun, Shen Muyue, and Baicang Wang Shen Li were engaged in conversation, Xiao gradually opened his eyes, his consciousness emerging from the haze of confusion. He found himself reclining upon an unfamiliar bed, the surroundings somewhat blurred, yet he sensed a gradual return to clarity. As his awareness sharpened, Xiao began to recall the events leading up to his unconsciousness. Fortunately, I nearly perished right after my arrival. I have actually traversed into the world of Fengxing. Was that truly Ling Zun just now? Ouch, it hurts. This is not a dream. I've genuinely crossed over. Reflecting on the preceding events, Xiao felt as if all was but a dream. He pinched his thigh firmly, and the sharp pain confirmed that he had indeed stumbled into this new realm. Once composed, Xiao rose to survey his surroundings. It was an ancient yet elegant chamber, adorned with a portrait of a woman on the wall. This must be a depiction of Shen Li's mother, Lu Yu. In the painting, the woman's brows resembled distant mountains, her eyes like autumn waters, her lips akin to cherry blossoms, and her skin surpassed snow in its purity. Dressed in a delicate and graceful gown, she resembled an ethereal fairy from the clouds, evoking both admiration and yearning. Such a stunning beauty. It is no wonder that she bore a daughter as exquisite as Shen Li. Xiao gazed at the ancient painting on the wall, silently marveling. He slowly withdrew his gaze, lowering his head. The wooden floor was covered with a soft carpet, providing a reassuring sense of grounding beneath his feet. Rays of sunlight streamed through the window, and a faint fragrance lingered in the air, imparting a tranquil and harmonious atmosphere. Xiao approached the window, observing the unfamiliar scenery of the Ling Zun mansion, his heart a tumult of emotions. In such a world, how is a mere ordinary person like me supposed to survive? System, are you there? Yishio attempted to summon it in his mind. Ding. Detection of the second most handsome individual in the universe, with the reader being the first, initiating the sign-in system. Ding. System activation complete. Esteemed host, greetings. A mechanical and cold voice resonated within Yishio's mind. He was momentarily taken aback, then overwhelmed with joy. He had previously encountered countless tales of transmigration and was well aware of how formidable a system could be. To think that this year, he was the one who had crossed over, and with a built-in sign-in system no less. System, please elaborate on your functionalities, Yishio mentally requested. Certainly, host. I am the sign-in system. By signing in daily, you will receive rewards. These rewards may include enhancements to your cultivation, precious items, martial arts manuals, or even items from Earth. The more frequently you sign in at the same location, the lesser the rewards will be. Furthermore, the system will unlock higher-tier rewards based on your sign-in frequency and locations. After hearing the system's introduction, Yishio could hardly contain his excitement. This was nothing short of an invincible cheat. As long as he persisted with his daily sign-ins, he could potentially become the most powerful being in this world. Alright, system, let us sign in. Yishio mentally urged. Ding. Host has successfully signed in at the Lingzun mansion. As this is the first sign-in, the reward is doubled. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Tianjing cultivation. Would you like to merge it? After what felt like an eternity, Yishio felt a tinge of disappointment upon hearing the system's voice. The first sign-in yielded only a single reward. System, merge the Tianjing cultivation. Yishio commanded in his mind. As his words fell, he felt a surge of powerful energy flooding into his body. Warm and vigorous, as if it might burst forth from him. However, with the system's assistance, this force was swiftly absorbed, integrating into every cell of his being. Yishio sensed his cultivation level soaring, as if he were reborn, rejuvenated in every aspect. Suddenly recalling something, Yishio silently mused, System, what about the novice gift pack? Isn't it customary for newcomers to receive one? Ding. Novice gift pack being distributed. Now stored in the system warehouse, the host may mentally command to open and utilize it. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Hearing this, Yishio felt a surge of excitement and eagerly called out in his thoughts, System, open the novice gift pack. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received 100 boxes of Sophie brand sanitary napkins. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received 100 boxes of snack gift packs. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a God-level culinary skill card. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a mobile phone that can connect to the Earth network, is indestructible, and has unlimited battery life. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received the ultimate imperial weapon, the Pillar of Heaven, adjustable in length and thickness, indestructible. Listening to the system's announcements, Yishio was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a diverse array of items in his novice gift pack. Sophie brand sanitary napkins? What am I to do with so many as a man? Is this meant for Shen Muyue and Shen Li? Yishio shook his head with a wry smile. The snack gift pack, however, piqued his interest. An avid foodie on Earth, the prospect of enjoying familiar snacks in the world of Fengxing thrilled him immensely. A God-level culinary skill card? Yishio's eyes gleamed. The saying goes, to capture a woman's heart, one must first capture her stomach. A mobile phone with Earth connectivity and unlimited battery life? What a delightful surprise. Although Yishio's parents had tragically perished in a car accident long ago, having a means to alleviate boredom through the phone was indeed a boon. The most astonishing and exhilarating reward was undoubtedly the last one. The ultimate imperial weapon. Such a divine artifact had appeared in this world. Who could possibly stand against him in the future? Yishio took a deep breath, striving to calm his exhilaration. System, utilize the God-level culinary skill card, Yishio commanded in his mind. In an instant, a wealth of culinary knowledge and techniques flooded into his consciousness, as if he had always been a master chef. System, check my attribute panel. Yishio mentally requested, and a translucent interface appeared before him, visible only to him. Host, Yishio Realm. Initial stage of Tianjing, in the classification of the Fengxing world. Renjing, Daijing, Tianjing, Shengjing, Xinjing, skills, divine culinary art items. 100 boxes of Sufi, 100 boxes of snack gift packages, 1 mobile phone, the extreme Dao Emperor weapon, Qingtianizhu. Upon observing his attribute panel, Yishio was instantly filled with an overwhelming sense of confidence. The future held no fears. He was prepared to vanquish any malevolent spirits that dared to approach. Just as Yishio was lost in his reverie, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside the door. With a creak, the door to the room was slowly opened. Chapter 3 The First Kiss. Yopine and Sufei. As Shen Muyue pushed the door open, her gaze immediately fixed on Yeshio, who stood by the window. She scrutinized him with a hint of curiosity on her face. "You are awake," she remarked, her voice cool and composed, devoid of excessive emotion. "How do you feel?" Yeshio was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, replying politely, "Thank you for your concern, Mississippi. I am feeling much better now. May I ask how to address you?" Internally, he felt a sense of relief, for had he not recently integrated with the celestial realm's cultivation, he might have found himself tongue-tied in the presence of a being of such authority in the spirit realm. Shen Muyue approached him and spoke slowly. "I am Shen Muyue. You may call me Lingzuan. But tell me, who exactly are you? And why did you suddenly appear in my room?" Suddenly recalling something, her cheeks flushed slightly. "I am Yeshio, and I am equally perplexed as to why I appeared here," he replied, his expression one of genuine confusion. Seeing no deceit in his demeanor, Shen Muyue decided to let it go. "Very well, come with me. I will arrange a place for you to stay." With that, she stepped outside. Just a few steps out, she unexpectedly halted and turned around. Yeshio, caught off guard, stumbled, and they both fell to the ground, inadvertently causing his lips to brush against hers. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, and an awkward yet subtle tension filled the air. Yeshio's eyes widened as he stared at the close proximity of Shen Muyue, an inexplicable warmth blooming within him. He quickly got up, extending his hand to assist her. "I apologize, Lingzuan. I did not anticipate your sudden stop." The unexpected incident interrupted Shen Muyue, who had been about to speak. It reminded her of the embarrassing moment not long ago when Yeshio had seen her unclothed in the bathtub, causing her cheeks to redden. She shot him a glare, cleared her throat to mask her embarrassment, and promptly composed herself. "Are you not careful when you walk?" She scolded him with a hint of annoyance. Yeshio chuckled awkwardly, choosing to remain silent as he followed her. After walking a short distance, Shen Muyue once again stopped abruptly, turning to face him with a serious expression. "Yeshio, do not mention today's events to anyone. Otherwise, I will not let you off easily." Yeshio, recognizing the gravity of her words, nodded earnestly. "Rest assured, Lingzuan, today's incident will remain between us. No third party will be aware." Upon hearing this, Shen Muyue's expression softened slightly. She nodded and continued walking. However, in that fleeting moment as she turned, her flushed cheeks went unnoticed by him. Yeshio followed her through several corridors and courtyards until they arrived at a serene courtyard. A lush, unidentifiable tree stood in the center, surrounded by walls adorned with various blooming flowers that filled the air with their fragrance. A quaint little house was situated on the western side of the courtyard, facing east, exuding tranquility and elegance. "You shall reside here from now on," Shen Muyue indicated toward the small house. "Thank you for the arrangement, Lingzuan," Yeshio replied with a bow. Shen Muyue nodded and prepared to leave, but Yeshio quickly called out, "Lingzuan, please wait." She paused and turned to him. "Do you have something else to say?" Presenting two boxes that materialized in his hands, he explained, "This is for you." One box was brownish-gray, labeled Yopine Pusey Snack Gift Pack, while the other was white, marked Sufei brand sanitary napkins. "This is a specialty from my hometown," Yeshio said, gesturing toward the brown box. "And the white box contains instructions for use, which you may open at your leisure." He handed the two boxes to Shen Muyue, who took them with a look of bewilderment, having never encountered such items before. Sensing her confusion, he elaborated, "Lingzuan, these are delicacies from my homeland. The snack gift pack contains many delightful treats, and I hope you will enjoy them. As for this," pointing to the white box, "it is a common item used by women in my hometown, and I believe you will find it useful." A blush crept onto Shen Muyue's face as she glared at him, feeling a mix of embarrassment and irritation. As the ruler of the spirit realm, she had never before found herself in such compromising situations. However, recognizing that Yeshio did not mean any harm, she chose to refrain from further comment. "Thank you for your kindness. I will accept these," she said coolly before swiftly departing the courtyard. Yeshio watched her retreating figure, silently exhaling a breath of relief, his heart full of mixed emotions. After a moment of contemplation, he approached the little house and stepped inside. The interior was elegantly simple. Upon entering, he found a spacious and bright living room, with a solid wood tea table at its center, adorned with a delicate tea set. Further inside lay the bedroom area, dominated by a large bed covered with soft bedding and exquisite sheets, exuding a cozy warmth. Shen Muyue may appear aloof, yet her inner sensitivity shines through, Yashio mused to himself. After exploring the small house, he retrieved the Yopine Puzi snack gift pack and settled on the edge of the bed. Enjoying the treats while scrolling through his phone, he felt a sense of joy. A video of a small criminal being apprehended played on his screen. How can these individuals, despite their wealth, still indulge in such unlawful behaviors? They deserve what they get, Yashio reflected as he watched the video. Meanwhile, Shen Muyue returned to her room and took out the 2 boxes she had received. She first opened the box of the exquisite snack gift set from Yopine Puzi, and gazing at the unfamiliar packaging, Shen Muyue felt an increasing curiosity. She proceeded to open a packet of salad-flavored potato sticks and, upon tasting them, discovered an unparalleled deliciousness, a flavor she had never experienced before. Subsequently, she opened the white box inside, revealing several bags of Sufei brand sanitary napkins. Initially puzzled by the nature of these items, she quickly grasped their purpose after perusing the usage instructions, produced by the system, with text automatically translated. A blush crept onto her cheeks as she thought, how brazen of him to send me such things. Sitting at the edge of her bed, the novelty of the snacks and feminine products stirred her emotions. Particularly, reflecting on the events of the day caused her cheeks to redden once more. She shot a glare at the white box containing the sanitary napkins, as if it concealed the very rogue who had both embarrassed and angered her. Lying on her bed, she stared at the ceiling, her heart a tumult of emotions. On one hand, she felt a flicker of irritation toward the man who had inadvertently intruded into her life. Yet on the other hand, she could not deny that at the moment their lips had collided, her heart had raced with an intensity she had never known before. It was a sensation unlike any other. Spring has arrived. The ancient tree is about to bloom. Chapter 4. Bringing back Shen Li. Shen Muyue let out a soft sigh, attempting to calm the turbulent waves within her heart. Just at that moment, a sudden, urgent knock echoed from outside the door, accompanied by the anxious voice of General Zhu Fei. Report, Ling Zun. It is dire news. The Wang Yi has escaped. Upon hearing General Zhu Fei's report, Shen Muyue swiftly sat up from her bed and hurriedly approached the door, anxiously inquiring. What did you say? Ali has run away. Where has she gone? According to the Ling Zun, the Wang Yi intends to flee to the mortal realm, General Zhu Fei responded. Upon realizing that Shen Li had fled to avoid an unwanted marriage, Shen Muyue commanded, General Zhu Fei, I order you to find Shen Li and ensure her swift return to the palace. Yes, Ling Zun, General Zhu Fei replied respectfully. Meanwhile, Yishio was leisurely enjoying snacks while browsing through his phone, watching live streams of beautiful women, when he suddenly heard a commotion outside. Learning that Shen Li had escaped from her marriage, he recognized that the plot was unfolding. Knowing the subsequent events, Yishio prepared to venture into the mortal realm, intending to retrieve her as she descended. Thus, he set aside his snacks and phone, rising hastily to follow General Zhu Fei. With Yishio's current celestial cultivation, he trailed behind General Zhu Fei and the others without being noticed. Soon, they located Shen Li. From a distance, Yishio observed the fierce battle unfolding in the void. Indeed, she was the goddess of war in the spirit realm, likely possessing saintly powers by now. In the original story, Mo Fong had grievously wounded Shen Li, causing her to plummet into the mortal realm, nearly meeting her demise. Could it be that he was merely aiding her descent? On one hand, he sought to thwart the union of the celestial and spirit realms, obtaining Shen Li's heart's blood, intertwining her fate with Xu Tianyuan, thereby ensuring that she would become an obstacle for the demon clan's reclamation. On the other, he harbored feelings for Shen Li, unwilling to see her wed to another. His identity destined him never to be with her, Yishio lamented. On the battlefield, Mo Fong suddenly unsheathed his sword, launching a fierce assault against Shen Li. Observing the attack, Shen Li furrowed her brows, and without hesitation, she raised her Chi Yu spear to parry. The clash of the magic-infused spear and sword reverberated, shaking the surroundings and dispersing the clouds. Seeing this, Zhu Fei and another individual gritted their teeth and joined Mo Fong in attacking Shen Li. Faced with the encirclement of 3, Shen Li remained composed. Yet she found it difficult to unleash her full strength, ultimately falling into a disadvantage. Before long, Mo Fong seized an opening, thrusting his sword towards Shen Li's heart. Seeing this, Zhu Fei and his companion shouted in desperation, Mo Fong, do not harm the Wang Yi. Ignoring their cries, Mo Fong pressed forward, his sword piercing flesh and propelling Shen Li out of the trio's formation. In a fit of rage, Shen Li exclaimed, "You have truly improved. No wonder I trained you myself. You can be so ruthless." In response to her reprimand, Mo Fong remained silent, subtly shifting his body to offer his neck to Shen Li's spear. In an instant, blood gushed forth, scattering into the air. Shen Li stared at him in shock, unable to believe her eyes, and shouted, "What are you doing? Do you wish to frighten this Wang Yi to death?" "Wang Yi," Mo Fong replied in a low voice, "I can only assist you to this extent. You must take care." With that, he exerted all his strength to push Shen Li away. The sword, having deviated from its intended target, was swiftly withdrawn, causing blood to pour forth, and Shen Li's body plummeted towards the earth like a kite severed from its string. Meanwhile, the injured Mo Fong was caught by the other two, who exchanged hushed words before their figures vanished from sight. Amidst the thunder and lightning, Shen Li finally grasped Mo Fong's intentions. Perhaps he had long perceived that at this moment, she would rather sacrifice herself than return to the spirit realm to wed Fu Rongjun. In the distance, witnessing Shen Li descend into the mortal realm, Yishio hurriedly pursued her. In the mortal realm, Qingsheng City, Qingcheng Mountain, a figure plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily onto the mountainside. The ground was dented, and shockwaves sent dust flying in all directions. Shortly thereafter, another figure descended, none other than Yishio. Observing the pit, he saw the scraggly chicken. Oh no, the phoenix. Was this Shen Li's true form? It was far less appealing than depicted in dramas, with all its feathers gone. Yishio rushed forward to assess her injuries. He was taken aback by her current state, yet more concerned about her wounds. He crouched down, carefully examining Shen Li's body, discovering that although she was battered, a faint breath of life remained. Shen Li was exceedingly weak and required immediate medical attention. Yishio placed his palm gently upon her, channeling spiritual energy to heal her. As the energy coursed into her, her breathing gradually stabilized, and her vital signs began to recover. Watching Shen Li's life force stabilize, Yishio lifted the featherless phoenix into his arms and made his way back to the Ling Zun's estate in his small courtyard. Meanwhile, Xingyun sat in his small courtyard, savoring tea when he suddenly felt an inexplicable tremor. He set down his teacup, frowning slightly, sensing a hint of unease. It felt as if something significant was quietly slipping away from him. In the spirit realm, at the Ling Zun's estate, before Yishio's small courtyard, Shen Muyue stood before the closed door, hesitating whether to knock when Yishio returned. Upon seeing Shen Muyue at his courtyard's entrance, he curiously asked, "I did not know Ling Zun had come to seek me?" Shen Muyue stood frozen, her gaze flickering between Yishio and the unsightly scraggly chicken, momentarily forgetting her intended words. After their two unexpected close encounters, she had developed an indescribable feeling towards Yishio, compelling her to visit him. However, now confronted with the ugly creature in Yishio's arms, she found it both amusing and intriguing. "Oh, Shen Muyue suddenly regained her senses, a faint blush rising to her cheeks. I am fine, just came to have a look." Yishio gazed at her slightly flushed cheeks, fully aware of her feelings, yet choosing not to confront them directly. With a gentle smile, he suggested, "Since that is the case, why not step into the courtyard for a cup of tea?" Shen Muyue nodded and followed Yishio into the small garden. Her eyes frequently darted towards the featherless chicken nestled in Yishio's arms, an inquiry bubbling within her, yet she found herself at a loss for words. Yishio prepared a fine pot of tea for Shen Muyue, and the two of them sat beside the stone table. The delicate fragrance of tea wafting through the air, enveloping them in a tranquil and harmonious atmosphere. "Yishio, about the creature in your arms." Shen Muyue finally could not restrain her curiosity and spoke up. Yishio stifled a chuckle, surprised that Shen Muyue had not recognized the true form of Shen Li. Indeed, it was so unsightly that he too would struggle to identify it. This, Yishio replied. Gently stroking the featherless chicken, "I found it while wandering outside, and feeling pity for it, I decided to bring it home. However, I am uncertain of its breed. It simply struck me as extraordinary." Yishio refrained from revealing the truth to Shen Muyue, wishing to spare her any concern. He resolved to share the reality with her once Shen Li had recovered. Chapter 5. Bitsong Wang, the bald phoenix. After Shen Muyue departed, as the evening drew near, Yishio cradled the small phoenix and returned to his chamber, gently placing her on the side of the bed. He reclined softly on the edge of the bed, retrieving a packet of cucumber cashew nuts and a bottle of AD calcium. Opening his phone, He began to watch a drama while indulging in his snacks. Approximately an hour later, Yeshio turned his gaze towards the small phoenix, who lay quietly without any signs of awakening. Thus, he activated his phone's camera, delicately adjusting the angle and lighting. The sound of clicks resonated as he captured multiple images of the small phoenix. A mischievous smile crept across his face as he thought, when she awakens, I shall show her how she looked. After finishing his photo session, Yeshio reviewed the pictures, satisfied, and gradually closed his eyes. The following day, he felt a gentle peck on his cheek, a slight sting that roused him from slumber. Blinking in confusion, he beheld the small phoenix standing on his chest, pecking at his face. Her beak opened and closed as if she were attempting to communicate. However, unable to comprehend the language of beasts, Yeshio ventured, Are you hungry? Upon hearing this, the small phoenix vigorously nodded her little head. Very well. I shall prepare some food for you, he replied, sitting up from the bed. Subsequently, he retrieved a box of assorted snacks from the system's space. He opened the cardboard box, placing the various snacks on the bed. Upon seeing the unfamiliar packaging, Shen Li's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she circled around the treats. Eventually, she fixated on a packet of spicy chicken shreds, persistently nudging it with her beak. Noticing her choice, Yeshio assisted her in opening the packaging. The small phoenix eagerly seized a piece of the spicy chicken shred with her beak. The slender, crimson shreds glistened with tantalizing red oil and aroma. Her eyes filled with anticipation and excitement. Without hesitation, Shen Li devoured the chicken shred, and the unique spiciness instantly enveloped her mouth. Her originally bright eyes widened in surprise, and her little head tilted back slightly, clearly taken aback by the fiery taste. Her mouth agape, she seemed to struggle for breath, attempting to alleviate the burning sensation. The vibrant red oil left a vivid trace at the corner of her mouth. Witnessing Shen Li's pitiful state, Yeshio could no longer suppress his laughter and quickly fetched a bottle of AD calcium, pouring it into a cup and bringing it to her lips. Upon seeing the milky liquid, Shen Li, disregarding what it was, eagerly leaned in and drank deeply. The sweet and tangy milk slid down her throat, instantly soothing the spicy sensation in her mouth. This is delightful. In all my years, I have never tasted anything so exquisite, Shen Li marveled inwardly. Only after finishing the entire cup of AD calcium did she reluctantly lift her head. Seeing that Shen Li had finished the AD calcium, Yeshio smiled and picked up a package of cake rolls, gently tearing open the packaging and placing it before her. Shen Li gazed at this new delicacy with wide-eyed curiosity. Impatiently, she extended her tiny beak and took a small bite of the cake roll. The sweet flavor and soft texture caused her eyes to light up, prompting her to take a larger bite as she savored this unprecedented delicacy. Delicious. How can it be this good? Shen Li exclaimed internally as she continued to feast. Observing her delight, Yeshio recalled that he had yet to check in for the day. System, check in, he silently called out. Ding. The host has successfully checked in at the Lingzuan Mansion's private courtyard. Due to the current special circumstances, an additional reward is granted. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a language proficiency card, special reward. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the martial arts manual, 18 dragon subduing palms. Upon hearing the system's rewards, Yeshio regarded the language proficiency card with appreciation. The system was remarkably considerate, providing exactly what he needed. However, he pondered the utility of the 18 dragon subduing palms in this fantastical realm. Nevertheless, he ultimately chose to learn it, instantly feeling a surge of strength, indicating that this technique was indeed formidable. System, activate the language proficiency card, Yeshio mentally instructed. Ding. Activation successful, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Gijda, have you had your fill? Yeshio teased, glancing at Shen Li beside him. What? What do you mean by that? Shen Li replied, lifting her head in displeasure. Yeshio feigned innocence, reiterating, I said, Gijda, have you had your fill? His words laced with playful mockery. He sought to gauge her reaction. Upon hearing this, Shen Li furrowed her brow, clearly displeased with Yeshio's address. She raised her head, locking eyes with him. What do you mean? My name is Shen Li, not Gijda? Why are you so rude? Are you truly Bitsong Wang Shen Li? How could Bitsong Wang appear in such a manner? Yeshio pretended to be unaware. What do you mean by such a manner? I am a noble phoenix, Shen Li declared, raising her little head with pride. What phoenix? Just look at yourself. Yeshio pulled out his phone, opened the album, and presented the photos he had taken the night before. Before her stood a peculiar image featuring a bald chicken. Is this me? Shen Li stammered, attempting to conceal her discomfort. Observing her flustered demeanor, Yashio felt a sense of triumph. He playfully teased, "Oh, you mean this? It's a photo I took last night. Does this bald chicken not resemble your current appearance?" Upon hearing this, Shen Li was instantly filled with a mix of embarrassment and anger. As a noble phoenix, how could she be compared to a bald chicken? Thus, she haughtily raised her head, glaring at Yashio. "You dare to humiliate me." Seeing Shen Li genuinely upset, Yashio quickly adopted a serious tone. "You are Bitsong Wang Shen Li, but do you know where you are now?" At Yashio's earnest demeanor, Shen Li hesitated momentarily, furrowing her brow as she replied, "Isn't this the human realm?" Yashio shook his head and uttered a phrase that left Shen Li both astonished and bewildered. "This is the Lingzuan mansion." "What? How did I return here? Did you bring me back to the Lingzuan mansion? Who are you? I have never seen you before," Shen Li exclaimed, bombarding him with 3 questions. Yashio regarded Shen Li's astonishment with a calm demeanor and replied, "I am a good friend of your master." "What? How come I was unaware that my master had such a friend?" Shen Li questioned, puzzled. "Do not worry. Once you meet your master, you will believe me," Yashio assured her. Just as Shen Li was about to respond, a knock echoed from outside, followed by a voice calling, "Yashio, are you there?" Upon hearing Shen Muyue's voice, Shen Li immediately found herself convinced by Yashio's words. "Where can I hide? I don't want my master to find me," Shen Li said anxiously, and without hesitation, she dove into her bedding. "Rest assured, in your current state, your master would not recognize you." Yashio chuckled at Shen Li's appearance before making his way out of the bedroom. Chapter 6. The other side of the master. Yashio opened the gate to the courtyard, and a gentle fragrance wafted towards him. There stood a striking figure outside, clad in a pale blue gown, her long hair as dark as ink, casually pinned up with a few strands delicately framing her face, adding a touch of softness. The visitor was none other than Shen Muyue. Upon seeing her, Yashio's face broke into a delighted smile. He stepped forward and spoke gently, "Ling Zun has arrived, please come in." Feeling the warmth in Yashio's voice, Shen Muyue's heart fluttered. "From now on, just call me Shen Muyue. There's no need to address me as Ling Zun anymore," she said softly, gazing at him. Yashio paused for a moment, then his smile grew even brighter. Nodding, he replied with joy and familiarity, "Well, I find calling you Shen Muyue a bit formal. How about I call you Xiaoyu instead?" Upon hearing Yashio's words, Shen Muyue felt a rush of shyness, lightly biting her lip. After a moment's contemplation, she murmured almost inaudibly, "You can call me whatever you wish." Her voice was so soft, as if afraid of being overheard, yet it carried a hint of sweetness and anticipation. Yashio's face lit up with a joyful smile as he gazed tenderly at Shen Muyue and softly affirmed, "Then it's settled, Xiaoyu." In the bedroom, Shen Li, hidden beneath a blanket, listened intently to the conversation outside, utterly astonished. She never expected her master would. Before she could ponder further, she heard footsteps drawing closer, causing her heart to race with anxiety at the thought of being discovered. In the living room, Yashio and Shen Muyue sat facing each other. As he gazed at the beautiful Shen Muyue, he recalled the scenes from a drama where she endured a lifetime of solitude for the sake of the spirit realm and Shen Li, stirring feelings of compassion within him. Noticing the worry etched on Shen Muyue's face, he inquired, "Xiaoyu, is something troubling you?" Shen Muyue sighed and slowly began to explain, "It's about Ali. She insists on going to the mortal realm to escape her marriage, and now we cannot find her. I have no idea where she could be." "Do not worry, Ali will be fine," Yashio reassured her. In the bedroom, Shen Li felt a warm current surge through her heart upon hearing her master's concern, yet it was mingled with a tinge of guilt. She knew her actions had caused her master distress, but she truly did not wish to marry someone she did not love. Stealthily, Shen Li lifted a corner of the blanket and peered through the gap in the bedroom, watching the two in the living room. Seeing her master and Yashio sitting closely together, engaged in cheerful conversation, stirred a whirlwind of emotions within her. In the living room, Yashio suppressed the urge to reveal the truth and continued to comfort Shen Muyue. "Xiaoyu, try not to worry too much. Ali is clever and capable. Who in the mortal realm could possibly harm her? All we can do is trust her." Shen Muyue nodded, yet her brow remained furrowed with concern. Observing her continued worry, Yashio felt a spark of inspiration. "Xiaoyu, wait a moment. I have something to show you," he said, rising and heading towards the bedroom. He picked up the Huawei Meta 100 from the bedside and returned to the living room. "Xiaoyu, look here," he exclaimed, capturing several photos of her as she turned to look. Curiosity filled Shen Muyue as she inquired, What is this peculiar item you hold? Yishio smiled and explained, Xiaoyu, this is a phone, a type of communication and entertainment device from my homeland. I just took a few pictures of you. You can have a look. He displayed the screen of the phone for her to see. Shen Muyue gazed at her own image on the screen, her eyes widening in astonishment. What kind of magic is this? How can it capture me within this small square? Yishio chuckled lightly. This is not magic. It is a technological product from my homeland. The principle behind it is somewhat complex. This photo is akin to a painting, but created through technological means. Shen Muyue listened intently, though she still found it difficult to comprehend. Can I see the photos you just took? She asked, her interest piqued. Yishio grinned as he handed the phone to her. Of course, here you go. Shen Muyue gingerly took the phone, flipping through it. However, this device was so foreign to her that she looked to Yishio in confusion. How do I view this? Noticing her bewilderment, Yishio softly said, Let me show you. He moved closer to her, leaning slightly, and took her hand that held the phone, guiding her fingers across the screen to unlock it. Look, these are the photos I just took, all in this album. As Shen Muyue felt the warmth of Yishio's hand, a flutter of emotion stirred within her, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. Stealing a glance at him, she found him focused on the phone screen, oblivious to her reaction, which eased her anxiety a bit. As she admired the photo of herself, a delighted smile blossomed on her face. This is truly amazing, she exclaimed, looking up to meet Yishio's deep gaze. The moment their eyes locked, both of their hearts skipped a beat. The distance between them felt negligible, as if they could sense each other's breath. Yishio, captivated by Shen Muyue's beauty and shyness, felt an overwhelming tide of emotion swell within him. Unable to restrain himself, he leaned down and gently kissed her. Feeling Yishio's tender approach, Shen Muyue shyly closed her eyes, surrendering to the kiss. As their lips met, time seemed to freeze. The kiss sent Shen Muyue's heart racing like a drum, electrifying. However, at this moment, the master unexpectedly revealed a tender and demure side, akin to gentle water. This scene left Shen Li in a state of disbelief. The master had always been diligent and devoted to the spirit realm, pouring her heart and soul into her duties. Now was the time for her to seek a companion. Shen Li silently contemplated this, while feeling a sense of joy for her master's newfound affection. At this moment, Shen Muyue was filled with an unprecedented sense of happiness. She had never imagined that she would one day fall in love with another. She once believed her life was solely dedicated to the spirit realm, tirelessly pursuing her responsibilities and missions, never giving much thought to her emotional life. Yet, the appearance of Yishio seemed to cast a stone into her existence, creating ripples that stirred her heart. Perhaps it was due to their previous intimate encounters, or perhaps this was simply the design of fate. Chapter 7 Advent of Gogeta. After their tender moment, Yishio gently released Shen Muyue, his gaze brimming with affection. From that moment forth, she, Shen Muyue, would be forever known as Yishio's woman. A lingering blush of passion adorned Shen Muyue's cheeks as she shyly lowered her head, her voice trembling as she uttered, Yishio, I must return now. No sooner had the words escaped her lips than she fled Yishio's small courtyard. Observing her retreating figure, a warm current surged within Yishio's heart. He stood in place for a moment, then recalled that Shen Li was still in the bedroom, and turned to re-enter. Hey, when did you and my master become close? Was the immediate loud inquiry from Shen Li upon his return to the bedroom. What? How rude. From now on, you shall address me as Shigong, do you hear? Yishio remarked, a triumphant smirk gracing his lips as he looked at Shen Li. You wish. I, the illustrious Baikang Wang of the spirit realm, wielding a silver spear unmatched in the realm, could never call you Shigong. Unless you can defeat me, Shen Li retorted with a defiant tilt of her head. Not calling me, Come, I shall take you to find your master right now, Yishio said, playfully threatening as he approached to scoop her up. Startled by Yishio's sudden intent to take her to find her master, Shen Li hurriedly exclaimed, No. Shigong, you are indeed my beloved Shigong, please spare me. Amused by Shen Li's display, Yishio laughed heartily and teased, Look at you, so frightened, and yet you call yourself the Baikang Wang. All right, I shall not tease you further, Yishio continued, adopting a mock-serious tone. Since you have called me Shigong, I shall not make things difficult for you. However, remember to show respect to your Shigong in the future, and refrain from being so impudent, understood? Shen Li eagerly nodded, fearing that Yishio might change his mind and take her to find her master. In her heart, she mused, This Shigong is truly formidable. I must tread carefully in the future. Pleased by Shen Li's obedient demeanor, Yeshio indulged her for a while before lazily reclining by the edge of the bed and taking out his phone to amuse himself. Curious at the strange device in Yeshio's hand that produced voices, Shen Li leaned in closer to the screen. There, on a platform, an elderly woman held a dark object, flanked by a man and a woman who seemed to be matchmaking. Meanwhile, a crowd gathered below, engrossed in the lively matchmaking livestream. Astonished by the multitude on this device called a phone, Shen Li inquired, "What is going on with these people? How can they move and speak?" Yeshio glanced at Shen Li and replied nonchalantly, "What did you just call me?" Hastily, Shen Li corrected herself, Shurgome, I misspoke. Please forgive me." The proud Baikang Wang of the spirit realm was pouting to understand this phone. Gently ruffling Shen Li's hair, Yeshio explained, "This phone is a local specialty from my hometown. The contents within are all fabricated, akin to an illusion. I doubt you would comprehend the intricacies of its workings." Though still somewhat bewildered, Shen Li nodded in understanding. "Shurgome, this phone is truly marvelous. Do you have another? Please give me one," she pleaded, bouncing around Yeshio and charmingly whining. "Currently, there is but this one. However, I promise to get you one as soon as I can," Yeshio assured her, eliciting a bright smile from Shen Li. After a while, Yeshio opened a video streaming application and found a gripping tomb-raiding film to enjoy. Shen Li, having never witnessed such entertainment, curiously nestled beside him as they both became engrossed in the show, a wondrous sight indeed. Time flew by, and soon it was midday. As Shen Li's magical energy had yet to replenish, she soon felt a pang of hunger. "Ali, keep watching. I shall step out to procure some ingredients to prepare a delightful meal for you," Yeshio said, standing up. "All right, Shurgome. Hurry back," Shen Li replied, her eyes glued to the screen. Yeshio exited the small courtyard, and after sending word, he quickly found Shen Muyue. "Xiaoyue," he called, swiftly approaching her and embracing her softly, whispering, "You must release me. We cannot be seen like this." With a slight blush, Shen Muyue shot him an admonishing glance and replied, "You must be careful." After gently extricating herself from his embrace and scanning the surroundings to ensure they were not being observed, she sighed in relief. "Is there something you need from me?" she asked, feigning annoyance as she turned away from him. "I intend to prepare lunch and came to collect some ingredients. Come with me. I assure you will be satisfied with the meal," Yeshio stated confidently. Gazing at her, after a moment of contemplation, Shen Muyue softly replied, "Very well. I shall instruct someone to send the ingredients to you shortly." She then summoned a servant to relay her instructions. The two then walked side by side back to Yeshio's small courtyard. Before long, a servant delivered an array of ingredients, including both vegetables and meats. "Please take a seat. I shall begin cooking," Yeshio instructed as he observed Shen Muyue. Before long, a variety of dishes were prepared, and Yeshio returned to the bedroom, placing a plate on the bedside table. He urged Gajita to eat quickly before returning to the dining area. Faced with a feast that tantalized the appetite, Shen Muyue wasted no time, and the two quickly indulged in the meal. Afterward, she remarked, "The dishes you prepared are exquisite. I have never tasted anything so delightful. If you desire more, I shall make it for you often." Yeshio replied, gazing into her eyes with deep affection. Shen Muyue felt her cheeks warm at his heartfelt words, responding softly, "That sounds wonderful." They conversed a while longer, and then Yeshio took Shen Muyue's hand, suddenly declaring, "Xiaoyue, I wish to explore the lower realm and shall return swiftly." "To the lower realm? That could work. When you arrive, you can help me search for Ali," Shen Muyue advised upon hearing Yeshio's intention. "Rest assured, I will certainly bring Ali back," Yeshio promised earnestly. The following day, after bidding farewell to Shen Muyue, Yeshio set forth towards the mortal realm, cradling the chirping bird in his arms. In the realm of humanity, within the bustling city of Qingsheng and at the foot of Qingcheng Mountain, where Shen Li had previously fallen, a figure descended from the heavens. "Ali, do you see this? This is the colossal pit you created last time." Shen Li gazed at the vast chasm, a hint of embarrassment flickering across her face. Clearing her throat, she declared with an air of pride, "This king merely sustained minor injuries. I never anticipated that the earth of this realm would be so fragile, yielding to my gentle descent in such a manner." With that, she ostentatiously turned her head away, as if wishing to conceal the awkwardness etched on her features, though, truth be told, the bird's embarrassment was imperceptible. Yeshio observed her with a quiet chuckle in his heart, choosing not to expose her feigned nonchalance. Instead, he gently advised, "Ali, You must exercise more caution in the future. Do not allow yourself to incur such grievous injuries again. The two engaged in light-hearted conversation, and soon they arrived within the city of Qingsheng. Chapter 8. Sign in at Dibing. Qingsheng City, the bustling marketplace, thrived with life. Various stalls lined up along the riverbank. Yixiu ambled through the lively market, cradling the plump chicken affectionately. After extensive inquiries, he finally discerned the whereabouts of Xing Yun Xiao Yuan. After approximately half an hour of walking, a quaint courtyard came into view, its entrance adorned with a plaque bearing the 4 elegant characters of Xing Yun Xiao Yuan. The surrounding greenery flourished, and the bamboo swayed gracefully in the breeze. As he approached the entrance, Yixiu gently rapped on the door. Moments later, the door creaked open, revealing a man clad in a blue long robe. His complexion appeared somewhat pallid, suggesting an ailment, yet his gaze exuded a serene detachment from worldly matters. This individual was none other than Xing Yun, the reincarnation of the ancient deity, Shang Gushin Xingji. Whom do you seek? Xing Yun inquired. His voice slightly frail, yet imbued with a unique charm. Yixiu, regarding Xing Yun with a smile, replied, I am Yixiu, merely passing by. The 4 characters on your plaque intrigued me, prompting this visit. I hope you will forgive my intrusion. A faint smile graced Xing Yun's pale visage upon hearing Yixiu's words. I am Xing Yun. Since you have come, you are a guest. Please, do come in. He stepped aside, inviting Yixiu into the courtyard. Filled with quiet joy, Yixiu entered the legendary courtyard, where a meticulously crafted artificial hill captivated his attention, its rugged stones and babbling water adding a touch of vitality to the entire space. Xing Yun followed closely, observing the plump chicken in Yixiu's embrace, instantly recognizing its extraordinary nature. He gestured for Yixiu to take a seat on a stone bench in the courtyard before retreating indoors to prepare tea. Amidst the serene surroundings, Yixiu suddenly recalled that he had yet to check in for the day. He murmured, System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations, host, for checking in at the only divine courtyard in the world. You have received a check-in reward. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a cultivation breakthrough card, which allows you to advance to the initial stage of the saint level. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Extreme Path Emperor weapon, Jinyu Chong. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received a body reconstruction pill. Wow, these rewards are astonishing. No wonder this is the residence of the only ancient deity in the world, Yixiu exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment upon seeing the system's rewards. Just then, Xing Yun emerged from the room and noticed the elation on Yixiu's face, prompting his curiosity. Brother Yi, what has transpired? Why the excitement? Regaining his composure, Yixiu smiled at Xing Yun and said, Oh, it is nothing of significance, merely reminiscing about some amusing past events. May I inquire if you have any spare rooms? I would like to stay for the night, if that is permissible, Yixiu asked sincerely. Xing Yun paused, a hint of surprise crossing his features before he nodded with a smile. Since you enjoy it here, you are welcome to stay. There are indeed a few spare rooms. Feel free to choose. However, the accommodations are humble, so I hope you do not mind. Yixiu, elated, clasped his fists in gratitude. Thank you, Brother Xing. I shall impose upon you. The two engaged in conversation, and time swiftly passed, leading to the following morning. System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations, host, for checking in at the only divine courtyard in the world. You have received a check-in reward. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Extreme Path Emperor weapon, Tai Huangjian. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received a set of 3 black silk garments. Upon seeing the system's rewards, Yixiu had grown immune to such surprises, displaying a calm demeanor. After bidding farewell to Xing Yun, he made his way towards the lively marketplace, cradling the chicken. Suddenly, a group of individuals obstructed his path. It was Wang Bao, and today was the day to teach him a lesson. Yixiu recognized the leader's face after a moment of contemplation. A fool. Wang Bao, the leader, addressed Yixiu, hand over that beautiful little bird in your arms, and I will let you go today. After several days of recuperation, the little phoenix had regrown its splendid feathers, now resembling a striking wild chicken. Before Yixiu could respond, Shen Li, nestled in his arms, grew irate. How dare these mortals attempt to lay hands on me? She exclaimed, ready to take flight and confront the group. Yixiu swiftly grasped Shen Li, preventing her from taking off, while simultaneously unleashing the dragon subduing 18 palms towards the sky. A massive golden dragon, stretching dozens of feet, soared upward with a resounding roar, dispersing the clouds. The sight of such power caused the ruffians to cower, begging for mercy. "Grandfather, please spare us. We have an elderly mother and a 3-year-old child at home. Please let us go." Yi Xiao, unfazed by their pleas, continued walking towards the marketplace. Shen Li, still in shock, inquired, "Master, what was that technique you just performed? It looked incredible. Can you teach it to me?" "Certainly. Once you recover, I shall teach you, and there will be mysterious rewards as well." Yi Xiao affectionately ruffled the little phoenix's head. As the two conversed softly, they were suddenly interrupted by a voice nearby. "Daozhong, please, I beg of you, help me. Tell me where my husband is." Yi Xiao turned to see it was Yun Yang. What a coincidence to encounter her here. He approached her and said, "You are Yun Yang, and your husband is Zhou Sanlang, am I correct?" Upon hearing Yi Xiao's words, Yun Yang clung to them as if grasping a lifeline, ready to kneel in supplication. However, Yi Xiao gently caught her arm, preventing her from bowing. "You know my husband's name. You must know where he is, right? Please, help me," Yun Yang implored, tears streaming down her face. "Tell me your address, and I will visit tonight, so you two can be reunited," Yi Xiao reassured her, gazing into her sorrowful eyes. After learning Yun Yang's address, Yi Xiao sought out a nearby inn to stay for the night. Inside the inn room, Shen Li curiously asked, "Master, how did you know who she was and her husband's identity? How will you bring them together?" As I pondered, I realized that Yi Xiao, in his leisurely manner, resembled a true diviner in this world. After uttering these words, he gently placed Shen Li upon the bed. "System, activate the cultivation breakthrough card." Ding. "Congratulations, host. The cultivation breakthrough card has been successfully utilized, and your cultivation level has ascended to the initial stage of the Holy Realm." As the system's voice faded, Yi Xiao felt an overwhelming surge of power engulfing him, as if the entire universe lay within his grasp, a mere illusion born from the explosive enhancement of his strength. "System, display the attribute panel," Yi Xiao silently commanded. "Host, Yi Xiao Realm. Initial stage of the Holy Realm, in accordance with the realm classifications of the Fengxing world: Human Realm, Earth Realm, Heaven Realm, Holy Realm, Divine Realm. Skills: Divine Culinary Arts. Proficiency in all languages items. 99 boxes of Sophie sanitary pads. 97 boxes of gourmet snacks from Yupin Pussy. 1 mobile phone. A set of black silk stockings. 1 body reconstruction elixir techniques. 18 dragons subduing palms weapons. Extreme Dao Imperial Weapon, Qingtian Pillar. Extreme Dao Imperial Weapon, Taiwan Sword. Extreme Dao Imperial Weapon, Jinyu Gun." Observing the suddenly heightened aura of Yi Xiao, Shen Li understood that her master harbored many secrets, and thus refrained from further inquiries. Time flew by, and before long, the evening had arrived. Chapter 9. Yun Yang and Zhou Sanlang. Qingxing City. Zhou family village nestled in the northwestern corner of Qingxing City lies a quaint little village. As night descends, the moonlight is shrouded by thick clouds, allowing only the faintest twinkle of stars to illuminate this tranquil yet somber land. Yun Yang stands alone at the desolate path leading into the village, her silhouette flickering in the darkness like a solitary statue, anxiously awaiting the arrival of Yi Xiao. Not far behind her, several shrouded figures lie beneath white cloths, remnants of lives lost. The villagers, clad in mourning garments, are engulfed in sorrow, their weeping echoing through the still night. On the ground, joss paper circles drift like silent white butterflies, only to be lifted by gusts of chilling wind, swirling freely in the air. A solemn and dignified atmosphere permeates the surroundings. Suddenly, a glimmer of joy appears on Yun Yang's face. It is Yi Xiao. As she spots him approaching with a small chick in his arms, she hurriedly rushes to him, her voice a mixture of excitement and urgency. "Master, you have arrived. How can I see my husband?" Yi Xiao, moved by her profound longing, gazes at the weary woman before him. "Do not fret, my lady," he reassures, turning his attention to the spirit of Zhou Sanlang behind her. "Come forth, Zhou Sanlang." He beckons to the ethereal form. Upon hearing Yi Xiao's words, Yun Yang eagerly turns her head, but her eyes find no trace of Sanlang. It dawns on her, yet another deception. In an instant, her joy transforms into despair, overwhelming her to the point of unconsciousness. As Yun Yang collapses, Zhou Sanlang rushes forward from a distance, desperate to catch her, but his incorporeal form passes right through her. Kneeling beside Yun Yang's fallen figure, Zhou Sanlang calls out for her, anguish etched on his face. Witnessing this poignant scene, Shen Li stirs in Yishio's embrace and implores, "Master, you must intervene swiftly. Time is of the essence." Realizing it is his moment to act, Yishio clears his throat and, feigning ignorance, asks, "Zhou Sanlang, do you wish to see Yunyang?" With anticipation, Zhou Sanlang turns his gaze towards Yishio. Can it truly be so? Indeed. However, there are two paths before you. It is for you to choose, Yishio replies. Calm and unhurried. First, your current state lingers beside her, but it shall diminish her life force. Yet I offer you two options. The first allows you to meet her briefly, after which you must ascend to immortality. Zhou Sanlang, filled with hope, asks, and the second option? The second requires you to forsake your chance at ascension. Are you willing? I choose the second option. I willingly relinquish my chance at becoming an immortal. Please, Master, assist me. Zhou Sanlang expresses his gratitude with a deep bow. Yishio regards him with a glimmer of approval. Since you have made your choice, I shall help you reunite with your beloved. He extends his hand, revealing a small dark pill resting in his palm. This is the body rebirth pill. Consuming it will transform your spiritual energy into corporeal form, but you will remain immortal for this lifetime. Consider your decision carefully. With that, he places the pill before Zhou Sanlang in the void. Once you decide, merely hold it in your mouth for a moment, and it shall be refined. Without hesitation, Zhou Sanlang takes the pill into his mouth. Moments later, a masculine form gradually coalesces before them, prompting Shen Li to bury her face into Yishio's embrace in shock. How miraculous! Yishio exclaims, as he presents a set of garments prepared by Shen Muyue to Zhou Sanlang. Thank you, benefactor. Should you ever require assistance, I, Zhou Sanlang, shall be at your service, he says gratefully, kneeling on one knee. Now, go see your wife. Yishio gestures, encouragingly. Yunyang, awaken. Zhou Sanlang calls out, cradling her in his arms with fervor and joy. As she slowly opens her eyes, tears stream down Yunyang's face. Sanlang, you have returned. Yunyang. He responds, his heart swelling with emotion. Look at me. I have prepared nothing for you. I have not even cooked for you. I have waited so long for this day, for so many years. Where have you been? They all thought I had gone mad, but I knew you would return. You promised me before you left that I should wait for you. I knew you would not deceive me. Sanlang, I have finally waited for you to come back. Yunyang cries, trembling as she reaches out to caress Zhou Sanlang's cheek. Pleading, do not leave me again. Overcome by the warmth of his beloved, Yunyang can no longer bear the weight of her grievances from the past decade. She collapses into Zhou Sanlang's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. At that moment, Zhou Sanlang, too, is in tears, holding her tightly and repeatedly affirming, I will not leave again. After 12 years apart, these two lovers find solace in each other's arms once more. Observing the heart-wrenching reunion, Yishio quietly departs, sensing that his task is complete and that the ensuing moments belong to the reunited couple. Upon returning to the inn, Yishio gently places the chick on the bed, only to see it burrow into the covers. As he contemplates the unusual behavior, an extraordinary energy begins to emanate from the bedding. He watches as the covers swell, gradually revealing a human silhouette. When the chick's head emerges, it has transformed into Shen Li. You transformed into human form. How did this happen? Yishio inquires, intrigued. Master, I could transform long ago. Do not ask so many questions. Quickly find me some clothes, Shen Li playfully responds. Yishio was momentarily taken aback, but he swiftly retrieved a set of clothes from the system space and handed them to Shen Li, before turning to walk towards the door. Upon seeing Yishio exit the room, Shen Li quickly scrambled out of bed and deftly dressed herself. A short while later, as she called out, Shifu, you may come in, Yishio snapped back to reality, pushed open the door, and entered the room. There, he beheld Shen Li, already attired, sitting gracefully at the edge of the bed, her face adorned with a radiant smile directed at him. This was the first occasion Yishio had the privilege of observing Shen Li's visage up close. Before him sat the enchanting Shen Li, her large, expressive eyes sparkling with charm, undeniably adorable. Yishio could not help but silently marvel at the well-deserved title of the foremost goddess of the spirit realm bestowed upon a Li. Chapter 10. The female war god also has her moments of tenderness upon seeing Yishio enter. Shen Li swiftly rose to her feet, joyfully sprinting towards him, and affectionately intertwined her arm with his, playfully asking, Shifu, where is your phone? May I play with it pretty please? Observing the charming Shen Li before him, Yishio could only helplessly press his forehead, inwardly lamenting. When did this once mighty female war god of the spirit realm become so fond of acting coy? With a bittersweet smile, he shook his head, retrieved his phone, disabled the lock screen, and after teaching Shen Li how to use it, he handed the device over to her. With the phone in her hands, Shen Li's eyes sparkled with delight as she dashed over to the bed, plopped down, and began to engage with the device. Noticing her current state, Yishio could only shake his head in resignation as he turned to leave, reminding her, "Ali, I will go arrange another guest room. You shall stay here tonight." "All right, Shifu, you go ahead," Shen Li replied, utterly absorbed in the content displayed on her screen. The screen was showcasing a vibrant youth idol drama. The next day, knock knock knock, Yishio tapped on Shen Li's room door. "Is that you, Shifu? Come in," Shen Li called out. Upon entering the room, Yishio found her still lying on the bed, engrossed in the drama, and curiously inquired, "Ali, did you watch all night?" "Yes, it's simply captivating and so entertaining," Shen Li replied with a radiant smile. Yishio approached her, speaking softly. "All right, enough of that. Let us go explore outside." He continued, "You can keep this phone, put it away for now, as there will be plenty of time to watch later." Upon hearing his words, Shen Li sprang up from the bed, swiftly turning to face Yishio, her eyes wide with excitement as she asked, "Really? Of course, it shall belong to you from now on." "Quickly, put it away," Yishio said, a hint of fondness flickering in his gaze as he smiled at her. "Shifu, you are so wonderful," Shen Li exclaimed in jubilation, unable to contain her joy as she leaped towards Yishio, embracing him tightly and planting a quick kiss on his cheek while standing on her tiptoes. Realizing her impulsiveness, a sudden blush crept onto Shen Li's face. Feeling slightly embarrassed, she released her hold and lowered her head, murmuring, "Shifu, I am sorry. I got a bit too excited." Yishio chuckled at Shen Li's shy demeanor, gently ruffling her hair as he smiled. "Enough of that. Let us head out." With that, he walked towards the door, and Shen Li hurriedly followed. In Qingxing City, on Chonglu Street, the most bustling commercial avenue, shops lined both sides, offering a dazzling array of goods, silks, porcelain, jewelry, spices. Shen Li walked ahead, incessantly taking photos with her phone, whether selfies or turning to capture Yishio's likeness. Ultimately, she even snapped a multitude of pictures of the two of them together. "Your Highness, I have finally found you." Just as they were taking pictures, a voice rang out from ahead. Following the sound, they saw General Shang Bei striding towards them. "General Shang Bei, go back and inform Ling Zun that I shall not return unless my engagement with Fu Rongjun is annulled," Shen Li declared resolutely, gazing at the approaching general. General Shang Bei's expression faltered as he earnestly replied, "Your Highness, Ling Zun has stated that the engagement was established long ago between the realms of immortals and spirits and cannot be easily dissolved. This is essential for the peace and stability of both realms. Please do not put your subordinate in a difficult position. Return with me." Hearing this, Shen Li's brows knitted together as she slowly responded, "General Shang Bei, please convey to Ling Zun that Shen Li only wishes to be with the one she loves. If Ling Zun truly cares for my well-being, he should respect my choice." After a moment of silence, General Shang Bei nodded, saying, "Very well, I shall faithfully relay your words to Ling Zun. However, Your Highness, you are aware of Ling Zun's temperament, so I urge you to think carefully." With that, he prepared to turn away. "General Shang Bei, please wait a moment," Yishio called out, halting the departing general. General Shang Bei turned to face him, asking, "Who are you?" "I am Yishio. Please inform Ling Zun that your princess is with me, and we will return as soon as we have resolved some matters," Yishio stated calmly. He then added, "You need only report this situation accurately to Ling Zun, and she shall understand the reasoning behind it." General Shang Bei scrutinized Yishio, then glanced at Shen Li, pondering for a moment before nodding. "Very well. I will convey your words to Ling Zun, and please take good care of our princess." With that, General Shang Bei bowed to both Shen Li and Yishio before turning to leave, disappearing swiftly into the bustling scene of Chonglu Street. Watching the retreating figure of General Shang Bei, Shen Li sighed softly, murmuring, "Shifu, why did you agree to take me back? I do not wish to marry that wastrel from the heavenly realm. Ali, do you think your Shifu is the sort to push you into a perilous situation? With me around, rest assured, your marital matters will be solely your decision. I will handle the situation with your master. As long as I am here, no one can force you into anything you do not wish to do," Yishio reassured her, affectionately ruffling Shen Li's hair. Shen Li, upon hearing this, felt her eyes moisten slightly as she choked back her emotions. saying, "Shifu, you are truly too kind to me. Silly girl, you are the illustrious Baitsong Wang of the spirit realm. How can you shed tears so easily?" Yishio replied gently, gazing at her with a smile, while delicately wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. "Since I can remember, my master has always been strict with me. Over the years, I have fought for the spirit realm. Others only know me as the formidable Baitsong Wang, yet no one has ever treated me with such tenderness as you." Shifu, Shen Li gazed up at Yishio, speaking slowly. Her voice trembled slightly, clearly moved by Yishio's warmth. All right. If others see our Baitsong Wang in such a state, we will be the subject of ridicule," Yishio teased, lifting his hands to pinch Shen Li's cheeks with a smile. "I am genuinely touched, and yet you still make fun of me, Shifu." Shen Li, her tears transformed into laughter, lowered her head shyly, her cheeks adorned with 2 delicate shades of crimson, and pretended to sulk by pursing her lips. Stealing a glance at Yishio, she swiftly averted her gaze. "All right, let's go," Yishio murmured softly. After a considerable time, the two returned to the inn together. Upon entering their room, Yishio promptly closed the door behind him. As the door clicked shut, a flutter of emotion stirred within Shen Li, and an involuntary blush crept across her face. She cast a sidelong glance at Yishio, pondering to herself, what could master be up to? Could it be? No, this is your master, Shen Li. What are you thinking? Unable to resist, she peeked at Yishio once more and discovered him meticulously examining a long spear. A silent sigh of relief escaped her lips, her heart a blend of gratitude and a hint of disappointment. Master is merely concerned for her well-being. Yet, that inexplicable flutter lingered in her heart, refusing to dissipate. Chapter 11. The Jinyu Gun and Mysterious Forces. Yishio gazed at the spear in his hand. The weapon measured over a yard in length, shimmering with a deep, obsidian hue, intricate formations appearing to dance across its surface. The tip glinted with a chilling light, while on either side, vivid engravings depicted 2 dragons playfully entwined around a pearl, seemingly poised to leap forth and ascend into the celestial realms. Was this the Jinyu Gun? The imperial weapon of the formidable Jinyu Emperor, born from the body of a celestial being in that bizarre world of the red-haired? "Ali, come here," Yishio called, beckoning to Shen Li, who stood nearby, her cheeks flushed in awe. Shen Li snapped out of her daze at the sound of her master's voice and hurried to Yishio's side. Her gaze fell upon the Jinyu Gun, and even from a distance, she could sense its overwhelming power. "Master, what kind of spear is this? It seems even more formidable than my Chiyu," Shen Li exclaimed, curiosity sparkling in her eyes as she gently caressed the spear, feeling its icy touch. "This spear is known as the Jinyu Gun, a weapon of the great sovereign of the underworld, the Ming Huang," Yishio explained, observing the weapon with reverence. "Where is this underworld you speak of? I have never heard of such a place," Shen Li asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. "The underworld is the realm where souls return after death. Apart from those who ascend to the celestial realm, all others must journey to the underworld to undergo reincarnation," Yishio elucidated calmly. "I understand reincarnation, but I had never heard that souls must pass through the underworld for it," Shen Li replied, her expression one of bewilderment. Seeing her confusion, Yishio affectionately ruffled her hair and smiled. "Let us not dwell on this for now. You will witness it in due time." He then extended the Jinyu Gun towards Shen Li, a warm smile gracing his lips. "Ali, I bestow this spear upon you. It is perfectly suited for your use." Shen Li's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the Jinyu Gun being offered to her. From Yishio's description, she had already sensed the spear's extraordinary nature. And now, her master wished to gift her this divine artifact? "Master, this spear is far too precious. You should keep it for yourself. I have the Chiyu, which is sufficient for me," Shen Li insisted, shaking her head in refusal. Yishio regarded her with a gentle smile, softly replying, "It is all right. You should take it. I have my own weapons. Moreover, mine can be as long or short, thick or thin, and are indomitable in power. You will see for yourself in the future." He recalled his own weapon, the Qingtian Yizhu, and thought it might be time to find someone to experiment with it. Upon hearing Yishio's words, Shen Li ceased her protests and accepted the Jinyu Gun with both hands. She could feel the immense strength contained within it, as if a mere swing could rend the heavens apart. As she admired the Jinyu Gun, Yishio remembered he had yet to sign in for the day. "Ali, stay here for a moment while I attend to some matters. I shall return shortly," he instructed before turning to leave the room. Meanwhile, in the Su Tian Yuan, a chilling voice echoed, Lu Ming, you worthless fool, when will you accomplish the task assigned by our Lord? My lord, please do not be angry. I have commanded my subordinates to exert their utmost efforts and expedite their progress. They are tirelessly working to break the seal, and I believe we will soon fulfill our Lord's directive, Lu Ming replied, trembling with trepidation. The cold voice resounded once more. Humph, you better hope so. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Additionally, our Lord shall assist you in reconstructing your physical form and bringing you back to life. Lu Ming bowed his head respectfully and responded, Yes, my lord, I understand. With the sinister voice fading away, silence reclaimed the Su Tian Yuan. In the human realm, at the Xingyun courtyard, Yi Xiao and Xingyun sat together around a stone table, sipping tea and engaging in conversation. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao silently invoked the system to sign in. Ding, congratulations, host. Successfully checked in at the unique divine courtyard, reward granted. Ding, congratulations, host. Acquired the technique, Tianma Wuxianggong. Ding, congratulations, host. Obtained 10 Huawei Meta 100 smartphones. Upon hearing the system's notifications, a smile spread across Yi Xiao's face. The technique was quite impressive. He mused inwardly. As for the smartphones, he sighed. Xingyun, sitting across from him, noticed Yi Xiao's sudden sigh and curiously inquired, Brother Yi, why do you sigh? Is something troubling you? Brother Xingyun, I see you here alone, and your days appear rather dull. Allow me to gift you something, Yi Xiao said, retrieving a smartphone and placing it before Xingyun. What is this item? Xingyun asked, eyeing the unfamiliar object with intrigue, as he had never encountered anything like it in his countless years. This is called a smartphone, a tool for entertainment that can help pass the time, Yi Xiao explained with a smile. Intrigued, Xingyun picked up the smartphone, inspecting it from every angle but unable to decipher its use. Yi Xiao took the device back, activated the screen, and guided Xingyun on how to set his password and utilize its features. Xingyun marveled at the smartphone's display, exclaiming, How wondrous! Such a remarkable object exists in the world. This is precisely what I need. I shall not be modest, then. Haha, I'm glad you like it, Brother Xingyun. With this smartphone, I believe your days will no longer be dull. Additionally, consider it a small compensation for you, Yi Xiao added, observing Xingyun's frail demeanor. At Yi Xiao's remark, Xingyun felt a wave of confusion wash over him. What did he mean by compensation? Brother Yi owed him nothing. Why speak of compensation? Curiosity piqued, Xingyun asked, Brother Yi, what do you mean by that? Yi Xiao smiled lightly and deftly shifted the topic. Do not overthink it, Brother Xingyun. I merely meant that you have lived alone in this courtyard for quite some time. Perhaps you need something fresh to enrich your life. Consider this smartphone a small surprise from me. Hearing Yi Xiao's explanation, Xingyun still felt a hint of perplexity but chose to trust him, seeing the sincerity in his eyes. In that case, I thank you, Brother Yi, Xingyun replied with a smile. Brother Xingyun, I too am preparing to depart from this place. The next time we meet, I wonder in which year it shall be. Do take care of your health. Yi Xiao rose to his feet and clasped his fists in a gesture of respect. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise and reluctance passed through Xingyun's eyes. He stood as well, returning the gesture of respect, saying, Brother Yi, you must also take good care of yourself. Although our acquaintance has been brief, you are the only friend I have had over these years. I hope we shall have the opportunity to meet again in the future. We shall meet again, Brother Xingyun. Take care. With that, he turned and departed. Watching Yi Xiao's receding figure, Xingyun lingered at the doorway for a moment before turning back, accompanied by a cough, and returned to the small courtyard. Jia Jia, prepare yourself. We are returning to the Lingjia. Chapter 12. The Demise of the Villain and the Return to the Lingjia. Ali, prepare yourself. We are returning to the Lingjia, Yi Xiao announced. Are we heading back so soon? Can't we stay a little longer? Shen Li expressed her reluctance. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. What? Are you afraid of being forced into marriage? Do not worry. I will ensure your safety, Yi Xiao assured her with a smile. Shen Li pouted. All right. I will obey your wishes, master. As the pair stepped out of the inn, they were quickly surrounded by a group of individuals. At the forefront stood a young man with a shadowy demeanor. Are you the esteemed figure who assisted Yun Yang in locating Zhou Sanling? Our master wishes to request your assistance. Please accompany us. It appeared that this group had learned from the market that it was Yi Xiao who had aided Yun Yang in retrieving Zhou Sanling. If you refuse to come with us, we cannot guarantee the safety of Zhou Sanling and his wife, the leader threatened. Shen Li was about to speak, but Yi Xiao gestured for her to remain silent. He calmly addressed the shadowy young man. Oh, who is your master? What do they seek from me? Our master is none other than the eldest son of the city lord. As for why they seek you, you will discover that upon your arrival, the leading man responded triumphantly. Yishio replied nonchalantly, very well, lead the way. Seeing this, the shadowy young man displayed a satisfied smile and gestured for Yishio and Shen Li to follow him towards the city lord's mansion. Inside the city lord's mansion, the sound of a shattered cup echoed throughout the room, followed by a furious roar filled with barely contained rage. Are you all a bunch of useless fools? With so many of you, not a single one can be found. What purpose do I have in supporting you? A guard rushed in, visibly elated. Young master, we have located the esteemed figure you were searching for. Gu Qingrui abruptly lifted his head, his anger slightly abating, and a glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes. Oh, you found them so quickly? Hurry, bring them in. Shortly thereafter, Yishio and Shen Li entered. Gu Qingrui appraised Yishio from head to toe, his expression revealing admiration. Indeed, you have a reputation that precedes you. To have located Zhou Sanlang, who has been missing for 12 years, demonstrates your remarkable abilities. Might I request a divination from you to ascertain whether I shall become the city lord? First, let Zhou Sanlang and Yun Yang go, Yishio replied coolly. Ergo, why are you not quickly bringing Zhou Sanlang and his wife here? Gu Qingrui scolded ergo. Moments later, Zhou Sanlang and Yun Yang were brought into the hall. Benefactor, it truly is you. We have brought you trouble, Zhou Sanlang said, looking at Yishio with a sense of guilt. Yishio smiled gently, indicating that there was no need for concern. It is nothing. You may return home now. Gu Gongzi, they may leave, correct? Of course. Ergo, be sure to see them off promptly, Gu Qingrui hastily replied. Once Zhou Sanlang and Yun Yang departed, Yishio turned to Gu Qingrui. Gu Gongzi, your aspirations to become city lord are, in this lifetime, unattainable. Gu Qingrui's countenance darkened instantly. Do you dare curse me? Yishio's lips curled into a slight smirk. I merely speak the truth. On what grounds do you claim I cannot become city lord? Gu Qingrui glared at Yishio. Because today, I shall send you on your way, thus sparing your younger brother the need to intervene personally, Yishio stated in a calm tone. You what? Before Gu Qingrui could finish his sentence, Yishio waved his hand, and a sword chi formed from his magical energy, pierced through Gu Qingrui's chest. Gu Qingrui's eyes widened in shock as he glanced down at the bloodstains spreading across his chest. His body gradually collapsed, lifeless. Ah, a murder has occurred. The young master has been slain. Panic surged through the hall as chaos erupted. The servants screamed in terror and fled in all directions. Alas, perhaps in the next life, you will become a better person, Yishio sighed, gazing at the deceased Gu Qingrui. Ali, do you not inquire why I killed him? Yishio glanced at Ali beside him. Master, Gu Qingrui has oppressed the people and committed numerous atrocities. To slay him is to eliminate a scourge for the citizens. How could I possibly blame you? Shen Li responded without hesitation. Haha, Ali, let us depart. We are returning to the Lingjia. With that, the two transformed into beams of light and vanished from the scene, leaving behind Gu Qingrui lying in a pool of blood. As the saying goes, good and evil will eventually be rewarded. The heavens maintain a cycle of retribution. Lingjia, Lingzuan Mansion. Shen Li led Yishio to the council hall of the Lingzuan Mansion, where Shen Muyue was attending to matters. Upon seeing that Yishio had indeed returned with Shen Li, Shen Muyue stood and approached them. Ali, you finally decided to return. Shen Muyue reproached, her tone tinged with playful annoyance. Gazing at Shen Muyue, who carried an air of sternness mixed with concern, Shen Li felt a twinge of guilt and cast a pleading glance at Yishio, as if to say, Master, it is your turn to intervene. Understanding the unspoken plea in Shen Li's eyes, Yishio smiled and stepped forward. Shall you, let us discuss Ali's marriage matters at a later time. Do not press her so urgently. How dare you address me so? Shen Muyue feigned anger, a formidable aura emanating from her, causing the atmosphere in the hall to grow tense. Beside her, Shen Li struggled to suppress a smile at her master's theatrics, fearing she might burst into laughter. To alleviate Shen Muyue's discomfort, Yishio discreetly conveyed to Shen Li that he was aware of their relationship. Ahem. Shen Muyue cleared her throat gently, attempting to mask her embarrassment. Ali, you may return for now. We shall discuss your matters later. I have some matters to confer with Yishio. Shen Li quickly nodded and exited the hall, preferring to avoid inciting her master's ire and thus attracting another reprimand. Once Shen Li had departed, Yishio stepped forward and embraced Shen Muyue. Xiaoyu, have you missed me? Shen Muyue's cheeks flushed slightly as she shot Yishio a glare, pretending to be angry as she turned her head away. We are in the hall. Do be mindful of your surroundings. At her words, Yishio chuckled softly, releasing his embrace, but still holding her hand tightly. All right, I admit my excitement. Shall we retire to your chamber to converse? I have something to present to you. Come along. With that, Yishio led Shen Muyue towards the hall's exit. Be discreet. Do not let others see us, Shen Muyue admonished, pulling her hand away from Yishio's grasp. Before long, the two arrived at the room where they had first met, closing the door behind them. He gently wrapped his arms around Shen Muyue's waist, gazing at her with profound affection. Xiaoyu, I have missed you dearly during these days. Shen Muyue's cheeks flushed slightly as she shot a glance at Yishio, a bashful smile gracing her lips as she lowered her head, whispering almost inaudibly, I miss you too. Yishio tenderly cupped Shen Muyue's face, their gazes locking, and their breaths grew increasingly hurried, the sound of their heartbeats resonating within the stillness of the room. Unable to contain the turmoil within, Yishio slowly spoke. I have recently acquired a martial technique that can swiftly enhance one's cultivation. I wish to impart it to you. What technique is it? Shen Muyue inquired, looking up at Yishio with curiosity. Yishio promptly shared the methods and effects of the Tian Mo Wu Xiang Gong with her. Upon hearing this, memories of their initial encounters flooded her mind, and the flush on her face deepened as she shot Yishio another glance. Bashfully lowering her gaze once more, observing her shy demeanor, Yishio gently lifted her chin and declared, Xiaoyu, I love you. Let us never part. After hearing his words, she raised her eyes to meet his earnest gaze, her defenses gradually crumbling. She softly nodded in response. Yishio, elated by her reaction, was about to make a move when suddenly, a hurried knocking and shouting echoed from outside the door. Ling Zun, there is an urgent matter. I must report. Chapter 13. The Assault on Bai Shui, Shen Li's expedition in the chambers of Shen Muyue. Just as Yishio was about to take action, a sudden urgent voice rang from outside. Report, Ling Zun. I have urgent matters to convey. Shen Muyue frowned slightly, gently pushing Yishio aside, adjusting her attire, and walking towards the door. She opened it, and spoke in a solemn tone. General Shang Bei, what causes such haste? Ling Zun, grave news. Bai Shui City at the Sutian Yuan border is under attack by numerous Qimei, and the city lord has called for aid. General Shang Bei replied hastily, his face etched with anxiety. Qimei again. Shen Muyue's brow furrowed deeply. Has the city's defensive array not been activated? The array is active, but there are too many Qimei. The city lord fears it may not withstand for long, General Shang Bei explained, worry still evident on his face. Taking a deep breath, Shen Muyue commanded decisively, summon Wang Baizong, hasten to eliminate the Qimei and ensure the safety of the citizens of Bai Shui City. Yes, I shall obey. General Shang Bei bowed and promptly departed. Xiaoyu, go sit in my courtyard for a while. With Ali going, you need not worry, Yishio said to the frowning Shen Muyue after General Shang Bei left. With that, he took her hand and led her towards his courtyard. Wang Fu not long after Shen Li sat down, preparing to relax with her phone, a voice called from outside. Your Highness, Ling Zun orders you to hasten to Bai Shui City to quell the unrest. General Shang Bei rushed in. What is the situation in Bai Shui City? Shen Li inquired in a low voice. Your Highness, Bai Shui City is under attack by a multitude of Qimei, and the protective array may not hold for much longer. General Shang Bei replied, his expression fraught with concern. Upon hearing this, Shen Li's brow knitted together. General Shang Bei, you and General Zhu Fei lead the troops to Bai Shui City immediately. I will go ahead. As soon as she finished speaking, Shen Li strode out of the estate, with General Shang Bei hurrying to keep up. Outside the Wang Fu as Shen Li exited the estate, she encountered Mo Fong approaching. Your Highness, you have truly returned. I thought the news was false, Mo Fong said with a hint of relief. Mo Fong, you have returned just in time. Come with me to Bai Shui City, Shen Li commanded resolutely. What has happened? Mo Fong asked, puzzled. Bai Shui City is in an emergency situation. I will explain on the way, Shen Li replied hastily, gesturing for Mo Fong to follow as they both set off towards Bai Shui City. Yishio's courtyard. Xiaoyu, come, sit down and take a rest. You need not worry about Ali. She can handle it, Yishio gently said, guiding Shen Muyue to sit at the stone table in the courtyard. Shen Muyue nodded slightly, gazing at Yishio, and said, I trust Ali, but these Qimei remain a persistent threat, leaving me feeling unsettled. Rest assured, I am here and will stay by your side, Yishio comforted, looking at the anxious Shen Muyue. By the way, I have a gift for you. With that, he produced a Huawei Meta 100. Isn't this the device you previously used to take pictures? Shen Muyue asked in confusion. With a smile, Yishio handed her the phone, saying, Indeed, I have acquired a few more. Take this one to play with during your leisure. He then explained how to set a password and use the device. As Shen Muyue toyed with the Huawei Meta 100, her mood lightened, and her worries about the Chime momentarily faded. By the way, Xiaoyu, Yishio suddenly recalled something, a mysterious glint in his eyes. I have another item for you. Observing the curiosity and anticipation in Shen Muyue's gaze, he slowly revealed a sword from behind him. Yishio drew the sword, a resounding dragon's roar accompanying its emergence, the blade gleaming with a cold light, exuding an air of authority and invincibility. Is this the Ta Huang sword, reputed to be the foremost weapon in the Zhetian world? Shen Muyue marveled, gazing at the sword in awe. Upon hearing the dragon's roar, Shen Muyue looked up sharply, fixating on the Ta Huang sword in Yishio's hand, her expression one of astonishment. What kind of celestial artifact is this, to be accompanied by the sound of a dragon? Seeing her astonishment, Yishio chuckled and replied, This sword is called the Ta Huang sword, once a treasure of the Xia dynasty. Xia dynasty? Shen Muyue furrowed her brow in contemplation. This name had never surfaced in her memory. She shook her head and, with a hint of curiosity, asked, Why have I never heard of this Xia dynasty? That is a complex tale to tell. You will understand in due time, Yishio said hesitantly, observing Shen Muyue's inquisitive expression. Noticing his reluctance to elaborate, Shen Muyue decided not to press further. Very well, since you do not wish to speak of it now, I shall not inquire, she said gently. Gazing at the understanding Shen Muyue before him, Yishio felt a warm surge within his heart. This is for you, he said, extending the sword towards her. Wait. Shen Muyue hesitated, her expression indicating reluctance. Yishio continued, Xiaoyu, as the Ling Zun of the spirit realm, how can you be without a capable celestial artifact? Moreover, with this sword, you can better protect the spirit realm, no? Shen Muyue felt warmth from Yishio's words, and, thus, no longer declined, reaching out to accept the Ta Huang sword. And these, Yishio added, producing several gray and white boxes and placing them on the ground. Seeing the white boxes on the floor and recalling their contents, Shen Muyue's cheeks flushed slightly, though she maintained an air of authority as the Ling Zun. Facing such intimate items inevitably made her feel a bit embarrassed. With a wave of her hand, she collected all the items on the ground and said, By the way, how did you manage to find a Li so quickly during your trip to the mortal realm? She was curious about how Yishio could locate a Li so promptly. I brought back that clucking creature, the one that was bald. It's not a chicken, but Shen Li's true form, Yishio explained slowly. What? How could a Li reveal her true form? Who has harmed her? Upon hearing that Shen Li was injured, Shen Muyue abruptly rose to her feet, exclaiming in indignation. Observing Shen Muyue's furious demeanor, Yishio sighed and replied, It is none other than her subordinate, Mo Fong, who, in an attempt to assist her in escaping marriage, has acted rather recklessly. That Mo Fong is truly a scoundrel, utterly unaware of the consequences of his actions. When he returns, I shall determine his punishment, Shen Muyue said through clenched teeth. Yishio stepped forward, enveloping Shen Muyue in his arms, and gently reassured her, Now, we cannot place all the blame on Mo Fong. It is best to let it go. Humph, Shen Muyue huffed, pretending to be angry as she turned her head away. Witnessing her adorable facade of feigned anger brought a smile to Yishio's heart. He tenderly cupped her face, turning it towards him, and then placed a heartfelt kiss upon the slightly upturned corner of her lips. After the gentle kiss, Yishio held Shen Muyue quietly in his embrace. However, at that moment, a sudden realization struck him, and he murmured, Oh no. Chapter 14. Conclusion. Yishio's courtyard. Alas, I have forgotten whether the city lord would transfer his vendetta against his son to Zhou Sanling. What vendetta against his son? Shen Muyue inquired, perplexed. Yishio recounted the tribulations faced in the mortal realm. Then why not descend to the lower realm and assess the situation? Shen Muyue suggested gently. After pondering for a moment, Yishio nodded. I shall descend and ascertain the circumstances. Rest assured. I will return swiftly. Please wait for me at home. Yes, go quickly and do not delay your important matters, Shen Muyue softly urged. All right, I shall return soon. With that, he turned and descended to the lower realm. Qingsheng City, Zhou family village. Upon arriving at Zhou Sanlang's residence, Yishio observed signs of a struggle. It seemed he had arrived rather late. Without hesitation, he made his way to the city lord's mansion. City lord's mansion, seated upon the throne, was a stern-looking middle-aged man, while a young man stood to one side. Father, although my elder brother has met his demise, it is all due to his own misdeeds. Had he not acted wickedly, how could he have been killed? The young man asserted. Fool, that is your elder brother. He has been slain, and you dare speak in favor of outsiders? You even audaciously rescued the murderer. Do you not regard me as your father? The stern-faced man retorted angrily. This man was none other than Gu Sansi, the city lord of Qingsheng City, while the young man was his second son, Gu Qingjin. Indeed, although the city lord's elder son is arrogant and overbearing, his younger son displays remarkable understanding. A sudden voice echoed within the grand hall of the mansion. Gu Sansi and Gu Qingjin turned their gazes toward the source of the voice, and a figure gradually emerged. It was Yishio, who had just arrived from Zhou family village. Who are you, daring to intrude upon the city lord's mansion? Gu Sansi questioned warily. Me? I am precisely the murderer you seek. What? Do you not recognize the killer now that he stands before you? Yishio replied with a light chuckle, a hint of mockery dancing in his eyes. What? You are the one who killed my son. Gu Sansi's eyes ignited with fury upon hearing this. He slammed his hand on the table, rose to his feet, and bellowed, Guards, seize him. At his command, several guards rushed in, armed and menacing, surrounding Yishio. Do you think these worthless fools can restrain me? With a casual wave of his hand, Yishio sent the guards sprawling backward. You. Gu Sansi pointed at Yishio, momentarily at a loss for words due to his rage. Enough, city lord, do not trouble yourself further. Besides, you have such an exemplary second son. It would be fitting to pass the city lordship to him, Yishio remarked nonchalantly. May I inquire your esteemed name? Gu Qingjin asked as he regarded Yishio. Call me Yishio. Zhou Sanlang and his wife were saved by young Master Gu. Yishio replied, directing his gaze toward Gu Qingjin. Indeed, Yishio, I did rescue Zhou Sanlang and his wife. They are currently recuperating within my mansion, Gu Qingjin answered sincerely. That is splendid. Then let us proceed to young Master Gu's residence for a discussion, shall we? Yishio suggested with a smile. Please, Yishio, Gu Qingjin responded. He then turned to Gu Sansi, saying, Father, I shall accompany Yishio back now. My elder brother's demise is solely due to his own misdeeds. Fool. Gu Sansi slammed his hand on the table in anger. Alas, I have been too indulgent toward Rue Air. Gu Sansi sighed deeply, as if he had aged a decade in an instant. Jinyu Mansion. As Yishio and Gu Qingjin approached the entrance, a cacophony of terrified cries erupted from within the mansion. Upon entering, they found the interior in disarray. A massive lotus flower wreaked havoc, crashing into the surrounding structures, while fierce and scorching demon spirits soared through the air. The servants screamed in terror, desperately seeking refuge, with some tragically consumed by the flames of the demon spirits. Please, Yishio, lend your strength to aid my household in expelling these demon spirits. Gu Qingjin implored, clasping his fists toward Yishio. Do not worry, young Master Gu. I shall intervene, Yishio replied, unleashing a wave of energy that transformed into 81 colossal dragons, swiftly devouring all the demon spirits that lingered in the air. The tumultuous scene fell silent as the demon spirits vanished, and the servants rushed forward, exclaiming, Second young master, you have returned just in time, otherwise. Before the servant could finish, Gu Qingjin interjected, Where are the two individuals I brought back? Are they unharmed? They remain in their room and have not emerged. They appear to be unscathed, the leading servant responded. Yishio, please follow me, Gu Qingjin said, leading Yishio to a secluded guest room that had fortunately evaded the demon's destruction. Creak. The door swung open. Hearing the sudden calm outside, Zhou Sanlang and his wife cautiously opened the door. Benefactor, it is you. You have saved us once more. We shall forever remember your immense kindness, Zhou Sanlang and Yun Yang said in unison. Now that the demon spirits have been vanquished, the city lord will no longer trouble you. You may return now, Yishio reassured Zhou Sanlang and his wife. Then, Benefactor, please take care, they replied, following the servant as they made their way outside. Suddenly, Gu Qingjin exclaimed, Oh no, sure air. His face turned pale as he hurriedly dashed toward the main hall. Yishio followed closely behind, arriving at the main hall to find a hidden chamber behind the bookcase ajar. He entered the chamber after Gu Qingjin. In the center lay an ice bed upon which a pale woman appeared to be in a deep slumber. Standing beside the bed was a stunning woman clad in dark attire, exuding a menacing aura. Gu Qingjin, I never imagined you would merely use me as a means to acquire medicinal materials, all to save this woman? The dark-clad woman remarked, extending her hand toward the woman on the ice bed. Stop! Gu Qingjin leapt forward to block her, shouting vehemently. In an instant, the two engaged in combat. However, being a mere mortal, Gu Qingjin was no match for the demon. He was on the verge of being struck when Yishio intervened, positioning himself between them. Enough, cease your hostilities for the time being. And you are? The dark-clad woman demanded. Yishio ignored her inquiry and turned to Gu Qingjin. Young Master Gu, if you wish to revive your beloved, there is no need to resort to the lotus spirit as a medicinal ingredient. I possess an item that can awaken her. Is what you say true, Yishio? Gu Qingjin gazed at Yishio with elation. Certainly. However, if I were to rescue Ling Qi, I would have a condition. Yishio slowly remarked as he gazed at Gu Qingjin. Brother Yi, feel free to speak, Gu Qingjin replied. She must accompany me. What say you, Gu Gongzi? Yishio gestured towards the cloaked woman behind him. Who are you? Why should I go with you? The cloaked woman retorted angrily. My dear lady, his heart belongs solely to that one. What purpose does this serve? Do you not wish for his happiness? Yishio addressed the cloaked woman. The cloaked woman, momentarily stunned, suddenly crouched down and began to weep. Chapter 15. The abduction of a young lotus flower not long ago. During the course of a tea break, Yishio pondered in his heart, System, is there a way to revive Yishur? Ding. The system's voice echoed. The host may consume a month's worth of check-in opportunities to exchange for a 9-turn soul reviving pill. 9-turn soul reviving pill. A month's check-in opportunity? I shall assess the situation later. Yishio mused silently. Returning to the present, he declared, System, I will expend a month's check-in opportunity for the 9-turn soul reviving pill. Yishio gazed at the black-clad woman weeping on the ground and continued his silent thoughts. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the 9-turn soul reviving pill. You will be unable to check in for 1 month. Xiao He, I truly apologize. I know this is profoundly unfair to you, but I merely wish to save my beloved wife. Please, go with him. Gu Qingjin looked at Xiao He with a mixture of helplessness and guilt. Xiao He's eyes, now swollen from crying, locked onto Gu Qingjin with disbelief as she retorted, You would have me leave with another man to save her? Gu Qingjin, how cruel you are. Slowly rising to her feet, disappointment and estrangement filled her gaze. Gu Qingjin found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Fine, I am willing to go with him. Xiao He regarded the man who had become a stranger to her, her eyes brimming with sorrow. Upon witnessing Xiao He's willingness to depart with Yishio, Gu Qingjin turned his gaze towards Yishio, saying, Brother Yi, I know not what can save my wife. Now that Xiao He is willing to follow you, I wonder. Gazing at the reincarnated form of the divine night monarch before him, Yishio extended his palm, a pill radiating a golden light resting quietly within it. Brother Gu, your wife's condition stems from her soul being adrift, unable to return to her body. Consuming this 9-turn soul reviving pill will restore her. Yishio handed the golden pill to Gu Qingjin, receiving the 9-turn soul reviving pill with trembling hands. Gu Qingjin spoke in a quivering voice. Brother Yi, your immeasurable kindness, I, Gu Qingjin, will forever remember. With that, he turned and approached the icy bed, feeding the pill to the woman lying there. Before long, a series of coughs escaped the lips of the woman, and she slowly opened her eyes. Sure, you have finally awakened. Gu Qingjin gently caressed her cheek, his voice trembling. The woman, named Sure, weakly lifted her hand to touch Gu Qingjin's face, struggling to utter, Chang. Jin. Observing the reunion, Yishio turned to Xiao He beside him and softly urged, Let us depart. He is not yours. Grant them this time together. With that, he turned and walked away. Xiao He glanced at Yishio's retreating figure, then at Gu Qingjin holding Sure's hands. Seeing the intimacy between them, a wave of sorrow surged within Xiao He. She turned and followed Yishio outside. Feeling the presence of Xiao He behind him, Yishio felt a sense of satisfaction, thinking, Excellent. This transaction is worthwhile. I almost believed I had lost the 9-turn soul reviving pill for nothing. The two exited the Jinyu mansion, arriving at Chonglu Street. Hey, why do you want me to go with you? Xiao He suddenly inquired. her voice tinged with reluctance as she trailed a short distance behind Yishio. Yishio turned, looking at Xiao He, who was keeping her distance. He chuckled. Why stand so far away? Are you afraid I might devour you? Come closer. Upon hearing Yishio's words, Xiao He hurriedly approached him. Do you wish to know why I want you to follow me? Yishio asked with a smile. Yes, Xiao He replied without hesitation. Gazing at the innocent Xiao He, Yishio spoke gently. Since the moment Gu Qingjin took you in, it was solely for the purpose of sacrificing you to save his wife. To him, you possess no value beyond that. Regardless of your actions, they hold no significance to him. In his heart, you are nothing compared to his beloved. Therefore, leave him. You will gradually forget this pain, and a more beautiful life awaits you. Xiao He lifted her gaze, meeting Yishio's sincere eyes, and her defenses crumbled in an instant. She recalled how the one she had once trusted had treated her with indifference. Overcome with emotion, she could no longer contain herself. Suddenly, she threw herself into Yishio's embrace, weeping heartily as if to release all her grievances and suffering through her tears. Yishio did not push her away, allowing her to cry in his arms. It's all right to let it all out. After a long while, Yishio felt his clothing dampened by her tears. Slowly, Xiao He's sobs subsided, and she lifted her head from his embrace, her red and swollen eyes gradually regaining their brightness. Thank you, my lord, Xiao He said softly, her gratitude evident, before inquiring, by the way, may I ask how you are addressed? From now on, you may call me Yishio, he replied, smiling at the recovering Xiao He. Oh, Xiao He responded, suddenly realizing she was still nestled in Yishio's embrace, and her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she hurriedly stepped away. Seeing her shyness brought a smile to Yishio's face, and he teased, Are you feeling a bit better now? Xiao He nodded gently, her cheeks still tinged with red. Yes, I feel much better. Thank you, brother Yi. Yishio smiled warmly, saying, No need for thanks. Let the past remain in the past. We must look forward. Perhaps a better person awaits you in the future. Upon hearing this, Xiao He silently nodded, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. All right, let us go. First, we must meet a friend of mine, Yishio softly stated, turning and walking ahead. Xingyun courtyard knock, knock, knock. Yishio rapped on the door. Before long, a figure clad in azure garments opened it. Brother Yi, what a pleasure to see you again so soon. Please come in. As Xingyun spoke, he coughed a few times, revealing his frail condition. Seeing the weakened state of Xingyun, Yishio sighed inwardly, contemplating, it is indeed a burden for a mortal to bear the memories of an ancient deity. Alas, he is beyond saving. We shall wait for his passing to reclaim his essence. Following Xingyun into the courtyard, they took a seat at the stone table. Brother Yi, who is this? Xingyun pointed toward Xiao He, who stood behind Yishio, and asked, Who is this? This is Xiao He, a dear friend of mine, Yishio replied, turning gently toward her. Xiao He, please, sit down. No need to stand. Once Xiao He had taken her seat, Xingyun beamed with delight and said, Brother Yi, the mobile phone you gifted me last time has truly been an extraordinary boon. Without it, my days would have been exceedingly arduous. As the three engaged in cheerful conversation. Chapter 16. The imperial weapon displays its might. Seizing the Lingjia and the boundary of Shutianyuan at this moment, the entire city of Baishui has been enveloped by a formidable city defense array, forming an invisible protective barrier. The sky is filled with the howls of malevolent spirits and demons, incessantly crashing against the shield, which appears on the verge of shattering. In this critical moment, a crisp yet furious voice resounds. Bold demons, daring to attack Baishui City, perish at my command. Dressed in red, Shen Li, wielding the Qiyu spear, resembles a crimson lightning bolt as she charges toward the demons. Wherever her spear sweeps, the demons are reduced to ashes. Mo Fong follows closely behind, launching himself at the demons with his long sword, unleashing sword energy infused with magical power, slaying one demon after another. However, the sheer number of demons is overwhelming, and the city's protective barrier is about to be breached, with dire consequences looming. Suddenly, Shen Li appears to recall something. The imperial weapon. How could I almost forget the imperial weapon bestowed by my master? In an instant, the Zhenyu spear materializes in her grasp. Shen Li channels her spirit into the spear, yet her insufficient cultivation prevents her from awakening the deity within. Thus, she resorts to telepathically guiding the spear into the skies above Baishui City, infusing it with her entire magical essence. As the power surges, the Zhenyu spear begins to radiate a dazzling brilliance, its ancient and majestic force gradually awakening, seemingly capable of subduing all malevolence in the world. With a single strike of the spear, a visible wave sweeps across the skies above by Shui City. Moments later, after the brilliance fades, not a single demon remains in sight. Not far away, a mysterious figure cloaked in black robes, with a conical hat and shrouded in dark mist, witnesses the scene and quietly turns to leave. Shen Li gazes at the astonishing spectacle caused by the spear's strike and murmurs to herself, "This is truly powerful. My master has been exceedingly generous to grant me such a treasure. I wonder what my master is doing now." Just as Shen Li is lost in thought, General Shang Bei and Zhu Fei arrive with their troops, staring in disbelief at the empty city, devoid of demons. In the human realm, at the Xingyun courtyard, Yishou rises and bows to Xingyun, saying, "Brother Xingyun, take care." "You too, Brother Yi, do take care," Xingyun replies. "Farewell." Yishou turns to leave the courtyard, with Xiao He closely trailing behind. After departing from Xingyun's courtyard, Yishou glances at Xiao He beside him and inquires, "Xiao He, would you like to accompany me to the Lingjia? I am now without a home, and wherever you go, I shall follow." Xiao He, with a hint of sadness, softly replies, "All right, then we shall return to the Lingjia together." With that, Yishou gently takes Xiao He's hand, and they soar into the sky, vanishing in the blink of an eye. In the Lingjia, at the Lingzuan residence, Yishou and Xiao He traverse smoothly back to his courtyard. He settles Xiao He in the guest room on the right side of the courtyard, saying, "Xiao He, take your time to familiarize yourself with the courtyard. I will be out for a moment." "Okay, you go ahead," Xiao He replies softly, as Yishou opens the door, preparing to step out of the courtyard. He unexpectedly encounters Shen Muyue and Shen Li approaching side by side. "Xiao Yu, Ali, what brings you here?" Yishou asks, puzzled. "We just heard from the guards that you have returned, and Ali has won a great victory in her campaign. So we came to see you," Shen Muyue responds affectionately. "Indeed, Master, I heard you brought back a beautiful lady. Where is she? Let me see." Shen Li chimes in eagerly. Xiao Yu, please don't misunderstand. Let us go inside first," Yishou says, taking Shen Muyue's hand and leading her into the courtyard, while Shen Li follows and closes the courtyard door behind them. Hearing the commotion in the courtyard, Xiao He emerges from the guest room, and their eyes meet in surprise. Come, let me introduce you. This is Lingzuan Shen Muyue." Yishou gestures toward Shen Muyue. "And this is Shen Li, the esteemed disciple of the Lingjia S. by Cong Wang." "Greetings, Lingzuan, Your Highness," Xiao He curtsies politely. "This is Xiao He, whom I brought back from the human realm," Yishou explains, then telepathically shares with Shen Muyue and Shen Li the tragic tale of Xiao He's past. "What? Such a person exists? If it were me, I would surely slay him." Shen Li exclaims in anger upon hearing Xiao He's story. "Indeed, this person is truly despicable," Shen Muyue adds, equally indignant. Both women feel a deep sense of injustice over Xiao He's plight. Shen Li steps forward, takes Xiao He's hand, and assures her, "Do not worry, from now on in the Lingjia, I will protect you. No one will dare to bully you." "Thank you, Your Highness," Xiao He replies gratefully, her eyes glistening with tears. Observing the pleasant interaction between Shen Li and Xiao He, Yishou interjects, "Xiao Yu, Ali, Xiao He, please take a seat. I will prepare a grand feast for you." With that, he heads towards the kitchen. Yishou busies himself in the kitchen for quite some time, and finally presents an array of mouth-watering dishes. Braised spirit fish, made from the unique spirit fish of the Lingjia. Its tender flesh melts in the mouth. He introduces the first dish, the enticing aroma prompting the three ladies to swallow hard. 8 exquisite dishes are laid out on the stone table in the courtyard. Shen Muyue and the others delicately pick up a piece of braised spirit fish and taste it, their eyes lighting up. "This flavor is simply divine. I've never had such delicious food in the residence," Shen Li exclaims, heartily enjoying the steamed spirit fish. "Master, your culinary skills are truly remarkable." Xiao He, particularly fond of the spicy crab meat, praises, "Brother Yi, your dishes are truly delightful." After the meal, as evening descends, Yishou instructs Shen Li to stay with Xiao He and takes Shen Muyue out of the courtyard. Shortly after, in Shen Muyue's chamber, the two enter side by side, and as the door closes, a unique atmosphere begins to envelop the room. "Xiao Yu." Yishou approaches and softly whispers in her ear. Shen Muyue shoots him a playful glare, her cheeks flushing, then gently pushes him away and turns towards the inner room. "You rascal, hurry up and follow." Yishou, elated by her words, quickly strides after her. As she stepped into the inner chamber, Shen Muyue gently waved her hand, and the light within the room transformed into a soft and ambiguous glow. Slowly, she shed her outer garments, revealing a gossamer gown that clung delicately to her form, subtly outlining her enchanting silhouette. Yishio gazed at Shen Muyue, her graceful figure barely concealed beneath the sheer fabric, and could not help but swallow hard. He swiftly approached her, wrapping his arms around her slender waist, and murmured softly, "Xiaoyu, you are truly beautiful." Shen Muyue lifted her gaze to meet Yishio's, her eyes brimming with tenderness and affection. She rose onto her tiptoes, willingly offering her lips, her voice laced with a hint of seduction as she asked, "Do you like me?" Yishio lowered his head, passionately pressing his lips against Shen Muyue's, affirming, "Of course I do. Xiaoyu is the most significant woman in my heart." The two shared an intimate kiss, collapsing together onto the soft bed. In that fleeting moment, Chapter 17, The Return of the Divine Lord. In the stillness of the night, the commotion within the room gradually subsided. Shen Muyue nestled in Yishio's embrace, playfully exclaimed, "I knew you would bully me. Is this your first time?" It's hard to restrain oneself. Yishio gently caressed Shen Muyue's silky hair and whispered, "Hey, don't move around. All right, let's rest. For the next month, I cannot clock in. It seems I can only devote myself to secluded cultivation. In a month, that rascal Xing Yun will return to his position, right?" Yishio mused silently. System, display a tribute panel. Upon his silent command, a translucent panel appeared before his eyes, visible only to him. Host, Yishio Realm. Mid-Saint level, according to the realm classification of Fengxing World. Human Realm, Earth Realm, Heaven Realm, Saint Realm, Divine Realm, with each realm further divided into early, mid, late stages, and perfection, skills, divine culinary arts, proficiency in all languages items, 89 boxes of Sophie sanitary napkins, 88 boxes of snack gift packs, 8 Huawei Meta 100 devices, 3-piece black silk set techniques, 18 palms of the dragon subduing, heavenly demons formless skill weapon, pillar of heaven, unmatched power. It seems I must strive even harder in my cultivation to reach the divine level soon. Yishio sighed inwardly as he gazed at his attribute panel. The following day, in the morning, Shen Muyue headed to the council hall to attend to governmental affairs, while Yishio made his way to his small courtyard. Upon reaching the entrance, he heard peculiar sounds emanating from within. He pushed open the door and stepped inside, discovering Shen Li and Xiao He huddled together, engrossed in a drama playing on their phones. Hearing the door open, the two girls looked up simultaneously, and upon seeing Yishio, they quickly returned their attention to the screen. "All right, stop watching for a moment and come over. I have something for you," Yishio gently urged the enthralled duo. "Master, is there something fun?" Shen Li asked, her eyes widening in anticipation. Yishio produced a new phone and handed it to Xiao He, saying, "Xiao He, this is for you, just like the one Li has. If you don't know how to use it, she can teach you." "Ah, for me? Really?" Xiao He exclaimed joyfully as she dashed to Yishio's side. Ever since she learned that Shen Li possessed such an entertaining gadget, she had longed to have one of her own. She never expected that Yishio would gift her one today, and her heart swelled with delight. At that moment, Shen Li also stepped forward, having put away her phone. With a wave of his hand, Yishio conjured several boxes in the courtyard. Some white and some light brown. "These are for both of you. Each of you gets 3 of each color." After speaking, he wandered into the living room. He retrieved a lounge chair and returned to the courtyard, placing it beneath a large, unfamiliar tree, where he reclined and closed his eyes for a brief rest. Nearby, Shen Li and Xiao He opened the white boxes, and, upon reading the usage instructions, their cheeks flushed crimson. They simultaneously glanced at Yishio, who was napping in the lounge chair. "Master, how could you give such embarrassing items to girls? Yigu, how could you carry such personal items for girls? I wonder where you find all these peculiar things." The two girls pondered silently. Thus, time passed day by day. Aside from sharing intimate moments with Shen Muyue, Yishio frequently teased the two girls, enjoying peaceful afternoons in the courtyard. Life was exceedingly comfortable. Xiao He gradually forgot her past sorrows and became lively again, forming a close bond with Shen Li, almost as if they were best friends. A month swiftly elapsed. Beyond the heavens, previously feeling bored in the realm beyond, I contemplated descending to the mortal world to experience life as an ordinary person, casting aside all and indulging in a game. Who would have thought that the mortal platform would strip me of my divine powers while leaving my memories intact? It turned out to be counterproductive. The divine Lord Xing Ji lamented before the tablets of the ancient gods. By the way, I hope the phone Yishio gave me is still in the mortal realm and hasn't been taken by anyone. While recounting his reincarnation experience to the ancient god tablets, Xing Ji suddenly remembered the phone still left behind in the mortal world. He promptly set off for the lower realm. As it happened, the mortal Xing Yun had passed away, and the ancient god Xing Ji resumed his position. In the mortal realm, Qing Sheng City, Xing Ji arrived beneath the century-old phoenix flower tree, knelt down, and soon unearthed a small wooden box wrapped in layers. After removing the wrappings, he retrieved the phone from inside, powered it on, and confirmed that everything was functioning normally. A flash of light enveloped him, and Xing Ji's figure vanished. In the celestial realm, Ling Xiao Palace, heavenly auspices descended as myriad flowers bloomed and birds sang harmoniously. Such auspicious signs must indicate the return of the Divine Lord. The heavenly king, beaming with joy, descended the steps and gazed at the celestial phenomenon above, exclaiming jubilantly, "Come with me to welcome the Divine Lord." The heavenly king instructed the celestial officials flanking him. Having spoken, he hurried towards the Divine Lord's abode in the celestial realm. Outside the Divine Lord's residence, a crowd had already gathered for some time. Just then, a radiant arc of 7 colors flashed, and the Divine Lord Xing Ji appeared before them. "Welcome back, Divine Lord." The heavenly king led the celestial officials in bowing respectfully to the Divine Lord. Waving his hand, Xing Ji smiled and said, "All right, you may all withdraw. Return to your duties." Having said this, he turned and re-entered his Divine Lord's residence. This time, the Divine Lord seems different. Do you all feel that? Indeed. Previously, whenever he descended to the mortal world, we were always reprimanded upon his return. This time, he even smiled. Yes, I wonder what delightful experiences the Divine Lord encountered during this descent. The celestial officials whispered among themselves. What are you all gossiping about? Are you so idle that the heavenly king must find you all some work? The heavenly king boomed at the group of celestial officials engaged in hushed conversations. The murmurs ceased instantly. As the celestial officials dispersed, the heavenly king's expression shifted from somber to joyful as he murmured, "I wonder what amusing events the Divine Lord experienced this time. Regardless, it is of no concern. At least we are spared from scolding." Haha. Reflecting on the past and contrasting it with the present, he couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter, as if his very steps had become lighter. In the celestial realm, Fu Rongjun's manor, within the spacious and ornate hall, surrounded by opulent decorations, the air was filled with a delicate fragrance. A group of elegantly veiled women, adorned in delicate, flowing fabrics, gracefully dance at the center of the grand hall. On either side of the hall, several women are engrossed in playing the qin. At the forefront, a splendidly attired man, bearing a striking resemblance to the women, leans nonchalantly against a table. With one hand clutching a wine jug, he sways his other hand in harmony with the rhythm of the music. Suddenly, a loud noise disrupts the enchanting performance of the musicians and dancers. The man above, seemingly oblivious to the interruption, proclaims, "Do not cease. Continue to play, continue to dance." Chapter 18. Journey to the Immortal Realm. Just as the songstresses were preparing to resume their performance and dance, several celestial officials entered, each carrying a few trays, and announced, reporting to the Tai Sun, "These are the auspicious garments specially prepared for you by the celestial sovereign." "What? That mother dragon has already fled from marriage. Why is there any need for auspicious garments?" exclaimed the young man referred to as Tai Sun, rising abruptly in shock. "Tai Sun, you may not be aware, but the king of the spirit realm, Bai Tsang Wang, returned to the spirit realm a month ago," one celestial official stated. "What? How was I not informed of this?" Tai Sun Fu Rongjun expressed, astonished. With that, he hurriedly dashed towards the Ling Xiao Palace. In the immortal realm, Ling Xiao Palace, Fu Rongjun arrived at the side of the celestial sovereign, kneeling before him, embracing his legs, and playfully lamenting, "Grandfather, I am in distress." The celestial sovereign looked at his ineffectual grandson, blinked, and, with a frown, said, "Why don't you quickly pay your respects to the god of action?" "What? The god of action, the only surviving ancient deity?" Fu Rongjun thought to himself as he gazed at the god of action, who stood beside the celestial sovereign clad in white robes. Hastily, he stood up and bowed to the god of action, saying, "I pay my respects to the god." "What a spirited young man," the god of action remarked nonchalantly. "Just an inept little brat," the celestial sovereign interjected quickly upon hearing the god of action's words. He then sighed, looking at Fu Rongjun, and asked, "What troubles you now?" "Grandfather, I cannot marry the king of the spirit realm, Baicang Wang. I have an affliction that could affect the relations between our realms," Fu Rongjun pleaded, kneeling once more before the celestial sovereign. "What ailment do you speak of?" The celestial sovereign inquired, perplexed. I do not have an affinity for women," Fu Rongjun replied, his face flushed with embarrassment. What did you say? Repeat that." The celestial sovereign gazed incredulously at his grandson, his anger palpable. I simply do not have an affinity for women," Fu Rongjun stubbornly replied, meeting the celestial sovereign's furious expression. You are driving me to madness. How could I have such a grandson?" The celestial sovereign, enraged, halted his hand mid-swing, sighed, and turned to the god of action, saying, "God, my grandson, sigh. Although this marriage was arranged by you, we shall not shirk our responsibility." Upon hearing the celestial sovereign's words, the god of action recalled that before descending to wander the mortal realm, the celestial sovereign had approached him with the peach official to discuss the union between the immortal and spirit realms, and he had carelessly signed his name, unaware it would be to the celestial sovereign's grandson. "In that case, let us postpone this matter for now and discuss it later," the god of action stated calmly. "Indeed, I will inform the spirit realm immediately," the celestial sovereign respectfully replied. He then turned to Fu Rongjun and said, "You should express your gratitude to the god." "Thank you, God." Fu Rongjun joyfully bowed in thanks. The god of action nodded and transformed into a beam of light, departing. In the spirit realm, at the Baicang Wang's residence, Shen Li and Xiao He were engaged in a conversation about matters of the heart. Suddenly, Roya rushed in, panting, and anxiously exclaimed, Not good, Your Highness. The immortal realm has sent messengers with auspicious garments. Everything has already arrived at the residence." "What? This is too much. I refuse to marry that wastrel. I shall seek my master." "Roya, you need not accompany me." With that, she took Xiao He by the hand and headed towards the Lingzun's courtyard where Yishio resided. After a short while, the two women arrived at the door and pushed it open. I did not mean to interrupt," Shen Li stammered upon seeing the two who had just been kissing, her cheeks turning a shade of crimson. Hearing the door open, Shen Muyue swiftly pushed Yishio away, her face flushed, while Yishio smiled awkwardly. "Ali, you arrived at the perfect time. The immortal realm has stated that your marriage will be postponed." Lingzun Shen Muyue quickly regained her former authority, attempting to divert the topic. "Master, did you not say you would help me annul the engagement? You must have a way, right?" Shen Li eagerly approached Yishio, clinging to his arm, her bright eyes filled with hopeful anticipation. All right. Do not shake so. You will break my arm. I will accompany your master to the immortal realm shortly to resolve your marriage issue," Yishio said, affectionately ruffling her hair. "Really? That is wonderful. Thank you, master." Shen Li exclaimed joyfully, rising on her toes to plant a kiss on Yishio's cheek. Such impudence. Shen Muyue feigned anger at Shen Li's actions. After giving Shen Li and Xiao He a few instructions, Yishio set off with Shen Muyue towards the immortal realm. On the way, Shen Muyue questioned, "Yishio, how do you plan to have the immortal realm annul Shen Li's engagement? Are you confident?" "Do not worry. You will understand upon arrival," Yishio replied, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. He thought to himself, by now, Xingyun must have become the god of action, just in time for a check-in as well. Soon, they arrived at the southern heavenly gate of the immortal realm. Yishio gazed at the magnificent southern heavenly gate, towering into the clouds, its golden plaque shimmering, and felt a sense of awe. Truly the facade of the immortal realm. As they approached the southern heavenly gate, they were halted by the guarding celestial soldiers. "Who goes there, and what is your purpose?" Yishio stepped forward, smiling as he said, "I am Yishio, and this is the Lingzun of the spirit realm. We have come to visit the celestial sovereign on urgent matters." The celestial soldiers scrutinized them for a moment, then nodded and said, "Please wait a moment. I will notify the authorities." After a brief interval, the celestial soldier returned and respectfully informed them, "The celestial sovereign requests your presence. Please follow me." Yishio and Shen Muyue followed the celestial soldier through the southern heavenly gate, traversing through palace halls and gardens shrouded in mist, until they finally arrived at the Ling Shao Palace of the immortal realm. Inside the Ling Shao Palace, the celestial sovereign sat upon a throne adorned with jade carvings, surrounded by swirling celestial clouds, exuding an air of majesty. Upon seeing Yishio and Shen Muyue arrive, he smiled and rose from his throne to greet them. I did not expect the Ling Zun to visit my immortal realm. What brings you here? Tianjun gazed at the two individuals and spoke in a tranquil manner. We have come here in hopes that Tianjun could annul the engagement between Shen Li and Fu Rongjun. Yishio looked at Tianjun and nodded. Ling Zun. May I inquire as to the identity of this esteemed individual? Tianjun, observing Yishio as the focal point among the two, asked with a hint of curiosity. I am a friend of Xing, Zhishinjun. Might you be so kind as to summon him here? Simply convey that I, Yishio, wish to have a conversation with him. Yishio replied with composure. Upon hearing Yishio's words and witnessing his demeanor, Tianjun, though filled with uncertainty, promptly dispatched someone to summon Xing, Zhishinjun. Meanwhile, Shen Muyue, having overheard Yishio's remarks, cast a puzzled glance his way, as if questioning when he had made the acquaintance of Xing, Zhishinjun. Yishio returned a reassuring look and inwardly called out. System, check-in. Ding. Chapter 19. The cancellation of the engagement in the celestial realm of Lingxiao Baodian. As Yishio awaited the arrival of God Jun Xingji, he silently recited in his heart. System, check-in. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in at Lingxiao Baodian in the celestial realm and received rewards. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a breakthrough pill, which allows you to reach the perfect state of the Saint Realm. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the extreme Dao Emperor weapon, the Shihuang Tower. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the skill card, Eye of Inquiry, which allows you to view information about individuals of lower cultivation than yourself. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 100 boxes of Sufi and 100 boxes of gourmet food packages. Just as Yishio reveled in the rewards bestowed by the system, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Brother Yi, it truly is you. How did you know? God Jun Xingji, who had hurried over upon receiving the news, gazed at Yishio with a mix of astonishment and confusion, his words faltering at the edge of his lips. Brother Xingji, I cannot elaborate on this matter for now. Consider it a divination of sorts, Yishio replied mysteriously after a brief contemplation. Despite the many questions swirling within him, God Jun Xingji refrained from pressing further. With a smile, he inquired, What brings you to seek me, Brother Yi? Brother Xingji, I have come primarily regarding the engagement between the spirit realm's King Baikang and myself. To be candid, I wish to annul this engagement, Yishio stated plainly. Upon hearing this, the heavenly monarch, who had been listening, felt reluctant. While he did not wish for his grandson to marry a prince from a subordinate world, he believed that, for the sake of the celestial realm's dignity, it should be the celestial realm that initiates the annulment. Thus, he expressed his displeasure, saying, an engagement set by the God Jun cannot simply be cancelled at will. God Jun Xingji pondered for a moment, secretly contemplating that a union between the two realms was neither necessary nor mandatory. Moreover, having received a gift of a mobile phone from Brother Yi, he decided to lend his assistance. Turning to the displeased heavenly monarch, he casually stated, Since Brother Yi insists, let us annul the union between the spirit realm and the celestial realm. God Jun, perhaps you should reconsider. The heavenly monarch's face showed signs of hesitation. God Jun Xingji waved his hand, interrupting the heavenly monarch. No need for further discussion. My decision is final. King Baikang and Jun Furong share no affections. A forced union bears no sweetness. One is unwilling to marry, and the other is unwilling to wed. So let us dissolve their engagement. Though the heavenly monarch felt a pang of reluctance, he dared not oppose God Jun Xingji's will. With a forced smile, he nodded in acquiescence, acknowledging that since the God Jun had made his decision, it shall be as he decreed. He merely hoped that the two realms would continue to foster amicable relations and unite against malevolent forces. Very well. Brother Yi, shall we retire to my humble abode for a discussion? God Jun Xingji invited with a smile. Indeed, I would like to converse with Brother Xingji, Yishio replied graciously. However, the spirit sovereign has accompanied me. May she join us at your residence? Yishio turned to the bewildered Shen Muyue beside him, smiling as he spoke. Of course, Brother Yi, spirit sovereign, please, come in. God Jun Xingji extended his hand with a welcoming smile. With that, the three of them proceeded towards God Jun Xingji's celestial estate. Proclaimed to the three realms, the engagement between Jun Furong and King Baikang of the spirit realm is hereby annulled, the heavenly monarch commanded, watching the trio depart. Yes, the celestial soldier bowed and accepted the order before swiftly departing. With the issuance of the heavenly monarch's decree, the news of the annulment soon spread throughout the three realms. In the residence of Jun Furong, what? My engagement with King Baikang has been annulled? Is this true? Jun Furong clutched the arms of the celestial soldier who had come to deliver the news, repeatedly seeking confirmation. Indeed, esteemed granddaughter, an envoy from the spirit realm has conferred with the heavenly monarch, and the god Jun has issued the order to annul your engagement with King Baikang, the celestial soldier affirmed. Splendid. I am finally free from that tyrannical dragon. No more fear and anxiety. Haha. Upon confirming the news, Jun Furong laughed heartily, overwhelmed with joy. In the spirit realm, at King Baikang's residence, as the news arrived, Shen Li and Xiao He were each engrossed in their mobile phones, absorbed in a drama. It was unclear what they were watching, but Shen Li was laughing uproariously while Xiao He was wiping away tears. Suddenly, Roya dashed in with a lively step, exclaiming, Your Highness, you have good news. A parrot perched on a nearby branch echoed, Your Highness, you have good news. What do you mean by I have good news? Speak clearly. Shen Li looked up at Roya, her expression urgent. Your Highness, the engagement with Jun Furong has been annulled. The news has spread. Roya beamed at her lord. The engagement is annulled? Shen Li was taken aback. Then a joyous smile spread across her face. Haha, this is truly wonderful. I am finally free. My master is truly remarkable. Xiao He, putting away her phone, exclaimed with excitement, Ali, congratulations. You no longer have to worry about marrying someone you do not love. Shen Li stood up, stretching her limbs, and sighed contentedly. At last, I can rest easy without the burden of this engagement. Indeed, Brother Yi is truly impressive to have accomplished the annulment so swiftly, Xiao He remarked with admiration in her eyes. Yes, I must express my gratitude to my master, Shen Li pondered thoughtfully. Shall we celebrate this momentous occasion? Roya suggested eagerly. Absolutely, we must celebrate. Shen Li waved her hand exuberantly, declaring, Issue a proclamation. Tonight, the residents of King Baikang will host a banquet, and we shall revel in this joyous occasion. With Shen Li's command, the entire King Baikang's residence bustled with activity. In the celestial realm, at God Jun Xingji's residence, Brother Xingji. Do visit the spirit realm when you have the time. Yi Xiu stood up, gazing at God Jun Xingji with a warm smile. Naturally, Brother Yi, I shall certainly pay a visit when time permits, God Jun Xingji replied with a smile. Now that our business is concluded, we should take our leave, Yi Xiu said, bowing in farewell to God Jun Xingji. God Jun Xingji returned the gesture, Brother Yi, Spirit Sovereign, until we meet again. Shen Muyue also rose, bowing in gratitude. Thank you, God Jun, for your assistance. I am deeply appreciative. Spirit Sovereign is too kind. I merely offered a helping hand, God Jun Xingji replied with a smile. Farewell, Brother Xingji. Farewell, God Jun. Yi Xiu and Shen Muyue simultaneously clasped their fists in greeting. During their journey back to the Lingjia, Shen Muyue inquired, Yi Xiu, how did you come to know the Xing Ji Shinjun? With this, Yi Xiu recounted his experiences concerning Xing Yun in the mortal realm to Shen Muyue. So that is how it is. Now, Ali must be overjoyed, Shen Muyue remarked. Alas, with the cancellation of the interworld marriage, if the celestial realm withdraws its forces, our situation against the Su Tian Yuan will become increasingly dire, she said, her brow furrowing with concern. Do not worry, for I am here, you can rest assured. Yi Xiu comforted, gently holding Shen Muyue's hand. As they conversed, they soon arrived at the Ling Zun Fu. Xiao Yu, why not spend the night at my place? Yi Xiu suggested, his gaze softening as he looked at Shen Muyue. Chapter 20. Breakthrough. The eye of exploration. Shen Muyue was taken aback for a moment, a flush of crimson quickly rising to her cheeks as she cast a reproachful glance at Yi Xiu, playfully chiding, Here we go again, always taking advantage of me. Yi Xiu chuckled heartily, unabashedly replying, Of course, who could resist your charm? Besides, this is for the good of our spirit realm. Shen Muyue shot him another glance, the blush on her face still lingering as she retorted, Your arguments are rather flimsy. She then relented, allowing Yi Xiu to take her hand as they made their way to his small courtyard. In Yi Xiu's courtyard, as soon as they entered the bedroom, Yi Xiu enveloped Shen Muyue in his arms, whispering softly in her ear, Xiao Yu, I am your devoted fan. Shen Muyue responded shyly, her face a portrait of bashfulness. Next door? In the west wing, Xiao He lay on her bed, listening to the sounds emanating from the master bedroom. Brother Yi, really, do you have to disregard our feelings like this? Covering her ears, Xiao He sighed helplessly. In the east wing, Shen Li was equally tormented, unable to sleep. After the celebration concluded, she and Xiao He had returned to Yi Xiu's small courtyard. Xiao He typically resided in the west wing. while Shen Li often stayed in the East Wing. The following day, Yi Xiu rose early to prepare a lavish breakfast for the three of them. At the dining table, noticing the faint dark circles under Shen Li and Xiaohe's eyes, he inquired with curiosity, "Ali, Xiaohe, what were you two up to last night? You both look rather worn out." "Master, it's not our fault. You and Master were rather inconsiderate last night, weren't you?" Shen Li mumbled. Upon hearing Shen Li's murmurs, Yi Xiu scratched his head awkwardly, while Shen Muyue's face turned crimson, forcing her to lower her head and focus on her meal. The table fell silent, save for the sounds of chewing echoing throughout the tranquil dining area. "System, sign in," Yi Xiu silently reminded himself as he savored his meal. "Ding. Congratulations to the host. You have signed in at the Lingzun mansion and received a reward." "Ding. Congratulations to the host. You have acquired the Holy Light Technique skill card." Hearing the system's rewards in his mind, Yi Xiu unconsciously smiled, which Shen Li noticed. "Master, what are you smiling about? Mind your own business and eat," Yi Xiu said, shoving a chicken leg into Shen Li's mouth. After the meal, Shen Muyue departed the courtyard to attend to her affairs, while Xiaohe returned to the Baicang Wang Fu with Shen Li, leaving Yi Xiu alone to recline on a lounge chair in the courtyard, where he consumed a breakthrough elixir. Instantly, a formidable and terrifying aura emanated from Yi Xiu, but he quickly reined it in. "Is this truly the completion of the Holy Realm? This seems too easy," Yi Xiu mused. Gazing at the ancient tower in his hand, he contemplated, "Another imperial weapon? Why am I being bestowed with so many? The skill of the Eye of Exploration allows me to discern information about individuals whose cultivation is beneath my own. This is quite promising. The Holy Light Technique can dispel negative energy, also quite useful. System, activate Eye of Exploration and Holy Light Technique skill card," Yi Xiu mentally commanded. "Ding. Congratulations to the host. The skill card has been successfully utilized." "System, display my attribute panel," Yi Xiu thought. "Host, Yi Xiu Realm. Completion of the Holy Realm, corresponding to the realm classifications in the Fengxing world. Human Realm, Earth Realm, Sky Realm, Holy Realm, Divine Realm, Skills, Divine Culinary Arts, Proficiency in all languages, Holy Light Technique, Eye of Exploration items. 180 boxes of Sophie brand sanitary pads, 180 boxes of gourmet snack gift sets, a 3-piece black silk set, 7 smartphones cultivation techniques, 18 dragons subduing palms, Heavenly Demon formless technique weapons, Extreme Path Imperial weapon, Sky Pillar not bad. With my perfected Holy Realm cultivation paired with the Sky Pillar, I am nearly invincible, Yi Xiu reflected. With thoughts of his newly acquired skills, he stood and made his way towards the Baicang Wang Fu. Outside the Baicang Wang Fu, in a corner, he overheard a conversation. "Your Highness, I like you. Now that your engagement with Fu Rongjun has been annulled, have you lost your mind? What nonsense are you spouting? I command you to abandon such thoughts from now on." As Yi Xiu approached the Baicang Wang Fu, he interrupted the conversation to inquire, "What is going on here?" Seeing Yi Xiu approach, Shen Li quickly distanced herself from Mo Fong and ran to him, affectionately asking, "Master, why have you come out? Why aren't you lazing around in the courtyard?" Mo Fong, observing Shen Li's eagerness to reach Yi Xiu, wore a complex expression and said, "Your Highness, I shall take my leave." With that, he turned to depart. "Ali, was that fellow just confessing to you?" Yi Xiu asked, glancing between Shen Li and the retreating Mo Fong. I have no idea what has gotten into him today." Shen Li's face flushed red, and she awkwardly replied, "Master, come with me. You've never visited my residence before." Without waiting for Yi Xiu's response, she eagerly pulled him by the arm towards the interior. As Yi Xiu was being led along, he utilized the Eye of Exploration skill to gather information about Shen Li. Soon, a translucent information panel appeared before him. Name, Shen Li, Feng Li, Phoenix, age, 1001. 1 years, height, 165 centimeters, weight, 45 kilograms, realm. Early stage of the Holy Realm, early stage of the Holy Realm? It appears that the power of the Baicang Zhu within Ali has yet to awaken, Yi Xiu pondered as he observed Shen Li's information. Before long, Shen Li had guided him into the back garden. "Don't come any closer. I'm scared of you," Xiaohe whimpered in terror, cornered by the playful antics of a parrot. Watching the lively scene unfold, Yi Xiu's lips curled into a warm smile, realizing that Xiaohe had fully emerged from her previous shadows. Using the Eye of Exploration, Yi Xiu directed it towards Xiaohe. Name, Xiaohe Huajing. Age, 626 years. Actual transformation age, 18 years. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 43 G realm. Late heavenly realm. Soon after, Yeshio turned his gaze towards Roya. Name, Roya. Age, 300 years. Actual transformation age, 68 years. Height, 166 centimeters. Weight, 46 G realm. Mid-earth realm. Roya was astonishingly merely a duck, as Yeshio was taken aback upon viewing Roya's information. Chapter 21. The Anomaly at Shu Tianyuan. Little he, Roya, and Su. You are going to frighten me into madness. Stop teasing it. Look, the master has arrived. Shen Li giggled as she observed the trio. Brother Yi, you are here, little he exclaimed, turning to excitedly run towards Yishio. How has your time in the spirit realm been? Yishio inquired with a smile, gazing at little he. It has been wonderful, Ali. The spirit sovereign has treated me well, and so have you, brother Yi. I truly like it here, little he shyly replied, lowering her head. That is good to hear. Just then, as Yishio was about to speak further, a guard reported, Your Highness, the spirit sovereign has urgent matters to discuss with you. Please proceed to the spirit sovereign's residence immediately. Upon hearing the report, Shen Li frowned slightly and looked at Yishio. Yishio nodded, then turned to little he and said, Little he, we have some matters to attend to. Please wait for us here. Little he obediently nodded and replied, All right, brother Yi. Ali, you go ahead. Do not delay your important business. Shen Li then turned to Roya and instructed, Take good care of little he. Yes, your highness, Roya replied with a bow. Moments later, Yishio and Shen Li arrived at the conference hall of the spirit sovereign's residence, where General Shang Bei, Zhu Fei, and Zixia had already gathered, all displaying grave expressions. As Shen Muyue, seated at the head, noticed their arrival, her expression turned serious as she addressed the assembly, saying, The seal at Shu Tianyuan has weakened, and the emanating miasma grows increasingly dense. The border cities are on the brink of disaster. We must act immediately. Spirit Sovereign, I volunteer to lead the troops. Shen Li stepped forward, bowing respectfully. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Muyue commanded, Generals Bai Tsang Wang, Shang Bei, Zhu Fei, and Zixia, lead your troops to the front lines. Yes, Spirit Sovereign, they replied in unison. Shen Li and the three generals accepted their orders and exited the hall to lead their troops to the battlefield. Once they had departed, Yishio approached Shen Muyue, who wore a worried expression, and took her hand in comfort, saying, Do not worry, I will follow shortly. Remain here and wait for good news. Yes, I trust you, Shen Muyue replied softly as she embraced Yishio. Yishio quietly activated his detection skill, revealing Shen Muyue's information before him. Name, Shen Muyue, Peacock. Age, 1,186 years. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Realm, mid-stage. Saint realm. Viewing Shen Muyue's details left Yishio in astonishment. Her realm surpassed that of Ali, indicating she had made considerable progress in her cultivation. Little you, I will now accompany Ali to the front lines. You wait here for the good news, Yishio gently urged Shen Muyue. All right, she responded softly. At the border, Shen Li and the generals arrived to find the soldiers of the Spirit Realm and Celestial Alliance being relentlessly pushed back by the Chi-Mei. Soldiers, follow me, Shen Li commanded, wielding the Chi-Yu spear as she charged forward, reducing the Chi-Mei to ashes in her wake. Just as she was slaying the Chi-Mei before her, a beast resembling a wild wolf appeared, a scorpion-tailed fox that had fled from Shu Tianyuan. As the creature prepared to devour Shen Li, Yishio rushed in, following their trail. He swiftly threw his Qing Tian Iju, striking the attacking scorpion-tailed fox with overwhelming force, turning it into a mere pulp. Hearing the tremendous noise behind her, Shen Li turned to find the bloody remains of the scorpion-tailed fox on the ground, realizing she had narrowly escaped disaster. Before long, the battlefield was cleared of the Chi-Mei by Yishio, Shen Li, and the others. Master, thank goodness you arrived in time, otherwise Shen Li expressed her gratitude to Yishio. Do not speak of it. I am just glad you are safe, Yishio interrupted, concern etched on his face. As Shen Li was about to respond, the miasma thickened alarmingly. She thought to herself, this is bad. The miasma is increasing. We cannot delay any longer. We must find a solution. Indeed, what could be happening within Shu Tianyuan? Yishio pondered aloud, observing the intensifying miasma. Master, do you have a way to eliminate this miasma? Shen Li asked, looking at Yishio with eager anticipation. Of course, just watch, Yishio declared, and took to the skies. In the high air, Yishio gazed down at the thickening gray-white miasma, extending his hands downward as he shouted, "Holy light technique." As his voice echoed, a golden beam shot toward the ground, expanding as it descended. Wherever the golden light touched, the miasma was instantly dissolved, transformed into golden energy, continuing its descent. As the golden light illuminated the battlefield, the once murky scene became increasingly clear. The soldiers, witnessing this spectacle, were filled with awe. Seeing that the miasma had been eradicated, Yishio swiftly returned to the ground. However, Yishio noted that without reinforcing the seal, the miasma could still overflow, allowing the beasts to escape. Indeed, we must reinforce the seal, Shen Li sighed, expressing her reluctance. Just as Yishio was about to speak, he noticed Xing Ji Shenjun had arrived before him. "Brother Xing Ji, your timing is perfect. We need your assistance to reinforce the seal," Yishio exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Xing Ji. "I sensed the weakening of the seal at Shu Tianyuan while in the celestial realm, which is why I came to investigate. I did not expect you to arrive ahead of me," Xing Ji replied with a smile. "Let us discuss this as we proceed," Yishio suggested. "This is our spirit realms by Tsang Wang, Shen Li." Yishio introduced Shen Li to Xing Ji. "Greetings, Shenjun." Shen Li bowed respectfully. "Very well, let us go," Xing Ji responded calmly. Soon, the trio arrived at Shu Tianyuan, where a seemingly bottomless chasm lay before them, shrouded in darkness, with faint howls emanating from within. Wisps of gray-white miasma spilled forth, dispersing into the air. "Is this Shu Tianyuan?" Shen Li inquired curiously as she gazed at the abyss. "Let us combine our efforts to reinforce this seal," Xing Ji stated without acknowledging Shen Li's words, speaking with a serene demeanor. "Yes, let us work together," Yishio concurred. As the three worked on reinforcing the seal, within Shu Tianyuan, the sixth nether demon lord, observing the commotion outside, grinned ominously at the meditating Feng Lai beside him, saying, "Reinforce it. It is all futile. The plan is already in motion, and soon I will be free. Ha ha ha." Chapter 22. The 100 Flowers Banquet. 3 days ago, within the depths of Shu Tianyuan, a foreboding voice emerged from the black mist, proclaiming, "Liuming, this is the resurrection method that the Master has sought for you. Practice diligently, and do not betray the trust that the Master has bestowed upon you." A scroll was cast forth, floating towards the soul of Liuming, the demon lord. "Yes, my lord. I shall practice earnestly and not disappoint the Master's trust, striving to complete the significant task entrusted to me," Liuming, the demon lord, replied respectfully. "Moreover, I shall remain to assist you. This corporeal form is perfectly suited," the ominous voice in the black mist continued, as the dark vapor drifted towards the chained beast king, Feng Lai, gradually merging with its physical body. Outside Shu Tianyuan, once Yishio and his companions secured the seal, Xing Ji bid farewell to Yishio and returned to Tianhuitian. On the battlefield of the border, as Yishio and Shen Li returned, Ma Feng approached, stating, "Your Highness, just now, a messenger from the celestial realm announced that our spirit realm's betrothal has been annulled, severing our ties, and has withdrawn all celestial soldiers." General Shang Bei angrily concurred, "Indeed, Your Highness, the celestial realm is exceedingly overbearing, merely hiding behind and enjoying peace while we spirit realm warriors bleed on the front lines. Humph. Without the aid of the celestial realm, I shall still suppress the malevolent spirits," Shen Li remarked, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. Observing the fierce aura exuded by Shen Li, Yishio could not help but silently commend her, recognizing her as the rightful war goddess of the spirit realm. 3 hours later, Yishio and Shen Li returned to the Lingzun mansion. Shen Li conveyed the news of the celestial realm's withdrawal and the situation on the front lines to Shen Muyue. Upon hearing this, Shen Muyue pondered for a moment and replied, "The celestial realm's withdrawal indeed places considerable pressure upon us. It appears we need to reinforce our presence on the front lines." Just as the three were conversing, a melodious sound of bells resonated from outside, and a guard, holding a missive, respectfully reported, respectfully informing the Lingzun, "A letter from the celestial realm has arrived." Shen Muyue took the letter, and the guard bowed and retreated. The 100 Flowers Banquet? The celestial realm is hosting a 100 Flowers Banquet, inviting our spirit realm to attend. Shen Muyue remarked calmly after glancing at the missive. "The 100 Flowers Banquet? It sounds rather delightful. You have been working hard lately. Why not attend as a means to unwind?" Yishio gently suggested to Shen Muyue. "Very well, Shen Muyue contemplated for a moment before agreeing. Seeing that there was nothing further to discuss, Shen Li interjected, "Master, Shizuan, I shall take my leave first. Xiao Hao is still waiting for me." With that, she turned and departed, leaving behind a light and cheerful silhouette. Soon, night fell. In Shen Muyue's chamber, just as she intended to rest, Yeshio's voice rang out, "Xiao Yue, I am coming in." Without awaiting a response, the door creaked open, and Yeshio entered with a bright smile. "Xiao Yue, it is time for our training," Yeshio said with a mischievous grin, pulling Shen Muyue towards the inner chamber. The following day, Shen Li arrived early at the Lingzun mansion with Xiaohe and Ma Fong. After gathering, they set off towards the Celestial Realm. In the Celestial Realm, at the South Heavenly Gate, the guard received the invitation from Shen Muyue, saying respectfully, "Lingzun, please." Yeshio and Shen Muyue followed the Celestial Realm's guide, making their way to the venue of the banquet, Xian Yue Fong. Not far off, when Fu Rongjuan spotted Ma Fong among the attendees, a hint of admiration flickered in her eyes. After the group departed, Fu Rongjuan approached the South Heavenly Gate guard, inquiring, "Were those individuals just now from the Spirit Realm?" "Indeed, they are from the Spirit Realm," the guard replied respectfully. Fu Rongjuan contemplated for a moment before returning to her own residence. At Xian Yue Fong, the Heavenly Lord occupied the main seat, with a multitude of celestial officials seated on one side, while the other side remained vacant, each table adorned with an array of celestial fruits. Upon the arrival of Lingzun Shen Muyue and her companions, the Heavenly Lord promptly rose with a warm smile, enthusiastically stating, "Welcome, Lingzun and esteemed guests, to our Celestial Realm's 100 Flowers banquet. Please, take your seats. It is indeed our Celestial Realm's fortune to celebrate this grand occasion with the Spirit Realm." Once Yeshio and the others were seated, the Heavenly Lord lightly clapped his hands, and celestial music began to play. As a group of heavenly maidens gracefully floated into the hall, commencing the first dance of the banquet. With celestial lights swirling and the dancers' movements enchanting, the scene was akin to a dream. As the banquet officially commenced, the celestial officials raised their cups in toast, laughter and joy resonating throughout Xian Yue Fong. Amidst the revelry, a celestial soldier approached Ma Fong and bowed, saying, "Esteemed guest from the Spirit Realm, our Taizuan Fu Rongjuan wishes to invite you to her residence for a discussion." "Fu Rongjuan? Why does the Taizuan wish to see me?" Ma Fong inquired, puzzled. "I do not know. I am merely tasked with conveying the Taizuan's invitation," the celestial soldier replied respectfully. Ma Fong furrowed his brow, glancing at Shen Li, seemingly seeking her counsel. "Go ahead. Let us see what scheme she harbors," Shen Li encouraged Ma Fong. Ma Fong nodded and followed the celestial soldier, departing Xian Yue Fong to head towards Fu Rongjun's residence. At Fu Rongjun's abode, it was exquisitely arranged. Ma Fong, guided by the guards, traversed the winding corridors until he arrived outside the main hall. At that moment, the guard announced, reporting to Taizuan, "Esteemed guest from the Spirit Realm, Ma Fong, has arrived." As the words fell, the hall doors slowly opened, revealing Fu Rongjuan, who approached with a warm and graceful smile, taking Ma Fong's hand and kindly inviting him, "Young master, please enter the hall." Ma Fong contemplated for a moment before stepping inside. Once he entered, Fu Rongjuan gestured for the attendants to exit the hall. "Young master, please take a seat," Fu Rongjuan said with a subtle smile, gazing affectionately at Ma Fong. Feeling the warmth in Fu Rongjuan's gaze, Ma Fong involuntarily shivered, awkwardly clearing his throat as he directly inquired, "May I ask what the Taizuan wishes to discuss with me?" In response, Fu Rongjuan did not immediately answer Ma Fong's question, but instead walked to a nearby wine cabinet, meticulously selecting a bottle of celestial wine. She elegantly poured 2 glasses and presented one to Ma Fong. "Young Master Ma Fong, I have invited you here today not for any pressing matters, but simply to forge a friendship with you." Fu Rongjuan smiled while extending a glass of wine towards him. Ma Fong accepted the glass, his expression tinged with confusion as he regarded Fu Rongjuan, uncertain of the ulterior motives behind her invitation. Yet he courteously raised his cup, gently clinking it with Fu Rongjuan's before taking a sip of the celestial brew. "What a fine wine!" Mo Fong exclaimed in admiration. Fu Rongjun smiled and replied, "This exquisite vintage was procured from my grandfather, the Emperor. It is indeed a fortunate occasion to share this drink with you, young Master Mo Fong." The two engaged in conversation while sipping their drinks. As the banquet at Xian Yufang was drawing to a close, Xingji Shinjun arrived at the venue. "Ah, Divine Lord, you have arrived. Earlier, I had someone send you an invitation, and we feared you might not come. Tianjun remarked with a sycophantic grin upon seeing Xing Ji Shinjun. I have come to discuss a matter with Brother Yi, so you need not concern yourself with me, he responded, turning his gaze towards Yi Xiu and saying, Brother Yi, shall we converse in Tian Wai Tian? Very well, I shall heed your suggestion, Brother Xingji, Yi Xiu agreed, then addressed Shen Muyue, Shen Li, and Xiao He on either side. You may stay here. I will return shortly. Yes, go ahead, Shen Muyue nodded gently, her voice warm. In Tian Wai Tian, Yi Xiu followed Xing Ji Shinjun through a formation, successfully arriving at the highest point of this world. Once seated, Xing Ji turned to Yi Xiu and said, Brother Yi, I have recently sensed a peculiar spatial fluctuation within Su Tian Yuan, though I am uncertain of its origin. Moreover, this fluctuation had manifested over 1,000 years ago and has reappeared several times recently. Given your enigmatic nature, I wonder if you might know the reason behind this spatial disturbance in Su Tian Yuan? Chapter 23. Conflict Spatial Fluctuations? What could this mean? I distinctly remember there being none of this before. Could it be the butterfly effect? Yi Xiu pondered silently. Brother Yi, have you thought of something? Seeing Yi Xiu deep in thought, Xing Ji curiously inquired. Do you believe there exists another world beyond ours? Yi Xiu did not directly respond to Xing Ji's question, but instead fixed his gaze on him and asked a question of his own. Could it be that besides the Xianjia, Lingjia, and Renjia, there are other realms? Xing Ji furrowed his brow as he looked at Yi Xiu. Brother Xing, do you still have your mobile phone with you? Yi Xiu asked, looking at him. Of course, Xing Ji replied, producing the phone Yi Xiu had gifted him. He examined it repeatedly and asked, could there be some secret contained within this device? What do you think the contents of this phone originate from? And could such a thing exist in the realms of Xian, Ling, and Run? Yi Xiu remarked, observing the frown on Xing Ji's face. Xing Ji opened the phone, gazing at the videos depicting towering skyscrapers and iron beasts racing across the ground, his expression growing increasingly troubled. Could this phone be from another world? He suddenly lifted his gaze to Yi Xiu. Indeed, it is from another realm, where mortals utilize technological marvels to communicate across vast distances and soar through the skies. This phone is a product of that technology, Yi Xiu confirmed, nodding at the astonished expression on Xing Ji's face. This is utterly inconceivable. Do other worlds truly exist? Xing Ji muttered, struggling to accept this revelation. As Yi Xiu observed Xing Ji's astonishment, he silently activated the system. Ding. Congratulations, host, for signing in at the heavenly realm and receiving rewards. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a breakthrough elixir, which allows one to ascend to divine level. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a spatial artifact, the small world of Dantian. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a spatial portal. What? Upon witnessing the system's sign-in rewards in his mind, Yi Xiu felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief, which soon transformed into elation. Just as Yi Xiu was engulfed in shock and delight, a now calm Xing Ji looked at him and hesitated before speaking. So, Brother Yi, are you from another world? Indeed, Brother Xing. I inadvertently triggered a formation in my realm and was transported to this world, Yi Xiu replied, nodding at Xing Ji. This is indeed extraordinary. Then does the spatial fluctuation within the Su Tian Yuan imply? Xing Ji's brow furrowed once more. Just as you surmise, there are worlds like mine and this one. Is it not conceivable that there could be others? Yi Xiu spoke calmly. But why has the heavenly Tao not issued a warning? Xing Ji pondered, then sighed in resignation. For now, we must proceed step by step. Indeed, but does this not make it all the more intriguing? Yi Xiu said with a faint smile. Yes, if that is the case. Life will no longer be so monotonous. Xing Ji replied, gazing at Yi Xiu. The two exchanged smiles and raised their cups in a toast. In the Xianhua pavilion, the atmosphere was tense. You and the Xianjia are being overly oppressive. Just because he is the son of the Xianjia war god Kai Jian, you think you can let him off so easily? Shen Muyue glared furiously at the Tianjun. Calm down, Lingzuan. This is hardly a significant matter. Why stir up such anger? The Tianjun replied nonchalantly, as if it were a trivial issue. Just moments ago, after the banquet, Kai Jian's son, Kai Kuan, had taken an interest in Xiao He and attempted to harass her. In a fit of rage, Shun Li had injured Kai Kuan. Kai Kuan was the only son of the Xianjia war god Kai Jian, who doted on him immensely, and with a mother from the Eastern Sea Dragon clan. He had become increasingly arrogant. How can you not think that we deserve an explanation from you, since the son of the Xianjia war god Kai Jian was heavily injured by your Lingjia Bichangwang. An official from the Xianjia stated with righteous indignation. Kai Jian, the Xianjia war god, wore a dark expression as he turned to Shen Muyue and coldly declared, "Today, you have two choices. Either leave her behind or engage in battle." He pointed at the terrified Xiao He. Seeing Xiao He's fearful expression, Shen Muyue felt a pang of sympathy. Was Kai Jian clearly using his numbers to intimidate them due to their lack of strength? If they backed down now, what would remain of Lingjia's dignity? Not to mention Xiao He's connection to Yixiu. Fight if you must. Do you think this king fears you? Shen Li brandished the Jinyu gun and glared at the Xianjia crowd in fury. As tensions escalated and conflict seemed imminent, suddenly two figures appeared within the Xianyue pavilion. It was Yixiu and the divine Lord Xingji. Upon witnessing the situation, Yixiu swiftly approached Shen Muyue and the two other women, gently inquiring, "Xiaoyu, what has transpired?" Thus, Shen Muyue recounted the events that had just unfolded to Yixiu. "How bold! You are Kai Kuan, are you not?" Yixiu directed his gaze at the arrogant Kai Kuan across the room. "And what of it? My father is the Xianjia war god, and my mother is the princess of the Eastern Sea Dragon clan. It is a privilege for her to have caught my eye," Kai Kuan responded, brimming with arrogance and completely disregarding Yixiu and the others. "Is that so?" Yixiu retorted, and before anyone could react, he summoned the Qingtian pillar, launching it towards Kai Kuan, who was still attempting to speak. With a thunderous crash, the entire Xianyue pavilion shook. When the onlookers regained their senses, there was no sign of Kai Kuan, only a puddle of mud and scattered debris remaining. This scene left everyone present in utter shock. They could hardly believe their eyes. Kai Kuan, the usually arrogant and overbearing son of the Xianjia war god, had been decisively vanquished by Yixiu in front of everyone, without having the chance to utter a single coherent word before being reduced to a mere puddle of mud. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence, with only the puddle of mud and the surrounding debris silently narrating the events that had just transpired. Kai Jian was momentarily taken aback as he beheld the gruesome remnants of his son sprawled upon the ground. A profound sorrow and seething rage surged within him, emotions too complex to articulate. Nevertheless, being the revered god of war in the celestial realm, he swiftly regained his composure, his gaze sharpening into a piercing glare directed at Yixiu. "How audacious of you!" Kai Jian's voice was frigid and authoritative, as if it could freeze the very air around them. Yet, Yixiu merely cast a nonchalant glance in his direction and replied, "Your son attempted to harm my people. I merely imparted a minor lesson." Regrettably, he seemed unable to withstand it. Chapter 24 The Fall of the War God. Yixiu's words were calm and indifferent, as if crushing Kai Kunken was akin to squashing an ant. Kai Jian was thoroughly enraged by Yixiu's demeanor. As the war god of the immortal realm, he had never endured such provocation. In an instant, Kai Jian appeared beside Yixiu, a massive wolf-tooth club materializing in his hand. The magical energy coursing through the club radiated a fierce aura as it swung toward Yixiu. Undeterred, Yixiu raised the Qingtian pillar to meet the blow. A thunderous crash echoed as the two formidable weapons collided, releasing a powerful surge of energy that rippled outward. Xingji Xinjun immediately intervened, conjuring a divine light from his palm, which formed a protective barrier to contain the shockwave and spare the innocent from harm. Kai Jian was violently sent flying hundreds of meters away, feeling a numbness in his arm as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Yet, fueled by fury and battle intent, Kai Jian charged once more at Yixiu. As the war god of the immortal realm, how could he tolerate such humiliation? His son lay dead, and now he was made to vomit blood before the eyes of all. How could he swallow this bitter pill? This time, he poured all his might into the wolf-tooth club, transforming it into a shooting star, imbued with cataclysmic power as it hurtled toward Yixiu. Yixiu, wary, heard Shen Muyue's exclamation. "Master, Brother Yi." Shen Li and Xiao He cried out in alarm. Yet, in the face of this apocalyptic strike, Yixiu remained unperturbed, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Gripping the Qingtian pillar tightly, he surged forward to meet the attack. The collision of the two powerful weapons erupted with a sound that shook the heavens. This clash was more intense than before, causing the entire Xianyue square to tremble under the immense force. Nevertheless, Yixiu stood firm, while Kai Jian was once again knocked back by the recoil, crashing heavily to the ground, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, staining his garments. Struggling to rise, he found his body felt as if it had been severely injured, leaving him momentarily immobilized. Yu Kaijian pointed a trembling finger at Yishio, his voice quaking with disbelief and resentment. He had believed that, with his prowess as the war god, he could easily subdue this seemingly ordinary youth. Yet reality had delivered him a resounding slap in the face. Not only had he failed to inflict any harm on Yishio, but he had also been repeatedly wounded in return. Confusion, rage, and indignation filled Kaijian's gaze. As the war god of the immortal realm, how had he ever faced such humiliation? Yet he understood that he had lost the strength to continue fighting. The scene fell into a profound silence, all present stunned by the unfolding spectacle, the denizens of the immortal realm gazing upon it with awe. They had not anticipated that their war god would be defeated twice in mere moments, and that he would cough up blood on both occasions. Observing the situation, Xingji approached Yishio, speaking slowly. "Brother Yi, might you consider sparing Kaijian for my sake? Kaijian, I shall let you off this time for Brother Xingji's sake. However, anyone who dares to provoke me again shall not be granted such leniency," Yishio replied disdainfully, casting a glance at Kaijian. "You." Kaijian glared at Yishio, his heart brimming with fury and resentment. "Do not go too far. I, Kaijian, will remember today's humiliation. One day, I shall make you pay. Is that so? I had intended to let you off, but it seems you are seeking your own demise," Yishio retorted coldly, instantly summoning the Qingtian pillar to strike at Kaijian. No, as he beheld the descending club, Kaijian's eyes widened in horror, and he howled in despair. With a resounding crash, Kaijian followed in his son's footsteps, reduced to a mere puddle of blood and flesh. The Ling realm has gone too far. The Tianjun, witnessing the war god of the immortal realm meet such a gruesome fate before his very eyes, trembled with rage, pointing accusingly at Yishio. "Kaijian is our war god. He cannot die in vain at the hands of those from the Ling realm. You must answer for this on behalf of the immortal realm." Xingji Shenjun, gazing at Kaijian's gruesome remains, furrowed his brow. He looked at Yishio, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. "Brother Yi," he wanted to say something, but ultimately sighed instead. "Brother Xingji, you see, if I let him go, would I not be neglecting the safety of those around me? Today's events were truly unavoidable," Yishio stated calmly. After a moment of silence, Xingji sighed, "Let this matter rest here." At that moment, the Tianjuan's furious voice rang out once more. "Shenjun, will you simply stand by and watch as this Ling realm individual rampages through our immortal realm? The war god cannot die in vain." Xingji Shenjun turned to Tianjun, a hint of helplessness in his gaze. "Tianjun, this is all Kaijian's doing. Let it end here. No further words shall be spoken." Though reluctant, the Tianjun could only nod in resignation. "Brother Xingji, we shall take our leave," Yishio said with a smile as he looked at Xingji Shenjun. Xingji nodded in response. "Brother Yi, travel safely." Yishio inclined his head slightly, glancing at Shen Muyue and the other two, softly urging, "Let us depart. By the way, where is Mo Fong? Is he still at the Fu Rongjun's estate?" Yishio suddenly recalled Mo Fong's absence and inquired curiously. "Indeed, master, Mo Fong has been gone for quite a while. We do not know what he is doing at Fu Rongjun's estate," Shen Li chimed in. Just as Shen Li finished speaking, the sounds of Mo Fong and Fu Rongjun approached, the two of them chatting and laughing as they walked over. "Your Highness, has the banquet concluded? Are we to return now?" Mo Fong asked, his face slightly flushed, evidently having indulged in too much drink. "Let us return to the Ling realm," Yishio replied, casting a glance at Mo Fong. "Fu Rongjun, you must come to the Ling realm to visit me when you have the time," Mo Fong called out to Fu Rongjun as he followed Yishio and the others, raising his voice. "Certainly, I will. Wait for me," Fu Rongjun responded, her cheeks flushed as she waved back enthusiastically. Soon after, as Yishio and the others returned to the royal capital of the Ling realm, Shen Muyue set off to attend to governmental affairs, while Xiaohe accompanied Shen Li to the Baicang Wang's estate. In Yishio's tranquil courtyard, beneath an unremarkable tree, he reclined in a comfortable lounge chair, gently swaying back and forth with the soft breeze. Yishio retrieved a medicinal pill, swallowing it whole. In an instant, a formidable surge of energy was unleashed from the pill, akin to a raging torrent, shattering the confines of his cultivation barrier. The magical essence within him surged tumultuously, as if yearning to burst forth. As time passed, Yishio sensed this power gradually merging with his being, propelling his cultivation to ever greater heights. With a thunderous roar, he finally broke through to the divine realm, seemingly affirming the adage that a single golden pill once ingested, grants one dominion over their own fate, rather than being at the mercy of the heavens. Chapter 25. The Small World of Dantian System. Check Personal Panel. Yishio silently recited in his mind. Host, Yishio Realm. Divine Realm. Classification of realms in the Fengxing world. Human Realm, Earth Realm, Heaven Realm, Sacred Realm, Divine Realm, Heavenly Tao. Skills. God-level culinary arts. Proficiency in all languages. Holy Light Technique. Eye of Insight items. 180 boxes of Sophie brand sanitary napkins. 180 boxes of snacks from Yupin Shop. A set of black silk undergarments. 7 smartphones. Techniques. 18 dragon subduing palms. Heavenly demon formless skill magical treasures. Extreme Tao Emperor's weapon. Xingtian pillar. Small world of Dantian. Space traversing gate. Gazing at his information panel, Yishio nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, but this small world of Dantian and the space traversing gate. With a thought, Yishio retrieved the small world of Dantian from the system space. In his hand appeared a pearl the size of a walnut, glistening in pearly white, with rainbow-like radiance swirling around it. Before Yishio could examine it closely, a message flooded his mind. The small world of Dantian can be bound to a master through a spiritual imprint or blood, containing a realm of fortune and bliss. After absorbing the information, Yishio probed his spiritual power into the pearl before him, instantly imprinting it with 81 layers of spiritual markings. Once the imprint was complete, Yishio felt a profound connection with the pearl. With a mere thought, the pearl transformed into a streak of flowing light, striking Yishio's forehead and vanishing from sight. In the sea of consciousness, a vast golden ocean stretched endlessly. Suddenly, a pearl radiating a rainbow aura appeared above the ocean, swiftly plunging into the golden depths. Sensing the presence of the small world of Dantian in his mind, Yishio's lips curled into an enchanting smile. With a thought, his figure vanished from the courtyard, leaving only a rocking chair swaying back and forth. Inside the small world of Dantian, Yishio was taken aback by the sight before him. Below lay a land covering several hundred square kilometers, lush and teeming with various plants. At the center of this land was a crystal-clear lake, the size of 7 or 8 football fields. Yet, what truly astonished Yishio was the magnificent, modern manor that stood beside the shimmering, mirror-like lake. How considerate. It was as if a manor had been gifted to him. Yishio couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion and, in a flash, gracefully descended into the manor like a bird in flight. Within the expansive garden, the fountain emitted water imbued with spiritual energy. Was it truly spiritual spring water? Yishio strolled to the fountain's edge, scooped a bit of water with his hand, and tasted it. It was indeed sweet. This was truly spiritual spring water. Aside from the garden, the manor comprised a vast building of 2 stories. After exploring the manor, Yishio exited the small world of Dantian, planning to surprise Xiao Yu, Ali, and Xiao He later. Upon returning to the courtyard, Yishio took out another reward, the space traversing gate. He held a small cube in his hand. Similarly, a stream of information merged into his mind. The space traversing gate allows instantaneous travel to any place previously visited, regardless of distance. How extraordinary! Yishio marveled inwardly. Connecting his mind to the space traversing gate, a portal approximately 2 meters high materialized before him, shrouded in mist, obscuring the view within. After a moment's contemplation, Yishio stepped through. In the human realm, Qingsheng City, upon opening his eyes, Yishio beheld the familiar scene of the Xingyun courtyard. No, it was no longer called Xingyun courtyard. He noticed a couple seated on a bench, diligently peeling corn, while a child of about 5 or 6 played with a wooden toy nearby. After a glance, Yishio turned and left. As he walked, he unexpectedly arrived at Zhoujiao village, at the home of Zhou Sanlang and his wife. A young couple busied themselves in front of their home, and the young man bore a faint resemblance to Zhou Sanlang. Ah, how the world has changed under the same moon. Yishio sighed heavily and proceeded towards the main city. On Chonglu Street, Yishio settled into an inn. Soon, the next day arrived. Exiting the inn, Yishio strolled along the street, occasionally pausing to admire the beautiful scenery. Suddenly, piercing screams shattered the tranquil atmosphere ahead. Yishio furrowed his brow and turned toward the sound, witnessing a crowd scattering in panic. Amidst them was a spider demon towering over 3 meters, wreaking havoc. The massive creature, cloaked in black, was covered in long, hairy legs, each resembling a gleaming blade. It spewed a viscous web, ensnaring those unable to escape. Just then, a woman clad in a flowing red dress, strikingly beautiful and slender, emerged from an alley, standing directly before the rampaging giant spider. Observing the seemingly fragile human, the colossal black spider raised its sharp forelegs, aiming for the red-clad woman. In such chaotic circumstances, what was she doing here? Yi Xiu swiftly stepped forward, enveloping the red-dressed woman in his arms and retreating, while simultaneously unleashing the 18 dragon-subduing palms. A golden dragon descended from the heavens, crashing down upon the giant spider. With a tremendous roar, the ground was left with a deep pit in the shape of a spider. Within, the monstrous spider had been reduced to a charred, unappetizing pancake. The red-dressed woman lifted her beautiful face to gaze at Yi Xiu, who appeared remarkably handsome. A flicker of astonishment danced in her eyes as she beheld Yi Xiu's striking features. She had never encountered such a handsome man. His deep-set eyes, prominent nose, and soft lips resembled finely crafted art. The unchanging strings of her heart seemed to be gently plucked, a mysterious sentiment quietly blossoming within. Employing the eye of insight skill, Yi Xiu turned his gaze toward the red-dressed woman. Name: Jin Yangzi, ancient mythical beast, 9-headed serpent. Age: 10 years. Height: 168 centimeters. Weight: 45 g. Realm: perfected saint realm. As Yi Xiu perused the information of the lady in red, he noticed Jin Yangzi gazing up at him with an innocent expression. A faint blush swiftly adorned her cheeks, and she shyly lowered her head. Suddenly reminded that she was still in his embrace, she hastily extricated herself from Yi Xiu's hold. With a soft voice, she expressed her gratitude, thanking him for saving her life. Yi Xiu smiled gently, his eyes glinting with playful mockery. There is no need for such formality, my lady. Saving you was merely a trifling effort. Jin Yangzi lifted her gaze, casting a furtive glance at Yi Xiu before quickly averting her eyes once more. In a whisper, she replied, perhaps for you, it is but a trivial task, yet for me, it is a life-saving grace. Observing her bashful demeanor, Yi Xiu feigned ignorance and softly inquired, what is your name, my lady? The lady in red raised her head to meet his gaze. I am called Jin Yao. Jin Yao, a name as enchanting as her beauty, Yi Xiu remarked with a smile. Jin Yao blushed and smiled back. Her eyes filled with gratitude as she asked, may I know how to address you, my lord? Simply call me Yi Xiu, he replied, his expression warm as he regarded Jin Yao. Ah, so it is Lord Yi Xiu. I am honored, Jin Yao said, offering a slight curtsy, her movements graceful and poised. Yi Xiu, noticing her courtesy, promptly assisted her, saying, there is no need for such formalities, my lady. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept by, lifting the hem of Jin Yao's skirt and tousling her hair, rendering her beauty akin to that of a blooming flower, stirring Yi Xiu's heart. It is indeed a fortune for me to meet you today, Yi Xiu murmured softly. Jin Yao smiled faintly, her eyes shimmering with lively brilliance. Lord Yi, I am equally delighted to meet you. You have saved me today, and I must express my gratitude properly. Might I invite you to my humble abode for a visit? Chapter 26. Jin Yangzi. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiu felt a stir in his heart. He was well aware of Jin Yao's true identity, and the invitation from Jin Yangzi of the Great Snow Mountain was a privilege not easily bestowed upon anyone. Thus, he nodded slightly, responding with a smile. Since Miss Jin has graciously extended her invitation, I shall humbly comply. The two then made their way towards Jin Yao's quaint courtyard. Along the way, Jin Yao occasionally cast furtive glances at Yi Xiu, as if pondering something profound. Upon arriving at the courtyard, Jin Yao brewed a pot of exquisite tea, the fragrant aroma wafting through the air, refreshing the spirit. The two settled beside a stone table within the garden. Yi Xiu gazed at the enchanting figure of Jin Yangzi across from him, and, with a sudden smile, remarked, it is quite intriguing that Jin Yangzi has descended to the mortal realm and transformed into a delicate maiden. What? You actually know who I am? Who exactly are you? Jin Yangzi's expression shifted dramatically, rising abruptly with a flicker of astonishment in her eyes. She inquired warily. Yi Xiu smiled gently, reassuring her, there is no need for alarm, Jin Yangzi. I harbor no ill intentions. I have merely heard tales of your esteemed identity. The name of Jin Yangzi from the Great Snow Mountain resonates throughout the spirit realm. As for me, if you wish to know, a visit to the royal capital of the spirit realm will reveal all. Upon hearing this, the wariness in Jin Yangzi's gaze lessened, and she regarded Yi Xiu with a playful smile. Young Master Yi, You seem quite intrigued by me. Yixiao set down his teacup and met Jin Yao's gaze with composure. The beauty and grace of Jin Yangzi were indeed irresistible. Upon hearing Yixiao's words, a charming smile graced Jin Yao's lips. Oh? What do you find most captivating about me, young Master Yi? Yixiao smiled subtly, his eyes roaming over Jin Yao. The beauty and figure of Jin Yangzi were undoubtedly exceptional. Which man could possibly resist? Jin Yangzi's smile blossomed even brighter at this. Young Master Yi, you certainly possess a way with words. However, I must caution you. Men who are too eloquent may leave a girl feeling insecure. Yixiao laughed heartily. Rest assured, Jin Yangzi, I have never spoken falsehoods. My compliments are genuinely heartfelt. Their conversation brimmed with flirtation and subtle intimacy, and Jin Yangzi appeared to relish the interaction rather than shy away from it. With a flirtatious laugh, Jin Yangzi rose gracefully and approached Yixiao. Young master, since you are so articulate, I wonder if your actions can match your words in stirring emotions? Yixiao also stood, smiling as he met her advance. Jin Yangzi, I have always believed in aligning my words with my actions. However, what I truly anticipate is to feel your heartbeat. As their proximity diminished, Jin Yangzi delicately rose onto her toes, seemingly seeking to inhale Yixiao's essence more intimately. Yixiao lowered his gaze, their eyes locking in a moment that felt as if time itself had come to a standstill. Suddenly, Jin Yangzi reached out, teasingly grazing Yixiao's cheek. Young master, your skin is remarkably fine. I wonder how it feels to the touch? With a playful laugh, her eyes brimmed with allure. Yixiao, undeterred, gently grasped Jin Yangzi's hand, a mischievous smile dancing on his lips. My dear, since you are so curious, allow me to let you experience it firsthand. Their fingers brushed lightly against one another, as if an electric current surged through, causing Jin Yangzi to shiver slightly. She widened her eyes at Yixiao, a blend of astonishment and shyness flickering within. She had not anticipated such audacity from him. Quickly regaining her composure, she withdrew her hand with a coy smile. Young Master Yi, you truly are a remarkable individual. This encounter has certainly broadened my horizons. Yixiao laughed heartily. You flatter me, Jin Yangzi. However, I sincerely look forward to a deeper exchange with you. Upon hearing this, a blush adorned Jin Yangzi's cheeks. Very well, young Master Yi. Let us conclude our conversation for today. Should you have any further inquiries or require assistance, feel free to seek me anytime, she said, seamlessly shifting the topic with a smile. Then, I shall take my leave. I am confident we shall meet again soon. Yixiao replied, as he activated the portal to return to the spirit realm. Ah, how astonishingly powerful young Master Yi is. Who would have thought his departure would be shrouded in such mystery? Jin Yangzi murmured to herself as she observed Yixiao stepping into the portal. Her gaze then shifted to the several brownish-gray boxes. She gently opened one, and was met with an array of culinary delights that filled her with delight. Finally, she opened the white box, revealing a neatly arranged collection of soft items. Curiously, she took out a package and examined it closely. The packaging bore the prominent characters Su Fei, alongside a detailed instruction manual. Jin Yangzi was momentarily taken aback, a rosy hue blossoming on her cheeks, her eyes widening as she scrutinized the object in her hand to confirm she was not mistaken. This Yixiao, how audacious to gift such items. Truly a rogue. Jin Yangzi gently turned her head away, silently chiding him, her face betraying a blend of shyness and indignation. Chapter 27, Dragon Clan, Dragon Ancestor, Lingjia, Royal Capital, Night. Shen Muyue's chamber, a portal radiating white light suddenly materialized. Shen Muyue, who was about to rest, was startled by the unexpected brilliance. She quickly turned around, her expression turning wary as she fixed her gaze on the portal that had appeared out of nowhere. Yixiao, how is this? Upon seeing Yixiao step through the portal with deliberate grace, Shen Muyue exhaled in relief, gazing at the portal that was gradually dissipating behind him, her voice a mixture of astonishment and curiosity. Noticing the puzzled expression on Shen Muyue's face, Yixiao approached her, took her hand, and sat down beside the bed. This is a spatial teleportation gate. Wherever you have been, you can arrive there with just a thought, Yixiao explained with a smile, observing the wonderment in Shen Muyue's eyes. Is it truly that extraordinary? I just want to find you, but you weren't in the courtyard. Where did you go? Shen Muyue inquired, her interest piqued. Thus, Yixiao recounted his recent journey through the teleportation gate to the human realm, omitting any mention of the matter concerning Jin Yangzi. As he inhaled the enchanting fragrance emanating from the lovely lady beside him, Yishio gently wrapped an arm around Shen Muyue's waist, his other hand cradling the back of her head as he leaned down to kiss her. Before long, the two found themselves reclining together on the bed. Suddenly, Yishio halted his actions, prompting a look of confusion from Shen Muyue. In that moment, several garments crafted from black silk appeared in Yishio's hand. "Xiaoyu, please put this on," he whispered into her ear, his warm breath sending a ticklish sensation through her. Shen Muyue accepted the delicate black garments, her cheeks flushing slightly as she shot Yishio a playful glare. "You always know how to embarrass me." Ultimately, under Yishio's gentle persuasion, she donned the silky attire. The following day, in the East Sea Dragon Clan Bang, the third princess, Aoxian, furiously smashed the glass jade cup in her hand. "The Lingjia has gone too far, daring to slay my son and my husband. This enmity shall not be forgotten." After shattering the cup, Aoxian shouted in rage. After a moment, she composed herself and hurried towards the forbidden area behind the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Clan's forbidden ground is the most mysterious and sacred place, where generations of dragon kings are laid to rest. When Aoxian was very young, she accidentally wandered into this forbidden area, and was on the verge of being devoured by a malevolent remnant soul when a figure, claiming to be the dragon ancestor, saved her. From that day on, she took the dragon ancestor as her master, unaware of her true power or whether she was indeed the dragon ancestor. All she knew was that her husband appeared as insignificant as an ant in her masteress' presence. Now, having learned that her husband and son were killed by the people of Lingjia, she sought vengeance through her master. The entrance to the Dragon Clan's forbidden area was a swirling black vortex that served as the portal. Aoxian stepped boldly into it. "Master, please grant me justice. The people of Lingjia have slain my son and my husband. I implore you to restore balance for your disciple." Aoxian knelt before the tablets of the Dragon Kings, bowing her head in reverent supplication, her voice choked with emotion. Yet, the only response was the surrounding silence. A pang of anxiety gripped Aoxian's heart, but she did not relent. She called out once more, "Please, Master, grant me justice." At that moment, a voice, deep and commanding, resonated in her ears. "Enough, I am aware. How dare the people of Lingjia offend my Dragon Clan? I shall not let this go unpunished. But the time is not yet right. You must be patient. When the opportunity arises, I shall personally deliver justice on your behalf." With that, the voice fell silent once more. "Yes, Master," Aoxian responded respectfully, understanding the necessity of following her master's guidance despite her eagerness. She rose to her feet, took a deep breath, and then turned to leave the Dragon Clan's forbidden area. In Lingjia, Yishio returned to his small courtyard. Shortly after lying down, Shen Li and Xiaohe entered hand in hand. "Master, you're back," they exclaimed in unison upon seeing Yishio reclining in the chair. "Yes, I just returned," Yishio replied with a smile, sitting up. Shen Li and Xiaohe approached him, and Shen Li asked, "Master, where did you go yesterday evening? Xiaohe and I looked for you for quite some time." "Oh, what business do you have with me?" Yishio inquired with curiosity. Xiaohe chimed in, "Brother Yi, Ali and I want to visit the human realm and would love for you to accompany us." "Is it you who wishes to go, or is it Ali?" Yishio asked with a smile directed at Xiaohe. "Things have been quite tranquil in Lingjia, so we both thought it would be delightful to explore the lower realm." Shen Li interjected, wrapping her arms around Yishio's. "Is that so? Perhaps we should not go to the lower realm. Instead, let us visit the Great Snow Mountain," Yishio suggested, affectionately ruffling the hair of Shen Li and Xiaohe. "All right, we will follow your lead, Brother Yi, Master," both girls cheerfully agreed. Thus, the trio set out to find Shen Muyue, who was busy attending to matters of state. Master I, along with Master Yi and Xiaohe, planned to visit the Great Snow Mountain, Shen Li announced as she bounced to Shen Muyue's side, playfully linking arms with her. Shen Muyue set aside her documents and looked up at Yishio, a flicker of tenderness in her gaze. "Are you taking them along? The Great Snow Mountain is beautiful, but it is also the domain of the ancient demon Jin Yangzi. Rest assured, I will take good care of them," Yishio replied with a reassuring smile. "Jin Yangzi is one of our own, and with my cultivation, there is nowhere I cannot go." Shen Muyue nodded, fully aware of Yishio's capabilities. With him by their side, she felt a profound sense of security. "Very well, but do be cautious on your journey," she cautioned the three before they departed for the Great Snow Mountain. As they traveled, the trio meandered slowly, taking in the beautiful scenery along the way. Shen Li and Xiao He even took out their phones to snap pictures of each other, pulling Yishio into the fun as well. Finally, as dusk approached, the three arrived at the foot of the Great Snow Mountain. Towering majestically, the mountain was cloaked in pure white snow, resembling a colossal silver wave rising from the earth. Wow, it's so beautiful! Shen Li and Xiao He exclaimed in unison. Let us head up the mountain to take a closer look, Yishio suggested with a smile, leading the way up the slope. The trio ascended along the winding path, braving the biting cold wind, their spirits undeterred. Suddenly, Yishio and his companions sensed a formidable aura approaching them. This presence, could it be Jin Yangzi? A flicker of realization crossed Yishio's mind, prompting him to stroll toward the source of the energy. Observing his movement, Shen Li and Xiao He hastily followed suit. Moments later, they encountered Jin Yangzi. It had been a long time since their last meeting. Yishio gazed at the ever-familiar figure clad in her signature red attire and offered a gentle smile. Chapter 28. In the snowy expanse of the Dashua Mountain, Yishio's lips curled into a subtle smile as his gaze fell upon a figure clad in a vibrant red attire. Jin Yangzi slowly turned, and upon recognizing Yishio, a charming smile blossomed on her face. Yishio, what brings you to this place? She inquired. Yishio regarded the enchanting woman before him and replied gently, having some idle time. I decided to bring along these two young ladies for a stroll in the snowy realm. Coincidentally, we passed by Dashua Mountain and thought to pay you a visit. Jin Yangzi's eyes shifted to the two spirited and lovely young girls beside Yishio, a glimmer of curiosity sparking within her gaze. She softly asked, May I inquire who these two sisters are? This is Shen Li, Jin Jiejie, hello. And this is Xiao He, Jin Jiejie, hello. Yishio introduced the two girls to Jin Yangzi. With warmth, Jin Yangzi greeted Shen Li and Xiao He, then enthusiastically invited, Since you have come to Dashua Mountain, it must be fate. Sisters, come with me to my cave dwelling for a while, to enjoy some hot tea and warm yourselves, allowing me to extend my hospitality. All right, Jin Jiejie. Yes, Jin Jiejie. Shen Li and Xiao He replied in unison. Under Jin Miang's guidance, the trio soon arrived at the summit of Dashua Mountain. Before them lay a pristine expanse of white snow, and a cave cloaked in ice and snow came into view. Though surrounded by frost, the cave exuded a comforting warmth. Jin Yangzi pushed open the door, and a wave of warmth greeted them, a stark contrast to the icy wilderness outside. The interior was exquisitely decorated, with glowing gemstones embedded in the stone walls illuminating the cave, creating an aura both mysterious and inviting. This is where I usually cultivate and reside, Jin Yangzi smiled as she introduced. Though it may be somewhat modest, it is still quite comfortable. Yishio surveyed the surroundings, unable to suppress his admiration. Jin Yangzi, your cave is indeed a hidden gem, one to be envied. Jin Yangzi chuckled softly and led the three to a wooden table where she personally brewed a pot of hot tea, its fragrant aroma filling the air and refreshing their spirits. As Yishio observed the cave's ambience, he internally called out, System, check-in. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have checked in at Jin Yangzi's cave on Dashua Mountain and received rewards. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a breakthrough pill, which allows one to reach the pinnacle of divine level. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained the skill mining, expert in divine stone veins. Just as Yishio reveled in the rewards within his mind, Jin Yangzi smiled and said, Try this. It is the Snow Mountain Spirit Tea I crafted from the Millennium Snow Lotus I personally harvested. Shen Li and Xiao He lifted their teacups and took a sip, instantly feeling a warm flow surging down their throats, reaching deep into their hearts. They couldn't help but exclaim in unison, Delicious. Yishio also raised his teacup, savoring the tea before sincerely praising, What an exquisite tea, truly remarkable. Jin Yangzi, not only do you possess profound cultivation, but your skill in tea making is equally impressive. Jin Yangzi shook her head with a smile. Yishio, please refrain from praising me so excessively. By the way, I noticed you two sisters seem quite interested in Dashua Mountain. Why not let Xiao Hong take you outside for some fun? Yishio's heart stirred upon hearing this, as it perfectly aligned with his intention of seeking a moment alone with Jin Yangzi. Thus, he turned to Shen Li and Xiao He and said, Ali, Xiao He, did you not wish to see the snowy scenery of Dashua Mountain? Allow Xiao Hong to take you out to play. Yes. Yi Dage, Shifu. Let us go have fun. Shen Li and Xiao He responded excitedly. Jin Yangzi added with a smile, Do not worry. Xiaohong is very familiar with Dashua Mountain. Once you go outside, just follow that little path, and you will see a truly beautiful snow scene. But remember to be cautious. Understood, Jin Jijia. We will be careful, Shen Li and Xiao He replied in unison, then joyfully followed Xiaohong out of the cave. Watching their cheerful figures retreat, Yi Xiu and Jin Yangzi exchanged a knowing smile. Once they departed, the cave fell into silence. And Yi Xiu gazed at Jin Yangzi's enchanting visage, feeling a stirring in his heart. Jin Yangzi, ever since our parting in the human realm, you have occupied my thoughts. While the beauty of Dashua Mountain is stunning, it pales in comparison to the radiance of your smile in that red attire. Yi Xiu spoke tenderly, his eyes locked on hers. Jin Yangzi's cheeks flushed at his words, and gathering her courage, she met his gaze and softly confessed. Yi Xiu, to be honest, the moment you saved me in the human realm, I found myself drawn to you. Witnessing her shyness, Yi Xiu felt a deeper stir within. He stood and walked to her side, gently saying, Jin Yangzi, I am not one to be frivolous, yet in your presence, I find it difficult to contain myself. Do you know? Ever since I laid eyes on you in the human realm, your figure has lingered in my mind. Impossible to forget. Jin Yangzi, touched by Yi Xiu's heartfelt declaration, felt her heart swell. She lifted her gaze to meet his, and with sincerity, she replied, Yi Xiu, I have always missed you as well. You know, I have been waiting for you to come find me. At that moment, their gazes intertwined, an unspoken warmth enveloping them, as if the entire world faded away, leaving only the two of them. Yi Xiu reached out and gently grasped Jin Yangzi's hand, speaking earnestly, My dear, why not return to the royal capital with me this time? Hearing his words, a flicker of hesitation crossed Jin Yangzi's eyes. She gently withdrew her hand and shook her head with a smile. Yi Xiu, I cherish the tranquility of this place and do not wish to leave just yet. Whenever you have the time, come accompany me. Jin Yangzi gazed at Yi Xiu tenderly. Her voice soft. Very well, I have already been here, and next time I can come back easily. He promptly opened a portal for spatial traversal, smiling at Jin Yangzi as he said, This portal will allow me to reach here instantly, making future encounters more convenient. Jin Yangzi, intrigued by the portal before her, watched with curiosity. 3 days later, after spending 3 days in the snowy Dashua Mountain with Shen Li and Xiao He, Yi Xiu crossed the portal back to the royal capital. In the small courtyard, Yi Xiu retrieved the elixirs obtained from his check-in and consumed one, naturally breaking through to the pinnacle of the divine level. Moreover, during these 3 days, he had also acquired several other items. System, display my panel, Yi Xiu called out in his heart. Host, Yi Xiu Realm, Divine Realm Perfection, Classification of Realms in Fengxing World, Human Realm, Earth Realm, Heaven Realm, Sacred Realm. Divine Realm, Heavenly Tao, Skills, Supreme Culinary Arts, Multilingual Proficiency, Holy Light Technique, Eye of Detection, Mining Prodigy, able to extract a sack of divine stones from a single vein. Items, 10 Void Escape Talismans, allowing for long-distance evasion. In boxes of Sophie-branded sanitary napkins. In boxes of gourmet snacks from Yupin Shop. 19 pieces of black silk lingerie. 6 smartphones techniques. 18 dragon subduing palms. Heavenly Demon Formless Technique. Treasures, Extreme Tao Emperor Weapon. Pillars supporting the heavens. Western Emperor Tower, Small World of Cave Heavens, Spatial Traversal Gate in the Snowy Domain's Great Snow Mountain. Shortly after Yi Xiu's departure, a group of formidable demonic cultivators clad in black robes and hoods ominously arrived. They emanated a chilling demonic aura, clearly not ordinary beings, thus enveloping the once tranquil Great Snow Mountain in an atmosphere of impending doom. Chapter 29, Evil Intent Master. Master, something terrible has happened. The maid, Xiaohong, rushed into Jin Yangzi's cave dwelling, her expression frantic and her voice tinged with a sob. Upon witnessing Xiaohong's distress, Jin Yangzi hastened to inquire what had transpired to elicit such alarm. Xiaohong, panting heavily, seemed eager to convey a message, yet her breathless state hindered her speech. Jin Yangzi gently patted her back, attempting to soothe her agitation. At last, Xiaohong regained her composure and, infused with urgency and concern, spoke. Master, outside. Outside there is trouble. A group of people has surged in, and they are clearly up to no good. What? Who dares to brazenly intrude upon my territory? A glint of fierce resolve flickered in Jin Yangzi's eyes, her countenance darkening instantaneously. She sprang to her feet and swiftly made her way outside. Upon reaching the entrance of the cave, She beheld a throng of individuals ensconced in black mist, emanating an eerie aura that enshrouded the dwelling, rendering it impenetrable. "Who are you, daring to wreak havoc upon my Shueshan?" Jin Yangzi's voice rang out with authority, her eyes gleaming with an icy intensity that signaled her formidable presence. Truly, she is an ancient serpent demon, radiating such power. A sinister voice emanated from the leader of the black-clad figures, resonating ominously in the frigid air. His tone was deep and gravelly, sending shivers down the spine. Jin Yangzi furrowed her brow, scrutinizing the leader of the black-robed men. "Boys, charge." At the leader's command, the surrounding black-clad figures immediately complied, rushing towards Jin Yangzi like phantoms. Enveloped in mist, their figures flickered, creating a surreal and terrifying atmosphere. As they advanced towards her, Jin Yangzi remained unflinching. Her fingers danced in intricate patterns, as if she were wielding an arcane force. With a decisive push, an invisible energy surged forth, bearing down upon the assailants. "Mirror formation," she cried, and suddenly, countless mirrors materialized in the air, encircling the group of black-clad figures, each reflecting the visage of a different beast. The beasts roared and howled within the mirrors, as if ready to leap forth and rend the black-clad intruders. Yet, the assailants did not falter in the face of the monstrous apparitions. They appeared devoid of emotion, oblivious to fear, mechanically executing their offensive orders. "So they are mere puppets," Jin Yangzi mused, her brow slightly furrowing as she beheld the relentless assault of the soulless figures. She clasped her hands together and summoned her power. The mirrors began to shimmer with an even more brilliant luminescence, this time coalescing into tangible force. "Mirror light slash," she proclaimed, and numerous beams of light shot forth from the mirrors, piercing through each black-clad figure with precision. The puppets that were struck by the beams swiftly disintegrated into nothingness. In mere moments, the advancing puppets were reduced to mere dust. From a distance, the leader of the black-clad figures witnessed the obliteration of his minions and raised his hand, summoning forth dozens more puppets to charge at Jin Yangzi. Meanwhile, a hidden puppet, taking advantage of Jin Yangzi's focus on the assaulting horde, silently infiltrated the cave, hastening deeper within until it reached a subterranean chamber. Outside the cave, a palpable atmosphere of menace suffused the air. Jin Yangzi faced the relentless tide of puppets with a grave expression. Just as the puppet army was about to breach her defenses, a colossal phantom of a nine-headed serpent materialized before her. This formidable apparition radiated an aura of fierce power, each serpent head exuding an intimidating presence, as if capable of devouring all in its path. The nine-headed serpent unleashed a thunderous roar, echoing like the sound of rolling thunder, reverberating through the air. As the sound wave spread, a potent surge of magical energy cascaded towards the puppet army. This forceful sound wave, akin to invisible blades, disintegrated the puppets instantaneously. Under the onslaught of the sonic waves, the puppets shattered like fragile glass, vanishing into the ether. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence, leaving only Jin Yangzi and her nine-headed serpent apparition standing resolute. Just as Jin Yangzi prepared to advance against the leader of the black-clad figures, a formidable presence emanated from within the cave. Oh no, Jin Yangzi's complexion paled, and she disregarded the black-clad figure before her, racing back toward the cave. Hee hee. The leader of the black-robed men cackled ominously, transforming into a shadowy wisp and vanishing swiftly. Inside the cave, Jin Yangzi hurriedly navigated deeper, only to encounter a swirling mass of vibrant colors surging toward her. Upon sighting this entity, her expression shifted dramatically, and she hastily erected multiple barriers to obstruct its escape. "You were born from me. How can you evade my grasp?" Jin Yangzi's voice echoed within the cave, laced with urgency and indignation. This entity was the manifestation of her desires, distilled from millennia of cultivation, embodying her most sinister aspects. Should it escape, countless lives would be imperiled. Yet, the entity appeared indifferent to Jin Yangzi's fervent proclamations, tracing dazzling arcs in the air as it relentlessly assaulted the barriers. Desperation consumed Jin Yangzi as she endeavored to reinforce the barriers, striving to confine it. "No," she cried out in frustration. Ultimately, the entity shattered through all her defenses, escaping into the world beyond the cave. She hurriedly pursued, only to witness it vanish into the horizon, leaving behind a brilliant afterimage. Jin Yangzi stood at the cave's entrance, engulfed in profound regret. knowing that countless innocent souls would soon suffer. In the distance, the leader of the black-robed figures reappeared, observing Jin Yangzi's crestfallen silhouette with a sinister grin. Hee. The desires of millennia are now mine to command. Jin Yangzi, you have truly bestowed upon me a magnificent gift. Master, I shall soon rescue you. The figure of the man in the black robe spoke, gradually vanishing into the darkness, leaving behind a chilling laughter that echoed through the sky. Above the realm of mortals, in the city of Yangzhou, a mysterious black vortex suddenly manifested in the air, swirling as if it sought to devour all. The once brilliant sunlight was obscured by the vortex, casting the entire city of Yangzhou into a shroud of shadow. At the center of the vortex, a vibrant, writhing entity slowly emerged. It was none other than the essence of desire belonging to the previously escaped Jin Yangzi. Gurgling sounds emanated from this life form, resembling cheers of jubilation. In an instant, it surged downward towards the bustling crowds of Yangzhou. Chapter 30 Tragedy Yangzhou City. A multitude of malevolent entities, resembling fallen meteors, surged rapidly toward the bustling city of Yangzhou. Each undulation seemed to herald an impending feast. The chilling sound reverberated through the air, instilling a sense of dread. The life forms plunged into the crowd, instantly igniting a catastrophe. The cries of "Ah, no! Don't come closer! Help, mother! I want to find my mother!" echoed in panic as people were thrown into disarray, some frozen in fear while others fled in all directions. Yet, the speed of the malevolent entities proved too swift, consuming the essence of dozens of lives in the blink of an eye. Those engulfed withered rapidly, as if drained of their vitality, transforming into mere husks. Within Yangzhou, the wails of despair and cries of anguish filled the air. The once thriving streets now resembled a hellish nightmare. The malevolent entities freely weaved through the populace, each pause marking the demise of yet another innocent soul. The guards of the city attempted to organize a defense, but against such a bizarre life form, all efforts felt utterly futile. Lingjia Baikang Wangfu, a guard, rushed in with urgency, reporting, "My lord, a woman claiming to be Jin Yangzi is seeking you outside." Hearing the guard's announcement, Shen Li and Xiao He, who had been engaged in conversation, simultaneously rose in surprise and made their way outside. "Sister Jin, what brings you here?" exclaimed Shen Li and Xiao He, hurrying to embrace her arm, their voices laced with delight. Jin Yangzi's countenance was grave, her brow furrowed with urgency. She gazed at Shen Li and Xiao He, speaking rapidly. "I have come to seek you for an important matter. Where is Yishio?" Shen Li and Xiao He exchanged glances, perceiving the unusual gravity of Jin Yangzi's demeanor. "Let us find Shigong first," they declared, taking Jin Yangzi with them to Yishio's courtyard. Yishio, who had been resting, approached upon seeing Shen Li and Xiao He with Jin Yangzi, noting her serious expression. "Jin Yangzi, what has transpired?" he inquired, his brow furrowing in concern. Jin Yangzi recounted the tale of her malevolent thoughts being sealed for millennia, only to be released by a group of cloaked figures. Upon hearing her account, the expressions of Shen Li and Xiao He turned somber. "Do not worry too much, Jin Yangzi. We shall search together," Yishio reassured her gently. Thus, he led the three women toward the council hall. Soon, they encountered Shen Muyue, who was busy attending to state affairs. "Xiaoyu, there's something crucial." Yishio relayed Jin Yangzi's situation to Shen Muyue. Understanding the gravity of the matter, she immediately began to summon her subordinates to search for the malevolent entity's whereabouts. Suddenly, a voice filled with urgency echoed from outside the hall, reporting to Ling Zun. "A message from the celestial realm states that there is chaos in Yangzhou City, and we must send people to handle it." "The chaos in the mortal realm must be," Jin Yangzi interjected swiftly. "Then let us descend to the mortal realm. Xiao He, you shall stay here. Jin Yangzi, Ali, and I will go," Yishio said softly, looking toward Xiao He. "Brother Yi, I want to go too," Xiao He pleaded, her bright eyes shimmering with anticipation, her voice carrying a hint of imploring innocence that was hard to deny. Yishio's heart softened, yet he quickly recalled the potential dangers ahead, his gaze turning resolute. "No, we do not know what we may encounter. It is too perilous. You must stay here and wait for our return." He gently ruffled Xiao He's hair, offering comfort. "Indeed, Xiao He, you should remain home and await our return," Shen Li agreed. "All right, you can stay with Xiaoyu until we return." With that, they opened the spatial portal and descended into the mortal realm with Shen Li and Jin Yangzi. Mortal realm Qingxing City, the spatial portal once again opened at the entrance of the former Xingyun courtyard. Expanding his senses, Yi Xiu swiftly detected a formidable presence, one that had already reached divine levels of power. Without hesitation, he sped toward the direction of this powerful aura, accompanied by the two women. Before long, they soared above Yangzhou City. Looking down, they beheld a scene of devastation, collapsed buildings, shattered streets, and not a single living soul in sight. The sight moved Jin Yangzi to tears as she trembled, saying, "It is my fault. I have brought this upon them. Io, this is not your fault. It is the work of those wicked cloaked figures. Once we capture them, they shall pay for their crimes, and justice will be served for you and the suffering citizens here." Yi Xiu comforted Jin Yangzi, who appeared despondent beside him. Shen Li, empathizing with her sorrow, gently patted Jin Yangzi's shoulder, softly assuring, "Indeed, Sister Jin, you cannot blame yourself. The true culprits are those ruthless cloaked individuals." With that, Shen Li clenched her fists tightly. "Let us proceed. We must investigate," Yi Xiu declared, racing toward the source of the powerful aura. In no time, the trio discovered the source of the intense energy. "Guqingjin?" Shen Li gasped, staring at the figure radiating a potent presence. "No, this must be Guqingjin's reincarnation," Yi Xiu realized, recognizing the resemblance to Guqingjin. The malevolent thoughts had taken control of him. Looking at the figure enveloped in dark energy, whose aura surpassed even his own, Jin Yangzi expressed her concern. "Ha, you dare to pursue me? You shall become my sustenance." The possessed figure, now Guqingjin, fixed his gaze on the approaching trio, his voice brimming with exhilaration. "Once I devour you, I will grow even stronger. Then, I shall consume that ancient deity. And who in this world will stand against me?" With a sinister laugh, he transformed into a wisp of black energy, lunging toward them. As the dark entity charged, Shen Li and Jin Yangzi prepared to retaliate, but Yi Xiu intervened, gently saying, "You two are no match for him. Allow me to handle this." Taking a deep breath, Yi Xiu's aura surged, revealing the full extent of his perfected divine cultivation. With both hands forming intricate seals, a formidable surge of spiritual energy swiftly enveloped the surroundings, manifesting as an immense spiritual cage that ensnared the approaching Jing Yin with unwavering resolve. "What is this? Release me!" Jing Yin bellowed in fury, dark malevolence swirling around him, desperately attempting to shatter the confines of his prison. Yi Xiu regarded him with a chilling gaze, his tone resolute. "Your struggle is in vain. Allow me to purify this wicked force that possesses you." With that, Yi Xiu extended his arms, channeling his magical energy. Suddenly, a blinding radiance erupted from his palms, a sacred light that seemed capable of cleansing all impurities. "Holy light technique!" Yi Xiu exclaimed softly, thrusting his hand forward with great intensity. Chapter 31. Su Tian Yuan. A thick and resplendent beam of light suddenly shot towards the imprisoned Jing Yin, radiating brilliance akin to a blazing sun, illuminating the entirety of Yangzhou City. At the moment the beam struck, the dark energy enveloping Jing Yin began to churn violently, as if subjected to an intense impact. "Ah, no!" Jing Yin let out a heart-wrenching scream, his voice filled with terror and resentment. Under the purification of the sacred light, the malevolent thoughts within him began to dissipate gradually. The dark forces that had initially clung to him melted away swiftly, like snow under the sun. As time passed slowly, the black mist surrounding Jing Yin faded, and his expression transformed from one of ferocity to tranquility. When the last wisp of darkness vanished, his eyes regained their clarity. What has happened to me?" Jing Yin clutched his throbbing head, gazing around in bewilderment. Yi Xiu approached him and gently spoke. "You were possessed by malevolent thoughts, but it is all over now. Do you remember who you are?" Jing Yin furrowed his brow, pondering deeply, and suddenly enlightenment dawned upon him. "I am Guqingjin? No, I am Jing Yin. Wait, that is not right. I seem to recall many things, yet they are all hazy. I am Qingyi." After a moment, Jing Yan's mind regained its clarity, and he muttered to himself, "Right, Aluo. Aluo is still inside." Jing Yin appeared to have suddenly remembered something, and he dashed frantically towards a mansion behind him. Observing Jing Yin's hurried approach, Yi Xiu and the others followed him inside. "Is that you, brother Jing Yin?" Aluo, with tears glistening in her eyes, murmured as she looked at the anxious Jing Yin rushing towards her. "Aluo, it is I. I am so sorry for hurting you," Jing Yin said, guilt etched on his face as he gazed at the wounded woman before him. A look of tenderness flickered in Luo's eyes as she gently shook her head and softly replied, "No, you cannot blame Brother Jing Yan. I know that was not you." Having just entered, Yishio noticed Jing Yan and Luo, and a wave of emotion surged within him. Little he had not reincarnated. So who was this Luo that Jing Yan loved? Surely, it could not be that the heavenly Tao had merely chosen someone at random. Brother Jing Yan, who are they? Luo weakly raised her head to look at Yishio and the others, her curiosity evident. "Luo, they are the ones who saved us," Jing Yan said softly, then turned to Yishio and the others. "I'm afraid I do not yet know how to address you. You may call me Yishio. This is Shen Li, and this is Jin Yangzi." Yishio introduced himself and the two women to Jing Yan and Luo. Upon hearing Yishio's introduction, Jing Yan's face displayed gratitude as he solemnly bowed to Yishio, saying, "So it is Brother Yi, Miss Shun, and Miss Jin. I am immensely grateful for your life-saving grace. Had it not been for your timely intervention, I fear I would have been consumed by malevolence, with unimaginable consequences." Yishio smiled slightly and waved his hand, saying, "Brother Jing is too courteous. Moreover, this malevolent being arose due to us." Jing Yan and Luo exchanged surprised glances at Yishio's words. "Arose due to you?" Jing Yan inquired, puzzled. Yishio nodded and proceeded to explain the origins of the malevolent being to Jing Yan. "Brother Yi, regardless of the circumstances, I must thank you all. If it weren't for your timely actions, I would likely have remained under the control of malevolence, committing further misdeeds." Jing Yan expressed his gratitude. Luo also chimed in. "Thank you for saving both me and Brother Jing Yan. We shall certainly remember your kindness." Yishio smiled and shook his head. "It is what we ought to do, now that the malevolent being has been vanquished. You may rest easy." After conversing with the two for a while, Yishio, accompanied by Jin Yangzi and Shen Li, prepared to return to the spirit realm. Time rewinds to the moment Jin Yangzi was searching for Yishio in the spirit realm capital. Su Tianyuan, Fu Sheng led a host of demonic soldiers to the outer boundary of the barrier. This individual was the black-robed figure that attacked Jin Yangzi and unleashed a powerful malevolent aura, a wicked puppet meticulously crafted by Lu Ming. "Master, I shall now break the seal. Please be prepared," Fu Sheng announced loudly with respect, gazing into the pitch-black abyss. Within Su Tianyuan, Lu Ming instructed, "Prepare yourselves. We shall attack the seal together." "Yes, my lord," Lu Ming replied, bowing slightly in respect. Boom, boom, boom. The sealing formation could not withstand the overwhelming force from the combined assault of Lu Ming, Feng Lai, and Fu Sheng, and it began to shatter piece by piece. "Ha ha, I have finally emerged." A voice filled with arrogance erupted from within Su Tianyuan, followed by a dark figure soaring into the sky, suspended in midair. The newcomer, clad in black robes, bore a sinister visage, his eyes gleaming with a chilling light. It was Lu Ming, who had been sealed at the bottom of Su Tianyuan. "Welcome back, Demon Lord." Fu Sheng and the other subordinates knelt in unison, their expressions filled with utmost reverence. Lu Ming cast a glance at them, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Excellent. You have done well. Your efforts have been instrumental in my escape. We shall serve the Demon Lord, willing to face 1,000 deaths." Fu Sheng and the others responded in unison. "Now, we will let the three realms witness true fear," Lu Ming stated coldly. "Lu Ming, lead them to attack the spirit realm. I shall head to the celestial realm to expedite the completion of the task assigned by our master. Should we fail, we shall converge in the human realm," Feng Lai advised Lu Ming. "Yes, my lord." The once arrogant demon Lord Lu Ming now exhibited unusual deference. Lu Ming turned to face the demonic generals and soldiers below, his voice icy and authoritative. "Listen closely. Our current objective is the spirit realm. We shall reclaim our glory. Depart." With Lu Ming's command, the demonic generals and soldiers responded in unison, transforming into shadows as they flew towards the spirit realm, while Feng Lai hurried towards the celestial realm. In the celestial realm, at the south heavenly gate, who goes there? The divine generals guarding the south heavenly gate frowned and shouted, but before he could finish his words, a dense aura of malevolence enveloped the entire south heavenly gate in an instant. With a flash, Feng Lai appeared within the south heavenly gate, and the divine general barely had time to emit a brief gasp before Feng Lai struck him down with a single palm. At that moment, the heavenly lord happened to be passing nearby, and sensed the intense malevolence, his expression shifting drastically. He looked up just in time to meet Feng Li's indifferent gaze. "Who are you, daring to intrude upon my celestial realm?" the Heavenly Lord demanded sternly. Feng Li merely smiled coldly, and with a swift motion, transformed into a streak of flowing light, charging towards the Tianjun. Upon witnessing this, the Tianjun immediately summoned a golden longsword, its blade radiating a dazzling brilliance. He swung the sword to meet Feng Li, and the two figures intertwined in the air, where the resounding sword energy clashed with the overwhelming demonic aura, producing a deafening roar. Chapter 32. The Celestial Lord's Calamity. Meanwhile, in the realm beyond, the revered Xingji Shenjuan was in seclusion, striving to ascend to the late-stage divine realm. Suddenly, he sensed an overwhelming surge of demonic energy and promptly opened his eyes. With a flicker of movement, he sped towards the source of the malevolent aura. Upon reaching the southern celestial gate, he beheld a fierce battle between the Celestial Lord and Feng Li. Just as he prepared to intervene, he witnessed the Celestial Lord struck by a devastating blow from Feng Li, plummeting like a meteor. "Celestial Lord," Xingji Shenjuan exclaimed, his expression one of shock. "It is you. The seal has indeed been broken." With that, an icy sword materialized in his hand, and he swung it towards Feng Li. A brilliant sword aura cleaved through the sky, aimed directly at Feng Li's back. Sensing the impending danger, Feng Li deftly evaded the lethal strike and turned to face Xingji Shenjuan, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "Are you the last surviving ancient deity of this world? If I slay you, the task assigned by my master will be accomplished." He cackled. Xingji Shenjuan remained silent, his gaze icy as he swung his ice sword once more. The two figures entwined in the air, their energies clashing fiercely. Each collision reverberated with deafening roars, shaking the entire celestial realm. As countless celestial soldiers looked on in terror at this unprecedented battle between gods and demons. Following another violent clash, Feng Li's lips curled into a cold smile. The ancient deity is but this. With that, he unleashed a torrent of demonic energy, forming a colossal black claw aimed viciously at Xingji Shenjuan. Water-stopping technique. Xingji Shenjuan bellowed, as the icy sword in his hand erupted with a bone-chilling aura, conjuring a massive ice dragon that roared towards Feng Li. 9 Nether Claw. Simultaneously, Feng Li invoked his ultimate move, the Black Claw and Ice Dragon colliding violently in the air. The moment they clashed, an earth-shattering explosion erupted. After the confrontation, both Feng Li and Xingji Shenjuan were sent reeling backwards, blood spilling from their mouths, evidently wounded. Feng Li struggled to rise, aware that victory was no longer within his grasp. Seizing the opportunity while Xingji Shenjuan was injured, Feng Li transformed into a streak of black light, fleeing towards the lower realms. Xingji Shenjuan strained to pursue, yet his injuries rendered him immobile. He could only watch helplessly as Feng Li escaped, his heart heavy with despair and frustration. Subsequently, Xingji Shenjuan approached Furongjun, who was weeping over the lifeless body of the Celestial Lord. With a solemn glance at the fallen Celestial Lord, he turned to Furongjun and spoke gravely. "The calamity of the celestial realm is not yet over. Furongjun, you shall now assume the position of Celestial Lord, with the assistance of the celestial officials, to restore the celestial realm." With that, he transformed into a beam of light, returning to the realm beyond to nurse his wounds, leaving Furongjun still mourning at the scene. In the Lingjia, a panicked guard rushed into the meeting hall, his face a mask of fear. "My Lord Lingzuan, dire news. A catastrophe has unfolded. What has happened to cause such alarm?" Shen Muyue asked, frowning at the distressed guard. "Lord Lingzuan, the seal of Zuxianyuan has been breached. The demonic army is advancing. General Shangbei has already led forces to confront them." The news struck Shen Muyue like a thunderclap. The breaking of the Zuxianyuan seal meant her master, the Liuming Mosen, had escaped, heralding disaster for the Lingjia and even the entire 3 realms. "Immediately summon our warriors. We shall face this threat together." Moments later, the warriors of the Lingjia assembled. With a command from Shen Muyue, they hastened towards the battlefield. At the boundary of the Lingjia, General Shangbei's vanguard clashed fiercely with the demonic army, the air thick with smoke, as blades flashed and cries of battle echoed. Upon arrival, Shen Muyue beheld General Shangbei besieged by several demonic generals, the situation dire. "Rescue General Shangbei," she ordered. And the Lingjia forces surged into the fray, engaging the demonic army in a desperate struggle. In the heart of the battlefield stood a shadow enveloped in swirling demonic energy. It was the recently freed Liuming Mosen. His icy gaze locked onto Shen Muyue, a cruel smile curving his lips. "Ah, my dear disciple, you have come." His voice was deep and oppressive. "Long ago, when I attacked the celestial realm, I was sealed by that ancient deity Xingji. Now that I am free, I shall reclaim my honor. Since you are here, join me in conquering the celestial realm and unifying the three realms. Master, your previous assault on the celestial realm brought untold suffering to the three realms. Now that you have escaped, do you intend to repeat that folly? I beseech you to cease this madness." Shen Muyue replied, her brows furrowed deeply. A flicker of complex emotion passed through Liuming Mozen's eyes as he regarded his once beloved disciple now standing against him for the sake of peace in the three realms. Anger and resentment filled his heart. "Dear disciple, I act for the good of our Lingjia. Only by unifying the three realms can we flourish and no longer suffer under the oppression of the celestial realm." "No, Master," Shen Muyue resolutely shook her head. "Unification will only bring greater suffering and disaster. Is our Lingjia not well as it is? Must we reignite the flames of war?" Liuming Mozen scoffed at her words. "Suffering and disaster? They brought it upon themselves. This world is cruel. The survival of the fittest is an eternal law. Only by becoming strong can one dictate their own fate. So, you would sacrifice innocent lives for the sake of a so-called position of power?" Shen Muyue countered, her eyes glistening with disappointment and sorrow. After a moment of silence, Liuming Mozen raised his head abruptly, his eyes ablaze with fervor. "Indeed, for the future of the Lingjia, such sacrifices are necessary," he bellowed, his demonic energy surging violently. Shen Muyue gazed at her master, her heart aching. "If you insist on this course, then we shall meet on the battlefield." Taking a deep breath, she spoke coldly. "Very well," Liuming Mozen sneered. "Since you have chosen to stand against me, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." Having spoken, he transformed into a streak of black light, charging towards Shen Muyue. On the battlefield, the armies of the Lingjia and the Mozu had already clashed. Amidst the glimmer of blades and the shadows of swords, countless warriors fell, their blood staining the earth crimson. As the Lu Ming and Mozun approached, Shen Muyue gripped the Tai Huang Jian tightly in her hand. Although she had yet to awaken the deity within this imperial weapon, it was sufficiently formidable to grant her the strength to contend with the Lu Ming and Mozun, who was of a higher realm. The Lu Ming and Mozun, upon witnessing this, curled his lips in a disdainful smile, dismissing Shen Muyue as merely a late-stage Sheng level. While he himself was at the mid-level of the divine realm, how could she possibly contend with him? However, when he noticed the sword in Shen Muyue's grasp emanating an aura that sent shivers through him, he was struck with doubt. What manner of sword is this? The Lu Ming and Mozun pondered in astonishment. Despite his apprehension regarding the sword's overwhelming power, he transformed into a surge of black, demonic energy, hurtling towards Shen Muyue. Chapter 33. The Fall of the Demon Lord. As Shen Muyue beheld her master charging towards her, a torrent of conflicting emotions surged within her. However, this battle was unavoidable. She could only grasp the Tai Huang sword tightly and unleash a brilliant sword aura aimed at the Lu Ming and Mozun. The sword aura was piercingly fierce, akin to a meteor streaking across the sky, wielding unmatched might. Wherever the sword aura passed, the very fabric of space seemed to tremble, manifesting tiny fissures as if it were on the verge of being torn apart. Upon witnessing this, Lu Ming and Mozun's expression shifted slightly. He could distinctly sense the terrifying power encapsulated within the sword aura, compelling him to act with utmost caution. In an instant, he sidestepped to evade the oncoming attack. "This sword possesses some skill," he remarked coldly. Immediately following, he vanished from sight. Raising the Yuming Duan Hun Dao high above his head, bellowing, one word to split the void. Before his words fully escaped his lips, he swung the blade downwards. The colossal knife, infused with boundless demonic energy, sliced towards Shen Muyue with tremendous speed. Simultaneously, Shen Muyue soared gracefully into the air, channeling all her magical power into the Tai Huang sword. The sword resonated with a vibrating hum, as if the divine essence within it was on the brink of awakening. Facing the approaching Yuming Duan Hun Dao, Shen Muyue gazed ahead and called out softly, "Jiu Tian Xian Nu sword." With her utterance, the Tai Huang sword erupted in dazzling brilliance, releasing an exceedingly sharp sword aura that charged towards Lu Ming and Mozun, its potency seemingly capable of rending the heavens and splitting the earth. The clash of sword and blade in midair produced a resounding explosion, momentarily rendering the onlookers below deafened. A formidable wave of energy swept across the battlefield, as if it intended to engulf everything in its path. Lu Ming Mo Zun and Shen Muyue each hovered in the air, exerting full control over their respective treasures. Their figures flickered amidst the dancing lights of the blade and sword, each collision causing the surrounding air to tremble violently. Amidst their fierce combat, a portal radiating a white luminescence suddenly emerged nearby, from which a man and two women stepped forth. It was Yishio, Shen Li, and Jin Yangzi, who had hastened back from the mortal realm. Yishio immediately spotted the two engaged in battle. Upon recognizing Shen Muyue, his eyes flashed with icy light as he bellowed, "How dare you bully my woman?" Before his words had faded, his figure had already materialized like a specter between the combatants. "Yishio, you've arrived. That is wonderful," Shen Muyue exclaimed joyfully as she swiftly flew to his side. Yishio gazed tenderly at her and softly reassured her, "Xiaoyu, do not worry. Leave the rest to me." He didn't even cast a glance at Lu Ming Mo Zun, as if the latter were utterly insignificant. Contempt, sheer contempt. Lu Ming Mo Zun felt the overwhelming aura emanating from Yishio. His heart quaked. He solemnly inquired, "Who are you? This is a matter between us. I hope you will not interfere." Yishio shot a cold glance at Lu Ming Mo Zun, a smirk of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. "Who you are is of no interest to me. However, if you dare to harm my woman, that is an entirely different matter." Lu Ming Mo Zun's countenance darkened. He had not anticipated that this suddenly appearing man would be so audacious, and his strength appeared unfathomable. Although fury surged within him, he refrained from acting recklessly. "If you would be so gracious as to let me leave, I shall withdraw and no longer be an enemy of Shen Muyue, nor will I attack the Ling realm. How does that sound? Come and go as you please. Do you think this place is your home?" Yishio replied languidly, regarding Lu Ming Mo Zun with evident disdain. He then mockingly added, "You may take your own life, and I shall spare your corpse. How does that sound? You exceed the bounds of tyranny." Lu Ming Mo Zun seethed, glaring at Yishio, who regarded him with utter disregard. Inwardly, Lu Ming Mo Zun pondered, "Regardless, I am a demon lord. Should I not receive some respect? I give you 3 breaths of time. Take your own life, or face a death without a complete corpse." Yishio stated indifferently. Upon hearing Yishio's aggressive words, compounded by the realization of his superior strength, Lu Ming Mo Zun felt a wave of despair. Why was it that upon breaking the seal, he was met with calamity? He wondered if his master would succeed. Xiaoyu, for the sake of our past bond as master and disciple, let me go," Lu Ming Mo Zun beseeched, casting a pleading glance at Shen Muyue. Witnessing her once mighty master in such a state stirred a sense of compassion within Shen Muyue. Yet, she was acutely aware of the nature of the demon lord. He would never relent and would undoubtedly wage war again in the future. Thus, suppressing her pity, she slightly turned her head and softly instructed Yishio, "Yishio, handle this as you see fit, since you offer me no path to survival." Lu Ming Mo Zun declared, raising his Yuming Duan Hun Dao for an attack against Yishio. Yishio, observing the advancing Lu Ming Mo Zun, a glimmer of cold light flickering in his eyes, summoned his Qingtian Iju, proclaiming, "Grow larger, grow thicker, grow longer." No sooner had he spoken than the originally slender rod burgeoned to 100 feet in length and girth sufficient for 10 men to embrace, radiating immense power akin to a mountain plummeting from the heavens, crashing down towards the rushing Lu Ming Mo Zun with overwhelming force. Lu Ming Mo Zun was left stunned and immobile by this sudden transformation. The pressure emanating from the Qingtian pillar had him firmly ensnared, rendering him powerless to escape as he could only watch helplessly as the thick, elongated rod descended upon him. "No, my master will surely avenge me," Lu Ming Mo Zun cried out in despair, but his voice was drowned out by the thunderous roar of the Qingtian pillar crashing down. Simultaneously, Lu Ming Mo Zun's most adept general, Fu Sheng, fell victim to the relentless assault of Shen Li and Jin Yangzi. With the demise of both Lu Ming Mo Zun and Fu Sheng, the demonic army was swiftly decimated by the collective efforts of the others. "Xiaoyu, what is the situation here?" Yishio gently grasped Shen Muyue's hand, inquiring softly. Shen Muyue lifted her head, her bright eyes gazing tenderly at Yishio, and replied softly, "I do not know how the seal of Sutian Yuan was suddenly broken. Alas, it is over now. Do not dwell on it." Yishio comforted her, embracing her as he noticed her troubled demeanor. Just then, Shen Li and Jin Yangzi approached. "Master, Master Gong, you too. Shen Li gazed at Yi Xiao and Shen Muyue, hesitating to articulate her thoughts. As Yi Xiao turned his attention towards Shen Li, he was about to speak when he noticed Jin Yangzi's displeased expression. Alarmed, he gently released Shen Muyue and approached Jin Yangzi, taking her hand and guiding her to Shen Muyue's side. Awkwardly, he said, "Xiao Yu, well, Yao is also my woman." Shen Muyue paused for a moment, but soon regained her composure. With a smile, she glanced at Jin Yangzi, then turned to Yi Xiao, a glint of mischief dancing in her eyes as she remarked, "Oh, is that so? Then you must be quite fortunate, embracing two beauties at once." Yi Xiao rubbed his nose, a hint of embarrassment coloring his smile. "Xiao Yu, you know that I—" All right, I'm not blaming you," Shen Muyue interrupted, stepping forward to affectionately take Jin Yangzi's hand. "Sister Yao, from now on we are family, and you must keep an eye on him to prevent him from sowing his wild oats." Initially displeased with Yi Xiao for not informing her of his existing relationships, Jin Yangzi began to relax upon witnessing Shen Muyue's warm demeanor and softly replied, "Thank you, Xiao Yu." Chapter 34. The Queen's Tenderness Beside Them. Shen Li observed the intimate trio, her heart a tumult of emotions. For millennia, she had been hailed as the goddess of war in the spirit realm, yet she was also a woman yearning for affection and indulgence. Since that time, when Yi Xiao had brought her to the mortal realm, she had been deeply touched by the care and affection of her master. Her heart having long transcended the bounds of a mere teacher-student relationship. However, she had never dared to reveal her feelings. Now, witnessing the closeness between her master and Shifu, Jin Yangzi, a wave of envy and loneliness washed over Shen Li. She stood silently to the side, her gaze inadvertently drawn to Yi Xiao. Every movement, every smile of his stirred her heart. Yet, this emotion she could only bury deep within. "Ali, what troubles you?" Shen Muyue noticed Shen Li's unusual demeanor and inquired with concern. "Nothing, Shifu," Shen Li replied, forcing a smile to mask her inner turmoil. "I am merely a bit tired and wish to return to rest." "Then you may go," Shen Muyue said gently. Shen Li nodded and turned to leave. Her silhouette appeared particularly lonely in the golden hues of the setting sun, as if enveloped in endless sorrow. Yi Xiao watched her departing figure, his brow slightly furrowed, pondering upon her state. "What ails you, Yi Xiao?" Jin Yangzi observed his distraction and asked. "Nothing. Let us return to the royal capital," Yi Xiao replied softly to Shen Muyue before turning to Jin Yangzi. "Yao, you should accompany us back to the royal capital as well." Shen Muyue chimed in. "Indeed, sister, let us return together for mutual support." Seeing the sincere expressions on Yi Xiao and Shen Muyue's faces, Jin Yao gently nodded in agreement. Upon their return to the royal capital, Yi Xiao, accompanied by Shen Muyue and Jin Yangzi, entered his small courtyard, where they found Xiao He engrossed in her mobile device. "Brother Yi, you have returned." Upon hearing the commotion, Xiao He looked up, her face lighting up with joy as she rushed over. "Shenjia, Jinjia," Xiao He greeted the two ladies sweetly. Indeed, Xiao He is truly well behaved. Shen Muyue smiled as she affectionately patted Xiao He's head, having taken a great liking to the adorable little sister. Jin Yao also smiled. "Xiao He, you are becoming more beautiful by the day." "Thank you, sister." "Brother Yi, have the matters outside been resolved?" Xiao He turned her curiosity toward Yi Xiao. "Yes, everything has been taken care of. Since we are all here, I shall prepare a grand feast today to celebrate," Yi Xiao said, warmth sparkling in his eyes as he smiled at the three ladies. Hearing this, Shen Muyue, Jin Yangzi, and Shen Li all displayed expressions of eager anticipation. "By the way, Xiao He, please go to Ali's residence and fetch her," Yi Xiao instructed as he turned towards the kitchen. "All right, Brother Yi, I shall go now," Xiao He replied cheerfully before hastening towards Shen Li's residence. Outside Shen Li's chamber, Xiao He knocked on the door and called out brightly, "Ali, Brother Yi is making a grand feast. Come out and join us." Inside, sitting dejectedly by the bedside, Shen Li softly responded, "Xiao He, I have no appetite today. I shall not go." "Ali, you truly are not coming?" Xiao He said, disappointment evident in her voice. "Brother Yi is personally cooking. You know how exquisite his culinary skills are. Don't you adore delicious food?" Shen Li remained silent for a moment, fully aware of Yi Xiao's exceptional cooking. Each time he prepared a meal, it was always a delightful experience. However, she simply lacked the heart to enjoy food at this moment, as her feelings stirred a complicated restlessness within her. "Xiao He, I truly do not wish to go. I have no appetite today. You may return," Shen Li's voice carried a hint of resignation and solitude. Understanding her state, Xiao He refrained from insisting further. All right, Ali, then do rest well. I will inform Brother Yi. With that, Xiao He left the Baicang Wang Fu and returned to Yi Xiu's courtyard. Brother Yi, Ali said she has no appetite today and will not be joining us. Xiao He conveyed Shen Li's message. Yi Xiu frowned slightly upon hearing this, puzzled by her behavior. Suddenly, Jin Yangzi sent a thought to Yi Xiu, stating, Yi Xiu, do you not understand yet? That girl has feelings for you. Shen Muyue, standing nearby, appeared to grasp the situation as well. Yi Xiu, taken aback by Jin Yangzi's words, let out a helpless smile. You all start without me. I shall go check on Ali. With that, Yi Xiu turned and walked towards Shen Li's residence, harboring a touch of curiosity about her unexpected reaction. As he walked along the streets of the royal capital, memories of his time with Shen Li flooded his mind. From the initial moments of bringing her to the mortal realm to their shared experiences, he had always regarded her as a younger sister to care for. Yet, he had never realized that her feelings had transcended the admiration a junior held for a senior. Before long, Yi Xiu arrived at Shen Li's residence. He gently knocked on the door, which was swiftly opened by Shen Li's maid. Roya, where is Ali? Yi Xiu inquired. Since the prince returned, she has remained in her chamber, seemingly troubled. She did not respond when called for dinner. You should go and see her, Roya promptly replied. Moments later, Yi Xiu followed Roya to the entrance of Shen Li's chamber, where she retreated. Knock, knock, knock. Ali, it is I, Yi Xiu softly called, but there was no response. Still, he sensed her presence just beyond the door. Ali, please open the door. If you have anything on your mind, you may share it with me, he continued, his voice laced with concern. The door creaked open, revealing Shen Li standing behind it, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Shigong, she whispered, as if 1,000 words were trapped within her, yet she did not know where to begin. Come, sit down and speak. Yi Xiu beckoned as he guided Shen Li to the table within the room. Is there something weighing on your heart? Shen Li lowered her gaze, remaining silent for a moment, then mustered the courage to look up at Yi Xiu. Shigong, I like you. As she spoke those words, Shen Li seemed to exert every ounce of strength within her, a delicate blush gracing her cheeks. Yi Xiu was momentarily taken aback, never anticipating that Shen Li would so openly convey her feelings, for she had always embodied the image of a female warrior in his heart. As he gazed upon this steadfast woman, who now appeared so vulnerable and genuine, he softly called her name, Ali, extending his hand to gently clasp hers. Your intentions, I understand. However, you must be aware that your master and Yi Yao. Master, I am aware, Shen Li interjected, her voice trembling, yet her gaze sparkled with unwavering determination. All I seek is the opportunity to stand by your side, whether as a junior or in another capacity. With that, Shen Li suddenly rose, moving to Yi Xiu's side and enveloping him in a tight embrace. Master, allow me to hold you for a moment, if you would. Her voice quivered, yet her tone remained resolute. Yi Xiu was taken aback by Shen Li's boldness, his body stiffening as he grappled with how to respond. Chapter 35. Sacrifice. Embraced by Shen Li, Yi Xiu felt the rhythmic thumping of her heart, her warmth, and the subtle fragrance that enveloped her being. Shen Li's cheek was pressed closely against Yi Xiu's chest, allowing her to distinctly hear the cadence of his heartbeat, which filled her with an overwhelming sense of reassurance and warmth. Master, do you know? I have never experienced such feelings before. Ever since you brought me down to this realm, my heart has belonged to you, Shen Li gently professed, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Master, I love you, and I will wait for you, forever. With that, Shen Li rose on her toes and boldly. Yi Xiu widened his eyes in astonishment, completely unprepared for Shen Li's assertiveness. He felt her lips softly brush against his, stirring within him an inexplicable surge of emotions. Though her kiss was inexperienced, she poured all her strength into conveying her affection. Yi Xiu found himself torn, fully aware that as Shen Li's master, he should push her away. Yet, he could not bring himself to do so. Shen Li's kiss deepened, as if she sought to infuse every ounce of her love into that moment. Closing his eyes, Yi Xiu chose to abandon the tumultuous thoughts swirling in his mind, surrendering to the bliss of Shen Li's kiss and her love. After a fragrant incense stick had burned down, Yi Xiu gazed at Shen Li, feeling an indescribable emotion swell within him. In that instant, they transcended the confines of master and disciple, yet he understood that he could not resist Shen Li's affection and tenderness. Their breaths intertwined, as if etching their love profoundly into each other's hearts. Shen Li clung tightly to Yi Xiao, wishing to merge her very essence into his embrace. Yi Xiao tenderly kissed Shen Li's forehead, his heart brimming with tenderness and remorse. Ali, I am sorry. I know this is wrong, but Master, do not say you are sorry. I am willing. All of this is my choice, Shen Li interjected, her eyes radiating profound love. All I know is that I love you, and I wish to be with you. Yi Xiao embraced Shen Li fiercely in that moment. He cast aside societal judgments and moral constraints, desiring only to cherish this woman who was ready to sacrifice everything for him. Meanwhile, Shen Muyue and her companions gazed anxiously at the tardy Yi Xiao. Despite the sumptuous feast laid before them, their appetites had vanished. Jinjia, Xiaohe, let us visit Ali's residence. I fear something may have happened, Shen Muyue expressed with concern. The three women exchanged glances, each nodding in agreement. And together they set off towards Shen Li's home. In Baicang Wang Fu, within Shen Li's quarters, Yi Xiao observed the alluring figure of Shen Li peacefully asleep beside him, a wave of tenderness washing over him. Just then, the voices of Shen Muyue and Roya suddenly pierced the tranquil atmosphere. Oh no! Yi Xiao thought, panic rising within him as he hurriedly donned his attire. Unable to resist glancing back at Shen Li, he noted her serene slumber, a faint blush still adorning her cheeks. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, he adjusted his clothing and gently opened the door to step outside. He inadvertently collided with the three women approaching him. Yi Xiao, how is Ali? Shen Muyue inquired, her expression filled with worry. Yes, Brother Yi, what is wrong with Ali? Xiaohe eagerly asked, her face etched with concern. Jin Yangzi also regarded him with a sympathetic gaze. Cough, cough. Yi Xiao cleared his throat, attempting to mask his awkwardness and anxiety. Ali is fine. She may just be a bit tired recently. Let her rest for a while. There is no need for concern. Let us return. Very well. Let us allow Ali to rest, Shen Muyue replied, though her tone still carried a hint of worry. All right. Let us go and let Ali recuperate, he said, leading Shen Muyue and Jin Yao back towards his courtyard. Xiaohe followed suit, returning to Yi Xiao's small abode in Lingzun Fu. After the four shared dinner, Shen Muyue departed first from Yi Xiao's courtyard, while Jin Yangzi and Xiaohe sat nearby, engrossed in their phones, occasionally erupting into fits of laughter. Yi Xiao reclined on his lounge chair, silently calling out, System, check-in. Ding. Congratulations, host. Check-in successful. Reward obtained. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a skill upgrade card. A skill upgrade card? Yi Xiao mused, intrigued by the prospect of enhancement. System, review my attributes. Host. Yi Xiao realm. Perfect divine realm, aligned with the realms of Fengxing world. Human realm, earth realm, heaven realm, sacred realm, divine realm, heavenly path, each divided into early, mid, late, and perfect stages. Skills, divine culinary arts, multilingual proficiency. Holy light technique, eye of inspection, mining expert, 1 bag of divine stone or per dig. Items, 10 void escape talismans, used for long distance evasion. Boxes of Sophie sanitary napkins, boxes of premium snacks, a set of 19 black silk garments, 6 smartphones, techniques, 18 dragon subduing palms, heavenly demon formless technique, treasure, extreme path emperor weapon, pillar of heaven, extreme path emperor weapon, Shi Huang tower, cave world, space shuttle door gazing. At his attributes, Yi Xiao fell into a moment of contemplation and silently chanted, System, upgrade the heavenly demon formless technique. Ding. Upgrading, please wait. Ding. Upgrade complete. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Grand Dao level technique. Heavenly Demon Grand Dao Formless Secret. Upon learning of the unique effects of the Heavenly Demon Grand Dao Formless Secret, Yi Xiao found himself deep in thought. Time flew by, and soon night fell. After arranging Jin Yangzi's room, Yi Xiao chose not to linger or seek out Shen Muyue, but instead made his way to Shen Li's residence. After all, Shen Li was experiencing her first encounter, and she needed his companionship. The path was clear, and soon he arrived at Shen Li's chamber door. Gently pushing it open, he stepped inside. Hearing the noise, Shen Li opened her eyes and, upon recognizing Yi Xiao, promptly closed them again. Yi Xiao approached the bedside and gently settled down, gazing at Shen Li's serene visage, a wave of tenderness washing over him. He extended his hand, softly caressing Shen Li's cheek, savoring her warmth and softness. Shen Li seemed to sense Yi Xiao's touch, slightly opening her eyes to meet his gaze, and softly murmured, Shigong, you have come. Are you feeling better? I will stay with you tonight. Yishio looked at Shen Li and replied in a gentle voice. Is that true? A glimmer of surprise flickered in Shen Li's eyes as she abruptly sat up, momentarily captivated by the beauty of spring surrounding her. Shen Li hurriedly used the blanket to shield the revealing glimpse of spring. After a considerable time, Yishio gazed at Shen Li nestled in his arms, kissed her forehead, and softly declared, Ali, I love you. Shen Li responded with a soft affirmation, a delicate blush gracing her cheeks. Chapter 36. A millennium of memories. The following morning, as Shen Li opened her eyes, she found Yishio beside her, embracing her. A wave of sweetness washed over her heart. Upon noticing that Shen Li was awake, Yishio gently patted her back and tenderly said, Ali, you're awake. It's time to rise. If you don't, Xiao He and the others will soon arrive and see us. Shen Li playfully pushed Yishio away. Pouting and feigning annoyance, don't look at me, turn around. Hearing this, Yishio chuckled indulgently and complied. All right, I'll turn around now. Our dear Ali is shy. Once Yishio had turned, Shen Li swiftly dressed and cheerfully called out, Master, you can turn around now. Yishio, with a playful grin, responded while quietly activating his eye of inquiry. Name, Shen Li, Feng Li, Phoenix, age, 1001. 1 year's height, 165 centimeters, weight, 45 G realm. Perfected Saint realm. Upon hearing Yishio's words, Shen Li bashfully lowered her head, burying her face in her chest. After they were both dressed, Yishio gazed at the radiant Shen Li and softly said, Ali, let us go. If they don't see us soon, they will come looking. All right, Shen Li happily replied, her voice brimming with joy. However, just as they took a step, she hesitated, turned to Yishio, and softly said, Master, let us not tell Master about us just yet, all right? Yishio noticed the flicker of unease in her eyes and understood her concerns. Okay, I will heed our Ali's wishes, he said, caressing Shen Li's silky hair gently. You are truly wonderful. Shen Li looked up at Yishio, her heart filled with sweetness. Moments later, they returned to Yishio's small courtyard. Ali, you're all right. Upon seeing Shen Li, Xiao He quickly ran to her side, grasping her hands with delight. Curiously, she then asked, Wow, Ali, what did you use? You look so different from yesterday. Oh, perhaps I just had a good rest last night, Shen Li replied somewhat sheepishly, casting a furtive glance at Yishio. The innocent Xiao He didn't notice Shen Li's subtle transformation, nodding earnestly, yes. Resting well does make one look much more spirited. Ali, you truly look beautiful today. Beside them, Jin Yangzi observed Shen Li's newfound radiance, and, recalling Yishio's actions from yesterday and today, fell into contemplation. Just then, a guard announced, the Spirit Lord requests your presence in the conference hall. Before long, the four arrived at the conference hall. Yishio, a grave matter has occurred in the celestial realm. The heavenly Lord has been slain. Shen Muyue declared, her face a mask of shock, speaking with an urgency that brooked no delay. What has transpired? Yishio demanded, his gaze fixed on Shen Muyue, his heart racing at the thought of the celestial realm's ruler being extinguished so abruptly. The three women beside him were equally stunned. Observing their expressions, Shen Muyue slowly continued, the seal of Shu Tian Abyss has shattered. Aside from my master, the sixth underworld demon lord, there is another involved. This individual attacked the celestial realm, leading to the heavenly lord's demise. She turned her gaze to Shen Li, letting out a soft sigh. Ali, it is time to reveal the truth to you. This individual is your father, Feng Li. What? How is this possible? Did you not tell me that my father had passed away? Shen Li asked, her disbelief evident. Sighing, Shen Muyue replied softly. This story dates back over 1,000 years. She began to recount the events of over a millennium ago. It was revealed that more than 1,000 years prior, the sixth underworld demon lord ruled the demon realm, now the spirit realm, and had two disciples, Shen Muyue and Shen Li's mother, Lu Yu. For reasons unknown, the sixth underworld demon lord suddenly changed temperament, intent on attacking the celestial realm to unify the three realms. To achieve this, he deemed the god of conduct as his primary obstacle. Thus, to thwart the god of conduct, the sixth underworld demon lord conducted numerous experiments, ultimately creating a perfect Chime King, king of beasts, from a Chime and a phoenix feather, known as Feng Li. When he was first created, Feng Li possessed the intellect of a mere 3-year-old child, with Lu Yu caring for him and teaching him, leading to their mutual affection. Hence, Shen Li was born. Ultimately, during the 6 underworld demon lords' assault on the celestial realm, Feng Lai could not be controlled as intended, resulting in the demon lord losing his corporeal form. The god of conduct, to seal the Chime beast army, created the Shu Tian abyss, driving all beasts and Chime into it. Feng Lai eventually entered the abyss to suppress the beast army, allowing the god of conduct to successfully establish the sealing array. Meanwhile, Shen Li's mother, Lu Yu, gave birth to her just outside the Shu Tian abyss, but passed away shortly thereafter. So, how could Ali's father attack the celestial realm? Xiao He, unable to contain her curiosity, asked after Shen Muyue finished recounting the past. Indeed, this is the very question I ponder, especially since I have heard that the god of conduct has also been gravely injured. Shen Muyue lamented, her mind swirling with confusion. After hearing all this, an inexplicable urge surged within Shen Li. She felt compelled to seek out her father and uncover the truth. Master, I wish to go to the celestial realm, she declared, taking a deep breath and looking at Shen Muyue. Observing Shen Li's determined expression, Shen Muyue sighed softly. Ali, the situation is uncertain, and you? I shall go as well. I will accompany Ali, Yishio interjected, casting a reassuring glance at the worried Shen Muyue. Very well. Shen Muyue reluctantly consented to Yishio and Shen Li's journey to the celestial realm. Just stay home and wait patiently. Ali and I will return shortly, Yishio said with a gentle smile. With that, he opened a portal shimmering with a milky white glow, and together, he and Shen Li stepped through. Celestial realm, southern heavenly gate upon their arrival. Yishio and Shen Li were met by the guards at the southern heavenly gate, donned in white mourning attire, their heads wrapped in white cloth. It seemed the celestial realm was already preparing for the heavenly lord's funeral. Lord Baitsong of the spirit realm, may I inquire what brings you both to the celestial realm? One guard approached them respectfully. We seek the god of conduct. Please inform him at once, Yishio replied coolly. Yes. I shall promptly report this to our new heavenly lord, the guard exclaimed before turning to rush into the southern heavenly gate. Chapter 37. Secrets of Another World. The Immortal Realm. The Immortals' Cemetery. A symphony of grief and mourning. Before us stood a group of immortals clad in white mourning garments, solemnly conducting a funeral. Indeed, it was the funeral of the Tianjun. The air was thick with sorrow and gravity, with each immortal's visage etched with profound grief. At that moment, hurried footsteps shattered the solemnity of the scene. A guard rushed in, dropping to one knee. Breathless as he reported, Tianjun, the king of Baikang and the one who previously killed the war god Kai Jian have arrived, seeking to meet the divine ruler. What? The prince has come? Exclaimed Ma Fong, standing beside the Tianjun, his expression one of surprise upon hearing of the Baikang king's arrival. Ma Fong, since it is the Baikang king, you should go and welcome him, said Furongjun softly, glancing at Ma Fong. After acknowledging her, Ma Fong followed the guards to the southern heavenly gate. Ma Fong, what are you doing here? Shen Li asked, her face a mask of confusion as she spotted Ma Fong emerging from the immortal realm. Yeshio shared her bewilderment, pondering if Ma Fong was here for love. Your Highness, I. Ma Fong gazed at Shen Li, hesitating, unsure of how to proceed. Never mind why you are here. We have urgent matters to discuss with Xingji Shinjuan. We cannot afford to delay, Yeshio interjected, speaking in a calm tone. Your Highness, please, Ma Fong replied, understanding the urgency, and promptly escorted Shen Li and Yeshio to the immortal cemetery. Upon witnessing the somber scene, Yeshio was astonished, realizing that the burial of immortals bore a striking resemblance to that of mortals. Shen Li took a deep breath, walking slowly to the grave, bowing respectfully as she said, Tianjun, although our realms have had their conflicts, you have dedicated your life to the immortal realm. May your spirit find peace in the heavens. Yeshio also stepped forward, performing a symbolic bow. At that moment, Furongjun approached, her expression grave as she addressed Shen Li and Yeshio. Thank you both for coming to pay your respects. I have already arranged for the heavenly soldiers to report to the divine ruler. Please wait a moment. Shortly thereafter, Xingji Shinjuan arrived, his complexion slightly pale. Yeah, brother. I knew you would come. Let us converse in the outer heaven. I have matters to discuss with you, he said. That would be excellent, Yeshio replied. Thus, under the guidance of Xingji Shinjuan, the three swiftly arrived in the expanse of the outer heaven. Once seated, Yeshio eagerly initiated the check-in process. System, check-in. Beep. Congratulations, host. Check-in at the outer heaven successful. Rewards granted. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have received a cultivation card. which allows a breakthrough to the initial stage of Tiandao. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the technique Shi Xinyang Huan Ju, devouring gods and nurturing souls technique. Capture other souls to refine and nurture your own, ultimately achieving an indestructible holy soul. There are 9 colors of soul power: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, silver, and gold. Yeshio felt a surge of joy, pleasantly surprised by the richness of rewards from this check-in. Not only could he advance to the Tiandao realm, but he also received a technique for cultivating soul power. Xingji Shinjuan, unaware of Yeshio's excitement, regarded him with a serious expression and slowly stated, "Ya brother, do you still remember our previous discussions? This time, the seal has been broken, and the Beast King is attacking the immortal realm. The Tianjun has fallen, and it is the very Beast King that assisted me in setting the seal back then. Divine Ruler, since the Beast King once aided you in establishing the seal, why does it now attack the immortal realm?" Shen Li inquired, perplexed. "This is precisely the crux of my concern. The Beast King attacking the immortal realm is clearly no longer the same as before. It is likely under the control of some external force." Xingji Shinjuan explained with a grave countenance. "Controlled?" Shen Li's expression turned bewildered. "The Liuming Mozen has been slain. Who else could control the Beast King? I suspect that the spatial fluctuations observed previously in Zuxianyuan were indicative of an invasion from another world. The Beast King may very well be manipulated by individuals from this other world," Yeshio posited, glancing at Shen Li beside him. "Another world?" Shen Li's confusion deepened. "Indeed. Our realm consists of the immortal realm, the spirit realm, and the mortal realm, yet they all belong to one world. Beyond this world, there may exist countless realms similar to ours." Yeshio slowly articulated his conjecture. "Is there conclusive evidence for this?" Shen Li questioned, her disbelief evident. Xingji Shinjuan turned his gaze toward Yeshio. Meeting their eyes, Yeshio continued, "Ali, do you recall the day you entered your master's room and were reprimanded? Of course, my master has never scolded me for that. I don't know what happened that day. But how does this relate to another world?" Shen Li asked, recalling her master's reprimand with confusion. "It is indeed relevant. That was the day I arrived in this world," Yeshio stated calmly. "What? Master, are you implying that you are not of this world?" Shen Li stood in shock, her face a mixture of disbelief. "Calm down. No need for such astonishment. That day, I inadvertently activated a formation in my world and was transported to this realm, landing precisely in your master's chamber," Yeshio explained with a smile. This is utterly unfathomable. Are there truly other worlds beyond our own?" Shen Li's heart brimmed with shock and curiosity upon learning of Yeshio's origins. "Yes, Ali, there are certainly other worlds beyond ours," Yeshio affirmed, adding, "Moreover, I suspect that the Beast King's assault on the immortal realm is linked to the influence of this other world." Xingji Shinjuan nodded. "Your brother's conjecture aligns with my own thoughts. The events surrounding the spatial fluctuations in Zuxianyuan and the actions of the Beast King are steeped in mystery. If indeed individuals from another world are orchestrating this, then everything becomes clear." Shen Li inhaled deeply, striving to process this astonishing revelation. "What should we do now?" "For now, our best course of action is to hope to find the fleeing Beast King soon, to see if we can glean any useful information." The divine figure, Xingji Shinjun, cast a solemn gaze upon the two individuals and spoke gravely. Yishio and Shen Li nodded in agreement, recognizing that locating the Beast King was the key to unraveling this series of enigmas. After a lengthy discourse, Yishio rose to his feet and, with a respectful gesture, bid farewell to Xingji Shinjun, saying, "Brother Xingji, we shall take our leave for now. Should any news arise, we shall inform one another." With a smile, Xingji replied affirmatively. Upon departing from Tianwai Tian, Yishio and Shen Li encountered Mo Fong. "Mo Fong, would you accompany us back to the Lingjia?" Shen Li gently inquired. I also wish to stay a few more days before returning to the Lingjia," Mo Fong stammered. Shen Li, intending to reprimand him, was interrupted by Yishio, who quickly suggested, "Ali, since Mo Fong wishes to linger a while longer, let him be." "Very well, Mo Fong, you may remain in the Xinjia," Shen Li conceded. "Master, let us be on our way." With that, she refrained from further persuasion. Outside the southern heavenly gate, Shen Li, with a puzzled expression, questioned, "Master, why allow Mo Fong to remain in the Xinjia?" Chapter 38 True Love. Ali, have you not noticed? Yishio smiled as he gazed at Shen Li. "Noticed what?" Shen Li looked perplexed, her confusion evident as she returned Yishio's gaze. Mo Fong and Fu Rongjun, Yishio remarked with a mischievous smile, using his thumbs to create a playful gesture. Upon seeing Yishio's gesture, Shen Li seemed to suddenly recall something, her eyes widening in shock as she exclaimed, Mo Fong. He is together with Fu Rongjun? But they… Indeed, it appears they may have developed feelings for each other, though I am unsure as to the reasons behind it. Nevertheless, the signs are quite promising. Yishio nodded thoughtfully. This… Shen Li stammered, at a loss for words. All right, let us not dwell on this any longer. Their romance is their own affair. We should simply offer our blessings. Let us return. Yishio took Shen Li's hand gently, opening the portal to traverse space, leading the still-dazed Shen Li through it. Lingjie Yishio's courtyard, a portal materialized as Yishio emerged, holding the bewildered Shen Li by his side. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the portal, Jin Yiyao and Xiao He hurriedly approached, catching sight of Yishio and Shen Li stepping through. Yishio, what has happened to Ali? Jin Yiyao inquired. Her brow furrowed with concern. It is nothing. Let Ali recover for a moment, Yishio reassured, releasing Shen Li's hand as he walked over to Jin Yiyao, taking her hand with a warm smile. With that, he guided Jin Yiyao to sit beside him. Meanwhile, Xiao He rushed to Shen Li's side, grasping her arm with curiosity and concern, asking, Ali, what did you learn during your visit to the Xianjia? What is troubling you? Xiao He, I am fine. I merely had some thoughts that I could not articulate at the moment. With that, Shen Li took Xiao He's hand and joined Jin Yiyao and Yishio at the stone table. By the way, did you hear any news during your visit to the Xianjia? Jin Yiyao inquired with intrigue. Upon hearing this, Yishio glanced at Shen Li, noting her return to normalcy, and began, we did uncover some revelations during our visit to the Xianjia, but the tale is rather lengthy. Then let us keep it brief. Do not keep us in suspense, Xiao He interjected eagerly. Just as Yishio was about to speak, the door of the courtyard creaked open, and Shen Muyue, clad in an elegant black gauze dress, entered with poise. Yishio, you have returned. What did you learn about the Xianjia? Shen Muyue approached the group and took a seat around the stone table. We were just about to discuss that, and fortuitously you have arrived. I shall share the details to avoid repeating myself. Thus, Yishio recounted the existence of alternate worlds beyond their own. Moreover, Xiaoyu, were you not curious about my origins? When I appeared in your room, it was during my transition from my original world to this one. Yishio turned to Shen Muyue, speaking softly. Upon hearing this, the three girls, Shen Muyue, Jin Yiyao, and Xiao He, were similarly shocked, realizing that there truly existed a vast expanse beyond their world. What was your original world like? Shen Muyue asked with curiosity, while the other three girls also turned their attention to Yishio, eagerly awaiting his response. With a gentle smile, Yishio replied, the mobile phone you all enjoy is a product of technology from my original world, which bears similarities to modern urban life. However, my former world is devoid of spiritual energy, rendering cultivation impossible. As they listened to Yishio's account, the girls envisioned the scenes from the modern cities depicted in their phones. I long to visit your world, Jin Yiyao exclaimed, her admiration evident. The other girls nodded in agreement. Perhaps, in the future, opportunities may arise. Yishio spoke to the four girls thoughtfully. Suddenly, Shen Muyue asked curiously, Yishio, I remember you arrived as a mere mortal, and you fainted after a brief time in the water. As she spoke, Shen Muyue seemed to recall something, her cheeks flushing crimson as if painted by the evening glow. In the water? Fainted? Master, that day the master was in your room, you. Shen Li looked perplexed. Haha, indeed. When I was first transported to this world, I was merely a mortal, yet I encountered peculiar circumstances. However, I cannot divulge everything just yet, you will learn in due time. Yishio deftly shifted the topic, smiling as he explained. Oh, the girls responded in unison. By the way, I would like to take you to a special place, Yishio said with a mysterious smile, looking at the girls. What kind of place? Shen Li and Xiao He asked with curiosity. You will soon find out. Relax and do not resist. Let us go. Yishio led the four girls into his realm. In an instant, it felt as though they had traversed through time and space, arriving in an entirely new world. Although this realm spanned only a few hundred square kilometers, from a high vantage point, they beheld a landscape teeming with life, adorned with a plethora of plants. At the heart of this land lay a vast lake, its waters crystalline and clear, revealing various fish frolicking beneath the surface. On one side of the lake stood an imposing, exquisitely designed modern estate. Wow, this place is breathtaking. Shen Li and Xiao He gasped in awe. Indeed, it is splendid. I adore this place. Jin Yao joyfully echoed, captivated by the view below. Yishio, where is this? Shen Muyue inquired with curiosity, while the other three girls cast puzzled glances. This is a treasure I stumbled upon, a small world of my own creation, Yishio explained with a smile. Though the girls were intrigued, they understood Yishio's extraordinary nature and refrained from pressing further. Let us descend, Yishio suggested, directing his gaze towards the girls. As Yishio and the girls alighted upon the estate, they began to explore their surroundings with the same wonder as Lu Lao entering a grand garden. This modern estate's design harmoniously blended classical elegance with contemporary luxury, seamlessly integrating with the surrounding nature. In the spacious courtyard, the lush green lawn harmoniously contrasts with the vibrant flower beds, while the gentle babble of a small stream and meandering pathways evoke a sense of tranquility, reminiscent of a celestial paradise. The central area features a captivating spiritual fountain, where crystal-clear water cascades from its apex, forming delicate columns that shimmer under the sunlight. Surrounding the fountain are verdant foliage and blossoming flowers, imbuing the entire area with vitality and a picturesque charm. It is indeed a sight to behold, prompting exclamations of admiration from the ladies. Come, let me show you inside, one of them said, leading the four women towards the main edifice of the estate along a lavish red carpet. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the grand hall. Yishio pushed open the doors, stepping aside with a gentlemanly gesture, extending a hand with a slight smile, and softly inviting, "Ladies, please enter." Chapter 39. Lu Lao enters the Grand View Garden. Shen Muyue, Jin Yao, Shen Li, and Xiao He, upon hearing Yishio refer to them as mistresses, shyly stepped inside. As they crossed the threshold, they were immediately awestruck by the scene within the living room. The first thing that caught their eye was a chandelier crafted from dozens of luminous pearls, shimmering in the air like the brightest stars in the night sky. The floor was paved with a rare spiritual stone known as Tianxing Shi, which not only boasted durability, but also emitted a star-like glow in the darkness. It constantly radiated spiritual energy, evoking a sensation of ethereal lightness simply by standing there. Venturing further, they entered the dining area, where a long table was capable of accommodating over 10 diners simultaneously. The kitchen and bathroom were equally opulent, infused with the unique traits of the cultivation realm. The kitchen countertop was made from jadeite, renowned for its beauty and exceptional heat resistance. Meanwhile, the wash basin and bathtub in the bathroom were fashioned from a self-purifying spiritual spring stone, ensuring cleanliness and hygiene. Wow, this place is truly magnificent, Xiao He exclaimed, her bright eyes darting around in wonder. Shen Li and Jin Yao also expressed their excitement, exploring the surroundings, while Shen Muyue stood quietly to the side, a gentle smile gracing her face. Do you all like it here? Yishio inquired with a warm smile as he approached them. Of course we love it. The four girls chimed in unison, their faces radiant with joy. Then let us explore the lower level. With that, he led the four ladies down to the entertainment area. The entire entertainment zone featured a floor of Baiyu Shi, a precious stone in the cultivation world that emitted a soft glow, illuminating the underground space as brightly as day without the need for additional lighting. At the center of the entertainment area stood a massive holographic projection system capable of connecting to the Blue Star network, allowing access to a plethora of films and series, immersing viewers in a vivid experience. Adjacent to this was a karaoke section equipped with Lingyin Shi, a unique stone that amplified and enhanced sound, rendering the melodies even more enchanting. After touring the lower level, Yishio guided the four girls to the second floor, designated as the sleeping quarters. Each bedroom was adorned with elegance and luxury, featuring beds draped in cloud-patterned quilts unique to the cultivation realm, providing comfort that was warm in winter and cool in summer. The piece de resistance was the expansive outdoor hot spring on this floor, constructed from precious lingyu, capable of automatically adjusting water temperature and quality. Surrounded by luminous pearls and rare spiritual flowers, bathing here felt akin to being a celestial being. Once they had explored the entire estate, the four girls ventured off to select their respective rooms. As they did, Yishio retrieved a cultivation card, mentally preparing to use it. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully utilized the cultivation card. Upon activation, Yishio felt a sudden surge of divine power within, breaking through the previously reached bottleneck of his cultivation. A potent energy arose from his dantian, rapidly spreading through his limbs, each cell rejoicing and greedily absorbing this pure divine essence. The divine energy surged through his meridians, cleansing every acupoint and inducing waves of tingling sensations. This was not painful. Rather, it was an indescribable comfort, as if he were experiencing a transcendence, a metamorphosis of life itself. Time passed unmeasured, and Yishio gradually opened his eyes, reflecting. Unbeknownst to me, I have reached the initial stage of Tian Dao realm. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have broken through to the initial stage of Divine General, Tian Dao realm. The system's voice arrived belatedly. Initial stage of Divine General? Yishio pondered deeply upon the system's revelation. At that moment, the four girls emerged from their room selections, and, noticing Yishio's contemplative demeanor, gathered curiously around him. Yishio, what is the matter? Shen Muyue asked with concern. Yishio smiled slightly and shook his head. It's nothing. I just had a breakthrough in my cultivation, but everything is fine now. Brother Yi, our gap in cultivation is widening. Xiaohe pouted, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Do not worry, I will find a way to help you all improve your cultivation. He added, casting a discreet glance at Shen Muyue and Shen Li. Upon meeting Yishio's gaze, Shen Muyue and Shen Li seemed to recall something, shyly lowering their heads. Watching the interaction among the three, Jin Yiyao felt increasingly convinced of her earlier suspicions. After spending a while longer in the estate, the five returned to Yishio's small courtyard. Suddenly, Yishio sensed an indescribable calling, as if a mysterious power was guiding him, evoking a peculiar sensation of impending ascension to another world. However, this feeling quickly dissipated, leaving him questioning whether it had merely been an illusion. Furrowing his brow, he turned to the four girls and gently inquired, "Did any of you feel anything unusual just now?" The four girls looked at the frowning Yishio, and Shen Muyue stepped forward with curiosity, asking, "Yishio, what did you just experience?" Yishio then shared the sensation of the calling he had felt moments ago. Could it be related to your breakthrough? Jin Yiyao speculated, her eyes fixed on Yishio with intrigue. By the way, what is your current realm? I have reached the initial stage of Tian Dao realm, Yishio admitted candidly. What? You have already attained the Tian Dao realm? After all these years of cultivation, we are still in the holy realm, and you have. Shen Li exclaimed in astonishment, disbelief lacing her words. Indeed, Yishio. Does that mean you are now on par with the Tian Dao of this world? Shen Muyue was equally taken aback, finding such rapid advancement in cultivation utterly astounding. Xiaohe gaped, unable to articulate her thoughts, clearly overwhelmed by this revelation. Although Jin Yiyao had anticipated Yishio's exceptional abilities, she could not help but gasp in surprise at the news. Observing their astonished expressions, Yishio furrowed his brow and explained. It seems that the calling I felt may be related to my breakthrough to the Tian Dao realm, but for some reason, that sensation abruptly vanished. I wonder if it is connected to the Tian Dao of this realm. If it is relevant, why does the heavenly Dao seek to hinder the ascension of cultivators from this realm? It seems I must find an opportune moment to converse with Xingji. Yishio pondered silently. If it is indeed possible to ascend and depart from this world, then we. Shen Muyue expressed her concerns anxiously. The three women beside her cast worried glances at Yishio. Fear not, for we are still uncertain of the situation. Yishio gently embraced Shen Muyue and Jin Yiyao, offering them soothing words of comfort. Chapter 40 The Mystery of Ascension. Moments later, Yishio released the two individuals he had embraced and with measured steps, approached Xiaohe and Shen Li. He gently ruffled their hair and reassured them, saying, "Do not worry. If ascension truly comes, I will find a way to take you with me." Upon hearing Yishio's words, the four women felt a warmth enveloping them. Their anxieties alleviated slightly. Time flew by, and soon it was evening. Yishio returned to the estate within the Dongtian Zaishiji with the four women, where he prepared a sumptuous dinner for Shen Muyue and the others in the kitchen. After the meal, they all gathered in the entertainment room on the basement level. Shen Li took Xiaohe by the hand and headed to the karaoke room, where they became the stars of the night. Meanwhile, Shen Muyue and Jin Yiyao accompanied Yishio into the multimedia room, where they began watching a television series titled Hua Qiangu. Yishio, why does this little gu look so much like a Li? Shen Muyue inquired as she glanced at the screen, turning her gaze to Yishio in confusion. Jin Yiyao mirrored her bewilderment, exclaiming, "They look exactly alike." Yishio smiled at the two women, saying, "If there truly exist countless worlds, it is entirely possible for there to be individuals who resemble each other closely." Before long, The trio finished watching 2 episodes of the series and were preparing to return to their respective rooms when Shen Li and Xiao He concluded their singing session and entered. Together, they made their way to the 2nd floor. Shen Muyue and Shen Li settled into the 2 rooms on the left side of the master suite, while Jin Yiyao and Xiao He occupied the 2 rooms on the right. Watching the 4 women retreat to their quarters, Yishio opened the door to Jin Yiyao's room on the right and stepped inside. "Yishio, what brings you here?" Jin Yiyao asked, her cheeks flushing with a rosy hue as she shyly lowered her gaze and spoke softly. Yishio chuckled lightly, moving closer to Jin Yiyao, tenderly tousling her hair. With a mischievous smile, he said, "What do you think, my dear?" Jin Yiyao felt her face grow warmer at his words, casting him an annoyed glance before turning away, muttering, "Who knows what you intend to do?" "My dear," Yishio embraced Jin Yiyao, softly whispering in her ear. His deep, resonant voice seemed to carry an enchanting power, causing Jin Yiyao's heart to flutter uncontrollably. A warm breath caressed her ear, allowing her to perceive Yishio's very breath and heartbeat, which made her ears flush even more. Jin Yiyao gazed at Yishio with wide eyes, filled with anticipation and curiosity. As time passed, Yishio and Jin Yiyao gradually separated, yet they remained tightly entwined, the faint sounds of their embrace echoing in the stillness of the room. Name: Jin Yangzi, ancient demon beast, 9-headed serpent, age, 10. 10 years, height, 168 centimeters, weight, 45 kilograms, realm, early divine realm. "My dear, you are truly wonderful," Yishio remarked softly, gazing at the enchanting figure beside him. Hearing his words, the fatigued Jin Yiyao paused in surprise. She quickly turned her attention inward, sensing the surging power within her, realizing with delight that she had indeed broken through to the divine realm. Instantly, her weary body was revitalized, as if reborn, and she excitedly tilted her head to look at Yishio, her eyes sparkling with allure. Seeing her captivating gaze, Yishio felt his desires ignited once more, and in that moment, a battle was reignited. The following day, as Yishio and Jin Yiyao descended the stairs, they found Shen Muyue, Shen Li, and Xiao He waiting for them in the hall. The 5 of them departed the Dantian Zaishiji and returned to the outside world. "Xiao Yu, I wish to go to Xingji to understand the source of that calling sensation. Please wait for me at home," Yishio said softly to the 4 women beside him. Shen Muyue nodded gently, replying, "Please be careful, we will await your return." "Yes, brother Yi, do come back soon," Xiao He chimed in obediently. Shen Li and Jin Yiyao shared looks of concern. Yishio smiled reassuringly at them and said, "Do not worry. I will return swiftly." With that, he turned and transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. In the realm beyond, Yishio sat across from Xingji, and after a moment of contemplation, he directly inquired, "Brother Xingji, have you ever felt an indescribable calling, as if some force is guiding you to depart from this world?" Xingji furrowed his brow at Yishio's question, pondering for a moment before slowly shaking his head. "Brother Yi, I have not experienced such a sensation. Is it possible that reaching a certain level of cultivation results in a calling that leads to ascension? However, that feeling of calling was fleeting, as if abruptly severed by a powerful force. Could it be that the heavenly laws of this realm secretly obstruct the path of ascension for cultivators?" Yishio conveyed his inner speculations to Xingji through a technique of sound transmission. Chapter 41. Feng Lai. Upon hearing the words of Xingji, his expression grew grave, and he responded through a secret transmission. "Brother Yi, your speculation is not without merit. If indeed the heavenly Tao is manipulating events from the shadows, then are we mere cultivators, not playthings in its hands? Indeed," Xingji continued, "and this realm's heavenly Tao has created your ancient gods. What could its true intent be? Do you know the reasons behind the demise of the few ancient deities who have passed?" Yishio conveyed through the transmission, "They all perished after breaking through their cultivation, either due to some unforeseen circumstances that invoked heavenly punishment, while Qingyi, who is yet to surpass the divine shackles, was reincarnated as a consequence of the heavenly Tao's retribution. Could it be?" Xingji abruptly halted his transmission, glancing at Yishio with a look of trepidation, and queried, "Brother Yi, have you already transcended the divine boundaries?" "Indeed," Yishio confirmed. "I have ascended to the realm of the heavenly Tao, which is also referred to as the divine general realm." Yishio shared the information he had acquired with Xingji. Xingji's countenance grew increasingly grim as he transmitted. "Does this mean that there truly exists a higher-tier world?" Are those ancient gods who have broken through merely pawns of the heavenly Tao? Does that imply that, Brother Yi, your current situation is perilous? Upon hearing this, Yishio appeared relatively calm and responded, Brother Xingji, do not fret. Since we have reached this juncture, we must not retreat. After a moment of silence, Xingji conveyed, Brother Yi, since you have made your decision, I shall support you with all my might. However, we must proceed with caution, for we may be opposing the heavenly Tao. I understand, Yishio replied. For now, we shall remain inactive. Our next step is to locate the Beast King and see if we can uncover any useful information. Upon hearing this, Xingji nodded in agreement. Brother Yi, how is this tea? Quite exquisite, Yishio responded. The aroma bursts forth upon entry, leaving a lingering aftertaste. This tea not only boasts a delicate flavor, but also carries a unique elegance, truly a rare find. After concluding their secret conversation, the two engaged in casual banter. Meanwhile, Yishio silently recited in his heart, System, check-in. Ding. Congratulations, host. Check-in at Tian Y Tian successful, rewards obtained. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a treasure upgrade card. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a physique card, Song Tian Ba Ti. Wow. The system is impressive. Upon seeing the rewards, Yishio could not help but express his amazement. After conversing for some time, Yishio decided it was time to take his leave. The two departed from Tian Y Tian and arrived in the Xinjia. Just as Yishio was about to leave, Fu Rongjun and several celestial officials hurriedly approached them. Divine Lord, we finally found you. The murderer of my grandfather has appeared in the lower realms. Please, Divine Lord, avenge my grandfather, Fu Rongjun said urgently and respectfully. Upon hearing this, Xingji's expression also grew serious. Have you found their whereabouts? Where is the culprit now? Yishio turned to Fu Rongjun, awaiting his response. Fu Rongjun quickly replied, the murderer is currently at a place in the mortal realm known as Haifeng Mountain. Very well, you may leave now. Brother Yi and I shall head to Haifeng Mountain immediately. Xingji instructed, dismissing the crowd. Once they were alone, Xingji looked at Yishio and said, Brother Yi, time is of the essence. We must make haste to Haifeng Mountain. Yishio nodded, his expression grave. Agreed, let us depart at once. In contrast, the atmosphere at Haifeng Mountain was exceptionally tense. A figure clad in black stood atop the mountain, gazing into the distance. His eyes were deep and cold, devoid of any emotion. This individual was none other than Feng Lai, the Beast King who had fled to the mortal realm. Not long after, Yishio and Xingji arrived at the vicinity of Haifeng Mountain based on the information received. The mountain loomed majestically, its rocky terrain rugged, with only sparse vegetation, a desolate and dilapidated landscape. As Yishio and Xingji approached the summit, they spotted Feng Lai, draped in black. Standing at the peak. You have finally arrived, the black-clad figure spoke, his voice chilling and hoarse, evoking a sense of dread. Indeed, may I ask who you are? Why have you possessed the body of the Beast King to attack the Xinjia? Yishio inquired, eyeing Feng Lai cautiously. Feng Lai sneered, a glimmer of disdain flickering in his eyes. I hail from a world of a higher tier. You ignorant natives cannot begin to comprehend. Xingji furrowed his brow, sensing the aura emanating from Feng Lai was markedly different from before, instilling within him an intangible sense of oppression. What is your purpose in usurping the Beast King's body? Xingji demanded in a solemn tone. My purpose? Feng Lai scoffed. Is it something you can fathom? However, I can tell you this. If you choose to submit to my master, you will have the opportunity to witness a greater world. You, a being at the pinnacle of the divine realm, think you can force us into submission? I could spare your life, Yishio retorted, his expression one of contempt. Words are futile. As he spoke, Feng Lai morphed into a shadow, swiftly closing the distance between himself and Yishio and Xingji. Haha. In the face of the oncoming Feng Lai, Yishio smirked disdainfully, extending a finger to lightly point. An invisible force ensnared Feng Lai in midair. You, how is it possible for you to be so powerful? You have actually surpassed into the divine general realm? A look of disbelief crossed Feng Lai's face. He had assumed that with his perfected divine army cultivation, he was at the pinnacle of this world, only to discover that Yishio's strength far surpassed his own. Yishio remained silent, his gaze fixed coldly upon Feng Lai. He could sense a peculiar aura within Feng Lai, reminiscent of a malevolent spirit. As Feng Lai stared in shock, Yishio slowly extended his right hand, a powerful suction emanating from his palm. Devouring God, nurturing soul technique. absorb the souls of others to nurture one's own, ultimately achieving an indestructible holy soul. As Yishio activated the devouring god, nurturing soul technique, the strange aura within Feng Lai began to be drawn out, accompanied by a piercing scream. When the final vestige of the eerie aura was consumed by Yishio, Feng Lai's expression gradually regained clarity, and Yishio successfully acquired the memories contained within him. Is the Beast King, stronger than I, truly destined to fall so easily? Xingji, witnessing Yishio's effortless dispatching of an enemy at the peak of the divine realm, felt as though tumultuous waves were crashing within his heart, filled with shock. With clarity restored to his gaze, Feng Lai approached Yishio and Xingji, clasping his hands together in gratitude. Thank you, fellow Taoist, for your assistance. Chapter 42. The first glimpse of the divine realm. Having briefly organized the fragmented memories obtained from the enemy's soul, Yishio turned his gaze toward Feng Lai, who had just regained his consciousness. Contemplating inwardly, he thought, this king of the demon beasts is the father of Ali, making him my father-in-law. I must show him the proper respect. Thus, a gentle smile graced his face as he addressed Feng Lai. My friend, you are too modest. I am delighted to be of assistance. It is my duty, so there is no need for concern. He then continued, Xingji, and also. He paused, unsure of how to address Feng Lai. My name is Feng Lai. You may call me Feng Lai. Feng Lai replied, his expression impassive. Friend, would you be willing to return to the Lingjie with us? The memories I acquired from the enemy could provide valuable insights. Additionally, there is an important matter closely related to you. Yishio spoke softly, his tone imbued with sincerity. Very well, I also have business to attend to in the Lingjie, Feng Lai responded. Soon after, the three arrived at the Lingzun mansion, where they encountered Shen Muyue in the conference hall. Upon seeing Shen Muyue, Feng Lai urgently inquired, Shen Muyue, where is Lu Yu? Shen Muyue appeared hesitant in the face of Feng Lai's questioning. Lu Yu, she. As she stumbled over her words, Feng Lai's emotions began to escalate. Just as he was about to press further, Yishio intervened in a calm tone, advising, Brother Feng Lai, please remain composed. Let us discuss this once your emotions have settled. Hearing Yishio's words, Feng Lai momentarily froze but quickly regained his composure. Shen Muyue gradually recounted the events surrounding Lu Yu from years past. As Feng Lai absorbed her words, it felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Lu Yu, the woman he had cherished most deeply, had passed away a millennium ago. This revelation hit Feng Lai like a thunderclap, leaving him motionless, his hands hanging limply at his sides. His once bright eyes lost their focus, as if all light had been drained from them. He sat there dazed, as if the entire world had crumbled around him. Yishio and Shen Muyue silently observed him, the atmosphere in the hall thick with oppression. Suddenly, Feng Lai sprang to his feet, agitatedly asking, Shen Muyue, what about the child? Did Liu love her? Where is she now? Please tell me. Shen Muyue sighed softly and replied, the child's name is Shen Li. Apart from you, she is Lu Yu's entire world. She then turned to Yishio, gently stating, Yishio, Ali should be in your courtyard. Let us go there together. Let us proceed, she added, leading everyone toward her small courtyard. Upon entering Yishio's courtyard, he opened the door to find Shen Li, Xiao He, and Jin Yao gathered around a stone table, engrossed in their phones. Hearing the door open, the three girls simultaneously looked up at the newcomers. Ali he is your father. They approached the stone table, and Shen Muyue, glancing at Shen Li, hesitated for a moment before softly indicating Feng Lai beside her. Shen Li stood frozen, following her master's gesture to the unfamiliar yet strangely familiar man. A surge of inexplicable emotion welled up within her, an echo of blood ties, a bond of kinship. Feng Lai also gazed intently at Shen Li, tears shimmering in his eyes. In the features of that young woman, he perceived the shadow of Lu Yu, as if he were once again beholding the beloved Lu Yu. He stepped closer, extending his trembling hands. Ali. Feng Lai choked out his daughter's name, tears streaming down his cheeks. Shen Li too shed tears. As she looked at the man before her, hearing him call her name with such emotion, she suddenly felt an unprecedented warmth and familiarity. It was a sensation of shared blood, a profound familial connection. Father, Shen Li whispered, her voice trembling yet filled with anticipation and excitement. Feng Lai embraced his daughter tightly, tears flowing freely. The onlookers silently witnessed this touching scene, with Shen Muyue also shedding tears, feeling a sense of comfort for her dear friend Lu Yu and joy for her beloved disciple finding her father. After a long while, Feng Lai and Shen Li gradually released their embrace. Both were tear-streaked, yet wore radiant smiles. Yi Xiu beheld this scene, feeling genuine happiness for Shen Li deep within his heart. After a moment, once both had calmed their emotions, Yi Xiu looked at the gathered individuals, his expression serious as he proclaimed, "Today, I have gleaned significant information from the invaders' memories. Brother Yi, what news do you have?" Xiao He inquired with curiosity. "Indeed, Yi Xiu, please do not keep us in suspense." Shen Muyue chimed in, casting a sidelong glance at him. Observing the curious gazes of those present, Yi Xiu slowly divulged the information he had acquired from the enemy's memories. It turned out that beyond this world, countless realms akin to theirs existed, and above these myriad worlds lay the ultimate realm, the divine realm. In these lesser worlds, cultivators who reached the Tian Dao level could ascend to the divine realm. Over a millennium ago, Lu Ming had already fallen under the control of a celestial demon, tasked with assisting that sovereign in unifying the three realms and gathering the faith of all beings. Moreover, that sovereign had dispatched innumerable celestial demons to various worlds, with this realm being just one of many. In the divine realm, the Tian Dao level is referred to as the divine general level. From the memories, it was revealed that the divine realm is categorized as follows: Shen Run, Holy Realm; Shen Bing, Divine Realm; Shen Jiang, Tian Dao level; Shen Wang, Shen Jun, Shen Huang, Shen Zun, and Shen Di. The individual referred to as the sovereign was a cultivator at the Shen Wang level. Furthermore, it is said that the offspring of a Shen Di is born at the Shen Wang level. Upon hearing Yi Xiu's revelations, the group fell into a profound silence. This news was overwhelmingly shocking and utterly transformative for them. The holy realm in the divine realm was merely the lowest tier, where even newborns could potentially surpass them by countless measures. Xiao He pouted, displaying distress, realizing that she had only just reached the pinnacle of the Tian level, even falling short of the lowest tier. Yi Xiu observed the reactions of everyone, feeling a deep sense of reflection. He understood that this news was a monumental shock for anyone. However, he also believed that this news would inspire everyone to cultivate with greater diligence in pursuit of higher realms, particularly the ancient deity Xingji, whose existence was marked by an overwhelming sense of monotony. Yet, why would the heavenly path impede the ascension of practitioners in this realm? What was the true cause behind the demise of the ancient deities who had previously broken through the shackles of the divine realm? Could it truly be that they were eradicated merely for engaging in romantic pursuits? At this moment, Yi Xiu's heart was filled with perplexity. There was no need for excessive concern. Yi Xiu gently reassured the crowd, observing their astonished and anxious expressions. A deity at the level of the God King would unlikely interfere in such a small world as ours. Even if they were to come, it would not be for quite some time. Brother Yi, if that is the case, I shall take my leave for Tian Wai Tian, Xingji suddenly interjected, shattering the silence in the hall. After Xingji departed, Feng Lai accompanied Shen Li to the Baicang Wangfu. It was only at this moment that Yi Xiu found the inclination to examine the rewards from this sign-in event. Chapter 43, Sangtian Body. Any door Shen Muyue, Genie Yao, and Xiao He were seated around a stone table, engaged in conversation. Nearby, Yi Xiu reclined comfortably on a lounge chair, his eyes closed. Soon, his mind was flooded with information regarding Sangtian Body and the magical artifact upgrade card. Sangtian Body, an unparalleled physique, its blood is purple, possessing divine powers for healing and prolonging life. Possesses 9 divine forms, including the Kunpeng divine form, the Great Bell Dao body, the True Dragon Law body, the Xuanwu body, and the Phoenix Nirvana. The ancestral form of body features a dragon head, a serpent tail, a white tiger's claw, phoenix wings, Qilin armor, and a Xuanwu back, which can merge to manifest the ancestral form of body. Magical Artifact Upgrade Card can upgrade the level of any currently possessed magical artifact. After perusing the sign-in reward information, Yi Xiu silently intoned. System, merged Sangtian Body. As his words faded, a tremendous force erupted from within him, surging forth like a torrential stream. Instantly, an unbearable pain radiated through his body, as if countless needles were simultaneously piercing his flesh. Concurrently, a peculiar transformation began within him. The crimson blood that flowed through his veins, guided by some unseen force, began to expel itself rapidly. Yi Xiu's skin gradually turned a vivid crimson, rendering him a figure of blood. A sight both startling and grotesque. Shen Muyue, Jin Yi Yao, and Xiao He, who had been engrossed in conversation, suddenly noticed Yi Xiu's alarming condition. Seeing him drenched in blood, their expressions shifted dramatically, and they rushed to his side. Yi Xiu, what is happening? Please don't scare me, Shen Muyue exclaimed, her face etched with concern and panic. Big brother Yi, what's wrong? Please don't frighten Xiaohe, Xiaohe said, her voice trembling. Her eyes already reddening with fear from this unexpected turn of events. Yi Xiu, what on earth is happening? How can we assist you? Jin Yao inquired urgently, her gaze fixed intently on him, her face displaying sheer alarm. Witnessing Yi Xiu's agony tugged at their hearts like a knife. As the three women called out in desperation, Yi Xiu's consciousness began to fade amidst the pain. He managed to utter weakly, do not worry. My physique is undergoing a transformation. Barely finishing his words, he succumbed to unconsciousness. What should we do? Gazing at Yi Xiu, who was covered in blood, Xiaohe cried, helpless and distraught. Perhaps we should carry him to the bathroom for a wash, Jin Yao suggested, examining Yi Xiu's blood-soaked form. It seems we have no other choice. Shen Muyue nodded in agreement with Jin Yao's proposal. In the bathroom, Shen Muyue, Jin Yao, and Xiaohe exchanged glances, the atmosphere suddenly becoming somewhat delicate and awkward. Xiaohe's cheeks flushed slightly as she lowered her head, her voice quivering. Sisters, I will step out for a moment. Without another word, she hurriedly turned and rushed out of the bathroom, as if something dreadful were pursuing her. In an instant, only Shen Muyue and Jin Yao remained in the bathroom, exchanging a glance. Shen Muyue spoke first. Shall we wash him together? Jin Yao nodded gently in silence. Thus, they began to remove Yi Xiu's garments, carefully cleaning his body. The two women employed soft towels to gently wipe away the blood, rinsing him thoroughly with clean water. The bathroom was filled with steam and a faint fragrance, yet Shen Muyue and Jin Yao's hearts were heavy. They frequently checked Yi Xiu's complexion, hoping for his swift awakening. Once they completed the cleansing, they worked together to lift Yi Xiu out of the bathroom, gently placing him on the bed. After 2 hours, Yi Xiu slowly opened his eyes to find the three women beside his bed, their expressions filled with concern. They gazed intently at him, their faces reflecting both worry and anticipation. Upon seeing Yi Xiu awaken, the three women nearly simultaneously broke into relieved smiles. A glimmer of tears shone in Shen Muyue's eyes as she gently said, Yi Xiu, you should have informed us beforehand. You frightened us terribly. Her voice quivered, clearly shaken by the earlier scene. I apologize for causing you distress, Yi Xiu responded, feeling a twinge of guilt for the unforeseen consequences of merging with Sangtian body. How do you feel now? Is there any discomfort? Jin Yao asked with genuine concern, her eyes filled with worry. I am fine, already recovered, Yi Xiu replied with a smile, sitting up. At that moment, Xiaohe anxiously leaned closer, her eyes reddened as she implored, Big brother Yi, please don't scare Xiaohe like that again, alright? Xiaohe was truly worried about you. Seeing Xiaohe's pitiful demeanor warmed Yi Xiu's heart. He gently patted her head and comforted, do not fret, big brother Yi is perfectly fine now. Hearing his words, the three women sighed in relief, their faces brightening with smiles. Returning to the freshly prepared lounge chair, the evening sky began to darken. Yi Xiu sensed the enhancement of his physique post-transformation, his strength having risen significantly, nearing the mid-stage of the Divine General Realm. System, utilize the magical artifact upgrade card to enhance the space-time traversal door, Yi Xiu mentally commanded. Beep. Upgrading, please wait. Beep. Upgrade complete. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Space-Time Any Door. Space-Time Any Door can traverse to any cinematic world, anime world, or realm. Usage requirement, Divine King Realm. Wow, the system is incredible, capable of traversing to any cinematic or anime world, yet it requires the Divine King Realm for usage. Yi Xiu gazed in astonishment at the upgraded artifact information. Upon realizing the requirement for the Divine King Realm, he let out a resigned sigh. System, display my attribute panel. Yi Xiu thought to himself. Host, Yi Xiu, Constitution, Sangtian Body Realm. Initial stage of Tian Dao Realm. Initial stage of Divine General. Skills, Divine Culinary Arts. Proficiency in all languages. Holy Light Technique. Eye of Exploration. Mining Expert. Able to extract a sackful from divine stone veins. Items, 10 Void Escape Talismans, allowing for long-distance evasion upon use. Daily Necessities N. Cultivation Methods, 18 Dragon Subduing Palms, Tianma Dedeo Wusheng Formula, God-Eating Soul Nourishing Technique, Magic Treasures, Ultimate Imperial Weapon Qingtian Iju. Western Emperor Tower, small world of Dantian, space-time portals. Usable by those in the Divine King realm. Soul power. Late stage of yellow rank. Soul power levels. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, silver, gold. Alas, how long must I wait to explore other worlds? Yishio sighed softly to himself. Chapter 44. Plucking a little lotus demon as Yishio sighed inwardly, the gentle voice of Shen Muyue interrupted his contemplation. Yishio, what are you thinking about so intently? She asked softly, her eyes reflecting curiosity and concern. Regaining his focus, Yishio gazed upon Shen Muyue's exquisite visage. A warm current surged within him. He smiled and shook his head, saying, "It's nothing, just pondering a few matters." With that, he rose from the chaise lounge. Turning towards the three women, he stated, "I shall prepare a grand feast for you all. Would someone kindly fetch a li? I will. Xiaohe eagerly raised her hand, exclaiming with excitement. Her face radiated a joyful smile, as if she could hardly wait to savor the culinary delights that Yishio would prepare. She turned and dashed away, bouncing along like an exuberant little rabbit. Watching Xiaohe's lively retreat, Yishio smiled faintly and proceeded to the kitchen. Shen Muyue and Jin Yao exchanged knowing glances, aware that whenever Yishio took to the kitchen, it heralded a delightful feast for them. At Baicang Wang Fu, just as Shen Li was recounting her experiences over the past millennium to her father, Feng Lai, Xiaohe hurriedly burst in, breathless. Ali, brother Yi is cooking. Come with me quickly. Her face was alight with excitement, seemingly anticipating the exquisite flavors of Yishio's cooking. Upon hearing this, Shen Li's eyes sparkled with bright enthusiasm, and she unconsciously began to salivate. "Father, you should come too," Shen Li exclaimed, rushing to her father's side. Feng Lai gazed at his daughter with fondness, smiling as he replied, "Ali, you two go ahead. I shall refrain from intruding. Then, I will return after the meal to share with you all that has transpired over these 1,000 years, Shen Li stated. Feng Lai nodded with a smile, watching his daughter hastily depart with Xiaohe, his heart filled with warmth. Soon, Shen Li and Xiaohe returned to Yishio's courtyard, where the tantalizing aromas wafted towards them from afar. Lingji stewed immortal crane, jade spirit fruit stir-fried immortal abalone, spiritual spring grilled fish, immortal herb soup, spiritual fruit platter. As Yishio busied himself with the final dish, Shen Li and Xiaohe stepped into the courtyard. Shen Li's eyes shimmered with anticipation, while Xiaohe's face brimmed with enthusiasm, as if she could already envision the forthcoming delicacies. "Brother Yi, we are back," Xiaohe called out excitedly, rushing towards the dining table. Yishio looked up at Shen Li and Xiaohe, a gentle smile gracing his face. "You arrived just in time. The meal is ready. Please sit and enjoy." The table was adorned with an array of delectable dishes, each meticulously crafted by Yishio. Shen Li and Xiaohe beheld the feast before them, their eyes wide with astonishment. The five gathered around the stone table, enveloped in a warm and harmonious atmosphere. After the dinner, Shen Li stood, gazing at Yishio with delight. "Master, I must return home now. I have much to discuss with my father." "Make haste then, lest your father waits too long." Yishio waved his hand, his eyes filled with affection. Shen Li nodded obediently and turned to exit. Once Shen Li departed, tranquility enveloped the courtyard, leaving Yishio and the three women behind. The moonlight flowed like water, casting a serene glow upon the quiet courtyard, and the air was imbued with a subtle floral fragrance. Breaking the stillness, Shen Muyue rose, gently tugging at Yishio's sleeve, signaling him to speak in the living room. Following her into the space, Yishio noticed a peculiar expression on Shen Muyue's face. She parted her lips and softly inquired, "Yishio, did you not notice Xiaohe's affections for you? Xiaohe's feelings for me?" Yishio looked at Shen Muyue, perplexed. With a gentle sigh, Shen Muyue gazed at him with a hint of exasperation. "How could you not see it? That girl likes you, but has always been too timid to confess. Why not take the plunge tonight? Jin and I have already spoken with Xiaohe." Upon hearing this, Yishio's heart stirred slightly. He reflected on the moments he shared with Xiaohe, recalling that he had initially taken her in to prevent her from embarking on a tragic path. After a moment of silence, he slowly replied, "What does Xiaohe mean by this now? She is certainly willing. Otherwise, Jin and I would not have broached the subject with you." Shen Muyue shot him an exasperated look. "You really are dense. Does Xiaohe's heart not speak to you at all? Consider yourself fortunate, you know. Tonight, Jin will stay with me, and Xiaohe will be in your care," she concluded, then exited the living room, taking Jin Yao's hand as they left Yishio's small courtyard. In the living room, Xiao He, blushing, looked up at Yishio. With determination, she declared, "Brother Yi, I like you." With that, she threw herself into his embrace, rising on her toes to kiss him. Yishio was taken aback by Xiao He's sudden confession and boldness, not expecting her to be so forward. Gently wrapping his arms around her waist, he drew her closer. Though Xiao He's kissing skills were inexperienced, her fervor was like a blazing fire, igniting a shared warmth within Yishio. As the kiss concluded, Xiao He, flushed with embarrassment, gazed at Yishio and softly said, "Brother Yi, do you know? I have liked you for a long time. I was always too afraid to speak up, fearing rejection. But now, I finally have the courage to confess." Yishio looked at the enchanting Xiao He before him and tenderly responded, "Xiao He, thank you. I will cherish you dearly." The following morning, as Yishio opened his eyes, he beheld Xiao He beside him, one hand propping her head and the other resting on his chest, her big bright eyes sparkling as they met his gaze. "Brother Yi, you are so wonderful," she exclaimed excitedly, her face aglow with joy. "Our Xiao He is even better." Yishio embraced her gently, his voice soft. At the same time, in Tian, the deity Xing Ji Shinjun sat beside a table, contemplating recent events. Suddenly, he felt a strong tremor in his heart, as if a looming terror was approaching, and he sprang to his feet, scanning the surroundings. Chapter 45. The Peril of Xingji in the Celestial Realm. Suddenly, the deity Xingji felt a strong tremor in his heart, as if a great terror was about to descend upon him. He rose abruptly, scanning his surroundings. The atmosphere was eerily silent, devoid of even a whisper of wind, yet Xingji could sense a chilling aura permeating the air. His brow furrowed, and the unease within him intensified. Thus, he attempted to divine the heavens, only to find the celestial mechanisms in disarray, shrouded in chaos. Could it be? Xingji's complexion turned as pale as paper, a dreadful thought surging within him. He contemplated a possibility. The will of the heavenly Tao was at play. The heavenly Tao, the supreme rule that transcends all beings, who could evade its grasp if it chose to act against someone. Just as Xingji prepared to depart from the celestial realm to seek assistance from Yishio, he suddenly felt his body grow heavy, as if ensnared by an invisible force, rendering him immobile. Alarmed, he endeavored to harness his divine power to break free, yet the strength felt as if it emanated from the void, unfathomable and unyielding. No matter how he struggled, he could not escape its control. "Heavenly Tao, what is your true intention?" Xingji exclaimed, his face contorted with rage. Suddenly, a cold, emotionless voice reverberated throughout the celestial realm. "Xingji, are you willing to assist me in capturing Yishio?" The voice was indistinguishable in gender, yet it instilled a sense of dread. "Indeed, it is you, Heavenly Tao." Xingji gritted his teeth and demanded, "What purpose do you serve by doing this?" His heart brimmed with confusion and anger. Why would the Heavenly Tao target him? Why seek his aid in apprehending Yishio? What was the essence of it all? "Xingji, should you agree to assist me in capturing Yishio, I shall grant you the opportunity to ascend to the upper realm. You must ponder this carefully." The emotionless voice echoed once more in the celestial realm. "Impossible." Xingji replied with unwavering resolve. "Yishio is my friend. I would never betray him. You may take your time to consider your answer." The voice of the heavenly Tao resonated again in the heavens, seemingly in no rush for a response. "Heavenly Tao, why do you not act yourself? I am merely a cultivator of divine realm. How could I possibly assist you?" Xingji countered. "Yishio has re-emerged after a period of disappearance, possessing the strength of the heavenly Tao realm, which prevents me from fully discerning his true nature. I require your assistance. With just one strike, he can be subdued. If you open your mind, you will receive all my power." The voice of the heavenly Tao echoed, imbued with an irresistible authority. "Absolutely not." Xingji declared resolutely, "I would rather perish than become your accomplice. Since you are so adamant, I shall take matters into my own hands." The tone of the heavenly Tao was cold and authoritative. No sooner had the words left its mouth than Xingji felt a powerful consciousness invade his being. Confronted with this irresistible force, he instantaneously lost control over his own body. Under the influence of this power, Xingji's momentum surged rapidly. His cultivation realm broke through in quick succession, soon attaining the heavenly Tao realm. However, the onslaught of this power did not cease. It continued to propel his cultivation upward until it reached the later stages of the heavenly Tao. After a moment, he thought, "I could never ascend with my current cultivation merely to become a slave to another. Once I capture Yishio, I shall devour his power and ascend to the upper realm in a state of perfection within the heavenly Tao. The voice of the heavenly Tao was filled with resolve, for it would not allow itself to enter the upper realm in a lowly manner, but rather sought to achieve the pinnacle by consuming Yishio's power and ascending in the most formidable form. In the spirit realm, at Shen Muyue's chamber, the door swung open, and Shen Muyue and Jin Yao emerged together, making their way toward Yishio's courtyard. Within the courtyard, Yishio and Xiao He were already dressed and ready. Yishio leisurely savored tea while Xiao He busied herself with the flowers and plants. The sunlight streamed into the quaint courtyard, creating an ambience of tranquility and harmony. At that moment, the courtyard door was gently pushed open, and Shen Muyue alongside Jin Yao stepped inside. Shen Muyue donned a simple yet elegant black dress, while Jin Yao remained true to her signature red attire. Upon seeing Shen Muyue and Jin Yao arrive, Yishio smiled and stood to greet them. "Welcome back." Shen Muyue shot Yishio a playful glare and teased, "Yishio, did you have a pleasant night?" Jin Yao, standing beside her, chimed in with a teasing laugh, "Indeed. Yishio, were you lost in bliss last night?" In response, Yishio grinned widely and shamelessly replied, "Hee, I must thank my two beautiful wives for that." At this moment, Xiao He approached shyly and bowed to Shen Muyue and Jin Yao, greeting them, "Greetings, sisters." Shen Muyue and Jin Yao exchanged knowing smiles, stepping closer to Yishio and gently linking their arms with his. In a soft voice, they said, "Yishio, now that you have the three of us, you must treat us well, and no more seeking out sisters." Yishio tenderly grasped Shen Muyue's hand, glancing at Jin Yao and Xiao He, his eyes brimming with affection. "Rest assured, I will cherish you all. We shall remain together forever. Each of you is a treasure in my heart." Hearing Yishio's words, Xiao He's face flushed with a rosy hue, and she shyly lowered her gaze. Shen Muyue, noticing this, gently patted Xiao He's shoulder, smiling as she said, "Xiao He, there's no need to be shy. We are all family." Jin Yao also approached, taking Xiao He's hand and teasingly remarked, "Xiao He, did you have a wonderful time last night?" Xiao He's cheeks turned an even deeper shade of red as she shot Jin Yao an annoyed look, pretending to be angry and lowering her head. Seeing this, Yishio quickly intervened. All right, Yao, stop teasing Xiao He. Otherwise, I shall take all three of you to practice the 72 styles." Upon hearing Yishio's words, all three ladies blushed. Shen Muyue glared at Yishio. "Can you not be serious for once?" Jin Yao echoed, "Exactly. Yishio, you've been increasingly unserious lately." Yishio chuckled helplessly. All right, I will be serious. Now, shall we engage in something more proper?" "What proper thing?" Shen Muyue inquired with curiosity. "To take you all to watch a movie. Will you go?" Yishio said with utmost seriousness. Just as Shen Muyue was poised to speak, a melodious voice rang out from outside. "Shifu, Xiao He, I have arrived." Following that, with a creak, the door swung open, and Shen Li hurriedly rushed in. Upon seeing Shen Muyue and Jin Yao, the girl who had pushed the door open quickly approached them and cheerfully called out, "Master, Sister Jin." Chapter 46. A joyous occasion at home, Li. You have arrived just in time. We were about to go to the cinema, Yishio remarked with a smile, gazing at the charming Shen Li before him. Going to the movies? Is it at that manor again? Shen Li's eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked at Yishio. Yishio nodded, replying with a grin. Indeed, you all should relax. I shall guide you inside. Seeing the four women smile radiantly like blooming flowers, Yishio waved his hand gracefully, and in an instant, they vanished like phantoms from his courtyard. In the Xiaodian small world, within the luxurious manor, 5 figures suddenly materialized beside the fountain. Giggling, Xiao He, hurry up. As soon as they appeared in the manor, Shen Li eagerly tugged Xiao He towards the grand hall. Observing the two girls' enthusiasm, Yishio along with Shen Muyue and Jin Yao exchanged faint smiles and followed suit. In the underground entertainment area, Shen Li and Xiao He were the first to dash into the audiovisual room, where they promptly activated the large screen. Just then, Yishio and the two ladies entered. As the screen illuminated, a video for the second season of Qing Yunyan sprang to life. Seeing this, Yishio felt a mix of bemusement. After years of waiting for its release, it only aired now that he had traversed realms. Thankfully, with the system, it was still accessible. Oh no, this isn't appealing. Let's switch it, Shen Li pouted. Xiao He nodded in agreement. Yes, let us choose something else. Yishio observed their reactions, chuckling helplessly. Well, what would you like to watch? Shen Li twirled her eyes mischievously and giggled. How about a horror movie? A horror movie? Yishio raised an eyebrow. Are you certain? Yes. Yes. Let us try a different flavor. Shun Li and Xiao He chimed in unison. Thus, Yishio searched the audiovisual system for a classic horror film, Mr. Zombie. Wow, this one is great. Shen Li exclaimed excitedly. Jin Yi Yao and Shen Muyue had no objections, so Yishio clicked play. As the film commenced, everyone found their seats. Shen Muyue and Jin Yi Yao chose spots in the front row, while Shun Li and Xiao He dragged Yishio to the back row. As the lights dimmed, darkness enveloped the audiovisual room, illuminated only by the flickering light of the large screen. The film began, and the atmosphere of terror gradually pervaded the air. Suddenly, a zombie leaped onto the screen, accompanied by a chilling sound effect, causing Shun Li and Xiao He to scream in unison, burying their heads in Yishio's embrace. So terrifying. Xiao He quivered as she spoke. Fear not. I am here. Yishio gently patted Xiao He's hand in reassurance. As the zombie's movements grew increasingly frantic, the audience watched in trepidation. Suddenly, a particularly frightening scene unfolded, prompting Jin Yi Yao to gasp and clutch Shen Muyue tightly. This is too scary. I can't bear to watch. Xiao He lamented, her voice tinged with tears. It's all right. It's all fictional. There's nothing to fear, Yishio comforted softly. Finally, the film concluded, and the lights flickered back on. Shun Li and Xiao He exhaled in relief, as if escaping from a terrifying realm. That was too frightening. I shall never watch a horror movie again. Xiao He expressed, still shaken. Indeed, it was too much. Romantic dramas are much better, Shun Li concurred, nodding in agreement. Soon, they all gathered in the living room on the first floor. While Yishio busied himself in the kitchen, the four women engaged in conversation in the living room. Ugh, ugh. As Shen Muyue spoke, a wave of nausea washed over her, prompting her to rush to the restroom. Seeing Shen Muyue's condition, Jin Yi Yao, Shun Li, and Xiao He hurriedly followed her. Master, what's wrong? Shen Li inquired with concern, observing Shen Muyue in distress within the restroom. Yes, sister, what's the matter? Xiao He asked anxiously. Jin Yi Yao also looked at Shen Muyue with worry, as none of the three girls had ever been pregnant and were unfamiliar with the signs. However, Shen Muyue was acutely aware. She was expecting Yishio's child. Recalling the time Lu Yu was pregnant with Shun Li, she had been there to attend to her. And now her own situation mirrored that of Shun Li's mother during her pregnancy. I may be pregnant, Shen Muyue whispered, meeting the concerned gazes of the three women. What? Master, you are pregnant? Shun Li gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief as her voice involuntarily rose. Shoo! Ali, lower your voice, Shen Muyue quickly admonished. In the kitchen, upon hearing the word pregnant, Yishio rushed out, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he inquired, Who is pregnant? The gazes of Shun Li, Jin Yi Yao, and Xiao He instinctively turned to Shen Muyue. Xiao, you are pregnant? Yishio looked at Shen Muyue, his eyes brimming with joy. Immediately, he expanded his consciousness, sensing two life forces within Shen Muyue's womb. Shen Muyue nodded, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Yes, Yishio. You shall soon be a father. Yishio, overwhelmed with joy, embraced Shen Muyue tightly, exclaiming, This is wonderful. I, Yishio, am finally going to have my own child. With that, he cupped Shen Muyue's face and showered her with affectionate kisses. Shen Muyue, slightly bashful from Yishio's fervor, felt her cheeks flush and shot him a playful glare, scolding, We are not alone here. We are all family. There is nothing to be shy about, he replied, leading Shen Muyue towards the living room sofa, with the three women eagerly following behind. Just as Yishio and the four women reveled in their joy, a contrasting scene unfolded elsewhere. In the East Sea Dragon Palace, within the forbidden area of the Dragon Clan, a black vortex loomed at the entrance, where the third princess, Ao Xian, stepped in with a furious expression. Master, are you there? Ao Xian knelt before the ancestral spirits of the Dragon Kings, respectfully calling out, Disciple, what brings you to disturb my tranquility? A deep and authoritative voice resonated within the desolate, forbidden ground after a moment. Master, do you recall the last time I requested your justice on my behalf? Ao Xian's voice trembled, laced with profound sorrow, as she continued, That figure, Yishio from the spirit realm, ruthlessly took the lives of my son and my husband, relying on his formidable prowess. Please, Master, uphold justice for Xian. At this juncture, Xian's voice had already become choked with emotion, her fists clenched tightly, and her eyes shimmered with profound hatred. Although the loss of her son and husband had become a part of the past, her heart remained inundated with sorrow and resentment. After a brief moment, that voice resonated once more. I certainly remember this matter, but the time is not yet ripe. You must exercise patience. Upon hearing these words, Xian was engulfed by anger and dissatisfaction, urgently inquiring, "Wait? How much longer must I endure this wait?" "Impudent," that voice retorted, laced with unmistakable fury. "How dare you question my decisions?" Sensing the master's wrath, Xian's heart quaked, and she hastily lowered her head in contrition. "Master, please quell your anger. I would not dare. It is merely that the hatred within me remains unresolved, and I seek your understanding." The voice seemed to soften slightly. The more one harbors hatred, the more one must remain composed. "When the opportune moment arrives, I shall assuredly deliver justice on your behalf." Drawing a deep breath, Xian respectfully replied, "Yes, master. I understand." Chapter 47. The Azure Pearl of the Deep Sea. The small world of Dantian, after the joyous news of Shen Muyue's pregnancy, brought a serene calm among Yi Xiu and the ladies. He accompanied them for lunch before they all returned to the outside world. In the small courtyard, Yi Xiu hurried to Shen Muyue's side, assisting her to a nearby chair with genuine concern etched on his face. "Xiaoyu, you must take care of your health from now on. You cannot overexert yourself any longer." "Indeed, sister," one of the ladies responded. "Yes, Xiaoyu. After all, you are no longer alone," another chimed in. "That's right, master. You are now carrying a little baby," added Xiao He and Genie Yao, who were also present, their expressions filled with concern. Gazing at the soft countenance of Shen Muyue, Yi Xiu continued, "Xiaoyu, please rest assured and focus on nurturing the baby. Perhaps it would be prudent to pass the position of Lingzun to another." "Well, very well. Let Ali take over the position of Lingzun," Shen Muyue replied hesitantly, after a moment of contemplation, glancing at Shen Li with a gentle tone. Everyone turned their attention towards Shen Li. "Me?" Shen Li expressed her surprise, pointing at herself, shaking her head vigorously. No. I do not wish to handle administrative matters. Ali, if you are unwilling, then you shall take on the responsibility alone. If no one else can be found, it shall fall to you." Yi Xiu teased with a smile directed at Shen Li. Faced with the expectant gazes of the others, Shen Li sighed in resignation and said, "Fine, I shall make the arrangements, and master, you can confirm later if it is suitable." "That is splendid." Shen Muyue nodded, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Yi Xiu, Jin Yao, and Xiao He also nodded in agreement. With that, Yi Xiu retrieved a pearl from his storage bag. Upon seeing the pearl in Shen Muyue's hand, he mused to himself, "So this azure pearl of the deep sea is with Xiaoyu. I had thought it was with Ali." Xiao He and Genie Yao, like two inquisitive kittens, gazed with wide, sparkling eyes at the azure pearl of the deep sea held by Shen Muyue. As soon as Shen Muyue unveiled the pearl, Shen Li felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if the pearl were an intrinsic part of her being. "Master, what is this?" Shen Li could not contain her curiosity and inquired, her gaze fixated on the azure pearl of the deep sea. In response to the inquisitive stares of the three ladies, Shen Muyue smiled gently, turning her gaze to Shen Li as she softly spoke. "Ali, did you think I agreed to the marriage with the celestial realm solely to gain their support and enhance relations between the two worlds?" "Isn't that the case, master?" Shen Li asked, a hint of confusion evident in her voice. "Certainly not. How I long to see you wed to the one you truly love." Shen Muyue sighed softly, then continued, "Ali, do you know that when you were born, you were cradling this azure pearl of the deep sea in your mouth?" "What? I was born with this pearl?" Shen Li exclaimed, astonished. Ignoring Shen Li's surprise, Shen Muyue continued, "Your father, being the king of beasts, meant that ever since your birth, you naturally possessed a demonic aura, making you susceptible to control by those left behind by Lu Ming. By marrying into the celestial realm, you would live in a place that purifies, ridding you of your demonic energy. Moreover, in the celestial realm, Lu Ming's subordinates would have no chance to harm you. Thankfully, your master has appeared. Now, it is time for you to receive this azure pearl of the deep sea." With that, Shen Muyue gently turned to Yi Xiu, then returned her attention to Shen Li, extending the azure pearl towards her. After a moment of hesitation, Shen Li cautiously reached out and accepted the pearl. "With your master by your side, I am at ease allowing you to integrate this azure pearl of the deep sea," Shen Muyue said, her gaze filled with trust and anticipation. "Do not worry, Ali. I will assist you in merging with this azure pearl of the deep sea, Yishio declared confidently as he looked at Shen Li, feeling a warm wave of reassurance wash over her. Shen Li glanced at the pearl in her hand, then nodded resolutely, swallowing the azure pearl of the deep sea without hesitation. As the pearl settled within her, an unprecedented surge of power erupted within her body, a torrent of energy that surged forth like a wild river, seemingly seeking to break free from all restraints. Yishio, witnessing this, swiftly cast a powerful barrier, enveloping both of them to prevent the tumultuous energy from spilling over and causing destruction to the surroundings. Sensing the situation within Shen Li, Yishio extended his hand, gently resting it against her back. The divine power of the heavenly Tao permeated her being like an unstoppable warrior, gradually suppressing the chaotic energy. As the tumult subsided, Shen Li began to absorb the newfound power. In that moment, her realm underwent a profound transformation, propelling her from the completion of the holy realm to the initial stage of the divine realm, and then seamlessly advancing to the intermediate stage of the divine realm. At last, when all returned to calm, Shen Li's realm stabilized firmly at the intermediate stage of the divine realm. Master, I have broken through to the intermediate stage of the divine realm. Slowly opening her eyes, she felt the immense energy within her and joyously bounded towards Yishio, showering him with affectionate kisses on his cheeks. As Shen Li regained her composure, she suddenly recalled that her master, Xiao He, and Genie Yao were present, causing a wave of shyness to wash over her. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she lowered her head, avoiding their gazes. Haha, our Li has become shy, Yishio teased, unable to resist a playful remark at the sight of Shen Li's bashful demeanor. Shen Muyue, Xiao He, and Jin Yao all erupted in laughter at Yishio's words, creating a warm and joyful atmosphere. Not long after, Genie Yao and Xiao He accompanied Shen Muyue to her chamber, while Shen Li proceeded to the assembly hall to summon the members of the Ling clan and discuss the important matters regarding the selection of the new Ling Zun. In Yishio's small courtyard, he found himself alone once more, comfortably reclining in his chair as he silently contemplated. System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations, host, sign in successful. As this sign in coincides with the full moon, you receive 2 additional rewards. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a breakthrough elixir, which, when used, allows a breakthrough to the mid-stage of the divine general realm. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 10 boxes of black silk. Chapter 48 Air Selection. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the cultivation technique, Xian Yinning Xiangjue. Xian Yinning Xiangjue, a cultivation method specifically designed for women. Practicing this technique will enhance both the physique and appearance of the cultivator as their realm ascends. Those who are already beautiful will develop an enchanting fragrance. The Xian Yinning Xiangjue comprises 7 layers, with the ability to be cultivated from the divine soldier realm, and the 7th layer corresponds to the divine emperor realm. With the breakthrough pill in my possession, I shall soon advance to the mid-stage of the divine general realm. It's a decent gain, saving me some time. Observing the description of the breakthrough pill, Yishio nodded with a smile. As he gazed at 10 boxes of black silk, Yishio was momentarily speechless, silently pondering. Does the system take me for an old-fashioned individual? However, upon reading the introduction to the Xian Yinning Xiangjue, Yishio's eyes sparkled with delight, his heart brimming with joy. This cultivation technique is splendid. It is perfectly suited for Xiao Yue and the others, as it will not only enhance their beauty, but also allow them to cultivate all the way to the divine emperor realm. Indeed, they will surely appreciate it. After understanding the rewards for the monthly sign-in, Yishio took the breakthrough pill and swallowed it without hesitation. As the pill entered his abdomen, Yishio immediately felt a surge of potent medicinal energy radiating throughout his body, nourishing every cell like a warm current. He then closed his eyes and focused, guiding this energy to circulate within his tens of millions of cells. When each cell broke through its critical point, a unique aura characteristic of the mid-stage divine general realm emanated from Yeshio's body. Sensing his cultivation realm's breakthrough, Yeshio smiled faintly, reclined once more, and closed his eyes. In the Ling Zun Mansion's conference hall, the atmosphere was solemn and serious. Shen Li stood with authority at a height, while numerous generals of the Ling realm stood in neat rows on either side below. Generals, today, I have a significant announcement, Shen Li said with a serious expression as she surveyed the generals of the Ling realm. Your Highness, may I ask where Ling Zun is? Why is it you making this announcement today? A general queried from below. General Zhou, please hold on. What I am about to discuss today is entrusted to me by Ling Zun, Shen Li explained to General Zhou, who had expressed doubt. Your Highness, please proceed with the announcement, urged General Xiangbei, a robust figure standing at the forefront on the left side, impatiently beckoning. Enough, everyone be silent, Shen Li commanded, raising her hand to signal for quiet as she observed the murmuring generals below. Today, Ling Zun has specifically assigned me to select the heir to the position of Ling Zun. Generals, do you have any suggestions or candidates in mind? Shen Li asked, her gaze sternly sweeping across the generals. What? Ling Zun is abdicating? Why would Ling Zun suddenly choose to step down? The generals were momentarily taken aback by this shocking news, their hearts filled with disbelief. Each one widened their eyes, as if unable to trust their own ears. This news was too sudden for them. Ling Zun Shen Muyue had reigned for over a millennium, and under her wise leadership, the demons had been vanquished, restoring peace to the realm. Yet, why would she choose to abdicate during such a prosperous time? Listening to the shock and confusion from the assembly, Shen Li felt a pang of helplessness. She took a deep breath to steady her emotions and continued, I understand your confusion and astonishment, but there is no need to delve into the specifics of Ling Zun's abdication. What matters now is that we focus on selecting a suitable heir. Generals, please share your thoughts on who you believe is a worthy candidate. Your Highness, we unanimously support you as the successor to Ling Zun. The generals chorused in unison, bowing deeply in reverence. Shen Li furrowed her brow slightly, raising her hand to signal silence. Her voice steady as she declared, I appreciate your trust, but I have decided not to inherit the position of Ling Zun. I hope you can understand and respect my decision. Now, I would like you to confer among yourselves for the next quarter of an hour to discuss other suitable candidates. With that, Shen Li fell silent, awaiting the results of the generals' deliberation. The generals exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss. They looked at one another, their expressions revealing their surprise and confusion at Shen Li's refusal. However, they also understood her character. Once she made a decision, it was not easily altered. Thus, they reluctantly began to discuss among themselves in hushed tones. A quarter of an hour later, Shen Li scanned the assembly, her tone calm as she inquired, Generals, have you come to a consensus on a candidate? Your Highness, after our discussions, we unanimously proposed Generals Zhu Fei, Xiangbei, and Ma Fong. The generals responded in unison, their gazes shifting to the nominated generals Zhu Fei and Xiangbei. The two generals, Zhu Fei and Xiangbei, noticed the attention directed towards them and hurriedly waved their hands, both exclaiming, Your Highness, we believe General Ma Fong should take up the position of Ling Zun. Shen Li surveyed the surroundings and suddenly realized that Ma Fong was absent, her brow knitting in confusion as she asked, Where's General Ma Fong? Why is he not present today? This, Your Highness, Ma Fong. He has gone to the immortal realm. General Xiangbei stammered in response. What is Ma Fong doing in the immortal realm again? Shen Li thought of Ye Xiu's previous speculation, her expression filled with exasperation. General Xiangbei, I command you to travel to the immortal realm within 3 hours and ensure you bring Ma Fong back, Shen Li instructed sternly. As you command, Your Highness, General Xiangbei answered respectfully, bowing to receive the order. In the immortal realm, who goes there? State your name. A celestial guard demanded imperiously. I am Xiangbei, under the command of King Beatsong of the Ling realm, here to locate General Ma Fong, General Xiangbei replied. Please wait a moment, the guard said before hurrying off to inform the celestial lord. Moments later, Ma Fong arrived at the southern heavenly gate alongside the celestial guard who had gone to report. Ma Fong, come with me back to the Ling realm. The king has urgent matters to discuss with you, General Xiangbei said, deliberately withholding the information about Ling Zun's search for an heir, as it was not the right time to disclose too much. With that, he pulled Ma Fong along to return. Ma Fong, feeling helpless, turned to the southern heavenly gate guard and called out, Please inform the celestial lord that I must return to the Ling realm for a pressing matter. 2.5 hours later, Xiangbei and Mo Fong hurriedly entered the grand hall. Do you still recognize yourself as a being of the spirit realm? Shen Li gazed sternly at Mo Fong and reprimanded him. Your Highness, Mo Fong appeared quite embarrassed, momentarily at a loss for words. Observing Mo Fong's awkward expression, Shen Li's tone softened somewhat as he gently inquired, Mo Fong, are you willing to take on the position of the Spirit Sovereign? Chapter 49. Bestowing the cultivation method, Your Highness. Why do you not ascend to the position of Ling Zun? This role is undoubtedly more suited to you. Mo Fong gazed up at Shen Li with sincere earnestness. Shen Li looked at Mo Fong, a flicker of satisfaction glimmering in his eyes, yet his expression remained grave. Ling Xuan has had to abdicate for certain reasons, and I have other matters to attend to. Ling Xuan has also consented to allow me to seek a successor, and the esteemed generals unanimously propose you to assume the position of Ling Xuan in the spirit realm. Will you accept this mantle? Shen Li inquired once more, observing the astonished look on Mo Fong's face. The surrounding commanders, noting Mo Fong's momentary hesitation, urged in unison, General Mo Fong, after Ling Xuan and Your Highness, you are undoubtedly the most suitable candidate for this esteemed position. After a moment of silence, Mo Fong clenched his fists and bowed deeply to Shen Li, his expression resolute as he declared, Your Highness, I am willing to assume the position of Ling Xuan, dedicating myself to the well-being of the spirit realm and serving with utmost diligence until my last breath. Excellent, most excellent, Shen Li replied, a smile breaking upon his face, clearly relieved. I shall inform Ling Xuan and summon the generals again tomorrow, at which time I will make a formal announcement. At your command, Your Highness, the assembled generals responded in unison, bowing in respect. In Shen Muyue's chamber, a gentle knock echoed, as Shen Li's voice rang out like a melodious aureole, calling, Master, Master. Come in, Ali, came Shen Muyue's voice from within. Upon hearing this, Shen Li pushed the door open and entered, observing the three women seated at a round table, engaged in conversation. With a light-hearted step, Shen Li approached and sat beside Xiaohe. Ali, how did the discussions fare? Shen Muyue inquired softly, noticing Shen Li's beaming smile. Shen Li nodded enthusiastically, replying, Master, we have found a candidate, Mo Fong, to succeed Ling Xuan. He is a person of responsibility and capability, and I believe he can lead the spirit realm toward a brighter future. Hearing this, Shen Muyue revealed a satisfied smile and decisively declared, Mo Fong is indeed an excellent choice. Your discernment is commendable, Ali. When I abdicate, let Mo Fong take over as Ling Xuan. Very well, Master. I shall announce this matter tomorrow. You should accompany me as well, Shen Li said with a sweet smile. Agreed, Shen Muyue nodded gently. Now that the world is at peace, entrusting the position of Ling Xuan to a reliable individual allows you to live for yourself as well. Beside her, Jin Yiyao remarked tenderly, Indeed, it has been over 1,000 years so swiftly. Shen Muyue sighed softly upon hearing this. Soon after, as Yishio lay resting, he was suddenly startled by the creaking sound of the door being pushed open, revealing Shen Muyue and her three companions entering together. Observing the four stunning ladies, Yishio couldn't help but marvel inwardly. To possess them, I must have truly saved the galaxy in my past life. You're back, he exclaimed, rising from his seat as a warm smile graced his face, speaking softly. Master, you seem to be living quite comfortably. Shen Li and Xiaohe darted towards Yishio as they spoke. Yishio chuckled as he sat up, stretching lazily. You've returned. How did the discussions go? Shen Li smiled. Master, we have found a suitable candidate, Mo Fong. He will become the new Ling Xuan. Mo Fong. Yishio raised an eyebrow. He is a capable individual. That is good. Since the evening has drawn near, let us return to the manor. I shall prepare a feast for you all and have a delightful surprise in store, he said, a mysterious smile playing on his lips as he looked at the four ladies. Their curiosity piqued by Yishio's words, the ladies exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. In the manor, as Yishio and the four ladies gathered in the hall, he spoke gently. I have acquired a cultivation method that is perfectly suited for your training. What method is it, Master? Shen Li asked, her face alight with curiosity. Yes, brother, you please tell us. Xiaohe pleaded, her beautiful eyes wide with excitement as she playfully shook his arm. Shen Muyue and Jin Yiyao also gazed at him with eager interest. Amused by Xiaohe's adorable demeanor, Yishio gently patted her hand and said, All right, I shall reveal it to you. With that, he imparted the cultivation method, Xian Yin Ning Xiangju, to the four ladies. After a brief moment, as they comprehended the effects of the method, Shen Li exclaimed, Master, this is wonderful. I absolutely adore this cultivation method. Indeed, Yishio, with this method, we shall truly be able to assist you in the future, Jin Yiyao added, her excitement palpable. However, Shen Muyue and Xiaohe appeared somewhat glum, for both remained at the peak of the sacred realm and had yet to meet the standards required to practice this method. Noticing the two women's emotions, Yishio approached and gently held their hands. His voice soothing as he comforted, Do not be disheartened. I will find a way to help you both reach the divine realm swiftly. Yes, Master. With your abilities, we believe you will soon elevate them to the divine realm. Shen Li and Jin Yao chimed in gently. All right, you all should rest for a while. I will prepare a grand feast for you, he said, heading towards the kitchen. Suddenly, recalling the various fish species within the lake of his spatial realm, he mused silently. I wonder if the fish from the lake are delectable? Thus, he called to the 4 ladies on the sofa. I am going out to catch a few fish from the lake. A short while later, Yishio returned with 2 large fish and swiftly prepared several delectable dishes. Wow, eating this fish has actually enhanced my cultivation. Did you all feel that? Shen Muyue exclaimed, her face filled with astonishment. Yes, I feel the same. Though the increase is slight, my cultivation has indeed risen a bit. Xiaohe nodded in agreement. Shen Li and Jin Yao also affirmed, indicating they had experienced similar sensations. Is that so? I felt nothing remarkable, merely that it tasted quite good. Could it be that this fish benefits practitioners below the heavenly Tao realm? Yishio speculated. It seems indeed to be the case. Shen Muyue nodded happily. After dinner, the group spent an hour enjoying leisure activities in the entertainment area before returning to their respective chambers. In the intimate confines of Xiaohe's bedroom, she shyly inquired as Yishio entered, Brother Yi, are you not going to the sisters' rooms tonight? With a mischievous grin, Yishio approached her, gently taking her hand, and softly replied, Silly girl. I have come to assist you in transcending the divine realm sooner. Overwhelmed by shyness, Xiaohe nestled into Yishio's embrace. Observing the charming and lovely Xiaohe, he chuckled, a moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. It must not be squandered. With that, he lifted Xiaohe and made his way towards the boat, while she shyly buried her head in his chest. Chapter 50. The Ascendancy of Mo Fong and the Path of Heavenly Tao. The following day, within the grand hall of the Lingjia Wanggong, a vast jade platform was adorned with a resplendent golden chair, the throne of the Lingzuan, symbolizing the supreme authority of the spirit realm. Beneath the jade platform, generals stood in order of rank along both sides of the hall. The atmosphere was permeated with an air of solemnity and grandeur, filled with anticipation and tension. At this moment, Shen Muyue sat regally upon the throne, her gaze deep and luminous, exuding an aura of unyielding authority. Shen Li stood quietly to one side. Addressing the esteemed assembly of the spirit realm, Shen Muyue spoke slowly. I have summoned you all here today to announce a significant matter. Due to certain reasons, I must step down from the position of Lingzuan. As her words echoed, a wave of astonishment rippled through the hall. Although many were aware of this impending announcement, hearing it directly from Shen Muyue's lips left everyone in shock. Raising her hand to signal for silence, she continued, Upon my abdication, Mo Fong shall succeed me as the Lingzuan. Upon hearing this, Mo Fong stepped forth from the left, advancing to the center of the hall. He bowed deeply before Shen Muyue and stated, I am grateful for the trust and guidance of the Lingzuan. I, Mo Fong, shall not disappoint the expectations placed upon me, dedicating myself entirely to the well-being of the spirits of the realm, unwavering until death. In 3 days, the succession ceremony will take place. Now, you may all withdraw, Shen Muyue commanded with an air of authority. Meanwhile, in the realm beyond the heavens, Xingji suddenly opened his eyes, his voice low and contemplative. Excellent. I have finally acclimated to this corporeal form. Once my cultivation stabilizes, I shall. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and soon it was the 3rd day. Outside the Lingjia Wanggong, a grand platform had been erected in the square. As dawn broke, the square was already alive with a cacophony of voices. Various spirit banners fluttered in the wind, and the entire area was adorned with a solemn and grand decor. The spirits of the realm gathered to witness this historic moment. Dressed in opulent ceremonial attire, Shen Muyue sat serenely upon the throne of the high platform, her face tranquil as still water. Yishio stood to her left, while Jin Yao, Xiaohe, and Shen Li stood to her right. Shen Muyue's gaze swept over the assembly before finally resting on the soon-to-be successor, Mo Fong. Clad in dark garments, Mo Fong appeared resolute as he ascended the high platform. Kneeling before Shen Muyue to receive the seal of power, symbolizing the Lingzuan's authority. Mo Fong, are you prepared to take on the mantle of Lingzuan and bear this weighty responsibility for the spirits of the realm? Shen Muyue's voice reverberated across the vast square. Mo Fong lifted his gaze, his expression steadfast as he replied, I am ready. I shall exert every effort to bring prosperity and peace to the spirit realm. Nodding, Shen Muyue solemnly placed the seal into Mo Fong's hands. At that moment, thunderous applause erupted throughout the square, cheers rising in joyous chorus. Shen Muyue then stood and proclaimed, "From this moment onward, Mo Fong is the new Lingzuan of the spirit realm." The crowd below knelt in unison, calling out, "We greet the new Lingzuan." Mo Fong turned to face the assembled multitude, gripping the Lingzuan seal, inhaling deeply before declaring, "I, Mo Fong, take on the role of Lingzuan today and will dedicate myself to safeguarding the peace of the spirit realm and striving for the well-being of all." At that instant, before Mo Fong could finish, an unexpected turn of events transpired. A potent aura descended from the heavens, instantly enveloping the entire square. The once bright sky grew dim, as if shrouded by an invisible force. An oppressive sensation filled the air, inducing a primal fear within the hearts of those present. A figure cloaked in black, with a stern visage, materialized above the square like a wraith, appearing without warning as if emerging from the void. Xingji. The crowd atop the platform gazed in confusion at Xingji hovering above the square. Before anyone could react, Yishio swiftly established a barrier encompassing the entire square, simultaneously appearing opposite Xingji in midair. "Yishio, I did not expect you to break through so swiftly," Xingji remarked, observing Yishio, who had reached the mid-stage of the heavenly Dao realm. Noting the transformation in Xingji's demeanor, Yishio activated his Eye of Insight skill, revealing information about Xingji before him. Character: Xingji, Heavenly Dao, Realm. Late stage Heavenly Dao. Should I address you as Xingji or Heavenly Dao? Yishio asked, his gaze fixed on Xingji, his tone icy. Xingji's expression flickered with surprise, but he quickly regained his composure. "Yishio, you are indeed astute. However, a name is merely a designation. You may call me Xingji or Heavenly Dao. It bears no significance. What matters is that today, if you share the secret of your rapid breakthrough, I shall spare your life." Yishio snorted coldly. "You have lurked in the shadows for so long, yet you can no longer contain yourself. If you desire my secret, you may find that you lack the ability." Xingji chuckled darkly, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. "Since you are so unyielding, then prepare to pay with your life." In an instant, Xingji charged toward Yishio. "Rule chains!" Xingji shouted, flipping his palm to summon a chain forged from formidable rule power, sweeping toward Yishio. Yishio's expression hardened, his form swiftly evading as he conjured the extreme Dao imperial weapon, Qingtian Yizhu, into his grasp. With a powerful swing, he struck the oncoming rule chains. Clang! The Qingtian Yizhu collided with the rule chains, producing a resounding clang. The force of the impact shattered the rule chains. A flicker of surprise crossed Xingji's eyes, but he quickly concealed it. Heavenly Punishment Eye. Xingji immediately unleashed the unique Heavenly Punishment Eye of the Heavenly Dao. A massive vortex formed in the sky, transforming into a colossal eye that obscured the sun. In an instant, a beam of annihilating light shot forth from the giant eye, hurtling toward Yishio. The light, imbued with destructive power, tore through the space like a shattered mirror. As Yishio beheld the impending beam of light, he swiftly channeled divine power into the Qingtian Yizhu. With the infusion of divine power, the Qingtian Yizhu radiated a dazzling brilliance. And the deity within the staff was completely revived, akin to a slumbering dragon awakened, issuing a thunderous roar that resonated through the air. As this sound reverberated, all present felt an overwhelming pressure. Even Xingji displayed an expression of incredulity. With the resurrection of the deity, the power of the Qingtian Yizhu erupted instantaneously, unleashing a resplendent wave of energy that surged forth from the staff, directly confronting the destructive force emitted by the Eye of Heavenly Punishment. The two forces collided violently in the air, resulting in a cataclysmic roar that shook the heavens. The colossal eye in the sky was obliterated under the impact of the Qingtian Yizhu's strike. As Xingji was propelled backward by the force of the Qingtian Yizhu, he could not restrain himself and coughed up a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide with astonishment as he queried, What manner of weapon is this? How can it be so formidable?" With a chuckle, Yishio merely smiled, disregarding Xingji's inquiries, and once again summoned the fully revived Qingtian Yizhu. Chapter 51. The Fall of the Heavenly Path. The breaking of shackles in an instant, an immense force manifested as the towering pillar of the heavens overshadowed Xingji. Yishio approached Xingji, preparing to employ the devouring God and nurturing soul art to consume the soul of the heavenly path. Yet, An unexpected turn of events unfolded as a ripple in the space behind Yishio heralded the sudden appearance of a robust middle-aged man. Without a moment's hesitation, this imposing figure summoned an ancient, unadorned cauldron. Though small in size, the cauldron exuded an aura of antiquity, seemingly imbued with the essence of countless years and untold power. It spun rapidly in the air, carrying with it the might to obliterate worlds, and crashed down towards Yishio. Yishio's gaze sharpened as he sensed the threat emanating from the cauldron. With a flick of his wrist, he revealed an unassuming small tower, the Shi Huang Tower, another of his supreme imperial weapons. Upon its emergence, the surrounding space seemed to freeze, causing the descending cauldron to hesitate, its descent abruptly slowing. "Oh, you wish to save him? You must first contend with me," Yishio scoffed, as the Shi Huang Tower expanded to a towering height of several meters, meeting the cauldron head-on. The two divine weapons collided violently in the air, producing a thunderous roar. The ancient cauldron, mysterious and formidable, released powerful energy waves with each rotation, attempting to suppress the Shi Huang Tower. However, as an imperial weapon, the Shi Huang Tower exhibited extraordinary strength, steadfastly resisting the cauldron's onslaught while gradually asserting its own pressure. The robust middle-aged man, witnessing this, displayed a flicker of astonishment, evidently unprepared for Yishio to possess such a powerful weapon. You actually have such a treasure, capable of withstanding my Longwen Heijin Ding," he exclaimed, his voice tinged with reluctance and resignation. If you wish to save him, your means are sorely insufficient," Yishio retorted with a cold laugh, exerting further pressure with the Shi Huang Tower. Realizing the futility of the situation, the middle-aged man shot Yishio a fierce glare before decisively tearing through space to escape, vanishing in an instant. Observing the man's retreat, Yishio smirked disdainfully and turned his attention to the struggling Xingji beneath the pillar of the heavens. "Yishio, I implore you, show mercy and spare me. I shall ascend immediately, leaving this world behind, and we can erase any entanglements between us." "What do you say?" Xingji, gritting his teeth, managed to utter these words as Yishio approached. What entanglement could we have? You initiated an attack against me, and now you wish to erase it all?" Yishio's cold smile held a hint of mockery. "Do you not care for your friend, Xingji? He has remained resolute, even in the face of death for your sake. Will you so readily abandon him?" Xingji pressed urgently, his tone laced with provocation and threat. "Threatening me? Do you think I lack the means to counter?" Yishio regarded Xingji, whose body was overtaken by the consciousness of the heavenly path, with a disdainful smile. "Since you show no regard for friendship, let us send him to accompany me in death." With that, he prepared to obliterate Xingji's corporeal form. However, Yishio was well prepared. With a wave of his hand, he pointed at Xingji's forehead, invoking the devouring god and nurturing soul art to consume the soul of the heavenly path. A piercing scream echoed as the consciousness of the heavenly path barely had time to react before being devoured by Yishio. Xingji's body then collapsed limply, descending towards the ground. With a wave of his hand, Yishio summoned a gentle force to support Xingji's body. Upon inspecting Xingji's condition, he discovered that although the consciousness of the heavenly path had departed, Xingji's soul was incredibly frail, teetering on the brink of dissolution due to prolonged occupation. Taking a deep breath, Yishio realized that to save Xingji, he must quickly nurture his soul. Thus, he sat cross-legged in the void, forming hand seals as he began to circulate the nurturing soul art, slowly infusing his soul power into Xingji's being, nourishing his spirit. As the soul power flowed into him, Xingji's soul gradually stabilized and began to recover. Yishio, witnessing this, felt a wave of relief wash over him as he finally extracted Xingji from the clutches of death. Continuing to channel his soul power until Xingji's spirit was fully restored, Yishio gradually withdrew his hand. At this moment, Xingji's eyes fluttered, slowly opening to reveal Yishio before him, filled with gratitude. "Yishio, thank you for saving me." Yishio smiled gently. "We are friends. There is no need for thanks." He then helped Xingji to his feet, and the two exchanged a knowing smile. Just as they prepared to depart from the platform, Yishio suddenly sensed an inexplicable summoning force emanating from above, as if with a mere thought he could ascend and escape this world. An additional piece of information surfaced in his mind. Those in the realm of divine weapons could ascend to the higher realms, while perfected divine generals would face expulsion from this realm, being forcibly ascended. "Xingji, do you also feel this summoning?" Yishio turned to him with curiosity. Yishio, you feel it too? It seems that with the demise of the heavenly path, the constraints on ascension have indeed been shattered. Xingji's face reflected deep contemplation as he mused. The heavenly path was meant to be impartial and selfless, yet a sentient heavenly path may deviate from justice due to selfish desires. With its demise, perhaps we are witnessing the beginning of this world's restoration to its rightful order. Yishio sighed softly, speaking with a sense of calm. With that, the two figures flickered and arrived atop the platform below. Master, are you unharmed? Big brother Yi, are you alright? Yishio, are you safe? The voices of Shen Li, Xiao He, Shen Muyue, and Jin Yi Yao surrounded Yishio, their expressions full of concern. Rest assured, you are all well aware of my prowess. Yishio replied with a slight smile at the four women surrounding him. The four ladies blushed at his words, and Yishio, noticing their expressions, understood that they were recalling past events. By the way, Ali, Yao, did you two also sense the summoning? Yishio inquired, turning his gaze to Shen Li and Jin Yi Yao. Shen Li and Jin Yi Yao exchanged glances before nodding in unison. Indeed, Master, we all sensed that summoning, Shen Li stated, her tone imbued with a hint of confusion and anticipation. It feels like a call from a higher realm, as if guiding us towards something. Jin Yi Yao concurred, adding, exactly, that feeling is quite extraordinary, as if a yearning deep within is awakened, compelling us to respond to the summoning. Yishio, after reflecting on their words, slowly remarked, it appears that indeed, all cultivators above the realm of divine weapons experience this sense of summoning. Chapter 52. Ascension. Upon hearing the words, Shen Muyue and Xiao He displayed expressions of disappointment. Observing their demeanor, Yishio felt a pang of compassion in his heart. He reached out and gently clasped the hands of both Shen Muyue and Xiao He, offering them words of comfort. Do not fret, I assure you, I will ascend only after reaching the pinnacle of divine general cultivation. By that time, you will undoubtedly have entered the realm of divinity. Even if, by some misfortune, you have not yet attained that level, I possess means to ensure that we ascend together. We shall never part. As he spoke, the two women gradually relaxed their anxious expressions. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the forbidden area, a sudden spatial disturbance surged forth, causing the surrounding seawater to appear as though it had momentarily frozen in a state of solemn tranquility. With the dissipation of this disturbance, a robust middle-aged man emerged, stepping boldly into the swirling vortex at the entrance. This individual was none other than the one who referred to himself as the dragon ancestor within the confines of the dragon clan's forbidden ground. Upon witnessing the return of the dragon ancestor, Ao-Xin-Xin, a notable figure among the dragon clan, swiftly rose to her feet and hurriedly approached the middle-aged man, kneeling before him with urgency. Master, have you successfully slain Yishio of the spirit realm? Gazing down at Ao-Xin-Xin, the middle-aged man sighed softly and replied, Yishio has become a force to be reckoned with in this realm. I regret to inform you that I was unable to vanquish him and thus could not avenge you. Is there truly no other recourse? Ao-Xin lamented, her voice laced with despair. Shall we simply watch as he continues unpunished? Will I never be able to avenge my son and husband? Her eyes shimmered with resentment and fury. Observing Ao-Xin's despondent state, the middle-aged man spoke in a grave tone, there is still hope. The soul of the heavenly Tao in this realm has been severed, allowing those above the divine realm to ascend. Yishio, too, must ascend to the higher realms. If you accompany me, once I restore my strength, I shall ensure that your vendetta is fulfilled. Upon hearing his words, Ao-Xin's eyes sparkled with renewed determination. She grasped the hem of the middle-aged man's trousers, pleading earnestly, I am willing to ascend with you. Please help me break through my cultivation. I must seek vengeance on Yishio myself. Very well, then consume this elixir, the middle-aged man stated, producing a fragrant pill and presenting it to Ao-Xin. Without hesitation, she accepted it and swallowed it down. In the spirit realm, after Mo Fong assumed the title of spirit sovereign, Yishio, along with Shen Muyue and the four others, journeyed towards Yishio's courtyard. As they reached the entrance of Shen Muyue's residence, they encountered Feng Lai. Shen Li rushed ahead, her face alight with joy as she exclaimed, Father, what brings you here? Xing Ji stepped forward, warmly greeting Feng Lai, Brother Feng Lai. It has been quite some time. How have you been? Feng Lai, seeing his daughter Shen Li's elation, could not help but smile warmly. Ali, I have come with important matters to discuss with you all. Xing Ji seemed to sense the nature of the discussion and interjected, Is it regarding the Ascension summons? Feng Lai nodded solemnly. Indeed. Now that I see Ali thriving, I have no regrets in this realm. I long to witness the higher realms. Xing Ji, moved by his words, responded, Brother Feng Lai, I share your sentiments. With the path to ascension reopened, I too yearn to behold the wonders of the higher realms. Yi Xiu furrowed his brow and, after a contemplative pause, asked, Brother Xing Ji, Brother Feng Lai, are you truly resolved to ascend now? We know nothing of the higher realms, which may be fraught with unknown dangers. Should we not deliberate further? Indeed, Father, we have only just reunited. Can you bear to leave your daughter? Shen Li's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she spoke, her voice quavering. Feng Lai, observing his daughter's reddened eyes, felt a pang of reluctance in his heart. He spoke gently, Ali, you have your master and senior beside you. I can now ascend with peace of mind. After a brief pause, he continued, ascending to the higher realms is not solely for the pursuit of greater power, but also to better protect you and pave the way for your future. As Shen Li absorbed her father's words, her heart swelled with both emotion and sorrow, tears welling in her eyes. At that moment, Xing Ji stepped forward, smiling as he said, Brother Feng Lai, let us ascend together tomorrow. We shall have each other's company, and we can fight side by side in the higher realms. Feng Lai smiled in response, nodding in agreement. That sounds splendid, Brother Xing Ji. We shall ascend together tomorrow. Observing Shen Li's distress, Yi Xiu and the 3 other women approached her, offering gentle words of comfort. Yi Xiu lightly patted Shen Li's shoulder, speaking in a soothing tone, Ali, do not be too sorrowful. Your father and Brother Xing Ji are merely ascending to the higher realms. We shall meet again soon. Time flew by, and soon the next day arrived. After making arrangements in the immortal realm, Xing Ji returned to the spirit realm. Outside the Baizang Wang residence, Yi Xiu, Shen Muyue, Shen Li, Genie Yao, and Xiao He stood before Xing Ji and Feng Lai. Yi Xiu stepped forward, producing several talismans and handing them to Xing Ji and Feng Lai. These are the void-breaking talismans I obtained during our earlier adventures. Should you encounter peril in the higher realms, use them to escape instantly. Xing Ji and Feng Lai accepted the talismans, gratitude evident on their faces. Thank you, Yi Xiu. Yi Xiu smiled gently, advising, upon your arrival in the higher realms, remember that safety is paramount. I hope to see you both again one day. Father. Shen Li's eyes brimmed with tears, her voice quaking with emotion. Feng Lai turned to his tearful daughter, tenderly stroking her head as he softly reassured her, Ali, do not grieve. Trust that we will meet again. Shen Li embraced her father tightly, silent tears cascading down her cheeks. Father, please take care of yourself. Do not overexert yourself in the higher realms. I will always be concerned for you. After a moment, Feng Lai completed his instructions and turned to Xing Ji, nodding in affirmation. Xing Ji returned the smile, and the two stood side by side in silent understanding, simultaneously invoking the Ascension's summoning guidance in their minds, preparing to embrace the forthcoming transcendence. The crowd gradually retreated, clearing a space for the two. Suddenly, the clouds in the sky churned, shimmering with golden light, as a resplendent passage slowly materialized. Xing Ji and Feng Lai took a deep breath and bowed in farewell to the onlookers. Subsequently, an unseen force gently enveloped Xing Ji and Feng Lai, as if an invisible hand was guiding their steps forward. The brilliance of the golden passage flickered, and their figures gradually melded into it until they vanished completely. As they departed, the golden passage slowly closed, ultimately dissipating into a radiant light in the sky, leaving no trace behind. Shen Li gazed at the heavens, tears streaming down her cheeks once more. Observing Shen Li's sorrowful demeanor, Yi Xiu and the 3 maidens encircled her, softly offering consolation. Ali, do not grieve too deeply. Have faith that one day, we shall reunite with your father. Chapter 53 Exposure of Relationships. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, a month has passed since Xing Ji and Feng Lai ascended. Yi Xiu, Shen Muyue, Genie Yao, and Xiao He have all moved into Shen Li's royal residence. At this moment, Yi Xiu reclines leisurely on a rocking chair, basking in the sunlight. Nearby, Shen Li, Shen Muyue, Xiao He, and Genie Yao are gathered together, engaged in animated conversation, their laughter occasionally ringing out like melodious chimes. Suddenly, the parrot squawks, Your Highness, the master is here. Master, I miss you. Please don't tell our master about us. In an instant, 6 pairs of eyes simultaneously turn toward the nearby parrot. The atmosphere falls into a profound silence, so still that the sound of one's heartbeat echoes, as if even the fall of a pin could be distinctly heard. After a moment of quietude, Yishio abruptly stands up from the rocking chair, shattering the tranquility that envelopes them. Shen Li also jumps to her feet and strides toward the parrot. Observing Shen Li's fierce approach, the parrot screeches in fright. The prince is going to silence me. Help! At this moment, Shen Muyue glances at Shen Li's actions and calmly states, "All right, Ali, do not scold the parrot. Come here." "Master, I." Shen Li responds, hesitantly approaching. Her head bowed in trepidation, her hands tightly clasped, revealing her anxiety. She stammers, her lips moving, yet unable to articulate a complete thought. Seeing Shen Muyue's calm demeanor, Yishio hastens over. "Xiaoyu, I need to confess about my relationship with Ali." Before he can finish, Shen Muyue interrupts him with a nonchalant inquiry. "When did it all begin for you two?" "Xiaoyu, when did it start?" "Just after the defeat of Lu Ming," Yishio exclaims. Witnessing Shen Muyue's fury, Jin Yao and Xiao He intervene, saying, "Xiaoyu, calm down. You are with child." "Indeed, dear sister, please do not be angry." Yi Gu and Ali. At this point, Xiao He abruptly falls silent, unsure how to continue. Just then, everyone senses a wave of spatial disturbance from afar, instinctively turning their gazes toward the source. Two figures materialize in the void. The sky darkens with swirling clouds, and a brilliant golden passageway emerges. It is none other than the dragon ancestor and Kai Jian's wife, Ao Xian, who previously attacked Yishio. The two figures swiftly glide toward the golden passageway. As they depart, the one claiming to be the dragon ancestor bellows, "Yishio, listen well. We await you in the upper realm. Your life will eventually be claimed by me. Long Ao Tian." His thunderous voice reverberates across the spirit realm's royal capital, echoing in every corner. Observing the two departing toward the passageway, Yishio instantly summons the Qingtian pillar. In an instant, the pillar grows thicker and longer, aimed at the two figures. "Ah, damn it. Yishio, I will not let you escape." With those words, the golden passageway gradually fades, leaving only the dragon ancestor's furious voice reverberating in the vast emptiness. "Yishio, this." Shen Muyue and the other three stand up and approach Yishio, their faces etched with concern. "Rest assured, I fear him not here, and I will fear him even less in the upper realm," Yishio confidently declares. "I trust you." "Yishio," Shen Muyue gazes at him, her eyes sparkling with determination. "You always bring us surprises. This time will be no exception." Yishio gently takes Shen Muyue's hand. Nodding with a smile, "Fear not, Xiaoyu. I shall ensure that none of you are harmed." Jin Yao, Xiao He, and Shen Li gather around, affirming, "Indeed, Yishio, Yi Gu, Master, we believe in you." The sudden interruption lightens the atmosphere among them. "Yishio, I am feeling a bit weary. I shall return to my room to rest," Shen Muyue softly states, fatigue evident in her tone. With that, she turns and walks toward her chamber, her steps slightly heavy. Watching Shen Muyue's departing figure, Shen Li is overcome with an inexplicable emotion. She bites her lip, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, then turns to Yishio, her voice quavering, "Master, I too shall return to rest." With that, she spins around and dashes toward her own room. "Oh!" Yishio sighs helplessly at the retreating figures of the two women. Jin Yao expresses her concern, softly saying, "Yishio, I worry about Xiaoyu. I shall check on her." With that, she turns towards Shen Muyue's room. Xiao He eagerly adds, "Yi Gu, I will go check on Ali." She quickly makes her way to Shen Li's room. Sighing once more, Yishio reclines back on the lounge chair. He opens his personal panel and glances over it. Host, Yishio, Physique, Sangtian Dominance, Realm, Mid-Level Divine General Skills, Divine Culinary Arts, Holy Light Technique, I have Insight, Mining Prodigy. Items, 4 Void Escape Talismans, upon use, ignore all obstacles for long-distance escape. 1 Skill Upgrade Card, 1 Artifact Upgrade Card, 5 Breakthrough Pills, 1 Beast Evolution Pill, Infant Supplies, Parenting Handbook, Daily Necessities in. Techniques, Heavenly Demon-S Boundless Formula, Soul Devouring Method, Breath Restraining Technique. 18 Dragons Subduing Palms, Artifacts, Ultimate Imperial Artifact Qingtian Pillar, Ultimate Imperial Artifact Shihuang Tower, Cave World, Spatio-Temporal Door, usable in Divine King Realm, Soul Power, Mid-Level Green Stage, Soul Power Levels, Red, Orange, Yellow, Green, Cyan, Blue, Purple, Silver, Gold, System, Use the skill upgrade card to enhance the 18 dragon subduing palms. Use the artifact upgrade card to enhance the Qingtian pillar. After reviewing his information, Yishio internally calls out, "Ding! Skill, artifact, upgrade card has been used. Ding! Skill, artifact, upgrading in progress. Ding! Skill upgrade complete. Congratulations, host has acquired the 6 Paths Reincarnation Palm. Ding! Artifact upgrade complete. Congratulations, host has acquired the immortal artifact, Sky Splitting Rod. System, learn the 6 Paths Reincarnation Palm." Yishio calls out again within his mind. Ding! 6 Paths Reincarnation Palm learning successful. Current proficiency, max level. The system's voice resonates in Yishio's mind. Wow, the system is amazing, one-click max level. As he feels the 6 Paths Reincarnation Palm deeply imprinted in his consciousness, it becomes as familiar to him as if he had practiced it for countless years. Chapter 54. The bloodline of the golden-winged rock. Yishio rose to his feet and gently waved his palm towards the sky, attempting to invoke the principles of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation Palm. In an instant, a powerful force surged forth from his palm, forming a vague reincarnation mark that violently struck the heavens. How formidable! As he beheld the slowly closing spatial rift in the sky, Yishio silently praised its might, which far surpassed that of the 18 palms of the dragon subduing. How terrifying! Behind him, a voice cried out in alarm. Yishio turned to see Su, a mischievous smile creeping across his face as he approached. "I'm going to kill the bird. Help!" Su shouted, attempting to take flight. However, as soon as he soared into the air, Yishio drew him into his grasp, and the two locked eyes. "You naughty bird! How dare you speak so recklessly? Today, I shall pluck your tongue," Yishio declared, feigning a menacing intent to remove Su's tongue. "Ah, master, Su shall never do it again. Please spare me." Su stammered in fright, calling out for mercy. Observing the terrified Su, Yishio chuckled wickedly, producing a small black pill. If I don't pluck your tongue, you must eat this pill, and I will let you go." No, it's poisonous." Su shook his head vigorously, adamantly refusing. With a slight smile at Su's fearful demeanor, Yishio remarked, "You foolish bird, how can you reject an opportunity presented before you? No wonder you look so silly." Pondering his words, Su widened his eyes in confusion. "What opportunity? Isn't this pill poison? Poison? Silly bird. You belong to my dear Ali. How could I poison you? This pill will grant you evolution. If you don't eat it, I will take it away." Yishio observed the naive bird, amusement bubbling within him. "I will eat it. I will eat it," Su exclaimed eagerly. Yishio chuckled at Su's urgency, gently offering the pill to his beak. With wide eyes, Su gulped it down in one swift motion. Upon swallowing the pill, Su's body began to tremble, his eyes rolling back as if he were on the verge of death. Yishio placed Su on the ground, and a radiant light emanated from within him. Su's form expanded visibly, soon growing over 10 times his original size, his feathers turning a deep black as an overwhelming energy surged within him. Suddenly, he stood upright, no longer resembling a creature on the brink of death. Roar! Roar! Su let out thunderous cries as his body continued to transform, his bloodline evolving. Ultimately, he became a majestic bird, standing half a meter tall, exuding an aura of grandeur. Ha, you foolish bird, you have finally evolved." Yishio laughed heartily at Su's transformation. Su flapped his wings excitedly, reveling in the newfound power coursing through him. "Fantastic! I have finally become a great demon of the celestial realm." Su shouted in exhilaration. "You silly bird, cease your shouting. A mere celestial realm, and you dare to call yourself a great demon? Aren't you afraid of overstepping?" Yishio lightly patted Su's head. "Master, you don't understand. I have successfully activated the bloodline of the golden-winged rock, and I have even received a memory inheritance," Su proclaimed proudly, shaking his head and raising his beak high. "Forget master. From now on, call me boss, understood?" Yishio warned with a playful smirk. "You allowed me to activate my bloodline, so you will always be my boss. Hail to the boss." Su stood straight, his eyes brimming with admiration for Yishio. "All right, now go play." Yishio gestured casually for Su to depart. "Yes, boss." Su replied obediently, then scampered off excitedly. Returning to his rocking chair, Yishio lay back, pondering to himself. The evolution pill for demon beasts had awakened Su's golden-winged rock bloodline. It truly lived up to its reputation as a product of the system. System, Learn the breath concealment technique. Yishio called out internally once more. Ding. Breath concealment technique learned successfully. Current proficiency, max level. The system's voice echoed in Yishio's mind. Yishio smiled slightly, satisfied with the outcome, then closed his eyes to begin practicing the breath concealment technique. As he cultivated, the once surging divine power within him gradually became tranquil and silent. Before long, Yishio's entire demeanor underwent a remarkable transformation. The powerful aura and fierce gaze that had once emanated from him vanished, replaced by an ordinary, unassuming presence. He appeared as an ordinary mortal, devoid of any trace of cultivation. Yishio opened his eyes, examining his hands before assessing his internal state. He discovered that not only did he look like an ordinary person, but even his true essence and soul power had been cleverly concealed by the breath concealment technique. In this state, even those with higher cultivation than his would find it challenging to discern his true strength. What a fascinating breath concealment technique. Yishio marveled silently. In Shen Muyue's room, Jin Yao sat beside her, gently encouraging. Xiaoyu, try to be more open-minded about Yishio and Ali. After all, it is a reality now, and you and Ali are not blood relatives. Besides, for us cultivators, with our prolonged lifespans, and given that Ali loves Yishio, do you wish to see Ali remain alone forever? Wouldn't you prefer us to be together, happily forever? Sighing helplessly, Shen Muyue responded, sigh. Meanwhile, in Shen Li's room, Xiaohe was also comforting her. Ali, don't be too upset. Sister Shen is only temporarily angry. She won't hold a grudge against you forever. Xiaohe gazed at Shen Li with her innocent, clear eyes, her voice gentle and soothing. Xiaohe, I couldn't help myself. I just like Master. Shen Li confessed, her eyes slightly reddening, expressing her grievances. All right, it's nothing to worry about. Xiaohe extended her arms and embraced Shen Li, her voice soothing and gentle. After a while, Shen Li's emotions gradually settled. She gently pushed Xiaohe away, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and revealed a faint smile. Thank you, Xiaohe. It is truly wonderful to have you by my side. Xiaohe displayed a tender smile, saying, Ali, I will always be here for you. We are the best of friends, after all. Shen Li nodded, feeling as though the shadows in her heart had been somewhat lifted. Moments later, Shen Li and Xiaohe opened the door and made their way towards Shen Muyue's room. Chapter 55, Master and Apprentice, Sisters knock, knock, knock. Shen Li and Xiaohe arrived at the entrance of Shen Muyue's room. Taking a deep breath, Shen Li, her face taut with anxiety, rapped gently on the door. There was no immediate response from within, heightening her trepidation. After a moment, she cautiously inquired, Master, may I come in? Her voice trembled slightly. Come in, came the gentle and calm voice of Shen Muyue from inside the room. With a creak, the door swung open, and Shen Li stepped inside, a hint of apprehension in her demeanor, with Xiaohe quietly trailing behind her. As she approached Shen Muyue and Jin Yao, she raised her head, her gaze resolute, and softly declared, Master, I have feelings for Shigong. I am willing to do anything as long as I can be with him. Ali, you need not refer to me as Master any longer. Shen Muyue sighed softly, her tone contemplative. Master, Shen Li began, but Jin Yao rose and took Shen Li's arm, gently interrupting her. Ali, don't you understand? Your master has already acknowledged your relationship with Yishio. Overwhelmed with joy, Shen Li's eyes brimmed with tears as she looked at Shen Muyue, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Master. All right. We are family now. There is nothing we cannot discuss. Regardless of the circumstances, we should all be happy, Jin Yao said with a smile, guiding Shen Li and Xiaohe to sit down. Master, thank. Shen Li was about to express her gratitude once more when Jin Yao teasingly interrupted. Ali, look at you. You should no longer call her master but rather sister. Sister, Shen Li hesitated, her face flushing as she shyly uttered the word. Oh. Shen Muyue responded with a hint of exasperation. She had never anticipated such a transformation from master and disciple to sisters. It was all Yishio's fault. Just as Shen Muyue was silently blaming him, the door creaked open, and Yishio entered, a smile adorning his face as he gazed at the four women. Observing the four seated together, a wave of tenderness surged within him. He walked over, seated himself beside them, and affectionately stated, Xiaoyu, Ali, Yao, Xiaohe, you are all my women. None of you shall leave me in this lifetime. Big brother Yi, how shameless you are. Xiaohe remarked, her cheeks flushing as she glared playfully at him. Yishio, hearing her playful retort, burst into hearty laughter, ruffling Xiao He's hair. Xiao He, you are all my women. We are family. What is there to be embarrassed about? Xiao He's cheeks turned a deeper shade of crimson as she shot Yi Xiu another glare, pouting and turning her head away, choosing to ignore him. Watching this exchange, Jin Yao couldn't help but chuckle. Yi Xiu, look at you. You've made Xiao He shy. Indeed, big brother Yi, you are becoming increasingly frivolous, Shen Li chimed in with a smile. Ali, what did you just call me? Yi Xiu asked, his expression one of surprise. Shen Li, feeling bashful, lowered her head, her voice barely audible. Big brother Yi. Shen Muyue shot Yi Xiu a disapproving glance, remarking, enough, you've taken all the advantages, and now you're playing the fool. Hee, our Xiao Yu is the best. Come here, let me give you a kiss. He then embraced Shen Muyue, planting several kisses on her cheek. Shen Muyue's cheeks flushed from Yi Xiu's affectionate display, and she shot him a glare, softly murmuring, don't be so reckless, be careful not to hurt the child. With that, she gently caressed her slightly rounded abdomen. The glow of motherhood was beginning to manifest. Upon hearing the mention of the child, the three women gathered curiously around Shen Muyue. I wonder if these two little lives are twins or a dragon and phoenix pair. Indeed, if they are twins, will they be little princesses or little princes? I bet they must be twin princesses. As they observed the curious trio, Yi Xiu felt a surge of happiness. Whether twins or a dragon and phoenix pair, they were all his children, and he would cherish them. After spending a moment in warmth with Shen Muyue and the three women, Yi Xiu led them back to the courtyard. Xiao Yu, Yao, Ali, Xiao He, I have a technique for you to try your hand at cultivating. Yi Xiu gazed at the four of them, then imparted the technique of Lianqi Shu into their minds. Upon receiving the technique, Shen Muyue, Jin Yao, Shen Li, and Xiao He all displayed expressions of astonishment and excitement. Big brother Yi, thank you. Xiao He expressed gratefully. We are family. There is no need for thanks, Yi Xiu replied with a smile. This Lianqi Shu will not only aid in concealing your cultivation, but can also serve as a decisive advantage in critical moments. We will strive diligently, big brother Yi, Xiao He affirmed with determination. Just as they were discussing the technique, a coarse voice interrupted, Boss, what technique? I want to learn too. The four women turned to see a stout, half-meter-tall black bird waddling towards them, flapping its wings. What is this bird doing here? Shen Li exclaimed in astonishment. Yes, big brother Yi, where did this big black bird come from? Xiao He echoed her curiosity. Shen Muyue also regarded the creature with intrigue, but remained silent. This bird bore an extraordinary bloodline. As a 1,000-year-old demon, Jin Yao immediately recognized the remarkable lineage of Su Su. Your Highness, I am Su Su. Don't you recognize me? Su Su squawked, its large eyes fixed on Shen Li. Su Su? You are Su Su? Shen Li questioned, circling around the bird skeptically. You're so small. You clearly can't be Su Su, Xiao He interjected, equally doubtful of the bird's claim. I truly am Su Su. If you don't believe me, Your Highness, ask Boss. Su Su insisted urgently. Boss. Shen Li's expression turned perplexed. Your master is my boss. Su Su explained, looking at Shen Li earnestly. The four women instinctively turned their gaze towards Yi Xiu. Brother Yi, what is happening? Shen Li inquired with curiosity. Shen Muyue and the others were expressions of intrigue as well. Thus, Yi Xiu recounted how he had fed Su the beast evolution pill, allowing it to evolve and acquire the bloodline of the golden-winged Great Pong. Su is truly fortunate, Jin Yao remarked with a sigh. Indeed, it is fortunate to have such a good master, Xiao He agreed, nodding in affirmation. Chapter 56. The time has come. The leader has bestowed upon me the bloodline of the golden-winged Great Pong. In life, I am a servant of the leader. In death, I am a specter of the leader. Su, with a face full of loyalty and a glimmer of determination in his eyes, proclaimed loudly. All right, Su, we are all aware of your unwavering loyalty. Yi Xiu interrupted Su's oath with a smile and imparted to him the technique of breath control. The next day, Yi Xiu, accompanied by Shen Muyue, Shen Li, Jin Yao, Xiao He, as well as Roya and Su, ventured to the snowy mountain of the snow domain, where Jin Yao had resided for 10 millennia. After several months, the great mountain remained unchanged. After spending a few days there, Yi Xiu flew with the 5 women and 1 bird toward the realm of mortals. In the realm of mortals, within a manor by the banks of the Qinhuai River in Jinling City, Yi Xiu and the women settled down. As time passed, Shen Muyue's abdomen gradually began to swell. One day, while Yishio sat in the courtyard, engrossed in watching the four women play mahjong. A sudden commotion erupted outside, filled with the sounds of fierce combat. He swiftly extended his divine consciousness and beheld a young man fiercely battling a river demon above the Qinhuai River. With a word to the women, he stepped outside. "You demon, today I shall eradicate you for the sake of the people," the young man declared, unleashing his sword toward the river clam spirit. "You insolent Taoist, with your mere earthly cultivation, dare to provoke me? Die," retorted the river clam spirit, exhaling a radiant pearl from its mouth, which was its inner core. The pearl rapidly expanded to the size of an adult's head, emitting beams of light that surged toward the young man's flying sword. In an instant, the young man's sword was struck down by the light emanating from the river clam spirit's inner core. The destruction of his sword left him severely injured, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood, his vitality waning. Observing the young man defeated and wounded, the river clam spirit seized the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. At this critical moment, a strikingly handsome and robust man appeared between the young man and the demon. With a gentle wave of his hand, the river clam spirit was reduced to ashes. "Junior Muzi Chun, I am grateful for your life-saving grace." Senior, the young man, identifying himself as Muzi Chun, bowed in thanks. "There is no need for formalities." "You are called Muzi Chun?" Yishio inquired indifferently. "Indeed, Senior, I am Muzi Chun, a disciple of the Qixia Sword sect. May I ask for your esteemed name?" He replied promptly. "There is no need for you to know my name," Yishio said with a faint smile, speaking mysteriously. "I merely passed by, saw your plight, and lent a hand. It is good that you are unharmed." Although somewhat disappointed by Yishio's response, Muzi Chun remained respectful. "Regardless, Senior, you are my savior. Although I do not know your name, I shall forever remember your kindness." Yishio nodded, recognizing Muzi Chun's character and integrity. He then produced a fragment of his cultivation breakthrough pill, handing it to Muzi Chun with a slow, deliberate tone. "Here, take this. Consuming it will be sufficient for you to break through to the Saint Realm." Muzi Chun's eyes lit up with joy as he hurriedly accepted the fragment, bowing in gratitude. "Thank you, Senior. I shall not disappoint your expectations, striving diligently to cultivate and rid the world of evils, upholding justice." Yishio smiled and nodded, saying, "Go forth and cultivate well. Remember, maintain your true heart, and you shall achieve success." Muzi Chun once more bowed in thanks and then departed. Watching his retreating figure, Yishio mused. Consider this a small form of compensation. Upon returning to the manor, he found Shen Muyue and the others still absorbed in their game of mahjong. Yishio stood quietly by, observing their laughter and mirth, feeling a wave of warmth swell within him. After a moment, he settled down and began to peruse the child-rearing manual. Months drifted by in this serene and warm existence. One day, Yishio lounged in the courtyard, reclining upon a chair. With his assistants, the women had all made breakthroughs. Shen Li and Jin Yao had reached the initial stage of the Divine General Realm, while Shen Muyue and Xiao He attained the consummate state of the Divine Arms Realm. Even Su Su had reached the complete Saint level, and Roya had also advanced to the early stages of the Saint Realm. He opened his personal panel and glanced at it. Host, Yishio, physique, Sangtian body, can transform into the ancestral body of the body, realm, late stage Divine General, pinnacle of late stage, skills, Divine Culinary Arts, Holy Light Technique, Eye of Insight, Great Void Technique, Breaking Illusions Technique, Expert Miner. Items, 24 Void Escape Talismans, can ignore all, for long distance escape. Bodhi Tree, can be planted. Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree, can be planted. Pan Tao Ancient Tree, can be planted. 15 Experience Pills. A Divine Stone Mine, can be placed. Baby Supplies, Child Rearing Manual, Daily Necessities in. Techniques, Heavenly Demon Dao Wuxiangju, Devouring God Nourishing Soul Technique, Breath Control Technique, 6 Realms Rebirth Palm, Treasure, Celestial Artifact Liek Tian Gun, Extreme Dao Imperial Weapon Shi Huang Tower, Extreme Dao Imperial Weapon Xing He Fan, Cave Heaven Small World, Time-Space Anomaly Gate, usable by Divine Kings, Soul Power, Mid-Level Green Tier, Soul Power Levels, Red, Orange, Yellow, Green, Cyan, Blue, Purple, Silver, Gold. Even without daily cultivation or consuming pills, merely relying on the heavenly demon Wuxiang, I am but a thread away from the consummate state of the Divine General. It seems ascension is not far off. Sigh. Yishio, sensing his peak late-stage Divine General realm, let out a resigned sigh. He then swiftly entered the cave heaven small world, retrieving the Bodhi tree, enlightenment ancient tea tree, and Pan Tao ancient tree. With a thought, the 3 ancient trees were planted within the manor. Content with the newly planted ancient trees, Yishio nodded in satisfaction. He then made his way to the opposite side of the central lake, placing the divine stone mine there. As the mine was buried deep underground, wisps of divine aura began to emanate from the depths, causing the flora within the small world to flourish. The fish in the lake became extraordinarily lively, as if sensing the mysterious energy radiating from the divine stone mine. The entire manor was enveloped in this extraordinary aura, and under its nurturing influence, the 3 newly planted divine trees exhibited a noticeably accelerated growth, bursting forth with vitality. Upon witnessing the current scene within the Dantian Zaishiji, Yishio's heart brimmed with delight. After a brief moment of astonishment, he returned to the estate by the Qinhuai River. As he stepped into the courtyard, he was greeted by Roya, who approached him with a radiant expression, exclaiming joyfully, Master, Master, the madam is about to give birth. Hearing this, Yishio felt an overwhelming joy and hurriedly ran towards Shen Muyue's room. Upon entering, he found Shen Muyue lying on the bed, her forehead glistening with sweat. Genie Yao was assisting with the delivery, while Shun Li and Xiao He held Shen Muyue's hands, encouraging her, Sister, stay strong. It will be here soon. Chapter 57. The twins observing the beads of sweat glistening on Shen Muyue's forehead, her face contorted with pain as the veins in her temples throbbed, Yishio hurried over. He knelt beside her, gently cradling her hands in his own, his gaze filled with warmth and encouragement. Xiaoyu, persevere. Our child is about to be born. Listening to Yishio's tender words, Shen Muyue felt renewed strength surge within her. With a sudden exertion, a resounding cry of a newborn pierced the air. Jin Yao cradled a baby in her arms, and upon seeing this, Shun Li swiftly took the child with care. Having previously consulted the parenting manual, the women were well prepared. Shun Li instinctively adopted the cradling technique, ensuring the baby's head rested in the crook of her arm, her elbow providing support, while her left hand secured the infant's back and waist, her right hand gently grasping the baby's legs. Mindful to protect the delicate neck. Brother Yi, it's a girl, Shun Li exclaimed with exuberance. Almost immediately, another loud wail echoed, signaling the arrival of yet another daughter. Let me see. Let me see. Xiao He chimed in, her eyes sparkling with delight as she shifted her gaze between the 2 infants. Yishio rose to his feet to gaze at the newborns cradled in the women's arms. These are my daughters. I am now a father. Tears of joy welled in his eyes as he reached out with trembling hands to accept the daughter from Shun Li. A gentle glow enveloped the infant, purifying her form. Perhaps sensing the bond of blood, the baby ceased her cries, slowly opening her bright eyes, which locked onto Yishio's with unwavering curiosity. Yishio, hurry, let me see. Shen Muyue urged eagerly. Yishio gently placed one daughter beside her and took the second from Genie Yao, repeating the cleansing ritual. As they beheld the 2 adorable twins, the hearts of all present melted. They are truly beautiful, so much like you. Xiaoyu, Yishio said, his eyes filled with affection. Shen Muyue smiled tenderly. The pain of childbirth dissipated in the presence of her lovely daughters. She caressed their delicate faces, her eyes brimming with maternal love. Should we not name them? Shen Li proposed excitedly. Indeed, at such a pivotal moment, they deserve beautiful names, Jin Yao concurred. Since you are their father, you should name them. Shen Muyue gently encouraged Yishio. After a moment of contemplation, Yishio declared, the elder shall be named Yi Jinyu, meaning beautiful jade, hoping she embodies purity and flawlessness. The younger shall be called Yi Jin Xian, where Xian signifies carefree, wishing her a life devoid of worries. What do you think? Yi Jinyu, Yi Jin Xian, such melodious names. Xiao He praised. These names are indeed meaningful. Shen Muyue, Shun Li, and Jin Yao nodded in agreement, appreciating the significance behind the names. 3 days swiftly passed. On this day, after discussions among the group, Yishio decided they would return to the manor to live together. The presence of ancient trees and divine stone veins within the estate would greatly benefit the children's growth. Although the women were unaware of the manor's transformations, its modernized architecture promised enhanced convenience. Xiao Roya, come here. Yishio called out to the duo frolicking in the distance. Boss, what do you need? They responded as they approached, curiosity evident in Xiao's voice. Do not resist, relax your minds. I will take you to a special place. Understood, boss. Yes, master. They both replied in unison. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings transformed, and they found themselves within the manor. Shen Muyue and Jin Yao held their daughters close, marveling at the 3 extraordinary trees that stood within the estate, inhaling the rich spiritual essence in the air. The women couldn't help but feel intrigued. Shen Li approached the ancient Bodhi tree and turned to her husband, asking, "What kind of trees are these?" With delight, Yishio explained, "This is the Bodhi tree, which can enhance one's comprehension. That tree is the Enlightenment ancient tea tree, serving a similar purpose. The one blossoming is the peach tree of immortality. Consuming its fruit can elevate one's cultivation and is a supreme treasure. Such wondrous trees exist." Shen Li gasped, her eyes wide with astonishment, echoed by the other women who shared her wonder. Shen Muyue, holding Yi Jinyu, approached the Bodhi tree and softly remarked, "Living here, our daughters are destined to possess extraordinary cultivation talents." Jin Yao, cradling Yi Jin Xian by the Enlightenment ancient tea tree, jested, "One day, let their Aunt Li teach them the ways of cultivation." "Absolutely. I would be delighted to guide them, ensuring they become formidable warrior goddesses." Shen Li replied with a bright smile. As the group strolled about the manor, Xiao and Roya frequently expressed their awe, captivated by the novelty of their surroundings. Upon returning to the grand hall, Yishio retrieved the infant supplies and distributed them among the women. "Xiao, Roya, you two may select your rooms on the first floor." "Yes, boss." "Certainly, master." They chirped joyfully before skipping off to choose their quarters. After ensuring Xiao and Roya were settled, Yishio turned his gentle gaze to Shen Muyue and the others. "You have all worked hard during this time, my dear wives." Hearing his words, Shen Muyue, Shen Li, Jin Yao, and Xiao He beamed with warmth. Yishio paused, a serious expression crossing his face as he spoke slowly. "There is something I must share with you. Based on my cultivation progress and senses, I anticipate that it will not be long before I am compelled to ascend." Upon hearing this, Shen Muyue and the others exchanged worried glances, concern evident in their eyes. Observing the concern etched upon the faces of the 4 ladies, Yishio offered a relaxed smile, reassuring them, "Are you still not sufficiently acquainted with my capabilities? Even upon ascending to the higher realms, there is no need for excessive worry. Moreover, I possess a remarkable treasure that enables me to traverse worlds. If circumstances prove dire, we can explore other realms first." Upon hearing this, the ladies were collectively astonished. Shen Li could not contain her curiosity and inquired, "My lord, what precisely is this treasure that allows for such extraordinary world traversal?" "It is simply marvelous." "Indeed, my lord. Would you kindly share the details with us?" Shen Muyue and the other ladies echoed, equally intrigued. Chapter 58. Ascending to the Divine Realm. Observing the curious expressions of the women, Yishio retrieved the N-E-Min from the system space. "This object is capable of transporting individuals to other worlds?" Shen Li inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion as she examined the palm-sized, unknown material. Shen Muyue, Jin Yao, and Xiao He also regarded it with skepticism. "However, do not be misled by its seemingly ordinary appearance. You shall soon comprehend its wonders." With that, he stowed the N-E-Min away. If it truly works, it would be nothing short of miraculous, the women collectively marveled. Time swiftly passed, and a month elapsed unnoticed. Throughout this period, Yishio spent his days in playful companionship with his daughters. In this fulfilling and warm existence, Yishio's cultivation finally reached the pinnacle of the divine general stage. On a particular day, he stood in the courtyard of the manor, savoring the formidable power of his newly attained state. Opening his personal interface, he cast a glance at the information displayed. Host, Yishio, Physique, Song Tian Ba Ti, capable of transforming into the ancestral form of Ba Ti. Realm, Divine General Peak, Skills, Supreme Culinary Arts, Holy Light Technique, Eye of Detection, Great Void Technique, Illusion Breaking Technique, Mining Prodigy. Items, 24 Void Breaking Talismans, capable of ignoring all obstacles for long-distance escape. Chaos Stone X1, can be used to upgrade the small world. 20 Experience Pills, various daily necessities. Cultivation Techniques, Heavenly Demon Paths, Formless Art, Soul Devouring and Nourishing Art, Breath Concealment Technique. 6 Paths Reincarnation Palm, Treasure Tools, Celestial Artifact Lian Tian Gun, Supreme Imperial Weapon Shi Huang Tower, Supreme Imperial Weapon Xing He Fan, Small World, Time Space, and E-Min. Usable in the Divine King Realm. Soul Power. Mid-green tier, soul power levels, red, orange. Yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, silver, gold, system. Utilize the Chaos Stone to upgrade the small world, Yishio silently commanded in his mind. Ding. The small world is currently upgrading. Please wait. The system's voice echoed in Yishio's mind as he patiently awaited the outcome. Shortly thereafter, the system announced, the small world upgrade was successful. Current level, Earth level, Cave Heaven. World level classification. Universe level, Cosmos level, Flood level, Wilderness level, Heaven level, Earth level, Profound level, Yellow level. Hearing the system's notification, Yishio felt a surge of joy. With a flicker, he ascended to the sky, gazing down upon the newly expanded small world. It had increased in size more than tenfold, now adorned with several lakes and a newly birthed forest region. The women also sensed the commotion from the upgrade and emerged from the manor hall. As Yishio descended, Shen Muyue curiously asked, "Husband, what just transpired? Such a great commotion." "Dear ladies, there is no need for alarm. The small world has just undergone an upgrade, and it is now significantly larger than before," Yishio gently explained to his beloved women. Their curiosity piqued. They soared into the air to behold the upgraded small world. "Husband, you are truly remarkable," they exclaimed in unison, Shen Muyue, Shen Li, Genie Yao, and Xiao He expressing their admiration. "Indeed, my leader is extraordinary, a true marvel. You shall forever be the deity in my heart," Su Su lauded, tilting her head in praise of Yishio. Although Pang Ye remained silent, she gazed at Yishio with reverence. "Now that all matters are stable, I plan to ascend to the upper realm tomorrow," Yishio slowly announced to his wives. "Tomorrow? We fully support you, husband," the women replied, momentarily taken aback before enthusiastically voicing their encouragement. That night, after entrusting his daughters to Pang Ye's care, Yishio summoned his 4 wives to his chamber. They spent the night in the warmth of each other's companionship, cherishing the moment. The following day, beside the fountain in the manor, Yishio addressed his wives. "Ladies, please remain here. I shall step outside for a brief ascension. Upon my arrival in the upper realm, I will return to see you." He embraced each of them tenderly. "I want a hug too." Su Su's voice chimed in unexpectedly. "Go play for now." Yishio gently patted Su Su. "Be careful, husband," they implored, their expressions filled with concern. Yishio nodded, wearing a serene smile. "Do not worry. Once I ascend to the upper realm, I shall return to you immediately." With that, he vanished from the small world in a flash. In the mortal realm, Jinling City, as Yishio's figure appeared, a brilliant golden portal manifested in the sky. He gazed upward at the resplendent passage, inhaled deeply, and in an instant, transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards the golden passage. As he ascended, the entire Jinling City was enveloped in a golden radiance. This extraordinary phenomenon startled the city's inhabitants, prompting them to emerge from their homes and gaze skyward. "Heavens, what is that?" "It's a deity. Quickly, dear, come and kneel before the deity. We may be blessed with children. It is a deity. The divine being has manifested. Kneel in reverence." The people marveled in awe, dropping to their knees in fervent prayer. Among the crowd, Mu Zi-chun observed this spectacle, her heart filled with confusion. Is my predecessor truly ascending to the celestial realm? Yet, why does it feel so different from the previous elder's ascension? Yishio felt as though he traversed countless years within the golden passage. Or perhaps it was merely a fleeting moment. The concept of time became indistinct in this surreal space, as if distorted. After an indeterminate period, he reached a brilliant terminus, instantly finding himself upon a high platform, flanked by 2 armed guards. Upon seeing Yishio, the guards' eyes brightened. To their astonishment, the ascendant from the small world had returned after so many years, and now there were multiple such cases. Indeed, just yesterday, one named Tang Xin ascended. And today, another arrives. What could this mean? Alas, these matters are beyond our concern. Why should we fret over them? Quite right. Ascendant 100101086100009 from the small world, please accompany us to the training camp. One of the more refined guards instructed Yishio. What is the training camp? Yishio inquired with curiosity. In the realm of the divine, the ascendant from the lower realms, you may be unfamiliar with the customs here. Allow me to enlighten you. Newcomer. By the way, may I ask your name? The guard, possessing an elegant demeanor, inquired unexpectedly. I am known as Long Ao Tian, Yishio began. Ah, a commendable name indeed. Now, let me impart to you the rules that govern this place. All ascendants from the lower realms are mandated to serve a millennium in the bitter camp before they can attain their freedom. The bitter camp is essentially a divine stone mining site, where you ascendants must toil as miners for 1,000 years to earn your liberation. I recall that I too labored for a full millennium as a miner before I attained my freedom and secured my current position, the guard remarked, a hint of nostalgia and reflection gracing his features. Upon hearing this, Yishio furrowed his brow. 1,000 years as a miner? Indeed, such is the decree of the divine realm. Every ascendant must abide by it. After a millennium, you shall be permitted to leave the bitter camp and roam freely within the divine realm, another guard interjected. Contemplating his mining skills and the void-breaking talisman, which could prove advantageous, Yishio thus spoke. Very well, please lead the way. Chapter 59. The bitter camp. Zhang Hu, keep an eye on this area while I escort him to the bitter camp, said the handsome guard, glancing at his colleague. All right, Yugu, you can rest assured. I'll watch over things here, Zhang Hu replied earnestly, nodding in affirmation. Brother, let us proceed, Lin Yu remarked, turning to Yeshio and leading the way forward. Yeshio hurriedly followed suit, asking, by the way, what should I call you? I am Lin Yu. Just call me Lin Yu, he replied with a calm smile, sharing his name. Yugu, when did you ascend from the lower realm? Yeshio inquired with curiosity. Lin Yu appeared contemplative, as if reminiscing about the past. After a brief silence, he responded, I have been in the divine realm for over 1,000 years, enduring a millennium of arduous mining tasks. I have only been free for a few years, and now I have found a position guarding the ascension platform. Alas, it is still a laborious task. Life in the lower realm was far more carefree. Yugu, how long will it take us to reach the bitter camp? Are we walking all the way? Yeshio queried, recalling the impending journey. Approximately half an hour on foot, Lin Yu explained patiently. Due to the regulations of the divine realm, it is not an easy feat for someone of your perfected divine weapon realm to fly rapidly. Is that so? How are the higher realms classified? Please enlighten me, Yugu. Certainly, Brother Outyin. I feel a good rapport with you, so today I shall elaborate on the divine realm. The lowest realm is the divine human realm, followed by the divine weapon, divine general, divine king, divine monarch, divine emperor, divine sovereign, and divine emperor realms. Most ascendants from the lower realm are at the divine weapon level. However, the ascendant named Tang San from yesterday is rather weak, only at the mid-divine human level. Below the divine king realm, if one wishes to venture far, they must rely on flying artifacts or flying beasts, or utilize teleportation formations. It is said that upon reaching the divine king realm, the constraints of the divine realm lessen, allowing for easier travel. The divine monarch realm is where one becomes a significant figure, seldom seen in daily life. Beyond that, one encounters the legendary figures. Lin Yu shared an abundance of knowledge about the divine realm in one breath. Yugu, what is the origin of this bitter camp? Yeshio asked, gazing at Lin Yu with curiosity. We are currently within the jurisdiction of the Wuxing Tiangong, the most powerful sect within 100 million miles. It is said that the sect leader is a peak-level divine emperor. The bitter camp is essentially a large chain mining facility established by the Wuxing Tiangong, dedicated to extracting divine stones. In the divine realm, divine stones can be traded or used for cultivation. The prominent figures cannot mine themselves. It falls upon us low-level cultivators. For us, the extraction process is exceedingly arduous and takes place deep underground, hence the harsh environment and heavy labor. This is why it is referred to as the bitter camp. Brother Outyin, once we arrive at the bitter camp, be sure to avoid any disputes with the overseers. Patience is essential, Lin Yu cautioned after explaining the origins of the bitter camp. Yeshio nodded with a calm demeanor, saying, Thank you for the warning, Yugu. I will heed your advice. Lin Yu nodded in acknowledgement and continued onward. Half an hour later, the two finally arrived at the entrance of the bitter camp. Lin Yu, is this another new ascendant? A guard at the entrance asked with a smile upon seeing them. Lin Yu nodded. Indeed, Zhao Taizhu. This is Long Outyin, who has just ascended. Please look after him. Zhao Taizhu scrutinized Yeshio before smiling. Rest assured, since it is you who brought him, I shall take good care of him. All right, Long Outyin, come with me. I will assist you with the registration and arrange your accommodations, Zhao Taizhu instructed. Lin Yu patted Yeshio's shoulder, saying, Brother Outyin, I will leave you here. Be cautious while in the bitter camp. Thank you, Yugu, Yeshio replied with a respectful gesture. Following that, Yeshio followed Zhao Taizhu into the bitter camp. The internal environment of the bitter camp was even more rudimentary and harsh than he had anticipated. with rows of low wooden huts and miners laboring everywhere. Their faces were etched with exhaustion and despair. Suddenly, the crack of a whip echoed, and Yeshio turned to see an overseer striking a miner, scolding, a mere ascendant from the lower realm. What a waste. The miner bent over in pain, clutching the area that had been struck, his face contorted in agony. I heard this miner is new, having arrived yesterday. Yes. I think his name is Tang-san. How tragic. He was hoping to escape, but now he shall face hardship. That previous miner was quite formidable. He managed to escape. What was his name again? I was right there. I believe it was Xingji. I saw him vanish in an instant. He must have had some escape artifact. Shoo, the overseer is coming. Quickly, get back to work. The surrounding miners ceased their hushed conversations, but none dared to intervene. When they caught sight of the overseer, they all buried their heads in toil. Listening to the miner's words, Yeshio felt a surge of excitement within, silently lamenting. It seems Xingji has managed to flee. I wonder where Feng Lai's father-in-law has gone now. Before long, Zhao Taizhu brought Yeshio to a registration area, where he completed the necessary paperwork and was assigned a wooden hut for his residence. Long Out Yin. This will be your dwelling. Hurry and settle in. Your mining duties await. Zhao Taizhu indicated towards the dilapidated wooden hut before making his way back to the entrance of the bitter camp. After a brief survey of his surroundings, Yeshio silently recited a check-in mantra. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in at the Wuxing Tiangong's 6,699th bitter camp and received a reward. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a Chaos Stone X1. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 10 cubic meters of blood cleansing liquid. Blood cleansing liquid. Long-term use in baths can transform one's physique, evolving it into a special constitution. Gazing at the check-in rewards, Yeshio felt a wave of exhilaration, planning to utilize them for his wives and daughter once he departed from the bitter camp. After a brief moment, Yeshio entered the depths of the mine, following the foreman's directions. Soon, he encountered the miner named Tang-san, who was diligently wielding a pickaxe, laboriously extracting the divine stones. Yeshio approached Tang-san, crouched beside him, and began to dig with equal fervor. Brother, are you the Tang-san who ascended yesterday? Chapter 60 Departure from the bitter camp. As the scientist diligently excavated the divine stones, Tang-san turned his head towards Yeshio, a look of confusion crossing his face. It is I. Who are you? I am Long Ao Tian, newly ascended today. Brother Tang-san, do you wish to escape this place? Brother Ao Tian, do you have a way? Tang-san's face lit up with excitement as he spoke eagerly. Indeed, this is a void-breaking talisman, but I cannot ascertain where it will transport us. Do you want it, Brother Tang-san? Brother Ao Tian, will you truly give this to me? Brother Tang-san, our meeting is destined. We both hail from below. If I can assist, I shall. With that, Yeshio handed the void-breaking talisman to Tang-san. This, Brother Ao Tian, your kindness is beyond words. When we meet again, anything I possess will be yours. Tang-san expressed his gratitude sincerely. Please wait a moment, Brother Tang-san. Let us first collect some interest. Yeshio said and activated his mining skill, causing vast quantities of divine stones to vanish in an instant. Before long, a bottomless pit had been excavated. Brother Ao Tian, this. Tang-san stared wide-eyed at the astonishing scene before him. Haha, Brother Tang-san, we must make haste. Trouble will soon arrive. Very well. Take care, Brother Ao Tian. Brother Tang-san, take care. They both shattered their void-breaking talismans, their figures vanishing from the spot. Shortly after their disappearance, a supervisor arrived at the site, staring in shock at the immense pit and the absence of the two. His mouth agape, he exclaimed, What? What has happened? Where have those two gone? Did they dig through the mine and escape? He hurriedly retrieved a communication jade talisman to report the situation above. Moments later, an urgent alarm echoed through the bitter camp, summoning all miners for a roll call. Upon confirming that Long Ao Tian and Tang-san had indeed vanished, the overseer roared in fury. It is that Tang-san again. How dare he attempt to escape with someone else? Capture him and ensure he suffers for his defiance. Dispatch men to pursue him. Even if we must dig 3 feet into the ground, we will retrieve Tang-san. On another front, from high above, an endless expanse of forest unfolded, towering trees reaching up into the clouds, a truly magnificent sight. Within the forest, beside a tree thick enough for several adults to embrace, a figure suddenly appeared. It was Yeshio, just having departed from the bitter camp. Where's this? gazing at the surrounding tall and sturdy trees. Yi Xiu felt a surge of astonishment. He then extended his divine sense, realizing he could only perceive a radius of 100,000 meters. Could this be the suppression of rules in the divine realm? Reflecting on the limitations of his divine sense, he marveled at the high-level world. Ascending into the sky, he looked down to find himself surrounded by dense woodlands. Yi Xiu pondered, at my current speed, how long will it take to traverse this expanse? Oh, I still have 20 cultivation pills. I should enhance my realm first. He promptly retrieved 10 pills and swallowed them in one go. As the 10 pills took effect, Yi Xiu felt a rapid surge of power within him. A sound resembling the shattering of chains echoed through his body as his cultivation level instantly broke through to the Divine King realm. The effects of the pills did not deplete, continuing to elevate his strength until it settled at Mid-Divine King. Feeling the power of the Mid-Divine King realm coursing through him, Yi Xiu felt invigorated. Suddenly, he recalled that his wives were still within the cave world. After so long, they must be worried. With a flash, he vanished from his location. Not long after Yi Xiu entered the cave world, a stunning woman clad in a pink dress, her beauty unparalleled and skin as fair as snow, accompanied by several other women, arrived at the spot where Yi Xiu had previously lingered. Saintess, the powerful energy fluctuation emanated from this location. One of the female disciples bowed respectfully to the exquisite woman at the forefront. Indeed, there are traces of energy fluctuations. Spread out and search, the beautiful woman instructed calmly. Yes, Saintess, the female disciples replied respectfully, dispersing to search while the exquisite woman remained in place, deep in thought. In the cave world, upon Yi Xiu's arrival, he spotted the divine stone mine he had tossed in, resembling a small mountain. Shen Muyue and Genie Yao were curiously observing while holding a child, while Shen Li and Xiao He, along with Roya, touched the divine stones, expressing their awe. As the group noticed Yi Xiu's return, they joyfully rushed toward him. Darling, you finally returned. Yes, we worried so much during your absence. Seeing his wives approach with excitement, Yi Xiu laughed heartily, embracing Shen Li and Xiao He. Do you think your husband is the kind to suffer losses? Dear husband, please share your experiences from the outside world with us. Indeed, we are all eager to hear. Noticing the curiosity on their faces, Yi Xiu approached Shen Muyue and Genie Yao, playfully engaging with their daughter before sitting down with several of them beside the divine stone mountain, slowly recounting his experiences since ascending. Only Xing Ji managed to escape from the bitter camp. What of my father? Shen Li's face reflected her concern. Fear not, Ali. The location of my esteemed father-in-law's ascension should differ from Xing Ji's. With the void-breaking talisman, he will surely be safe. Yi Xiu comforted her softly, holding Shen Li close. Yes, rest assured, Ali. Darling, is this small mountain truly the divine stone you excavated from the bitter camp? Shen Muyue inquired curiously, cradling Yi Jinyu. Indeed. Ha ha ha. If I must work as a miner for a millennium, I must at least collect some interest. Giggling, dear husband, this is hardly just some interest. I wonder what their expressions will be when they see this. Jin Yao chuckled while embracing Yi Jinxian. Darling, where exactly are you now in the outside world? Shen Li looked up at Yi Xiu, her face filled with curiosity, mirrored by the other women. I am uncertain. I must be quite far away. When I glanced over the forest from above, it stretched endlessly. Indeed, I have acquired a considerable amount of the wondrous Shisui Shinya. It is often utilized for soaking in baths, and frequent indulgence can lead to a transformation of one's constitution, evolving into a unique physique. Husband, does such a miraculous liquid truly exist? Xiao He inquired with curiosity. Certainly. Let us return so I may show you, and we can all enjoy a bath together in the second-floor bathing area. Husband, who would wish to bathe with you? Exactly. We have no desire to share a bath with you. Laughter ensued as the ladies chimed in. Ah, my lovely wives, we are but old married couples now. Why should we harbor any embarrassment? Come along, beautiful ladies. Just as Yi Xiu and the ladies were preparing to return to the second-floor bathing area of the manor, outside, the saintess, a breathtaking woman, detected no suspicious traces within a radius of thousands of miles. Nodding slightly, she spoke with an air of calm. All right, no need for further investigation. Let us depart. Chapter 61. The Qingxiu Fox clan on the second-floor outdoor balcony of the manor, a vast bathing pool brimmed with spiritual water. Beside the pool, Yi Xiu stood alongside the four beautiful ladies, Shen Muyue and her companions. With a gentle splash, Yishio retrieved some cleansing elixir and poured it into the pool. All right, you may now indulge yourselves in a soak. You can change into these garments, he remarked, turning to the 4 enchanting ladies with a warm smile. He then produced 4 sets of spa outfits from his system space. The ladies, upon gazing at the spa attire in their hands, felt a wave of shyness wash over them, their cheeks turning a shade of crimson. They deemed the swimwear quite revealing and found themselves somewhat embarrassed. Husband, you shouldn't linger here. They chorused in unison. All right. I shall leave at once. Hurry and change into your suits to enjoy the bath, Yishio replied, retreating to a distance. In the first-floor living room, he gazed fondly at his 2 adorable daughters, Dai and Xiao, their round faces adorned with bright eyes, filling his heart with warmth and affection. After playing with them for a while, he turned to the maid, Roya, and said, Roya, please keep an eye on Dai and Xiao while I head upstairs to check on something. Of course, my lord, Roya replied promptly, her face radiant with a cheerful smile. Second-floor bathing pool giggling, a Li Don. Xiao He, today you shall witness the prowess of your elder sister A Li. As Yishio stepped onto the balcony, he observed the ladies frolicking in the pool. Without hesitation, he slipped into a pair of shorts and approached the bathing area. Amid their gasps of surprise, he leaped into the pool with a splash, sending waves of water cascading around him. Ah, husband, what brings you here? Oh dear, weren't you told not to come? They exclaimed, while Yishio and the ladies reveled in their playful antics. Outside, in the heart of the Qingqiu mountain range, lay a solemn and majestic ancient architectural complex. This ensemble of structures was built against the mountainside, harmoniously blending with the surrounding natural environment, exuding an aura reminiscent of ancient times. This was none other than the royal palace of the Qingqiu Fox clan. Within the palace, the elegant and dignified council chamber glimmered under the soft glow of lights. The empress of the Qingqiu Fox clan sat regally upon a jade-carved floral chair, adorned in a splendid robe intricately embroidered with the clan's totem in golden thread. Each detail of her attire radiated exquisite craftsmanship, emanating a mysterious yet commanding presence, as if she herself were the embodiment of the Fox clan. Around her waist, she wore a gold belt embedded with various gemstones that sparkled under the soft illumination, accentuating her noble status while perfectly outlining her graceful figure, embodying both majesty and femininity. Her visage was breathtakingly beautiful. Her brows resembled distant mountains shrouded in mist, natural and elegant. Her eyes, like autumn waters, were deeply expressive and captivating. Her lips, tender as cherry blossoms, added a touch of allure and playfulness. Her skin, as flawless as freshly fallen snow, appeared delicate and pristine. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, softly flowing over her shoulders, gently swaying in the breeze, as if time itself paused in her presence. In the face of such beauty, all ornate words seemed inadequate, struggling to encapsulate even a fraction of her splendor. Standing beside her was the saintess, equally stunning, yet in the radiance of the empress, she appeared slightly overshadowed. Joer, what have you discovered from your inquiries? The empress inquired softly, her voice like a flowing spring, melodious and enchanting. Master, when I arrived at the scene, there was no trace of anyone. I meticulously searched within 1,000 miles, yet found no suspicious signs, Saintess by Feng Jiu respectfully replied, a hint of regret in her tone. Master, our ancestor has set up a grand formation throughout the Qingqiu mountain range. It is impossible to breach this formation without peak divine emperor cultivation. How then did that presence, seemingly of God King level, manage to enter the Qingqiu mountain? She questioned, looking at the empress with a puzzled expression. I am uncertain, but this individual must still be within the Qingqiu mountain range. Joer, you must keep a close watch on that location. Should there be any sign of movement, report to me immediately, the Qingqiu empress instructed, her expression serious, clearly regarding this matter with utmost importance. Bai Fengjiu responded respectfully, Yes, master. I will diligently observe that location and report any anomalies to you at the first opportunity. The Qingqiu empress nodded slightly, a hint of satisfaction gracing her features. Joer, you handle your duties well. I trust you. At that moment, a guard hurriedly entered the council chamber. Kneeling before the Qingqiu empress. Your Majesty, envoys from Zhu Long Yuan have arrived, requesting an audience with you for urgent matters, he panted. Upon hearing this, the Qingqiu empress furrowed her brow, a wave of intrigue washing over her. Zhu Long Yuan, one of the 6 superpowers of the demon domain in the divine realm, had always maintained a non-interference stance with the Qingqiu Fox clan. What could be the reason for their sudden visit? Allow them to enter. The Empress commanded in a deep voice, a note of authority evident in her tone. Shortly after, several envoys clad in black robes entered the council chamber under the guard's guidance. They were immediately captivated by the sight of the Qingqiu Empress seated upon her jade chair, her ethereal beauty and regal presence evoking a sense of reverence within them. "We pay our respects to the Qingqiu Empress," the envoys intoned in unison. "There is no need for formalities." The Qingqiu Empress raised her hand slightly, signaling them to stand. "Might I inquire what brings you here today?" The envoys exchanged glances, and then one who appeared to be the leader stepped forward respectfully, saying, "We come at the behest of our clan leader, seeking to discuss a potential marriage alliance with the Qingqiu Fox clan." "Marriage alliance?" The Qingqiu Empress raised an eyebrow, a look of surprise crossing her face. "Which of our maidens has captured your clan's interest?" The esteemed Saintess Bai Fengjiu not only possesses extraordinary talent, but is also renowned for her unparalleled beauty, having secured a place on the Eternal Beauty list, widely celebrated. Our clan leader's eldest son, Long Xiaotian, is equally gifted, ranking among the prodigies of our time and receiving much acclaim. The clan leader believes their fates are intertwined, and thus has sent us to propose this union. Hoping to forge a beautiful marriage, the envoy articulated earnestly and respectfully. Chapter 62. Bai Fengjiu, the envoy of the Dragon Clan, continued, "To demonstrate our sincerity, our clan is willing to present a divine-grade artifact and an 8th-tier innate spiritual root as a bridal gift." Upon hearing this, the Empress of Qingqiu displayed a flicker of surprise in her eyes and replied calmly, "Indeed, the generosity of the Dragon Clan is remarkable." However, she did not rush to respond. Instead, she slowly turned her gaze, her expression softening as it landed on the Saintess Bai Fengjiu beside her. "Jiuer, this matter pertains to your future happiness. What are your thoughts?" Upon hearing her master's inquiry, Bai Fengjiu felt a stirring in her heart, and her thoughts drifted back to a distant past. She had once been deeply in love with a man, but he had chosen to be with her aunt, Bai Qian. Over the thousands of years since ascending to the divine realm, her heart had undergone a profound transformation, and that emotion had gradually faded with the passage of time and space. She had been fortunate to encounter the Empress of Qingqiu, who took her as a disciple. Under the Empress's meticulous guidance and warm care, her cultivation had greatly improved, and she was chosen as the Saintess of the Qingqiu Fox clan. Moreover, she had resolved to abstain from romantic entanglements. She had also heard that Long Xiaotian, despite his extraordinary talents, was cold and ruthless, even capable of turning against his benefactors. What kind of man could she entrust her life to? She raised her head to meet her master's gaze, her eyes filled with determination. "Master, I have already let go of my feelings and have resolved to abstain from matters of the heart. In the future, I wish to remain in Qingqiu, continue my cultivation, and protect our Qingqiu Fox clan." Bai Fengjiu's voice, though gentle, conveyed an unwavering resolve. She was no longer the infatuated girl of the past, but the Saintess of the Qingqiu Fox clan. The Empress of Qingqiu nodded lightly upon hearing Bai Fengjiu's words, expressing gratitude to the Dragon Clan envoy for their generous offer. However, matters of marriage must involve the consent of both parties. "As you can see, since my disciple is unwilling, this union shall be dismissed." The envoy of the Dragon Clan retorted, "Such unions should be decided by the elders, not dictated by the whims of the younger generation." The Empress of Qingqiu replied coolly, "The major decisions in my disciple's life shall indeed be made by her alone. You may take your leave." Upon hearing this, the envoy's expression soured, and he spoke in a low voice, "Empress of Qingqiu, if that is your stance, I shall convey your sentiments to our clan leader." "Please do," the Empress of Qingqiu said flatly. With a disdainful snort, the Dragon Clan envoy turned and strode away. The Empress watched him depart, a sigh escaping her lips. She understood that the failure of this marriage proposal might affect the relationship between the Dragon Clan and the Qingqiu Fox clan. However, as one of the 6 major powers in the demon domain, her Qingqiu Fox clan would not cower before the Dragon Clan. Saintess Bai Fengjiu, observing the retreating figure of the envoy, turned to the Empress with a hint of concern. "Master, have I caused you and the Qingqiu Fox clan any trouble?" The Empress turned to gaze into Bai Fengjiu's clear eyes, warmth swelling within her. She gently patted Bai Fengjiu's shoulder and smiled. "Jiuer, you are the Saintess of the Qingqiu Fox clan. Your decision is the decision of our clan. Though the Dragon Clan is powerful, We Qingqiu Fox clan will not be bullied by anyone. Rest assured, no matter what happens, I and the entire Qingqiu Fox clan will stand by your side. Thank you, master. Bai Fengjiu replied, her eyes glistening with gratitude. My foolish disciple, remember, you are not only the saintess of the Qingqiu Fox clan, but also a disciple of me. The Empress Bai Shi of Qingqiu. We Qingqiu Fox clan fear no force, the Empress said, ruffling Bai Fengjiu's hair gently. Upon hearing this, Bai Fengjiu felt a surge of warmth. She looked deeply at the Empress, her eyes filled with gratitude and admiration. I understand, master. I will cherish your teachings and honor the love bestowed upon me by the Qingqiu Fox clan and my master. The Empress nodded with a smile, thoroughly pleased with her disciple. Bai Fengjiu not only possessed remarkable talent, but also demonstrated resilience, embodying the hope of the Qingqiu Fox clan's future. Jiu'er, you may go now, but do remember to send someone to keep watch over that previous location, the Empress instructed. Yes, master, Bai Fengjiu respectfully acknowledged before turning to leave. Meanwhile, on another front, Yixiu was still frolicking in the small world with his wives, laughter echoing across the water's surface. Completely unaware that the place he had previously descended upon was now being closely observed. Shortly after, Yixiu and his wives, having dressed, descended to the first floor and found their two adorable daughters being entertained by Roya, their innocent laughter resonating like music to the ears of all present. With a smile, he walked over, gently lifting his youngest daughter and bestowing a tender kiss upon her cheek. My little treasure, are you having fun? With her small face glistening with drool, Yi Jinxian gazed up at Yixiu with her big, dark eyes, as if trying to grasp her father's words. Ha ha, my dear, you are truly adorable, he exclaimed, unable to resist planting another kiss on her cherubic face. After teasing his daughter for a while, he set her down to continue playing with Roya. By the way, where has Su gone? Master. Su said she wanted to cultivate diligently and go out into the divine realm with you, so she ran off, Roya explained. Upon hearing this, Yixiu extended his divine sense and soon located Su meditating by the lake, her aura indicating a breakthrough to the initial stage of divine weaponry. He couldn't help but inwardly marvel, truly worthy of the bloodline of the golden-winged Great Pong. It has only been a short time, and she has already reached the initial stage of divine weaponry. Disregarding Su's training outside, Yixiu took out the Chaos Stone. Seeing the darkly glowing stone in his hand, Shen Muyue and the other three women gathered curiously around, inquiring, Husband, what is this? This is the Chaos Stone. It can evolve our small world, Yixiu explained softly. Can such a small piece really evolve the small world? Shen Li asked, intrigued. Do not underestimate this small fragment. Its weight is not something an ordinary divine general could lift. Come, let us go outside and witness how the small world evolves, he replied, leading Shen Muyue and the others outside. In the air above the estate, the five of them stood suspended, gazing at the Chaos Stone in Yixiu's hand. He silently recited, System, use the Chaos Stone to evolve the small world. Ding! The Chaos Stone has been utilized, and the Dantian Zaishiji shall evolve into a celestial-grade Dantian. As the resonance of the system's voice faded from his mind, the Chaos Stone in Yixiu's hand instantaneously transformed into streams of energy, dispersing in all directions throughout the small world. Soon, the energy emanating from the Chaos Stone merged seamlessly with the surrounding chaotic realm. With the continuous infusion of this energy, the Dantian Zaishiji began to undergo unprecedented transformations. The once stagnant chaotic region encircling the small world appeared to be infused with a formidable vitality, surging tumultuously. Gradually, the chaotic area began to expand, as if guided by some mysterious force, relentlessly extending outward. Concurrently, the small world itself commenced a gradual expansion under the influence of this newfound power. Yixiu and the four women, including Shen Muyue, gazed intently at this spectacle, and Shen Li exclaimed with delight, Look, the small world is growing. It became evident that the boundaries of the small world were visibly pushing outward at a remarkable pace. What once could only accommodate a limited expanse of mountains and rivers now seemed to possess infinite space. Is this what a celestial-grade Dantian entails? It is astonishingly at least 100 times larger than a terrestrial-grade Dantian. How immense must the levels of Huang, Hong, Zhou, and Yu be? As he gazed into the boundless expanse of the Dantian Zaishiji, Yixiu felt a profound shock within his heart. Chapter 63. The Chat Group of All Realms. How marvelous! In Shen Li's eyes sparkled excitement and curiosity, prompting her to exclaim in wonder. Indeed, dear husband, this world seems to have transformed, as if new, fragile lives have emerged within our perception. Shen Muyue could not help but remark. Yishio nodded with a smile. Indeed, evolution brings not only the expansion of realms, but also the birth of new life. Let us descend and explore. Shortly thereafter, Yishio and the four women returned to the estate, their curiosity still piqued. Just as Yishio stepped into the hall, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding. You have activated the chat group system. Welcome to the chat group of all realms. Yishio was taken aback, gazing at a transparent interface that materialized before him, displaying a flurry of messages and chat logs. Group system message. Welcome new member, Yishio, to the group. Current members, King of Gods Kaisha, Demon Queen Morgana, Zhu Suosuo, Guanzhur, Yi Jinjin, Fan Ruo, Su Weisheng, Yishio. What on earth is happening? Yishio stared at the chat box and the scrolling dialogues, his expression one of bewilderment. Ding. Please become the leader of the chat group of all realms within 7 days. If successful, you will receive a resurrection card. If unsuccessful, the sign-in system will detach from you. Just then, the sign-in system's voice resonated in his mind as well. What is going on? The simultaneous presence of two distinct system voices left Yishio in a daze. Husband, what is wrong? The four women, Shen Muyue and her companions, approached him with concern. Husband, are you all right? Shen Li waved her hand in front of Yishio's eyes. Yishio blinked, snapping back to reality. Haha, ladies, I am fine. I merely had a sudden thought. He chose not to disclose the system sounds and chat group interface that had appeared in his mind, as he needed time to sort through his thoughts. You all go ahead and play. I will lie down for a bit. Yishio smiled at the four women, needing time to study this unexpected chat group system. All right, husband. The four women, seeing that Yishio was untroubled, turned to approach their two daughters. Reclining on the sofa, Yishio finally had the opportunity to peruse the chat logs. He scrolled to the top of the chat records and began to read. King of Gods Kaisha, welcome new member to the group. Demon Queen Morgana. Kaisha, are you always watching the chat group? A newcomer is a man. Hehe. JPG Zhu Suosuo, welcome newcomer. A boy, how exciting. Guanzhur, welcome, newcomer, observing quietly. PNG Yi Jinjin, newcomer, please show your picture. Hehe. Fan Ruo, welcome newcomer. Shy. JPEG Su Weisheng, welcome, newcomer to the group. Yishio chuckled at the messages from his fellow group members. Hello everyone, I am Yishio. As a newcomer, I hope to receive your guidance. Allow me to send a red envelope. He then retrieved several divine stones. Following the chat group's instructions, clicked send, and the divine stones vanished from his hand. Click to claim Yishio's red envelope. Thank you for the newcomer red envelope X7. In the world of the Super God Academy, within the City of Angels, Kaisha held a pale yellow stone brimming with immense energy, and he Xia observed curiously. Xiao Sha Sha, let me study this stone first. All right, just remember to return it after your research. Rest assured, Xiao Sha Sha, do you not trust me? Meanwhile, in the capital of the Kunsa star, Morgana, adorned with a smoky eye makeup, exerted all her strength upon the demon claw, tightly grasping the divine stone. Moments later, looking at the intact stone in her hand, Morgana was taken aback. What? Is this thing so durable? At the same time, Zhu Suosuo, Yi Jinjin, Guanzhur, Fan Ruo, and Su Weisheng examined the stones in their hands, their expressions varying. Just as the group members were filled with surprise or shock, a notification suddenly echoed within the chat group. Detected that the chat group of all realms has met the condition of 8 members. Please participate enthusiastically and select a group leader. As soon as the group system message was issued, the chat erupted in excitement. King of Gods Kaisha. As the King of Gods, I bear the responsibility to lead everyone. I shall be the group leader. Demon Queen Morgana. Kaisha, you think too highly of yourself. The group leader should be elected collectively, not self-appointed. Zhu Suosuo. Oh, both sisters, please do not quarrel. I believe Yishio should be the group leader, as he was the one who sent the red envelope, and he is the only male among us. Guanzhur. I agree with Suosuo. Yishio is quite good. Yi Jinjin. I also support Yishio as the group leader. As the others debated fervently, another red envelope appeared in the chat group. Click to claim Kaisha's red envelope. Everyone quickly clicked to claim Kaisha's red envelope, and the chat group fell silent as they checked the contents. Fan Ruo. Wow, Kaisha's red envelope is so generous. Thank you, Kaisha. Su Weisheng. Indeed, it's quite nice, but I still support Yishio for the group leader position. Demon Queen Morgana. Kaisha, it seems your red envelope strategy has not swayed everyone's opinion. King of Gods Kaisha. I merely wanted to show my welcome to the newcomer. The position of group leader should be determined by strength and capability. Just as the members were deliberating on who should be the group leader, the group system issued another prompt. The group leader election has commenced. Please cast your votes. Candidates: Kaisha, Yishio, Morgana. Soon, the voting concluded. Kaisha, 2 votes Yishio, 5 votes Morgana. 1 vote. Congratulations to member Yishio for successfully being elected as the group leader of the chat group. As the group leader, Yishio must shoulder the responsibility of leadership, guiding the members to foster mutual love and assistance, creating a warm and harmonious chat atmosphere, and becoming a loving family. I became the group leader so easily, so effortlessly. The check-in system granted 7 days. Yishio observed the congratulatory messages from everyone, feeling a blend of joy and exasperation within. The check-in system had provided a mere 7 days, and in such a short time, he had ascended to the position of group leader. Just as Yishio was preparing to send a red envelope to his fellow members in celebration of his new role, the voice of the check-in system resonated in his mind, announcing, "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully become the leader of the chat group. Task rewards are being distributed. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 revival card. Haha, what a delight, surprises about." Yishio felt a surge of excitement. At that moment, the voice of the check-in system sounded once more. Ding. The check-in system is merging with the all-encompassing chat group system. The merging period is 7 days. Please be patient, host. Simultaneously, a group message notification appeared in the chat group channel. The chat group is upgrading. Upgrade duration is 7 days. Surprises await after the upgrade. During the upgrade, usage will be unavailable. We ask all group members to be patient. Chapter 64. Revive, Mother-in-Law System Fusion. Yishio found himself once again engulfed in bewilderment as he listened to the voice echoing in his mind. The unexpected events of the day had completely surpassed his expectations. The other group members, upon receiving this notification, were equally speechless. Just moments ago, a gentleman had joined the group, and they had only recently elected a leader, yet now they were to embark on an upgrade that would take a week. However, when the members noticed the delightful surprises that awaited them post-upgrade, their curiosity was ignited, and they brimmed with anticipation for the forthcoming joys. Within the heavenly realm of Tianji Dantian, Yishio, unable to participate in the system fusion, rose from the sofa and approached the ladies, Shen Muyue and Shen Li. "Come, let me hold you." Yishio extended his arms, gazing at the little one in Shen Muyue's embrace, his voice soft and gentle. Observing Yishio's outstretched hands, Shen Muyue looked at her daughter, Yi Jinyu, and tenderly said, "Darling, let your father hold you, shall we?" With that, she placed her daughter into Yishio's arms. Cradling his daughter, who resembled a little sprite, a warm surge filled Yishio's heart. She was his blood, his flesh, the embodiment of his love with Shen Muyue. As he held Yi Jinyu gently, his eyes radiated affection and warmth. Little Jinyu curiously surveyed this new world from her father's embrace, her bright eyes sparkling with wonder. She reached out her tiny hand, seemingly attempting to grasp the floating dust in the air, her innocent demeanor evoking a sense of tenderness. Shen Muyue watched this scene unfold, a blissful smile illuminating her face. Moments later, Yishio gently returned his daughter to Shen Muyue's arms. At that moment, Shen Li approached, her cheeks slightly flushed. She softly tugged at Yishio's arm, signaling him to step aside for a private conversation. "Ali, what are you up to?" Yishio inquired, a hint of curiosity in his tone as he regarded the shy Shen Li. With her head lowered, Shen Li's voice trembled as she spoke softly. "Husband, I wish to discuss something with you." Observing her bashful yet hopeful expression, Yishio felt a wave of intrigue and nodded with a smile. "Of course, my lady. What is it you wish to convey?" Thus, Shen Li led Yishio to a secluded spot, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue, her eyes shimmering with determination. She lifted her gaze, courageously meeting Yishio's eyes, her cherry lips parting as she softly declared, "Husband, I also desire a child." Upon uttering those words, she shyly averted her gaze, the blush on her cheeks deepening. Anxiously, she awaited Yishio's response, her heart a tumult of anticipation and nervousness. Seeing the enchanting Shen Li before him, Yishio leaned closer, whispering in her ear, a teasing lilt in his voice that only they could hear. My lady, let us strive diligently tonight. Dear husband, what secretive whispers are you exchanging with Ali? Xiao He, observing the two approach, inquired with innocent curiosity. My lady will soon find out. Yi Xiu responded with a mysterious smile, evading Xiao He's question directly. Time swiftly passed, and soon night fell. Shen Li lay in anticipation on the soft large bed, eagerly awaiting Yi Xiu's arrival. Just as she was lost in thought, the door creaked open, and Yi Xiu stepped in, a smile adorning his face. My lady, I have arrived. The narrative continues with events that are omitted for brevity. The next morning, as everyone completed their morning routines and gathered in the living room, Jin Yao turned to Shen Li, teasingly remarking, Ali, with such loud sounds last night, is your throat still comfortable? Indeed, Ali, your sounds were quite remarkable last night. It seems you are hoarse. Xiao He chimed in, joining the playful banter. Hearing Jin Yao and Xiao He's playful jests, Shen Li's head hung lower. Her cheeks flushed like the morning sky. All right, enough teasing Ali, Shen Muyue said, observing Shen Li's bashfulness, her face breaking into a knowing smile. Yi Xiu, grinning, approached Shen Li, gently wrapping an arm around her shoulders, and softly reassured, Ali, do not be shy. You shall hear their cries as well. Shen Li, upon hearing this, suddenly lifted her head, her eyes sparkling with mischief and anticipation. She clung tightly to Yi Xiu's arm and playfully declared, Husband, I want to hear their sounds tonight. Yi Xiu, bemused by Shen Li's playful demeanor, gently pinched her nose and affectionately replied, all right, we shall heed Ali's wishes tonight. Jin Yao and Xiao He exchanged shy glances, their faces tinged with a blush. After some light-hearted banter, Yi Xiu called for silence. I have something of utmost importance to share with everyone, he said, his expression turning serious. Noticing Yi Xiu's sudden gravity, the four ladies surrounded him, concern etched on their faces. Xiao He queried, Husband, what is this significant matter? Why the solemnity? This significant news pertains to Ali. He directed his gaze toward Shen Li. Shen Li exclaimed, pointing at herself in astonishment, her expression puzzled. Yes, Yi Xiu paused for effect before continuing. Ali, I have acquired an item that can resurrect those who have passed away. Your mother. What? They all exclaimed in unison. Upon hearing Yi Xiu's words, Shen Li was momentarily rendered speechless, her eyes shimmering with disbelief, her lips trembling as if she wished to speak but found herself at a loss for words. Shen Muyue, Jin Yao, and Xiao He were equally stunned by the revelation. With Shen Muyue's heart racing at the thought that her junior sister might be able to witness how wonderful her daughter had turned out, Yi Xiu gently grasped Shen Li's hand and continued, Indeed, you heard correctly. I have obtained a miraculous item that can bring back those who have departed. Ali, let us resurrect your mother and bring her back to your side. Tears streamed down Shen Li's cheeks as she tightly embraced Yi Xiu. Her eyes misty with emotion as she whispered, Is it truly possible? Husband, can you really bring my mother back to life? Am I dreaming? Indeed, my dear, can you truly resurrect my junior sister? Shen Muyue's heart raced with excitement as she inquired. Of course. Upon finishing her words, she produced a resurrection card, closed her eyes, and followed the instructions to resurrect Shen Li's mother, Lu Yu. Soon, a radiant orb of light manifested in the living room, drawing in a myriad of unique atoms and energies scattered across the myriad realms, irresistibly attracted by the luminous sphere that transcended endless time and space. As the atoms and energies coalesced, a human silhouette gradually took form within the light. Moments later, as the brilliance began to wane, a flawless figure gently descended to the ground. Upon witnessing the exquisite form before him, Yi Xiu hastily turned away. The figure slowly opened her eyes, a glimmer of confusion flickering within, as she gradually began to comprehend the scene unfolding before her. Chapter 65. Lu Yu Shimi, is it really you? Shen Muyue gazed at the woman before her, tears brimming in her eyes, and rushed forward, yearning to embrace her. Noticing this, Xiao He swiftly took Yi Jinyu from Shen Muyue's arms, freeing her hands, and in an instant, Shen Muyue enveloped Lu Yu in her embrace, her voice choked with emotion. Shimi, it is truly you, how wonderful. Lu Yu looked at Shen Muyue in disbelief, her voice trembling with confusion. Shiji? I thought I had already. Could it be that you? Shimi, it is I. My husband has resurrected you. Shen Muyue released her hold, grasping Lu Yu's hands, her eyes brimming with excitement. My husband resurrected me? A flicker of bewilderment crossed Lu Yu's eyes. When did Shiji get married? It seemed she could scarcely believe the reality of her resurrection. She glanced around, recalling that she had perished outside Su Tianyuan, yet here she was, standing before her Shiji. And where exactly was this place? Lowering her gaze to her own body, an involuntary scream escaped her lips as she crouched down, her hands tightly clutching her chest. Shen Li, with reddened eyes, quickly reacted, hurriedly retrieving a light pink dress and offering it to her mother. Mother, please put on some clothes. You call me mother? You are my daughter? Lu Yu stared at Shen Li, her face a mask of disbelief, her voice trembling. She quickly accepted the light pink dress from Shen Li's hands, hurriedly draping it over her perfect form. You are truly my daughter? She hesitantly lifted her hands, wishing to caress Shen Li's cheek, but paused in midair. Mother, it is I am Ali, your daughter. Shen Li suddenly stepped forward and embraced Lu Yu, her voice choked with emotion. Ali, my daughter. After a moment of heartfelt weeping, Lu Yu released Shen Li. Observing the scene, Yi Xiu, who had turned around at some point, took Xiao He and Genie Yao and began to exit, followed by the bewildered Roya who hurriedly trailed behind. In an instant, the hall was left with only Shen Muyue, Lu Yu, and Shen Li. Shimmy, let us sit and talk. Shen Muyue walked over and led Lu Yu to the sofa, with Shen Li promptly following, taking a seat beside Lu Yu. Feeling the softness of the sofa beneath her, Lu Yu couldn't help but express her curiosity. Shiji, what exactly is happening? Where's this place? Shimmy, this tale dates back over 1,000 years. What? Has it been so long? Lu Yu's face contorted in disbelief. Shimmy, please allow me to explain slowly. Shen Muyue gently held Lu Yu's hand, speaking softly. 1,000 years ago, after you departed, I succeeded to the position of Ling Zun in the spirit realm. Subsequently, I raised a Li. Not long ago, the seal of Su Tianyuan was broken. Sure, Lu Ming led his subordinates to attack the spirit realm, but was vanquished by Yi Xiu. Yi Xiu? Is he the man from just now? Lu Yu interjected. Indeed. At that time, Feng Lai also emerged from Su Tianyuan, attacking the immortal realm and slaying the Tianjun. What? How could Feng Lai? Lu Yu's eyes widened in astonishment, her tone filled with incredulity. Shimmy, do not worry. Feng Lai was under mind control at that time. Later, Yi Xiu saved him. What? Feng Lai is still alive? Lu Yu asked, her excitement palpable. Yes, and he has ascended to the divine realm. We do not know where he is now. The divine realm? A hint of confusion flickered in Lu Yu's eyes. What is that place? Shen Muyue gently patted Lu Yu's hand. Shimmy, we are currently in the divine realm. The location we occupy is within a treasure of Yi Xiu's, a small world of Tao. Shiji, who was that child you were holding earlier? Lu Yu suddenly recalled the infant cradled in Shen Muyue's arms upon her resurrection. Her curiosity piqued. That is my daughter with Yi Xiu, Shen Muyue said shyly, lowering her head as she explained. Shiji, you have married and even have a daughter. Lu Yu exclaimed in shock, her heart filled with disbelief. In her memory, her Shiji had always been indifferent towards men, yet now she suddenly had a husband and daughter, leaving her utterly astonished. Then, with a hint of curiosity, she inquired, what about those other women? Who are they? The two who were holding the child. The one in red is Genie Yao, also my husband's woman, and the one in green is Xiao He, likewise his woman. As for the other, Roya, she is Ali's maid. Shen Muyue explained softly. What? Shiji, you share your marriage with other women. With Yi Xiu, Lu Yu exclaimed, her mind in turmoil, struggling to reconcile this with the Shiji she remembered. Indeed, Shimmy, as long as I can be with the one I love, everything else matters little, Shen Muyue replied, her eyes filled with tenderness and happiness. Seeing the joy in Shen Muyue's eyes, Lu Yu's shock began to subside. She then turned to her daughter Shen Li, softly stating, Ali, let me take a good look at you, my dear Ali. Upon hearing this, Shen Li's eyes brimmed with tears. She tightly grasped Lu Yu's hand, bringing her face close to her mother's palm, savoring the long-lost maternal love. Mother, I finally see you. Ali misses you so much, Shen Li choked out. Lu Yu lovingly caressed Shen Li's hair, tears cascading down her cheeks. Ali, I miss you too. Thankfully Yi Xiu gave me the opportunity to see you again. The mother and daughter embraced tightly, as if to merge a millennium of longing into that singular hug. Shen Muyue could not help but feel emotional, gently patting Lu Yu's shoulder. Shimmy, do not be sad. Now we are all family, and we can be together forever. We should be happy. Lu Yu lifted her head, wiping away her tears, and forced a smile. Shiji is right. We should indeed be happy. Yes, mother, we must always be together, never to part again, Shen Li declared sweetly, embracing Lu Yu. I almost forgot. I will go call my husband in so you can formally meet him. Shen Li spoke with sudden realization, her face radiant with joy. What? Husband? Ali, you too? Lu Yu stared in utter astonishment, eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at Shen Li. Shen Li abruptly recalled something, faltered mid-sentence, and stood frozen in stunned silence. Chapter 66. Departing from the small world, Ali Yu. You have also married Yi Xiao? Lu Yu's voice trembled slightly, as she seemed unable to accept this reality. The notion that her own daughter would share a husband with her own senior sister was unimaginable to her past beliefs. Shen Li lowered her head, her cheeks slightly flushed. Mother, I truly love my husband, as does my sister. Master. And he treats us both very well. Shen Muyue interjected. Junior sister, Yi Xiao is genuinely a wonderful person. You will come to realize this after spending time with him. He cares for each of us deeply, and I feel at ease with Ali by his side. Besides, there is no blood relation between us, so why not? Lu Yu remained silent for a moment, then took a deep breath. All right, since you have made your choice, I can only wish you both happiness. However, I still wish to meet him in person to see what kind of man can captivate both my sister and daughter. Upon hearing this, Shen Li brightened. Great. I'll call my husband in right away. With that, she turned and hurried out of the hall. Outside, Yi Xiao, Jin Yi Yao, Xiao He, and Roya were teasing Yi Jin Yu and Yi Jin Xian. Suddenly, Shen Li rushed out. Husband, come quickly. My mother wants to meet you. Your mother wants to meet me? Yi Xiao was taken aback, but still stood up and walked over, with Jin Yi Yao and Xiao He quickly following suit. Before long, Shen Li returned to the parlor, holding Yi Xiao's hand. Lu Yu was seated on the sofa, conversing with Shen Muyue, allowing Yi Xiao to carefully observe her for the first time. Earlier, during the revival, his attention had been elsewhere, but now, upon closer inspection, Lu Yu's beauty surpassed even what he had seen in the drama. As Yi Xiao was studying Lu Yu, she too directed her gaze towards him, resulting in a moment of silent mutual observation. Shen Li quickly stepped forward, grasping Lu Yu's arm, and smiled. Mother, this is my husband, Yi Xiao. Husband, come over. Coming. Yi Xiao moved towards Lu Yu. Senior Lu Yu, greetings. Yi Xiao clasped his hands in respect. Lu Yu nodded slightly, her gaze wandering over Yi Xiao as if attempting to delve into the depths of the man who had enamored both her daughter and sister. You are Yi Xiao? Lu Yu finally spoke, her tone carrying a hint of scrutiny. Indeed, I am the junior, Yi Xiao, he replied respectfully, maintaining a balanced demeanor. Lu Yu sighed lightly. For you to have captured the hearts of both my sister and daughter, I see now that you truly deserve your reputation. You flatter me, senior, Yi Xiao smiled. To have Ali and Xiao Yu is a blessing for me. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu's eyes sparkled with satisfaction. She could tell that Yi Xiao genuinely cared for her daughter and sister. Such sincerity could not be feigned. Yi Xiao, I hope you cherish them well. Lu Yu's tone became serious. If you dare to let them down, she faltered, unsure of how to warn him. Yi Xiao met her gaze earnestly, nodding solemnly. Rest assured, Senior Lu Yu, they are the closest to me, and I will protect them with my life. Lu Yu softened at his words, gently nodding in agreement. Mother, my husband is full of wonders, Shen Li exclaimed, approaching Yi Xiao and taking his arm with pride. Is that so? Then I must see just how remarkable he is, Lu Yu replied with a gentle smile directed at Shen Li. Amidst the laughter and joy of the gathering, the day swiftly passed. When night fell and dinner was over, Yi Xiao returned alone to the second-floor bedroom, while the others headed to the entertainment area on the ground floor. Mother, this is the audiovisual room, where we can watch films, Shen Li explained. Lu Yu looked around with curiosity, her expression filled with amazement. Ali, what are these strange objects? I have never seen anything like them. Shen Li smiled and elaborated. Mother, these are all marvelous creations from my husband, allowing us to enjoy more leisure time. With that, she activated a large screen, starting a film depicting an ancient action romance. This was Lu Yu's first experience with such a visual display, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity and wonder. The beautiful scenes, enchanting music, and compelling plot captivated her. This is truly remarkable. It feels as though the people on screen are right before me. No wonder you all have fallen for him. He is indeed a wondrous individual. Shen Li beamed with pride. Mother, this is merely one of the audiovisual room's features. My husband has prepared many other delightful surprises for us. She led Lu Yu to the adjacent gaming area, showcasing various modern video games. Though Lu Yu had never encountered such things, with Shen Li's guidance, she soon became engrossed in these novel forms of entertainment. Jin Yao, Xiao He, and Roya joined them, and laughter echoed throughout the lower level. In the second-floor bedroom, Yishio listened to the fading footsteps outside, realizing that they had all returned to their respective rooms to rest. Shen Li must have brought Lu Yu back to her own room to settle her in for the night. With the Great Void technique activated, he instantly appeared in Xiao He's room. "Ah, husband, why did you suddenly appear without a word?" Xiao He exclaimed, startled by Yishio's abrupt arrival. Yishio chuckled as he embraced Xiao He, speaking softly. "Xiao He, I have a question for you. Ali wishes for a child. How about you? Do you want a child?" Xiao He's eyes brightened at this, and she nodded without hesitation. "Husband, I too wish for a child. Let us work together to have a lovely baby." Her face was filled with anticipation and longing. "All right, then let us endeavor tonight," he said playfully. In the adjacent room, Shen Li was sharing her amusing tales from the past millennium with Lu Yu when a sudden sound from next door made her cheeks flush. She silently chided, "Husband, really, you should be more mindful. My mother is still here." Lu Yu also heard the hoarse voice of Xiao He next door. She glanced at the blushing Shen Li beside her and couldn't help but think to herself, what on earth is going on? After an indeterminate period, dawn finally broke. In the living room on the first floor, Yishio handed 5 elixirs for cultivation enhancement to Shen Muyue, gently saying, "Madam, these are potent pills for increasing your cultivation. Please dilute them with water and take them slowly. I plan to venture outside to assess the situation. Darling, do be cautious and return immediately if there is any danger," Shen Muyue urged with a worried expression, and the other women displayed similar concern. Even Lu Yu, standing nearby, revealed a caring gaze. "Rest assured, I understand," he replied, casting a glance at the women before vanishing in a flash into the small world. In the outside world, as Yishio's figure materialized at the place of his initial arrival, a melodious voice echoed from not far behind. "After waiting for so many days, you have finally appeared." Chapter 67. Entering the Qingqiu Fox clan after waiting for you for so long, you finally appeared. A melodious voice floated from a distance behind. Upon hearing the voice, Yishio swiftly turned around, and upon recognizing the owner of the voice, he exclaimed in astonishment, "Reba?" A woman with an enchanting figure approached gracefully, her light pink dress swaying gently in the breeze. Her strikingly beautiful face bore a remarkable resemblance to Reba from the original world. "What Reba?" the woman inquired, puzzled. "You resemble someone I know, but you are not her. May I ask how to address you?" Yishio asked, gazing at the woman who bore Reba's features. Simultaneously, he utilized the Eye of Insight skill to examine her information. Name, Bai Feng Jiu, Qingqiu Fox Clan, Nine-Tailed White Fox, Realm. Age, 10.001 years. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 45 kilograms. The strikingly similar woman did not respond directly to Yishio's question. Instead, she asked, "Who are you? Why have you appeared in the territory of our Qingqiu Fox clan?" I am Long Aotian. I merely used a teleportation talisman and ended up here without understanding how." Yishio replied, a look of confusion on his face. "What did you say? You are the infamous Long Aotian?" Upon hearing the name Long Aotian, Bai Feng Jiu's expression changed, and a glimmer of wariness and coldness flickered in her eyes. Seeing Bai Feng Jiu's reaction, Yishio was taken aback and thought to himself, could it be that the Long Aotian from the lower realm is indeed from the divine realm, just as I suspected? With that thought, he hastily inquired, "Do you recognize Long Aotian?" "Long Aotian, your fame in the demon domain is known to all. I never expected you to appear in our Qingqiu Fox clan after so many years of absence," Bai Feng Jiu stated coldly. "Demon domain? Miss, you misunderstand. I am not the true Long Aotian. I merely borrowed this name. Long Aotian is, in fact, my enemy. I had to use his name to avoid detection while traversing the divine realm. My true name is Yishio. You may simply call me Yishio," Yishio explained quickly, noting Bai Feng Jiu's intent to take action. Bai Feng Jiu scrutinized Yishio, seemingly weighing the truth of his words. After a moment, she slowly said, "You claim you are not the real Long Aotian. What proof do you have?" I do not possess evidence, but you may summon someone who knows Long Aotian, and they will confirm whether I am he," Yishio suggested slowly. "That is reasonable. Then you shall accompany me back to our Qingqiu Fox clan," Bai Feng Jiu responded after a moment of contemplation. Yishio thought to himself. Given her demeanor, she does not seem to be allied with Long Aotian. This is an excellent opportunity to gather information about Long Aotian and ascertain whether he is indeed the one from the lower realm. Nodding, he smiled and said, "Then I shall trouble you to lead the way. By the way, how should I address you?" "You may call me by Fengjio," she replied before turning and swiftly heading in a certain direction, with Yishio closely following. After a brief moment, they arrived at the heart of the Qingxiu mountain range. Bai Fengjio led Yishio towards a grand and solemn complex of buildings. Along the way, Yishio took the opportunity to observe the surroundings. The palace of the Qingxiu Fox clan was ancient and elegant, surrounded by picturesque mountains and clear waters, exuding an aura of divinity, a truly splendid place for cultivation. As they walked for a while, Bai Fengjio suddenly halted, turning to look at Yishio, her eyes sparkling with contemplation. After a moment, she slowly asked, "Yishio, are you truly not Long Aotian?" Yishio met Bai Fengjio's earnest gaze, took a deep breath, and replied solemnly, "Miss Jiu, I am truly not Long Aotian. This person must despise me deeply. How could I possibly be him? I can swear to you that I am absolutely not Long Aotian." Observing the sincerity in Yishio's eyes, Bai Fengjio appeared to believe him. She nodded slightly, and then turned to continue walking. Shortly after, they arrived in front of the main hall of the Qingxiu Fox clan. Bai Fengjio led Yishio inside, where several elders of the Fox clan were seated. Upon seeing Yishio, a flicker of surprise passed through their eyes. "Saintess, who is this?" asked one of the elders' leaders, puzzled. "Elder, he is the owner of the aura that appeared in the northern part of Qingxiu Mountain previously," Bai Fengjio explained. She then clasped her hands and said, "Please, esteemed elders, check whether this person belongs to the Dragon Clan." "What? A member of the Dragon Clan?" The elders were immediately startled, exchanging glances before the leading elder suddenly unleashed a divine power, a beam of divine light shooting from her palm and enveloping Yishio. Upon witnessing this, Yishio found himself unable to move. A thought crossed his mind, and he intended to retreat into his small world. At that moment, Bai Fengjio's voice reached his ears. "Yishio, do not panic. The elder merely wishes to ascertain whether you belong to the Dragon Clan." Hearing this, Yishio halted his plans to retreat, feeling a gentle force enter his body, coursing through his meridians before gradually dissipating. After a brief moment, the leading elder of the Qingxiu Fox clan withdrew her divine power, exchanged glances with the other elders, and gently shook her head. "Saintess, this person is not of the Dragon Clan. He is of the human race," the elder said with a faint smile. "Human race?" Bai Fengjio was momentarily taken aback, then turned to Yishio. "You truly are Yishio, not Long Aotian." "Indeed, Miss Jiu, I am genuinely Yishio, not Long Aotian," Yishio replied with a smile, feeling a sense of relief. He had previously worried that the Qingxiu Fox clan might mistakenly identify him as Long Aotian, leading to unnecessary misunderstandings and conflicts. "Then, please tell us your purpose for visiting our Qingxiu Fox clan," the leading elder said, her gaze piercing as she fixed her attention on Yishio. Yishio cupped his hands respectfully and answered, "Esteemed elder, I mean no harm. I merely stumbled upon this place by chance." "Oh, is that all?" The elder raised an eyebrow, seemingly unconvinced by Yishio's words. Noticing the skeptical expressions of the elders, Bai Fengjio's heart tightened. She quickly stepped forward and said loudly, "Esteemed elders, my master wishes to meet this person. I will take him to meet my master and let my master decide." Upon hearing this, the leading elder's eyes flickered with surprise, but she soon nodded. "Since the Empress wishes to see him, we shall inquire no further. Saintess, you may lead him." Bai Fengjio let out a sigh of relief, casting a grateful glance at the elder before turning to Yishio. "Yishio, let us go. I will take you to meet my master." Chapter 68. Empress Bai Yishio let out a sigh of relief, nodding as he followed Bai Fengjio out of the grand hall. The two traversed once more through the territory of the Qingxiu Fox clan, arriving at the residence of Empress Bai Shi. "Master, I have found the person you asked me to look for," Bai Fengjio respectfully reported at the door. With a soft creak, the door opened gently, revealing a graceful figure stepping out. Yishio looked up, instantly captivated by the beauty of the Empress before him. Empress Bai Shi possessed skin whiter than snow, delicate as porcelain, with brows like distant mountains shrouded in mist, and eyes resembling autumn waters filled with emotion. Her high nose and lips reminiscent of cherry blossoms exuded endless elegance and nobility with every smile and frown. Her presence rendered everything around her dim, as if all the beauty in the world had converged upon her. Yi Xiu was entranced. He had never encountered such a stunning woman. Even in his previous world, those so-called celebrities paled in comparison to Empress Bai Shi. Even the few ladies he cherished in his heart seemed to fall short when compared to her. The allure of Bai Shi lay not only in her breathtaking appearance, but also in the noble aura that radiated from her. Observing Yi Xiu's reaction, Bai Fengjiu couldn't help but chuckle silently. Yet she refrained from interrupting, standing quietly by, waiting for Yi Xiu to regain his composure. After a considerable time, Yi Xiu finally snapped back to reality, awkwardly clearing his throat and hastily bowing to Bai Shi, saying, "I am Yi Xiu, honored to meet the Empress." As he beheld the Empress's smile, akin to 100 flowers blooming, Yi Xiu momentarily lost his focus again. He quickly returned to his senses and explained, "I inadvertently used a teleportation talisman, yet found myself inexplicably transported here. I did not intend to intrude upon your noble territory." The fact that a mere teleportation talisman could breach the intricate barrier set by the ancestor of the Qing Qiu mountain indicated that this individual was likely far from ordinary. Empress Bai Shi contemplated inwardly. Seizing the opportunity while the Empress was lost in thought, Yi Xiu activated his Eye of Insight skill, revealing a translucent panel before him. Name: Bai Shi, Empress of the Qing Qiu Fox Clan, Nine-Tailed White Fox, Realm. Age: 660,000 years. Height: 170 centimeters. Weight: 48 g. Good heavens, 660,000 years. If I were to marry her, how many gold bricks would that entail? Yi Xiu silently marveled. Just as his thoughts wandered, the Empress's voice broke through his reverie. "Young Master Yi, what occupies your mind so deeply?" Startled by her voice, Yi Xiu quickly concealed his Eye of Insight, offering an awkward smile as he replied, "Oh, it's nothing, just pondering a few matters." The Empress slightly furrowed her brow, seemingly discerning Yi Xiu's thoughts, but chose not to pursue the matter further. Instead, she continued, "Young Master Yi, I am already aware of your origins. Since you have managed to traverse the barrier set by our ancestor to reach the Qing Qiu Fox clan, this must be fate between us." Hearing this, Yi Xiu felt a sense of relief, realizing the Empress bore no ill will towards him. He promptly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Empress, for your understanding. It was indeed an unintentional error on my part." Empress Bai Shi smiled gently, saying, "There is no need for you to feel overly remorseful. Let this matter be set aside. May I inquire about your plans moving forward?" After a moment of contemplation, Yi Xiu replied, "As I am new here and unfamiliar with the circumstances, I would like to stay with the Qing Qiu Fox clan for a while, if the Empress permits." The Empress nodded with a faint smile, replying, "Of course, we of the Qing Qiu Fox clan are known for our hospitality. Jure, please escort young Master Yi to the guest quarters." "Yes, Master," Bai Fengjiu responded, leading Yi Xiu away. Bai Fengjiu arranged for Yi Xiu to stay in a serene courtyard, where a peach tree in full bloom filled the air with its fragrance, creating a pleasant environment. "Young Master Yi, this will be your residence. If you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me," Bai Fengjiu said with a smile. Yi Xiu surveyed his surroundings. Nodding in satisfaction, "Thank you, Miss Jiu. This place is wonderful." Just as Bai Fengjiu was about to leave, Yi Xiu suddenly called out to her, "Miss Jiu, please wait a moment." Bai Fengjiu halted and turned back, looking at him with curiosity. "Young Master Yi, is there something else?" Yi Xiu hesitated but ultimately asked, "Miss Jiu, I would like to inquire about some information regarding the Yao Yu and Long Aotian. If it is not too much trouble?" Bai Fengjiu smiled gently and replied, "Of course, what would you like to know, young Master Yi?" "To be candid, I have recently ascended from the lower realm to the divine realm and know little about it. Would you be so kind as to enlighten me regarding the divine realm?" Yi Xiu asked, somewhat bashfully. Bai Fengjiu's eyes sparkled with delight upon hearing this. "Young Master, Yi also ascended from the lower realm? I too ascended from there, though it has been several millennia." Yi Xiu felt a surge of joy, surprised to find such a commonality with Bai Fengjiu. He seized the moment to ask, "Miss Jiu, how did you become the saintess of the Qing Qiu Fox clan?" Bai Fengjiu nodded, a glimmer of nostalgia crossing her eyes as she shared, "When I ascended to the divine realm, I was fortunate to encounter my master, who graciously took me as a disciple. By the way, young Master Yi, since you are of the human race, you should have ascended in the divine realm. Why are you in the Yao Yu?" "Miss Jiu, after my ascension, I used a teleportation artifact and ended up here. Is there a specific reason for this place of ascension?" Yi Xiu inquired, puzzled. Indeed. The divine realm is divided into 3 major domains: the divine domain, the Yaoyu, and the underworld. Human cultivators ascend to the divine domain, while Yao cultivators arrive in the Yaoyu, and other beings reach the underworld, Bai Fengjiu explained slowly. Yi Xiu considered this revelation, reflecting, so there is such a distinction. It seems Feng Lai ascended to the Yaoyu as well. I wonder how he is faring now. I see. Thank you for clarifying. Miss Jiu, may I ask about this Long Ao Tian? Yi Xiu continued to inquire. Upon hearing the name Long Ao Tian, Bai Fengjiu's expression soured with distaste. Long Ao Tian is the youngest among the many offspring of the Dragon Clan's leader. Due to the leader's favoritism, he stirs up trouble wherever he goes, earning a notorious reputation. However, several centuries ago, he vanished without a trace, and since then, I have not heard of his exploits. I am uncertain whether the Dragon Outyin from the lower realm is indeed of the Dragon Clan. It appears to be a mere individual. Yi Xiu contemplated silently, then inquired, Miss Jiu, I appreciate your elucidation. Might I ask about this Dragon Clan? Bai Fengjiu elaborated, young Master Yi, the Dragon Clan, as one of the 6 formidable forces in the demon domain, wields immense power. If you harbor any grievances against Dragon Outyin, it would be wise to exercise caution. However, as you are currently within our clan's territory, there is no need for concern. Chapter 69. Zalangjuan, thank you for your reminder, Miss Jiu. I will exercise caution, Yi Xiu expressed gratefully. Bai Fengjiu offered a gentle smile and replied, young Master Yi, since you are new here, it is prudent to remain vigilant. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. Thank you, Miss Jiu. I will indeed. Yi Xiu nodded in agreement. Bai Fengjiu acknowledged him with a nod before turning to leave the courtyard. As he watched her graceful figure depart, Yi Xiu could not help but feel a wave of emotion wash over him. It was fortunate that he did not arrive directly at the Dragon Clan's territory, and that the Empress and the Saintess of the Qingqiu Fox clan were not malevolent individuals. Otherwise, it would have posed a significant dilemma. Once Bai Fengjiu had left, Yi Xiu entered his room. He retrieved the remaining pills that could enhance his cultivation and recalled how he could not perceive the realms of Bai Fengjiu and the others when using his detection skills earlier. That invisible pressure surged within him once more. Without further hesitation, he swallowed all the remaining pills in one go. As the pills entered his body, Yi Xiu immediately felt an overwhelming power coursing through his countless cells. He settled into a meditative position, forming hand seals to guide the medicinal energy throughout his myriad cells. In that moment, his cultivation at the mid-level of the Divine King realm ignited like a flame, burning fiercely. As the energy was absorbed by each cell, his aura continuously ascended, breaking through the bottleneck of the mid-level Divine King realm and successfully advancing to the late-level Divine King realm. However, the medicinal energy continued to emanate, seemingly intent on propelling him to even greater heights. Yi Xiu's heart soared with joy as he took a deep breath, striving to calm his excitement and focus on absorbing the remaining energy. Unbeknownst to him, his cultivation surged once more, breaking through from the late level to the peak of the Divine King realm. Only then did his aura gradually stabilize. After regaining his composure, Yi Xiu let out a long breath. He had attained the pinnacle of the Divine King realm, and the next step would be to reach the Divine Monarch realm. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of the Empress by she sensed the fluctuations emanating from Yi Xiu's breakthrough. With a slight parting of her cherry lips, she murmured to herself, "This little fellow truly is extraordinary. To achieve 2 consecutive breakthroughs in such a short time, his talent even surpasses my own at that time. It seems he may become a significant asset for our Qingqiu Fox clan in the future." A glimmer of admiration flickered in Bai Shi's eyes, but it was soon followed by a frown, as if she were pondering something. However, without guidance from our clan, how could such a young divine king traverse the barrier set by the ancestral divine emperor with merely a teleportation talisman? This little one is indeed intriguing. Bai Shi was filled with curiosity regarding Yi Xiu's origins and abilities. As the second in command of the Qingqiu Fox clan, only beneath the ancestors and several senior elders, she had witnessed countless talents over the ages, yet she had never encountered someone like Yi Xiu. Simultaneously, Yi Xiu was exhilarated after reaching the peak of the Divine King realm. There are 4 days remaining until the system fusion. I wonder what it will transform into. The thought of the impending fusion filled him with anticipation. On the other side, in the Zalangjuan, within the Grand Hall of the Dragon Clan, a tall and imposing figure sat upon the Dragon Emperor's throne, Long Haotsong, the clan leader of the dragons. Upon receiving the report from the envoy sent to negotiate a marriage alliance with the Qingxiu Fox clan, he slammed his hand onto the armrest of the throne. His face ablaze with fury as he spoke in a deep, authoritative voice. How dare a saintess of the Fox clan look down upon my son, Long Haotsong? This is utterly preposterous. Standing below him, the tall and somber Long Xiaotian's eyes gleamed coldly as he interjected, Father, please do not be angry. In 9 months, at the Divine Realm's Young Talents competition, I will ensure that the Fox clan saintess regrets her decision. Beside him, Long Aotian wore a disdainful expression and added, Indeed, Father, rest assured. With brother's strength, by the day of the competition, he will make that Fox clan saintess pay dearly for her refusal. When she sees brother's unparalleled elegance, she will likely beg to marry him. If Yishio were present at that moment, he would instantly recognize Long Aotian as the individual with whom he had a previous conflict when he descended to the lower realms. Aotian, look at yourself. You squander your time without learning anything. Why can't you emulate your elder brother and hone your cultivation? Long Haotsong admonished. Father, from now on, I will devote myself to my training. I must avenge the humiliation of being struck by that stick. Long Aotian's eyes flickered with hatred as he recalled the shame of being struck by Yishio. Long Haotsong nodded lightly. Xiaotian, do you have any news regarding the one who harmed Aotian back then? He turned to Long Xiaotian, his expression darkening as he inquired. Father, it has been several hundred years. The person who harmed my younger brother seems to have vanished without a trace. I have yet to uncover any leads, Long Xiaotian replied, furrowing his brow. Continue the search. If they are found, eliminate them without mercy. Long Haotsong spoke coldly, his tone imbued with an undeniable murderous intent. Afterward, he turned to Long Aotian and asked, Aotian, what of the woman you brought back? Father, thanks to the trace of the ancestral dragon bloodline within her, combined with the clan's rigorous training, she has now reached the perfection level of the divine weapon realm. Long Aotian exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, she is worthy of her lineage, demonstrating astonishing cultivation speed. Long Haotsong nodded in satisfaction. Very well. You may leave now. Long Haotsong dismissed them with a wave of his hand. Yes, Father, Long Xiaotian and Long Aotian responded in unison before taking their leave. In the Qingxiu Fox clan, having concluded his cultivation, Yishio opened the door and stepped outside. The palace of the Qingxiu Fox clan was unlike the palatial abodes of human emperors. Here, various unknown plants flourished, imbuing the palace with an essence of nature and harmony. As he beheld such beauty, Yishio took out a long-unused Huawei Meta 100, activated the camera function, and aimed it at the distant scenery. At that moment, the Saintess by Fengjiu walked past the lens. Sensing the presence nearby, she turned her head to look at Yishio. Click. This splendid moment was instantaneously captured within the confines of his phone. The extraordinary resolution indeed lived up to its reputation, appearing as vivid as if one were gazing upon it in person. Yishio, what are you doing? Observing Yishio fiddling with a peculiar little square, Bai Fengjiu approached with a light step and inquired with curiosity. Yishio lifted his head, gazing at Bai Fengjiu, and with a smile, explained, This is a technological marvel from our world, known as a mobile phone. It serves the purpose of capturing photographs, recording videos, and providing entertainment. Upon witnessing such breathtaking scenery, I thought to document this moment. Chapter 70. The integration of the system is complete mobile phone, photography, video recording. A series of questions flooded Bai Fengjiu's mind, clearly intrigued by these novel terms. Indeed, a mobile phone is a portable device from our world, and its photographic function allows us to preserve the scenes we behold. Yishio explained with a smile, showcasing the phone's screen to Bai Fengjiu. Look, this is how you appeared just now. Isn't it remarkably clear? Bai Fengjiu leaned in for a closer look, and the small screen vividly displayed her recent image, capturing even the minutest details of her expressions. She couldn't help but exclaim, This is truly astonishing. The objects from your world are simply breathtaking. If you like, I can gift you one, Yishio chuckled, producing a Huawei Meta 100 and teaching Bai Fengjiu how to operate it. Before long, she had mastered the use of the mobile phone, her face lighting up with joy. Thank you, Yishio. I really like this phone. I shall accept it. There's no need for thanks. I'm glad you like it, Miss Jiu, Yishio replied with a smile. Holding the phone, Bai Fengjiu curiously explored its features until she stumbled upon an intriguing application. Yishio, what is this Hua Tung Rong Yao? Oh, that essay game. Designed for entertainment and relaxation, Yishio explained. A game? How does one play it? Bai Fengjiu inquired with heightened curiosity. Yishio patiently taught her how to operate the game, and upon logging in, the system thoughtfully gifted them 3 heroes. The 2 settled in a pavilion by the pond, engaging in gameplay. The vivid graphics and entertaining mechanics elicited joyful laughter from Bai Fengjiu, reminiscent of the delightful times she experienced thousands of years ago in the mortal realm. Suddenly, Bai Fengjiu recalled something and turned to Yishio, saying, "By the way, Yishio, in half a month, it will be the grand event of the Demon Domain, held once every millennium. Would you care to join? The grand event of the Demon Domain every millennium? That sounds splendid. I would love to see what it entails." Yishio nodded in agreement. "Wonderful. I shall come to find you then," Bai Fengjiu exclaimed with delight. "Absolutely." Yishio responded with a smile. "Then it's settled. I must go as I have matters to discuss with my master." With that, Bai Fengjiu rose to leave. Watching Bai Fengjiu's graceful departure, Yishio's eyes revealed a hint of contemplation. Meanwhile, Bai Fengjiu arrived at the residence of the Empress. "Master, the candidates for the Demon Domain's grand event in half a month have been selected. Please review them." She handed a small booklet to Empress Bai Shi. Empress Bai Shi opened the booklet, glanced through it, nodded, and spoke. "Bai Linger, Bai Jia. Very well, these individuals shall suffice. Joer, please make arrangements and ensure they are prepared. Master, may I bring Yishio along?" Bai Fengjiu hesitated, cautiously inquiring, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. After a moment's contemplation, Empress Bai Shi slowly nodded. "If he wishes to accompany, then let him." "Yes, master," Bai Fengjiu joyfully replied with a respectful gesture. As she turned to leave, the Empress's voice called out, "Joer, what is that you are holding?" Bai Fengjiu looked down and realized she was still holding the mobile phone Yishio had gifted her. She smiled gently, explaining, "Master, this is a peculiar item given to me by Yishio. It is called a mobile phone. It can record images and sounds, and even allows for gaming and watching films." "Oh," Empress Bai Shi's curiosity piqued. "Let me see it." Bai Fengjiu handed the phone to Empress Bai Shi and briefly described its functions and operations. The Empress listened intently, nodding in understanding. "This truly is a marvelous item. I am astounded that such ingenuity exists in the small world." "Indeed, master," Bai Fengjiu affirmed. "Yishio mentioned that their world possesses many such items, all created through a force called technology." "Technology?" Empress Bai Shi mused, nodding thoughtfully. "I would love the opportunity to visit this world of technology myself." "Master, you seem to quite like this mobile phone." Empress Bai Shi returned the device to Bai Fengjiu, a glimmer of admiration in her eyes. "Go find Yishio and see if he would be willing to exchange this for a divine artifact." Bai Fengjiu was momentarily taken aback, then laughed. "Master, you like the phone too? I shall go find Yishio and ask if he is willing." Empress Bai Shi smiled and nodded. "Go ahead, Joer. Remember to negotiate well with Yishio." "Understood, master," Bai Fengjiu replied, then turned to leave. Before long, Bai Fengjiu arrived at Yishio's residence. She gently knocked on the door, which opened promptly to reveal Yishio. "Miss Jiu, what brings you here?" "Please, come in," he warmly invited. Bai Fengjiu stepped inside, smiling as she presented the phone to Yishio. "Yishio, take a look at this." Yishio accepted the phone, glanced at it, and chuckled. "Isn't this the phone I gifted you? What's the matter?" "Well, my master is very fond of this phone," Bai Fengjiu explained. "She wishes to exchange a divine artifact for it. What do you think?" "A divine artifact? No need for that. A mobile phone is not a precious item. I can simply gift it to the Empress," Yishio replied, shaking his head generously. "Really? That is wonderful. I shall convey my gratitude to you on behalf of my master," Bai Fengjiu beamed. "There's no need for thanks. It is merely a trinket," Yishio said with a wave of his hand, then retrieved a brand new phone to hand to Bai Fengjiu. Bai Fengjiu accepted the phone, her heart brimming with gratitude as she looked at Yishio. "You are truly kind. I shall inform my master." "Do not mention it. It is just a small item," Yishio replied with a smile. With the phone in hand, Bai Fengjiu joyfully returned to the Empress's residence and presented the phone to Empress Bai Shi. "Master, this is the phone Yishio has gifted you." Empress Bai Shi received the phone, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. "He does not want a divine artifact in exchange. He simply offers it to me?" "Indeed, master," Bai Fengjiu clarified. "Yishio said it is merely a trinket and does not require an artifact for exchange. In that case, I shall accept it. Please extend my thanks to him." The Empress Bai Shi smiled as she began to fiddle with her phone. Observing the joyful demeanor of Empress Bai, she brought immense happiness to Bai Fengjiu's heart. Thus, the leisurely and pleasant moments always seemed to slip away like a fleeting shadow, vanishing in an instant. Unbeknownst to them, 7 days had already passed. It had been a full week since the day of system integration. Ding! The system integration was complete. The long-awaited system notification echoed once more in her mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining. Chapter 71. The new system. Ding! The system fusion has been completed. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the Zhutian Qingdao Liaoyan system. Simultaneously, this voice echoed in the minds of every group member. Zhutian Qingdao Liaoyan system, main system. After hearing the voice in his mind, Yishio silently pondered. System, please introduce yourself. Of course. Host, the full name of this system, Zhutian Wanjia Wushang Qingdao Daka Liaoyan Shijiao system, abbreviated as Zhutian Qingdao Liaoyan system. The host system is the main system. The group member systems are subsidiary systems. Newly added check-in feature. Daily check-in rewards are ordinary. The more consecutive days checked in, the better the rewards. Today marks the first check-in for the new system. There is a grand prize. Please check in as soon as possible. Newly added sign-in feature. Daily sign-in grants 10 points. A new mall system has been introduced, allowing points to be exchanged for items. Subsidiary system host check-in rewards will also be granted to the main system host. Ways to earn points. Sign-ins, item recycling, red envelopes, task rewards. Other basic features of the Zhutian Wanjia Wushang Qingdao Daka Liaoyan system. Red envelopes, videos, voice. Live streaming. Main system hosts have the authority to kick and mute members. The system will randomly issue tasks periodically for the convenience of group members to form teams. Members can purchase cross-border teleportation talismans from the mall for point-to-point teleportation functionality. Upon hearing the system's introduction, Yishio's eyes brightened. He swiftly opened the system interface and selected check-in and punch-in. Ding! Congratulations, host, for your first check-in. Your reward has doubled, earning you 100 points. Ding! Congratulations, host. For your first punch-in, you have received a physique advancement card, which can be used to advance to the chaos body. Ding! Congratulations, host. For your first punch-in, you have received 5 chaos stones. Ding! Congratulations, host. For your first punch-in, you have received 10,000 cubic units of cleansing essence. Ding! Congratulations, host. For your first punch-in, you have received a card for the full cultivation level of the Divine Monarch. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your rewards have been stored in the system space and can be accessed at any time. Wow, this is incredibly powerful. Yishio gazed at the rewards from his first punch-in, astonished and elated. Immediately after, the punch-in notifications from group members flooded in, bringing Yishio an endless stream of rewards. Ding! Group member King of Gods Kaisha has completed the punch-in. Host has received the reward, 9 Heavens Thunder Technique. Ding! Group member King of Gods Kaisha has completed the punch-in. Host has received the reward, Imperial Weapon Thunder Whip. Ding! Group member Demon Queen Morgana has completed the punch-in. Host has received the reward, Divine Demon Body Refinement Technique. Ding! Group member Demon Queen Morgana has completed the punch-in. Host has received the reward, Imperial Weapon Haotian Hammer. Ding! Group member Fan Ruruo has completed the punch-in. Host has received the reward, Sword Control Technique. Ding! Group member Fan Ruruo has completed the punch-in. Host has received the reward, Spirit Tool Heavenly Evil Sword. Ding! Group member Zhu Sisoa has completed the punch-in. Host has received the reward, 660 square meters of modern luxurious villa can be placed. Ding! Group member Zhu Sisoa has completed the punch-in. Host has received the reward, 10 million Huaxia coins, automatically converted to 10 million divine stones. With each punch-in notification, Yishio's excitement grew. Wow, this is simply delightful. Only when the voice in his mind ceased did Yishio take a deep breath, attempting to calm his exhilaration. After a moment of tranquility, Yishio opened the Zhutian Qingdao Liaoyan system. King of Gods Kaisha. This system fusion is truly fantastic. With these rewards, my righteous order shall spread to every corner of the universe. Demon King Morgana. Kaisha, you little minx, once my technique is perfected, I shall strip you of your short skirt and spank you. Fan Ruruo. Thank you, system, for granting me the sword control technique and a spirit tool. From now on, I can protect my brother. Zhu Soa. Thank you, Zhutian Wanjia Wushang Qingdao Daka Liaoyan system. From today onward, I will no longer need to endure my aunt's displeasure, nor will I have to squeeze into that tiny room. I am so happy. Seeing the messages from these charming group friends, Yishio smiled knowingly. He then sent a red envelope of divine stones to the group, stating, "Today is a joyful day. Let us celebrate with a red envelope." Click to claim 10,000 divine stones. Quantity, 7 portions. After sending the red envelope, Yishio did not pay further attention to the group members, directly exiting the system to review his recent gains. He opened the panel and glanced over it. Host, Yishio, physique. Sangtian dominance body, can transform into the dominance ancestor, realm, divine monarch perfection skills, divine culinary arts, holy light technique, eye of detection, great void technique, illusion breaking technique, mining prodigy. Items, 22 void escape talismans, can ignore all, long distance evasion. Physique advancement card, can be used to advance to the chaos body. 5 chaos stones, 10,009 cubic units of cleansing essence. 1 divine monarch perfection cultivation card, 30 million divine stones. 3 modern luxurious villas of 660 square meters can be placed. 3 Mercedes-Benz G 500 collector's editions, daily necessities. Techniques, heavenly demon path of formlessness, God devouring soul nourishing technique, breath concealing technique, 6 paths of reincarnation palm, 9 heavens thunder technique, divine demon body refinement technique, carefree cloud water technique, sword control technique, treasure tools, celestial artifact sky splitting staff, supreme imperial weapon Western Emperor Tower, supreme imperial weapon Star River fan, cave heaven small world, time-space teleportation door, usable in divine monarch realm, supreme imperial weapon thunder whip, supreme imperial weapon Haotian hammer, holy weapon heaven suppressing seal, spirit tool heavenly evil sword, soul power, green mid-level, soul power levels, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, silver, gold, system. During the use of rewards, can I shield others' perceptions? Yishio inquired in his mind. In response, the system assured the host, the system will automatically block others' perceptions. Please use it without worry. The system's considerate voice resonated in his mind. Yishio nodded in satisfaction and silently thought, use the physique advancement card. In an instant, he felt a powerful force surging from within, as if attempting to tear his body apart, only to recombine anew. Though this sensation is excruciating, it simultaneously carries an indescribable exhilaration. Every cell within his body undergoes relentless division and replication, soon accumulating to an astonishing 90 quintillion. After a few moments, the intertwining feelings of pain and delight gradually recede. Yishio perceives his body as if it has undergone a phoenix's rebirth, emerging renewed. He opens the system panel and discovers that his physical constitution has undergone a tremendous transformation. Constitution, chaos body, the most formidable constitution across myriad realms. Feeling an unprecedented surge of power coursing through him, it seems that with a mere flick of his hand, he could obliterate countless dragon outyin. Is this the power of the chaos body? Yishio murmurs to himself, his eyes glimmering with excitement. He then silently intones, activate the divine sovereign perfect realm cultivation card. As soon as his words leave his lips, the card transforms into a stream of luminous energy, swiftly entering his being. Unlike any previous breakthroughs, this time Yishio feels an overwhelming force flowing steadily and harmoniously within him. This power is gently absorbed by every cell in his body, bringing no discomfort of bursting. Rather, it leaves him feeling invigorated, as if basking in the warm sunlight of spring. As the power continues to integrate, Yishio's aura steadily ascends. He can distinctly sense himself effortlessly crossing the threshold from the perfect realm of the Divine King to the initial stage of the Divine Sovereign, and then seamlessly breaking through to the mid and late stages of the Divine Sovereign, ultimately stabilizing at the perfect realm of the Divine Sovereign. With the elevation of his cultivation level, his soul also grows increasingly formidable. The entire process flows with remarkable ease, as if everything unfolds naturally and seamlessly. Is this the power of the chaos body at the perfect realm of the Divine Sovereign? Yishio whispers to himself, his voice laced with astonishment. Moments later, his emotions gradually settle. He takes a deep breath and begins to circulate the breath concealment technique. As he practices the technique, his aura at the perfect realm of the Divine Sovereign begins to gradually condense and descend. Yishio can keenly feel the power within him being cleverly concealed, as if an invisible veil shrouds his true cultivation. Ultimately, his aura stabilizes at the perfect realm of the Divine King. Although his actual cultivation far surpasses this realm, in this moment, he appears to be merely a practitioner at the perfect realm of the Divine King, making it difficult for even those at the Divine Emperor level to perceive his true strength. This should prevent any unnecessary troubles. Yishio muses inwardly, feeling quite satisfied with the concealment methods of the breath concealment technique. Chapter 72. The conditions for advancing in the Dantian world. After concealing his aura in the perfected realm of the Divine King, Yishio began to examine the other rewards he had acquired. His gaze first settled upon the 5 Chaos Stones. System: how many Chaos Stones are required for the Dantian world to evolve into a Ruin-level Dantian? Yishio inquired internally. Reply to the host: the transition from Heaven-level Dantian to Ruin-level Dantian is a significant turning point. Ruin-level worlds require 10 Chaos Stones. Hong-level worlds require 100 Chaos Stones. Zhou-level worlds require 10,000 Chaos Stones. U-level worlds require 1,000,000 Chaos Stones. Alas, the journey to advance to U-level is indeed a formidable challenge. Yishio sighed deeply as he contemplated the number of Chaos Stones necessary for the advancement of the Dantian world. He then reviewed the rewards brought by the group members and felt a twinge of disbelief. A Mercedes-Benz G-Class for me to drive in the Divine Realm? However, the 3 sets of villas are rather splendid. They will be perfect for accommodating the increasing population of the Dantian world. Upon noticing the Imperial weapon obtained from Kaisha and Morgana, an image flashed in Yishio's mind. In this vision, the goddess Kaisha and the demon queen Morgana approached him. Kaisha wore a short skirt and held a small whip, while Morgana, muscular and imposing, wielded a massive hammer. The sight was quite overwhelming. Yishio involuntarily shivered and shook his head. Never mind. I shall first enter the small world and present the cleansing elixirs to the ladies and children. As soon as he thought this, his figure vanished from the courtyard. Within the Dantian world, when Yishio's presence materialized in the manor, the ladies chatting in the living room sensed his aura. Shen Muyue rose and led Lu Yu and Shun Li out of the living room. Husband, you're back. Xiao He exclaimed excitedly, rushing forward to embrace Yishio. Gazing down at Xiao He in his arms, Yishio affectionately ruffled her hair. The other ladies followed suit, and Shen Muyue was the first to inquire, Husband, what is the situation outside? The rest of the group wore expressions of curiosity. Yishio then recounted the matters concerning the Qingqiu Fox clan to his wives. Upon learning that the external environment was safe, the ladies sighed in relief. Just then, Lu Yu suddenly asked, Yishio, could you assist me with something? Yishio turned his attention to the enchanting Shen Li, intrigued by what she might need help with. Elder Lu Yu, how may I assist you? He asked. Could you keep an eye out for news about Feng Lai? Lu Yu replied, her gaze filled with anticipation as she regarded Yishio. Yishio pondered whether Feng Lai had used the void-breaking talisman to ascend to the demon domain and if he was still there. He then responded, Of course, I will be vigilant for any news regarding Elder Feng Lai. Thank you so much. Lu Yu expressed her gratitude, her face beaming with appreciation. Yishio waved his hand gently, saying, Elder Lu Yu, there is no need for thanks. This is but my duty. After all, he is Ali's father. He then turned to Shun Li, who looked equally expectant and grateful. Thank you, husband, Shun Li said as she stepped forward to embrace Yishio and planted a sweet kiss on his lips. Haha, ladies, come. Today husband will perform a magic trick for you, Yishio declared, leading the curious ladies toward the exterior of the manor. To the left of the manor, Yishio and the ladies arrived at a designated spot. Husband, why have you brought us here? The red-clad Jin Yao asked with curiosity. Do not worry, my dear wives. Allow me to show you a magic trick, he replied, waving his hand dramatically. With a thunderous crash, a deafening sound erupted, leaving Shen Muyue and the other ladies momentarily astounded. Their mouths agape and eyes wide in disbelief as 3 enormous villas appeared out of thin air. Husband, is this a magic trick? Indeed, husband, this cannot be an illusion, can it? Seeing the astonished expressions of the ladies, Yishio smiled proudly. Come, let us explore the grand houses I have conjured, he said, ushering them toward the villas adjacent to the manor. An hour later, after they had toured the 3 villas, Yishio chuckled and said, You may choose whichever one you desire to occupy. Subsequently, they all returned to the manor together. In the manor's living room, after they had seated themselves, Yishio produced a milky white bottle and handed it to Shen Muyue, softly stating, Xiao Yu, this is the cleansing elixir. Take it, and you may use it during your baths regularly. Dai and I and Xiao and I should also use it. Over time, it will enable you to evolve into beings with extraordinary physiques. Shen Muyue accepted the bottle, her face revealing surprise. Husband, will using this regularly truly allow us to develop unique physiques? Yishio smiled and nodded, reassuring her, absolutely, it will be highly beneficial for you. Remember to use it often. Thank you, husband. The ladies chorused, their voices filled with affection. Silly girls, there is no need for thanks to your husband, Yishio said, gazing at the ladies with tenderness. Just as laughter and joy filled the air, a rough voice echoed from outside the manor. Elder brother, have you returned? Moments later, a large bird with glossy black feathers waddled into view. The group turned in unison to recognize Su Su, who had been quietly cultivating near the Divine Mountain. What is it, Su Su? Shen Li inquired. Your Highness, I have matters to discuss with elder brother, Su Su declared, looking expectantly at Yishio. Elder brother, I have now reached the divine general realm. I wish to venture out with you. Observing the naive enthusiasm of Su Su, Yishio placed a hand on his forehead and replied, Su Su, wait until you reach the divine king realm, and then I will take you on adventures. Divine king realm? All right, elder brother, I will train diligently to reach the divine king realm as soon as possible, Su Su exclaimed, excitedly flapping his wings with confidence. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and dashed off to continue his training. The sight of Su Su's determination elicited laughter from the group. After Su Su departed, Yishio shared a tender moment with the ladies before leaving the small world. Just as Yishio emerged, intending to check the messages in the chat group, a series of knocks sounded at the door, followed by the voice of Bai Fengjiu calling from outside. Chapter 73, The Offspring Mission. A series of knocks resonated at the door, followed by the melodious voice of Bai Fengjiu from outside. Yishio, are you there? Coming. Yishio replied, making his way to the entrance and opening the courtyard door. Miss Jiu, is there something you need? Bai Fengjiu said cheerfully. I am here to inform you that we will be departing in 7 days, so please make the necessary preparations. Thank you for the reminder, Miss Jiu, Yishio responded. Would you like to come in and have a seat? No, I have matters to discuss with my master, so I shall take my leave, she replied. Very well, take care on your way. Yishio watched Bai Fengjiu's graceful figure fade into the distance, a faint smile gracing his lips as he closed the courtyard door and walked back into the room. After finding a chair to sit in, Yishio opened the system panel and glanced through the history of messages in the chat group. Fan Ruo. Thank you, Brother Yi, for the red envelope. Our world is in dire need of spiritual energy for cultivation. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. Demon Queen Morgana, Group Leader, when will you come to our world for a visit? After perusing through the chat records of the other group members, Yishio opened the system store to browse its offerings. Dragon Subduing 18 Palms, priced at 100 points. Heavenly Sword, priced at 50 points. Voidless Formless Technique, priced at 200 points. Supreme Divine Essence Formula, priced at 100,000 points. Northern Dipper Breakthrough Bow, priced at 5 million points. World Destruction Thunder Sword, priced at 5 million points. 10th Fierce Treasure Technique, priced at 5 million points. Chaos Stone, priced at 1 million points. Transformation into Freedom Technique, priced at 1 billion points. How outrageous, such exorbitant points. At this rate, I'll never be able to redeem anything. Yishio lamented as he gazed at the exorbitantly priced treasures in the store. System, recycle the Tian Xie Sword. Ding. Recycled the spiritual weapon Tian Xie Sword. The host has gained 1,000 points. Recycle the Zhen Tian Seal. Ding. Recycled the holy weapon Zhen Tian Seal. The host has gained 10,000 points. Sighing helplessly, Yishio closed the system store. Just then, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Task released. Assist female group members in conceiving and giving birth. Earn 1 million points for each child born. Task duration, permanently valid. This, what on earth? Yishio stared at the task issued by the system, excitement coursing through him at the prospect of 1 million points. However, a headache soon followed. How on earth was he meant to accomplish this task? Did it mean forcibly making someone pregnant? What a troublesome system, may it perish. Yishio grumbled. Simultaneously, the same voice resonated in the minds of all female group members. Ding. Task released. Give birth to the group leader's bloodline. Task details. Unite with the group leader. Earn 800,000 points for each offspring. Task duration, permanent. As they viewed the group task, The expressions of the female members varied. In the world of Qing Yunyan, at the Fan residence, Fan Ruo pondered in her chamber. I like my brother. I don't want to bear children for the group leader. But 800,000 points are so tempting. With those points, I could assist my brother even better. But it means having to be with the group leader. Her voice trailed off, her face alternating between crimson and pale. In the urban world, the thought of one day uniting with the group leader and giving birth made the women feel bashful. In the snowy realm, at the Upper Een Academy, a spirited young woman was engrossed in a book when the voice interrupted her thoughts. What kind of ridiculous system is this, demanding I bear children for the group leader? Humph. But those 800,000 points are so alluring. The spirited young woman was none other than Su Wei Xiong, the second princess of the Bei Liang royal family. In the super god world, Queen Kaisha of Angel City gazed with interest at the task requirements, finding it amusing, yet curious about what kind of person the group leader was. In the Kunsa Star Royal City, the imposing Morgana Queen, adorned with smoky makeup and bearing massive skeletal wings, directly opened the group panel to send a message. Demon Queen Morgana, Yishio, group leader, have you seen the group task? When will you come to my world? I shall welcome you with utmost hospitality. King of Gods Kaisha, my dear sister, do you understand the meaning of modesty? Demon Queen Morgana, Kaisha, you shameless wretch, be quiet. Once I bear the group leader's child, just wait and see how I will deal with you. Su Weixiong, observing secretly PNG Fan Ruo, observing secretly PNG Yi Zhenzhen, observing secretly PNG Zhu Sangha, observing secretly PNG Guanju Air, observing secretly PNG. As Yi Xiao perused the chat records of the group members, a smirk crept across his face, followed by a chuckle. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, to all the lovely group members, regarding this matter. Let us discuss it further 7 days from now after I attend the Yao Yu Grand Meeting. At that time, I shall live stream the event for everyone to see. Fan Ruo, Brother Yi, could you tell us about your world? Morgana, yes, group leader, please share with us. After chatting with the group members for quite some time, Yi Xiao closed the group panel. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. In the palace of the Qing Qiu Fox clan, Empress Bai Shi sat gracefully upon her jade seat, while to her left stood the holy maiden Bai Feng Jiao, and to her right, the grand elder. Yi Xiao stood beside the holy maiden. Surveying the gathered crowd, Empress Qing Qiu slowly parted her cherry lips and began, this time, at the Yao Yu Grand Meeting. Chapter 74, Yao AI Mountain. This time, the grand gathering of the Yao domain will be led by the third elder and the saintess. As you command, your majesty, third elder Bai Xiaofu responded with a respectful bow. Yes, master, Bai Fengzhou also bowed in acknowledgement. As she surveyed the crowd below, the empress, Bai Shi, cast a glance at Yi Xiao before turning her attention back to the third elder, and gradually spoke. Third elder, as our honored guest, please ensure the safety of young Master Yi. Yes, your majesty. Yi Xiao expressed his gratitude with a slight smile and a bow. The Empress Bai Shi nodded slightly and continued, this gathering may not quell the Dragon Clan's desire for a union, so I will rely on you to keep a vigilant watch. Third elder. Rest assured, your majesty, I will ensure the safe return of our clan's young men. Third elder Bai Xiaofu confidently assured. As the grand elder of the Qingqiu Fox clan, her cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the divine emperor level, and with her extensive battle experience, she felt assured about safeguarding her kin during the event. As the Empress Bai Shi concluded her announcement, the attendees began to take their leave, preparing to set forth to Yao AI Mountain for the grand gathering. In addition to third elder Bai Xiaofu and saintess Bai Fengjiu, the Qingqiu Fox clan was also represented by 6 exceptionally gifted disciples, including Bai Linger and Bai Jia. They boarded the Qingqiu Fox clan's unique flying artifact, the Jiuwei Tashansuo, soaring through the clouds towards Yao AI Mountain. The Jiuwei Tashansuo was remarkably swift, yet the vastness of the Yao domain meant that after several days of travel, they finally approached Yao AI Mountain. From a distance, Yao AI Mountain was shrouded in dense demonic energy, resembling an ancient beast lying in wait. Saintess, we are nearing Yao AI Mountain, third elder Bai Xiaofu announced from the front of the Tashansuo, gazing ahead at the mountain. All right, let everyone prepare for landing, Bai Fengjiu replied with a nod. As the Jiuwei Tashansuo descended, Yi Xiao and the others witnessed the bustling scene at the foot of Yao AI Mountain. Why do all the cultivators in the Yao domain appear human? Yi Xiao inquired. Curiosity etched across his face as he observed the surrounding Yao domain cultivators. This dates back to ancient times in the divine realm, Bai Fengjiu began to explain. It is said that during the early days of the divine realm's creation, the cultivators of the divine domain far surpassed those of the Yao domain and the underworld. Later, Yao domain cultivators discovered that by cultivating in human form, they could progress at an astonishing rate. Thus, both Yao domain and underworld cultivators adopted human forms for their cultivation. How intriguing, Yishio remarked, appreciating her insight. At this moment, the Jiuwei Tashansuo had landed on the surface, and the group disembarked. Yishio surveyed the surrounding Yao domain cultivators. Though they retained human appearances, their wildness and unique aura starkly contrasted with the cultivators he had encountered in the divine domain. System, activate the live streaming feature, Yishio silently commanded. As soon as his thought materialized, an invisible energy surged from above his head, swiftly vanishing into the void, undetected by the numerous Yao domain cultivators present. Ding! Group message notification. Group leader Yishio has started a live broadcast. Group members may watch for free. Hey, friends, I have now arrived at Yao AI Mountain, the site of the grand gathering, Yishio announced. Brother Yi, isn't this the Yao domain? Why don't I see any demonic beasts? Fan Ruro questioned. Could it be that these people are all transformed from demonic creatures? The demon Queen Morgana speculated. Observing the comments from the group members, Yishio provided a brief explanation before diverting his focus from the live stream. Yishio, let us move swiftly. The grand gathering is about to commence, Bai Fengjiu reminded. Yishio nodded. Proceeding with Bai Fengjiu and Third Elder towards the venue of the event. They navigated through the animated crowd and arrived at a vast square. In the center of the square, a grand platform had already been erected, adorned with an array of exotic fruits and fine wines. Wow, how lively! Exclaimed Bai Linger and the other disciples. Indeed, the grand gathering of the Yao domain is always a significant event. Various clans send representatives to participate, exchange cultivation insights, and trade resources. There is even a dual platform constructed by powerful beings in the Yao domain to resolve disputes between clans, Bai Fengjiu softly explained, her gaze fixed on the distant dual platform. Just as Third Elder Bai Xiaofu led the Qingqiu Fox clan members to take their seats, a boisterous voice rang out nearby. Oh, if it isn't the saintess of the Fox clan, Bai Fengjiu. Brother, why don't you greet your woman? Long Outyin glanced at Bai Fengjiu on the platform, then turned to Long Xiaotian. Long Xiaotian also noticed Bai Fengjiu and her companions. Ignoring Long Outyan's banter, his expression icy as he approached the platform. Long Outyin and his entourage followed suit. With a smug smirk, Long Outyin was about to take his seat when his gaze inadvertently landed on the man beside Bai Fengjiu. Instantly, he felt a tightening in his being and subconsciously crossed his legs. But soon his eyes sparkled with excitement. Yishio, what a surprise to encounter you here. It seems heaven has given you no path, and you have stumbled into hell. Long Outyin sneered at Yishio, his face twisted with malice as he envisioned Yishio kneeling before him, begging for mercy. Yishio, upon hearing this, raised his gaze to meet Long Outyan's, a faint smile playing on his lips. Long Outyin, it has been a while. Your arrogance remains unchanged, Yishio replied dismissively. Humph, Yishio, don't think you can behave as you did before. This is not the lower realm. This is the Yao domain. If you dare to cause trouble here, I will ensure you experience a fate worse than death. Long Outyin threatened fiercely. Yishio merely chuckled lightly in response, choosing not to engage. He did not wish to provoke conflict with Long Outyin, especially since he had come to the gathering alongside the Qingqiu Fox clan and sought to avoid any trouble for them. Very well, Outyin, please take a seat. We shall address other matters later, spoke the third elder, Long Haoyu, casting a chilling glance at the members of the Qingqiu Huzu. With a disdainful snort, Long Outyin fixed his gaze upon Yishio, dismissively huffing before settling down. Although Long Outyin had momentarily quieted, Yishio could perceive the simmering resentment and provocation glimmering in his eyes. Nevertheless, Yishio paid it no heed, as his attention was drawn to a group of individuals on the opposite side of the Longzhu. Clad in blood-red robes and adorned with masks that bore a haunting semblance of both laughter and sorrow, they were an unsettling sight. Zhiogunyang, what faction do those individuals belong to? Yishio inquired, turning his gaze towards her. Bai Fengjiu followed Yishio's line of sight and quietly elucidated. Those individuals hail from Huanshoushan. They never reveal their true identities and are shrouded in mystery. To their right lies the influence of Tian Huangshan, while to the left of Zulong Yuan is Tian Yaogu. Next to Tianyao Gu are the members of Yao Shindian. Only we, the 6 great factions, are permitted to stand here. The other factions must remain below the platform. Chapter 75. The Rabbit Maiden Indeed. Upon hearing Bai Fengjiu's introduction, Yishou nodded gently, redirecting his gaze towards the 2 individuals at the forefront of Huanshan Mountain, employing a probing technique. Character: Huan Shan, 5th Elder of Huanshan Mountain, Realm. Character: Huan Yu, Young Master of Huanshan Mountain, Realm. He then shifted his attention to Long Xiaodian and his companions. Character: Long Xiaodian, 1st son of the Dragon Emperor of Zilongjuan, Realm. Character: Long Outyin, youngest son of the Dragon Emperor of Zilongjuan, Realm. Early stage of Divine Sovereign. Character: Long Haoyu, 3rd Elder of Zilongjuan, Realm. Just as Yishou was scrutinizing the information of the Dragon Clan, a voice emerged from among the members of the Yao God Palace. Brother Feng, why is the Holy Maiden of Tianhuang Mountain absent this time? Haha. The Holy Maiden spends all her time with a small cultivator who ascended from the lower realms. How could she find time to attend any grand gatherings? The young master of Yaoyao Valley, Ji Chongkong, remarked mockingly at Feng Yunxian, the holy son of Tianhuang Mountain. Enough, Chongkong, there's no need for anger. The 3rd Elder of Tianhuang Mountain, Feng Yu, said calmly, glancing at the oncoming ire of Feng Yunxian. Such matters are mere rumors and should not be taken seriously. Our Holy Maiden is absent due to being in a crucial phase of her closed-door training. The youth from Yaoyao Valley should refrain from reckless speech. Ji Chongkong, observing the somber expression on Feng Yu's face, let out a cold laugh and chose not to continue. At this moment, Yishou had concluded his examination of everyone present. Aside from the 2 prominent figures from the major factions whose realms remained undisclosed, the rest were either at the Divine Sovereign or Divine Monarch levels. Jiu Gongzhu, do you know anything about Long Xiaodian? Yishou turned to the poised Bai Fengjiu beside him, asking softly. After a moment's contemplation, Bai Fengjiu replied, Long Xiaodian is the 1st son of the Dragon Emperor of Zilongjuan, at the early stage of Divine Sovereign, and ranks 8th on the Eternal Talent list. The other young masters and holy sons from the various factions also rank within the top 15 of the same list. As for the divine son of the Yao God Palace, Yao Yaoling, it is said that he has reached the late stage of Divine Sovereign, placing him 2nd on the Eternal Talent list. And the 1st place? Are there any other rankings within the Divine Realm? Yishou inquired. His curiosity piqued. The 1st place is held by the young master of the Shenhui Mansion in the Divine Domain, who is also rumored to be at the late stage of Divine Sovereign. However, they once fought, and Yao Yaoling was defeated by the young master of Shenhui Mansion. Besides the Eternal Talent list, there is also the Eternal Beauty list, Bai Fengjiu explained gently. The Eternal Beauty list? Given that both you and your master possess breathtaking beauty, I presume you are at the top of that list. Yishou remarked, admiring the ethereal Bai Fengjiu. Upon hearing his compliment, a faint blush graced her fair cheeks, and she shyly lowered her head, responding softly, You flatter me, young Master Yi. While my master and I may be pleasing to the eye, the divine realm is filled with beauties, and we have not claimed the top position on the Eternal Beauty list. In fact, that honor belongs to another, a truly remarkable woman. Oh, might I inquire who this esteemed woman is? Yishou asked, intrigued. She is the leader of the Huanin Pavilion in the Divine Domain, the Huanin Fairy. A glimmer of respect shone in Bai Fengjiu's eyes as she spoke of the pavilion master. Just as the 2 were conversing, Elder Yao Si of the Yao God Palace rose and said, Now that our people from the Yao Domain are gathered, let us commence. Following his words, he clapped his hands, prompting a group of women clad in sheer garments to approach. The foremost among them was a strikingly beautiful girl with rabbit ears, exuding an adorable charm. Xiao Wu, let us begin. Yes, Elder, the girl with rabbit ears responded with a bow. Then, several of the women began to play musical instruments while Xiao Wu led the remaining girls in a dance, the feathered garment dance. As Yishou observed the dancing rabbit maiden, he activated his probing skill, and information about her appeared before his eyes. Name, Xiao Wu, Soul Beast. Realm, late stage of divine human age, 30,000 years. Height, 155 meters. Weight, 42 grams. Is this not the wife of the 3rd young master? Yishou thought, astonished as he gazed at the leading dancer. Amidst the beautiful music and dance, the attendees indulged in spiritual fruits and divine wine, and soon, the grand feast approached its conclusion. After the rabbit maiden and her companions departed, Elder Yao Si spoke. Next, we enter the free time. Esteemed friends, please. As Elder Yao Si's voice faded, Ji Changkong, the young master of Yaoyao Valley, strolled over to the side of the Qingxiu Fox clan and addressed Yi Xiu, saying slowly, "May I inquire how this friend is addressed? You do not seem to be of the Qingxiu Fox clan. I am Yi Xiu, not of the Qingxiu Fox clan. The holy maiden of the Qingxiu Fox clan is a dear friend of mine, and thus, I accompanied her," Yi Xiu replied, cupping his hands. "I see." Ji Changkong nodded slightly, and then turned his gaze to Bai Fengjiu, smiling warmly as he said, "Miss Bai, it has been 1,000 years since we last met. Yet you remain as enchanting as ever." Bai Fengjiu glanced at Ji Changkong and replied coolly, "Young Master Ji, you flatter me." After this, she chose to disregard him. Ji Changkong, feeling awkward under Bai Fengjiu's indifferent demeanor, rubbed his forehead. "Brother Ji, I have a question I wish to pose, if I may," Yi Xiu interjected, noticing Ji Changkong's discomfort and smiling. "You may speak freely, Brother Yi. I assure you, I will hold nothing back." Ji Changkong replied with a smile, readily. "Brother Ji, regarding your earlier comment about the holy maiden of Tianhuang Mountain associating with a cultivator who ascended from the lower realms, do you know the name of that young man?" Bai Fengjiu's gaze also turned towards Ji Changkong, awaiting his response. "The holy maiden of Tianhuang Mountain and I were once friends, but we have not been in contact for several hundred years. I never anticipated that in such a short span, she would have found someone she cares for. I am equally curious about his background," Ji Changkong said, feeling a surge of excitement as he noticed Bai Fengjiu's attention on him. "I have only heard that he seems to be a small cultivator who ascended from the lower realms. How she came to like this person is still a mystery. It is quite a coincidence that this individual seems to possess the bloodline of the phoenix, and their name appears to be... What was it?" Ji Changkong pondered as he touched his forehead, striving to recall this person's name. "Is it Feng Lai?" Yi Xiu gazed at Ji Changkong and quickly interjected with a question. Yes, it is indeed Feng Lai," Ji Changkong exclaimed as he suddenly slapped his forehead, speaking loudly. Chapter 76. The Grief of Ao Tian Yi Xiu. "Do you know this Feng Lai?" Bai Fengjiu inquired with a curious expression upon hearing Yi Xiu directly mention that person's name. "Indeed, how did you come to know his name?" Ji Changkong, scratching his forehead, cast a puzzled glance at Yi Xiu. "Well, I happen to know that individual. What a coincidence." Yi Xiu chuckled awkwardly while touching his nose and continued. "I am actually an ascender from the same small world as him. Given what you mentioned, I merely made a casual guess, never expecting it to be true. You too are an ascender from a small world, Yi Xiu? No wonder you possess such extraordinary demeanor, yet are not listed among the top talents," Ji Changkong remarked, a hint of admiration in his tone, just as the three were engaged in their leisurely conversation. An untimely voice pierced the air. "Yi Xiu, do you dare to face me on the duel platform?" Long Ao Tian approached with a scornful look, a cruel and eerie smile adorning his face, swaggering over like a dandy. "Ha, you, a defeated foe, possess little strength, yet speak so boastfully." Yi Xiu observed the dandy-style Long Ao Tian, a teasing smile gracing his features as he casually remarked, "Defeated foe? What nonsense. You ambushed me. I was careless and did not evade, which gave you the chance." Long Ao Tian, enraged by Yi Xiu's words, had his expression darken instantly, unleashing a formidable aura. The onlookers were drawn to the commotion, becoming mere spectators. "What? Have I struck a nerve, causing your anger?" Yi Xiu maintained his smile, continuing to provoke in a calm tone. "Humph, you arrogant brat, do you dare to ascend the platform for a battle? Today, I shall demonstrate the true strength of Long Ao Tian." With a furious roar, Long Ao Tian dashed towards the duel platform. Seeing this, Yi Xiu moved swiftly to follow. The two soon arrived at the duel platform, one pursuing the other. "Yi Xiu, today marks your demise." Long Ao Tian stood on the platform, glaring at Yi Xiu with a malevolent gaze, as if wishing to devour him whole. "Ha, come forth, little beggar. Let me witness the extent of your prowess." Yi Xiu replied with a faint smile, his tone dismissive. "Ah, you wish for my death." Long Ao Tian, utterly incensed by Yi Xiu's disdainful demeanor, roared as he summoned his divine artifact, the dragon-patterned black gold cauldron. As the cauldron emerged, a chilling aura enveloped the entire duel platform. The dragon patterns upon its surface shimmered, reminiscent of a true dragon swimming within, emanating a heart-stopping pressure. "Heavenly river hanging." Long Ao Tian bellowed, channeling the power of the dragon-patterned black gold cauldron, gathering the forces of heaven and earth. Energy within the cauldron rapidly condensed, forming a colossal golden beam that cascaded towards Yi Xiu like a hanging river. The beam surged forward at an incredible speed, reaching Yi Xiu in an instant. Alas, it is a pity your realm is too low. Yi Xiu effortlessly extended a palm, employing his 6 paths of reincarnation palm, and instantly transformed the attack into nothingness. What? How is that possible? You actually... Long Ao Tian's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression one of utter shock. Haha, truly a weakling. Yi Xiu mocked, shaking his head lightly. Unable to accept that his full-force strike had been so easily negated by Yi Xiu, Long Ao Tian's eyes turned crimson as he swallowed a medicinal pill, his aura surging to the pinnacle of the Divine King realm. Once more, he exerted all his strength to activate the dragon-patterned black gold cauldron, forming an even thicker golden beam aimed directly at Yi Xiu. 6 paths of reincarnation palm. Yi Xiu remained composed, once again unleashing the 6 paths of reincarnation palm. His palm transformed into an immense hand, swiftly grasping the airborne dragon-patterned black gold cauldron, erasing Long Ao Tian's spiritual imprint within the divine artifact. The audience below was captivated by the duel, watching in astonishment as Yi Xiu effortlessly defeated Long Ao Tian and seized his treasure. This Yi Xiu, I have never heard of him before. Who knew he was so powerful? Indeed, I never expected Long Ao Tian, after taking a medicinal pill, would still be so easily overwhelmed. The murmurs of the crowd only fueled Long Ao Tian's anger and shame, making him feel like a mere clown. No, this is impossible. Long Ao Tian could not accept the harsh reality, his voice hoarse as he spoke. The heart of the path shattered, the feeling of defeat surged over him like a tidal wave. Suddenly, a sharp pain in his chest forced him to spit out a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground as if struck by lightning. With his spirit wounded, his cultivation plummeted to the level of a divine general. Observing the defeated Long Ao Tian, Yi Xiu shook his head expressionlessly as he walked down from the platform. As he passed by the Dragon Clan members, Yi Xiu felt a sudden shift in his heart, keenly sensing a hidden murderous intent. Instinctively, he followed the source of the killing intent with his gaze, locking onto the 3rd elder of the Dragon Clan, Long Haoyu. When Long Haoyu noticed Yi Xiu's gaze, his expression turned cold as he remarked, "Brat, how dare you so boldly humiliate a member of my Dragon Clan? You possess great audacity." Yi Xiu, hearing this, halted his steps and met Long Haoyu's gaze, unflinching as he replied, "By what right do you speak? On the duel platform, each relies on their own abilities. Are only your Dragon Clan allowed to win while others are forbidden from triumphing?" Sharp-tongued, Long Haoyu snorted coldly, regardless of your words. "Today you must provide an explanation to my Dragon Clan. Otherwise, you shall not leave Yaowai Mountain alive." Yi Xiu chuckled lightly, shaking his head. "Do you think I fear your Dragon Clan? You." Long Haoyu's face turned ashen with rage. As the 3rd elder of the Dragon Clan, he had never been so openly disrespected by a junior. Just as he prepared to take action, another voice rang out. "Long Haoyu, this is the gathering of Yaowai Mountain. Do you truly wish to oppose our 5 great powers?" The 3rd elder of the Qing Qiu Fox clan, Bai Xiaofu, stepped forward slowly, her voice icy as she spoke. Long Haoyu, seeing this, felt his anger simmer but knew he had to restrain himself. "Bai Xiaofu, do you and your Qing Qiu Fox clan intend to protect this brat?" Long Haoyu questioned, his tone icy. "Yi Xiu is a friend of our Qing Qiu Fox clan," Bai Xiaofu replied calmly. Long Haoyu took a deep breath, suppressing the fury within. "Very well. I hope you do not regret your decision today." Long Haoyu spoke in a chilling tone. "Xiao Tian, take Ao Tian, we shall depart." With that, he flicked his sleeve and indignantly turned away. Long Xiaotian cast a frosty glance at Yi Xiu before following the members of the Dragon Clan. "Brother Yi, the Dragon Clan will undoubtedly seek retribution. You must exercise utmost caution." Ji Chong Kong approached Yi Xiu, expressing his concern. "Thank you for your care, Brother Ji. I shall act with prudence," Yi Xiu replied with a smile, bowing in gratitude. "With our Qingqiu Fox clan present, I doubt the Dragon Clan would dare to overstep their bounds," Bai Fengjiu said with concern. "Let us not dwell on this. Instead, let us proceed to that area and see if there are any items available for trade." With that, Yi Xiu and the others made their way toward the trading area. Suddenly, a figure caught their eye. It was the girl with rabbit ears. Chapter 77. The wife of the little third Ah. Is it her? Yi Xiao exclaimed softly, a glimmer of interest illuminating his face. What? Do you know that young lady, Brother Yi? Ji Changkong inquired curiously. Not personally, but she bears a striking resemblance to someone I know, Yi Xiao replied with a smile, reminiscing about Tang San, whom he encountered shortly after ascending to the divine realm. The rabbit-eared girl seemed to sense Yi Xiao's gaze. She turned her head, met his eyes, and offered a gentle smile before attempting to turn away. Miss, may I have a moment? The rabbit-eared girl turned back, looking at Yi Xiao with a voice as soft as a lark, asking, do you have something to discuss? Noticing her paused steps, Yi Xiao approached slowly and inquired gently, might I ask if your name is Xiao Wu? I am Xiao Wu, and you are? Xiao Wu blinked her large, gem-like eyes, gazing curiously at Yi Xiao. I am Yi Xiao. We are not acquainted, but I felt you resembled someone I know, he explained with a smile. Oh, I see. Xiao Wu beamed a sweet smile. Does the person you know share my name as well? Indeed. She too is named Xiao Wu. Yi Xiao nodded, wondering if Xiao Wu was familiar with Tang San. Tang San. Is that Sango? Upon hearing this name, a flicker of excitement danced in Xiao Wu's eyes, but it quickly dimmed. It cannot be Sango. How could he know someone as significant as you? Observing the sadness in Xiao Wu's expression, Yi Xiao chuckled, saying, I am no great figure. I only ascended from the lower realm not long ago. What? You mean you are also an ascender from the lower realm? Xiao Wu exclaimed joyfully, grasping Yi Xiao's arm eagerly. Yi Xiao glanced down at the rabbit-eared girl holding onto his arm and reassured her, please do not rush, for I am indeed an ascender. I first encountered Tang San at the place of ascension. How is he now? Where is he? Xiao Wu asked anxiously, her grip tightening on Yi Xiao's arm. Tang San as well. I gave him a teleportation talisman, though I do not know his current whereabouts. However, rest assured, I believe he will be fine. Yi Xiao comforted her, which eased Xiao Wu's worry slightly, though her gaze still reflected concern for Tang San. A teleportation talisman? Sangu. Xiao Wu murmured. Noticing her distress, Yi Xiao offered, Xiao Wu, Tang San is a clever individual. I am sure he will be all right. You must have faith in him. Xiao Wu looked at Yi Xiao with gratitude, her eyes glistening with tears. Yidago, I cannot thank you enough. If you can truly help me find Sango, I would be willing to grant you any request. Is that so? Any request at all? Yi Xiao gazed at the rabbit-eared girl, assessing her petite yet proud figure, and smiled. Xiao Wu blushed slightly at his words, hastily lowering her head and softly replying, of course, it cannot be that sort of request. Anything else is fine. Haha, splendid then. Shall you accompany me for now? Yi Xiao suggested with a grin. Xiao Wu lifted her head, a hint of reluctance crossing her features as she softly said, Yidago, to leave the sect, I must report to the elders first. Are the elders of your sect present here? The second elder is here, just over there. Xiao Wu pointed in a direction. Following her gesture, Yi Xiao spotted an elderly woman negotiating prices with a vendor over a rare treasure. This seven-leaf lotus is an innate sixth-tier treasure. It will not be sold for less than 500,000 divine stones. Humph, who would pay 500,000? Overhearing their conversation, Yi Xiao approached slowly. Elder, Xiao Wu respectfully called out as she followed. The elderly woman turned to see her disciple trailing behind a young man. I shall cover the 500,000 divine stones for this elder. Yi Xiao interjected, interrupting her. No good deed goes unpunished. You need not trouble yourself, young Master Yi, the elderly woman replied, declining. Esteemed elder, I have a request. Xiao Wu is my friend. Thus, I am willing to offer 500,000 divine stones as gratitude for your sect's care for her. Without waiting for her refusal, Yi Xiao handed the vendor the 500,000 divine stones. This, I must thank you, young Master Yi. Your friend can naturally leave with you. The elderly woman said with a smile and cupped her hands in gratitude. Yi Xiao smiled gently, returning the gesture, then turned to Xiao Wu, saying, Xiao Wu, let us depart. A flicker of gratitude shone in Xiao Wu's eyes as she nodded, bidding farewell to the elderly woman before following Yi Xiao toward the Qing Qiu Fox clan. Thank you, Yi Degu, she expressed, warmth surging within her as she looked up at him. Yi Xiao offered a faint smile, not saying much. Yi Xiao she. Bai Fengjiu observed as Yi Xiao approached with the rabbit-eared girl, hesitating to speak. Her name is Xiao Wu. She will accompany us for now. Jiugunyang, may I ask for your assistance? Yi Xiao said to Bai Fengjiu with a hint of embarrassment. Certainly, just tell me what you need. Also Yi Xiao, Please refrain from calling me Jiao Gunyang in the future. Simply refer to me as Feng Jiao or Jiao Air. Bai Feng Jiao replied with a warm smile. Very well, Jiao. Jiao Air, I wish to inquire about Feng Li's current situation. However, as a man, I find it awkward to seek information about the holy maiden of Tian Huang Mountain. Could you help me inquire on their behalf? Yi Xiao said awkwardly. Sure. Please wait a moment while I gather information for you. Bai Feng Jiao responded before heading toward the people from Tian Huang Mountain nearby. Shortly after, Bai Feng Jiao returned. Yi Xiao, I have some unfortunate news. Wan Gu and Feng Li have already departed from Tian Huang Mountain, and their current whereabouts are unknown. By the way, Feng Wan Gu is the holy maiden of Tian Huang Mountain. Is that so? What a pity. Yi Xiao sighed. Disappointment evident on his face as he shook his head. It seems they are fated not to meet in the near future. Very well. Let us proceed to that stall over there. Bai Feng Jiao pointed towards a nearby vendor. Subsequently, the crowd ambled over together. How much for this divine stone? Bai Feng Jiao crouched before the stall, lifting a blue flower that exuded a peculiar fragrance, her eyes sparkling with delight as she inquired. The stall owner, an elderly man with silvery hair, squinted as he appraised the Tian Bu Lao in Bai Feng Jiao's hand and slowly responded, Little girl, you possess a discerning eye. This Tian Bu Lao was brought back from the sea of reincarnation by me long ago. This item. Chapter 78. Counterattack. This item holds immeasurable value for female cultivators. Since you are interested, I shall offer it to you for the price of 1,000,000 divine stones. As the crowd busied themselves selecting their desired items, 7 stones radiating a dark aura caught Yi Xiao's attention. These, astonishingly, are chaos stones. Yi Xiao's gaze sharpened, a wave of uncontainable excitement surging within him. Boss, how much for these stones? Yi Xiao pointed to the stones in the corner, feigning ignorance as he casually inquired. The elderly vendor followed Yi Xiao's finger and, seeing that he was referring to those seemingly useless dark stones, responded indifferently. Oh, those? I have no idea what they are. I thought they looked rather unique, so I brought them back. Since you want them, I'll give you all for 200,000 divine stones. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao felt a surge of joy, though he maintained an inscrutable demeanor, nodding slightly as he withdrew 200,000 divine stones from his storage ring and handed them to the elderly vendor. The vendor accepted the stones and passed the 7 chaos stones to Yi Xiao. What a delight! With this meager sum of divine stones, I have acquired 7 chaos stones. Now the cave heaven world can ascend to the level of desolation, Yi Xiao thought with exhilaration as he stowed the stones away. After the transaction, the crowd continued to browse several more stalls, purchasing various necessities before preparing to depart back to the Qingqiu Fox clan. Yi Xiao, by Gongzhu, might I invite you to visit my Tianyao Valley? Ji Chong Kong approached the group with a warm smile. I appreciate your kind invitation, Ji Xiong, but I have some personal matters to attend to, and I fear I cannot accept your hospitality at Tianyao Valley. Yi Xiao replied with a slight smile and a respectful gesture. Bai Feng Jiao nodded in agreement, adding, Ji Xiaozhu, perhaps we can gather another time. Seeing their response, Ji Chong Kong felt a twinge of disappointment but understood their decision. He clasped his hands and said, If that is the case, I shall not insist. Yi Xiao, by Gongzhu, until we meet again. Until we meet again. Yi Xiao and Bai Feng Jiao echoed in unison before turning towards the flying artifact of the Qingqiu Fox clan, the Nine-Tailed Sky Weaver. High above, the Nine-Tailed Sky Weaver soared at great speed. Yi Xiao, Bai Feng Jiao, and the third elder by Xiaofu stood at the front of the vessel, while Xiao Wu and the other disciples remained in the rear cabin. This time, Long Haoyu will likely not relent. You two should return to the cabin. I will keep watch here, Bai Xiaofu said, gazing ahead with a serious expression. I will stay as well, Yi Xiao replied firmly. Indeed, Bai Zonglao, this is my personal grudge with the Dragon Clan. How can I stand idly by? Yi Xiao inhaled deeply, his resolve unwavering. After all, having an extra ally would only bolster their strength. Very well, Bai Xiaofu sighed softly, observing their determined expressions. As the flying vessel sped through the air, the 3 of them sat cross-legged at the front. 2 hours later, the vessel reached an expanse above a plain. Not good. Suddenly, a blade of light that seemed to tear through the heavens appeared in the void, hurtling towards the vessel at breakneck speed. The third elder sprang to his feet, summoning his divine emperor artifact, the illusory moon sword, to defend against the attack. A loud clash echoed through the air as Bai Xiaofu staggered back 3 steps, blood pouring from his mouth. Third elder, Bai Feng Jiao exclaimed in alarm, rushing forward to support the pale Bai Xiaofu. Ignoring her injury, Bai Xiaofu looked up at the void, and Yi Xiu and Bai Fengjiu followed her gaze, seeing Long Haoyu clad in a black robe, wielding a dark blade, hovering in the air. Gazing at the three aboard the vessel, Long Haoyu's expression turned cold as he remarked, "Heh, Bai Xiaofu, after several millennia, you have made no progress at all. Truly a waste. You have already broken through to the divine sovereign realm," Bai Xiaofu said in shock, staring at the figure who had just severely injured him. "Haha, did you not expect it? I broke through to the divine sovereign realm a millennium ago. Today, your Fox clan dares to shelter those who have harmed my kin. Are you regretting it now? Haha." With that, he shifted his gaze toward Yi Xiu, a cruel smile spreading across his face. "Boy, the consequence of offending my clan is death. I will hold him off. You two take the opportunity to escape," Bai Xiaofu urged, taking a deep breath and suppressing his injuries. "Third elder, we shall not flee. We will fight together." "There may still be a chance," Yi Xiu insisted. "It is futile. He has already ascended to the divine sovereign realm, far beyond what the divine emperor realm can contend with." Ignoring Bai Xiaofu's words, Yi Xiu fixed his gaze on Long Haoyu in the void, speaking with an unruffled demeanor. "Are all members of the dragon clan like you? Each one so arrogant and overbearing, utterly dismissive of others." Long Haoyu's expression darkened further at his words, and he sneered, "Kid, do you think a few words can provoke me? Speak your last words quickly. Perhaps I can assist you. What a tiresome fellow. Enough with the chatter. Just attack already. Devour soul, shatter realm." Long Haoyu bellowed, swinging his blade towards the members aboard the vessel. Seeing this, Bai Xiaofu and Bai Fengjiu's expressions changed, readying their own artifacts for a desperate fight. However, at that moment, Yi Xiu suddenly sprang into action. 6 paths of reincarnation palm. Yi Xiu shouted, his palm transforming into a colossal hand that bore the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Crashing against Long Haoyu's attack, the two tremendous forces collided in the air, producing a thunderous roar. Yi Xiu staggered back a few steps, his eyes sparkling with excitement. This was his first encounter with an adversary capable of pushing him back. How formidable! Is this the power of the divine sovereign realm? Yi Xiu marveled inwardly. Yi Xiu, are you alright? Bai Fengjiu and Bai Xiaofu queried with concern. I am fine, do not worry. Leave him to me, Yi Xiu replied confidently, shaking his head. No wonder he is so arrogant. He actually possesses some skill to withstand my attack unscathed. Long Haoyu, observing that his strike had been met with resistance, felt a flicker of surprise in his eyes. It seems I underestimated you, boy. However, you still cannot alter your fate of defeat today. You old fool, if you intend to fight, then do so without delay. Enough with your incessant prattle. Very well, since you are eager to meet your demise, I shall grant you this wish today. With that, I channeled all my divine power into the Jimmy Qian Kuan Dao. The Jimmy Qian Kuan slash was unleashed. Yi Xiu's expression grew grave as he soared into the sky, summoning the long-forgotten celestial artifact, the Ego, Lai Tian. With a furious roar from Yi Xiu, the Lai Tian staff carved a breathtaking trajectory through the air, bearing the overwhelming force capable of obliterating all, as it met the blade's radiance of the Jimmy Qian Kuan Dao. The two formidable powers collided mid-air, resulting in a thunderous explosion that shattered the silence, causing the very void to tremble at that moment, with fissures appearing in the surrounding space. Yi Xiu staggered backward several steps, each retreat sending ripples through the air. The turbulent blood energy within him swiftly regained its tranquility, showcasing the formidable might of his chaotic body. Meanwhile, on the other side, Long Haoyu fared far worse. His arms were shattered, blood spewed from his mouth, and his breath was feeble and despondent. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Xiu once more summoned the Lai Tian staff, descending to suppress. Devour the soul. No. No. Chapter 79. The desolate tier realm. The heaven-splitting staff descended with crushing authority. Soul-devouring technique. No. Yi Xiu, you shall perish wretchedly. The dragon sovereign will never spare you. Long Haoyu, utterly immobilized beneath the staff's oppressive weight, could only roar in impotent fury. Yi Xiu flickered beside him in a blur of motion and activated the soul-devouring cultivation method. As his soul force surged, thickening, deepening, refining, Yi Xiu's heart swelled with quiet exhilaration. The divine soul of a sovereign tier cultivator was more than sufficient to catalyze a fundamental metamorphosis within his own spirit. In moments, Long Haoyu's soul had been wholly absorbed, dissolved into essence, drawn into the crucible of Yi Xiu's ascension. Pop! With a casual flick of his wrist, Yi Xiu reduced the corpse to ash. Then, with serene grace, he descended onto the nine-tailed sky-soaring skiff. Yi Xiu, are you unharmed? Bai Fengjiu rushed to his side, her voice trembling with tender relief, her gaze soft as moonlight on still water. A low, warm chuckle escaped him. Look for yourself. I am quite unscathed. His eyes lingered upon her flawless, peerless countenance, delicate as dawn's first petal, and his voice softened further, tender as a sigh. Yet even as their glances entwined in quiet intimacy, Bai Linger emerged from the skiff's cabin, followed by the disciples and Xiaowu. Elder, are you well? We feared we might hinder you. So we, the disciples, gathered around Elder Bai Xiaofu, their voices laced with earnest concern. Enough, I am unharmed. Let us re-enter the cabin and hasten back to our ancestral lands, lest further calamity arise. With that, she turned and glided into the vessel's interior. Yi Xiu, shall we go in as well? Yes. Elsewhere, within an endless, primordial forest, Long Ao Tian paced like a caged storm, his brow knotted, his voice taut with agitation. Elder brother, how long must we wait? Why has third elder not returned? Could it be? Long Xiao Tian gazed upon his younger brother, his expression calm, unshaken. Rest easy. Third elder has already attained sovereign tier cultivation. No peril could overcome him. Let us wait a little longer. What? Sovereign tier? Excellent. Then he shall surely avenge me. Crush Yi Xiu utterly. Long Xiao Tian merely glanced at Long Ao Tian, said nothing, and closed his eyes once more, awaiting the elder's return in silent, unbroken stillness. Time slipped like sand through fingers. 2 days later, within the same ancient wood, elder brother, third elder still has not returned. Could something truly have befallen him? Long Ao Tian's voice trembled, not with anger now, but with a gnawing, nameless dread. Long Xiao Tian's brow furrowed. Though outwardly composed, inwardly, certainty had hardened into grim conviction. Third elder had fallen. Let us depart, for the dragon clan. But, shall we not wait for third elder? No need. He has likely perished. His tone was level, uninflected, yet carried the weight of finality. What? He had already reached sovereign tier. How could this be? Long Ao Tian whispered, disbelief etching deep lines across his face. Meanwhile, Yi Xiu and Bai Fengjiu, along with their companions, had safely arrived at the ancestral domain of the Qingqiu Fox clan. Bai Fengjiu turned to Yi Xiu, her eyes shimmering with quiet devotion. Yi Xiu, I shall now report the events to my master. Go, then, do so without delay. His voice, gentle as a summer breeze, carried only warmth. Once she had departed, Yi Xiu and Xiaowu returned to their quarters. Xiaowu, you may choose any chamber you wish. I shall enter seclusion for a time. Very well, elder brother Yi. I shall await your emergence. Back in his chamber, Yi Xiu opened the chat group interface and skimmed its contents with detached ease. Queen of Demons, Ma Gan Na. Yi Xiu, when might you grace our realm? Ye Zhenjin. Yes, elder brother Yi. When shall we welcome you? Yi Xiu, patience. I have matters yet to resolve. Once concluded, I shall visit each of you in turn. A perfunctory reply, no more than a courteous nod to idle chatter. He closed the interface, withdrew the remaining cultivation-enhancing elixirs, and swallowed them whole. The moment they touched his tongue, a torrent of divine energy surged through his veins, vibrant, incandescent, inexorable. His chaos body responded instantly, flesh and bone, marrow and sinew, every cell dividing, strengthening, evolving beneath the torrent's sacred fire. Long moments passed, until at last, the last trace of potency was absorbed, every fiber saturated, every essence refined. Yi Xiu's eyes snapped open. A flash, brilliant, incisive, pierced the air. Space itself quivered beneath that gaze, rippling like water struck by a falling star. Emperor of the divine realm, achieved. I am now, truly, peerless among sovereign tier cultivators. A thrill of quiet triumph stirred in his chest. What realm does the female sovereign occupy? No matter, no need to dwell upon it. He opened his personal profile panel. Host. Yi Xiu, physique. Chaos body. The supreme constitution across all realms and eons. Realm. Divine Emperor. Initial ascension abilities. Divine culinary arts. Holy light technique. Eye of perception. Grand void art. Truth-seeing art. Mining proficiency items. Void transcending talismans 22. Chaos stones 12. Divine stones 2. 600. 000. Miscellaneous essentials N. Cultivation manuals. Heavenly demon Tao. Formless scripture. soul-devouring cultivation method, breath-concealing art, six-fold wheel of rebirth palm, heavenly thunder scripture, divine demon body forging art, unfettered cloud and water art, sword-weaving art, artifacts, immortal tier heaven-splitting staff, supreme sovereign artifact, Shihuang. Pagoda, supreme sovereign artifact, Star River fan, pocket realm, door of timeless arbitration, supreme sovereign artifact, thunder whip. Supreme sovereign artifact, Hao Tian hammer, soul force. Azure tier, perfected, soul tier progression. Crimson orange yellow green azure blue violet silver gold. Consorts, Shen Muyue, Jin Yi Yao, Shen Li, Xiao Hua faint. Knowing smile curved his lips. In the next instant, he vanished, reappearing within his pocket realm. Above the celestial sphere of the miniature world, Yi Xiu hovered in the void, withdrew 10 chaos stones, and murmured, "Upgrade the pocket realm." At his command, the stones dissolved, transforming into sinuous filaments of ashen-black energy that streamed outward, vanishing into the realm's hazy, primordial periphery. Boom, boom, boom. Thunderous reverberations shook the very fabric of the realm. The horizon expanded, visible, palpable, relentless, as the world swelled with newfound breath and breath. Within the manor, the women sensed the tremor, stepped outside, and lifted their eyes to behold Yi Xiu, suspended in the heavens like a sovereign of stars. "Husband, for Shen Muyue, Shen Li." And the others cried out in unison, then soared upward, radiant with joy. "Husband, why remain aloft? Why not descend to us?" "Yes. Is the realm expanding? Undergoing ascension?" Yi Xiu gazed upon them, his eyes tender, his smile luminous, and spoke softly, "Indeed, this ascension shall be profound, deeper than any before. The realm feels vast, vaster even than the spirit realm. Yes, yet only a handful of us dwell within its boundless expanse." The group of women gazed in awe at the ever-expanding small world, their expressions filled with wonder. After a brief moment, the small world finally ceased its growth. Yi Xiu, Shen Muyue, and the others returned to the surface of the manor, and as soon as they touched down, the sky unleashed a rain unlike any other. This precipitation was extraordinary, perhaps a response to the elevation of the world, and it could be harnessed for the cultivation of techniques. Sensing the enigmatic substance contained within the rain, Yi Xiu contemplated the possibility of collecting some. He promptly retrieved a jade vial to gather the rainwater, only to find it impossible to store. Watching the rainwater vanish upon entering the vial left him astounded. With no other choice, he retracted the jade vial and employed his technique to absorb the peculiar substance from the rain. Moments later, the rain ceased. "Husband, I have broken through to the divine king realm," Shen Li exclaimed joyfully. "I have also achieved a breakthrough." The feedback from the world's ascension had propelled the cultivation of the women to new heights. Once they regained their composure, Yi Xiu and Shen Muyue returned to the hall of the manor. "Darling, did you miss your father?" Yi Xiu approached Roya, cradling his daughter in his arms, his eyes brimming with tenderness. The women standing nearby exchanged glances, nodding in unison. Suddenly, Shen Li spoke up. "Husband, you are about to become a father again." Chapter 80. Branching out, my dear husband, you are to become a father again. Both Xiao He and sister Yi Yao are expecting. Upon hearing Shen Li's words, Yi Xiu was momentarily taken aback, but soon his eyes sparkled with joy. His gaze flitted between Shen Li, Xiao He, and Jin Yi Yao, and upon seeing their nods of affirmation, a tide of elation washed over him as he tremulously inquired, You mean to say you are all pregnant?" Shen Li lowered her head and gently caressed her abdomen. "Indeed, my husband, we are all with child." Xiao He and Jin Yi Yao then approached Yi Xiu, their gazes brimming with tenderness. Xiao He softly remarked, "I wonder if it will be a boy or a girl." Jin Yi Yao playfully laughed. "Our family is about to grow larger. How wonderful. Fantastic. I am to be a father once more." Yi Xiu exclaimed, joyfully embracing the three women, showering them with kisses on their cheeks. Nearby, Shen Muyue and Lu Yu each cradled a child, watching the affectionate scene unfold with warm smiles. Once their emotions settled, Yi Xiu guided Shen Li, Xiao He, and Jin Yi Yao to the sofa, gently advising, "You must take good care of yourselves now that you are pregnant. I will find someone reliable to look after you when I am away. My husband, there is no need for such trouble. We can manage well on our own, especially with my mother here." Shen Li replied, "Indeed, husband, we are all at the divine king level now. We are not so fragile." Xiao He added, "Yes, husband, there is no need to overthink this," Jin Yi Yao chimed in, seeing the understanding in their eyes. Yi Xiao felt a surge of emotion. With such devoted wives, what more could he desire? After a brief pause, Yi Xiao rose and walked towards Lu Yu and Shen Muyue, who were playfully engaging with the children. Observing this, Shen Li, Xiao He, and Jin Yao also stood up and quietly followed him. Senior Lu Yu, I have news regarding Ali's father, Yi Xiao announced. Lu Yu, upon hearing this, sprang up with excitement, her eyes sparkling with anticipation and urgency as she asked, Is it true? Feng Lai, where is he now? Is he well? Seeing Lu Yu's eager expression, Yi Xiao felt a weight in his heart. Should he reveal the truth? Noticing his expression, Lu Yu's anticipation morphed into unease. She fixed her gaze on him, her voice trembling. Yi Xiao, tell me, has something happened to Feng Lai? Yi Xiao, recognizing the misunderstanding in Lu Yu's eyes, took a deep breath and interrupted her. Senior Lu Yu, he is safe. It is just. Relieved to hear that Feng Lai was unharmed, Lu Yu exhaled, but upon noticing Yi Xiao's hesitation, a sense of dread crept into her heart. She inhaled deeply and pressed, just what? Please, tell me. With a firm resolve, Yi Xiao finally disclosed the truth. He was currently with the Holy Maiden of Tian Huang Mountain, one of the 6 great powers in the Divine Realm's demon domain. However, this is merely hearsay and may not be entirely accurate. I intended to visit Tian Huang Mountain to reunite you, but they have since departed, and their whereabouts are unknown. This revelation struck Lu Yu like a bolt from the blue, her complexion instantly paling. Her body trembled slightly, and tears shimmered in her eyes. Is this truly the case? Yi Xiao nodded gently. Yes, Senior Lu Yu, but do not despair. These are merely rumors and may not be factual. Feeling as if all strength had drained from her, Lu Yu gradually sank into a seated position, her hands clasped tightly together as she struggled to maintain her composure. Observing her distress, Shen Muyue hurried to support Lu Yu, softly reassuring her, Junior sister, please do not worry. Yi Xiao has said that this may not be true. Yes, mother. Do not fret. Perhaps father has other reasons, Shen Li added, gently resting her hand on Lu Yu's arm. As the women gathered around Lu Yu, offering their tender consolation, warmth surged within her. After spending a comforting night with the women, dawn soon arrived. Yi Xiao was preparing to leave the small world when a voice called out, Big brother, I wish to accompany you. Xiao Xiao dashed over, her face alight with excitement. Of course, Xiao Xiao. You have reached the Divine King level so swiftly. Naturally. Do you not know who I am, Xiao Xiao? She declared proudly, head held high. Very well, then let us depart together. Yi Xiao smiled and shook his head, leading Xiao Xiao out of the cave heaven realm. In the Qing Qiu Fox tribe, Yi Xiao and Xiao Xiao emerged from their room. Big brother Yi, what? What is that? Xiao Wu asked, gazing in astonishment at the small, black-feathered creature, Xiao Xiao. Just call her Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao, this is Xiao Wu. Yi Xiao introduced them. Hello, Xiao Xiao. I am Xiao Wu. The girl smiled warmly at the creature. Xiao Wu, are you the woman of the boss? Xiao Xiao suddenly inquired. Xiao Wu's face flushed slightly at the question, and she shyly shook her head. No, Big brother Yi and I are just friends. How absurd. Yi Xiao gently patted Xiao Xiao's head. By the way, Xiao Wu, I have something to discuss with you. What is it, Big brother Yi? Xiao Wu blinked her sapphire-like eyes, focused on him. My wives are expecting, and I would like you to accompany them. Will you? Big brother Yi, you are already married and have children? Xiao Wu exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, they are all within a spatial treasure of mine. Do you wish to go? Without hesitation. Xiao Wu nodded and softly replied, Big brother Yi, I would like to. Very well, Xiao Xiao, please wait here a moment while I escort Xiao Wu inside. All right, big brother, go ahead. In the cave heaven realm, Yi Xiao returned with Xiao Wu to the estate and introduced her to the women. Feeling a bit nervous, Xiao Wu stepped forward and gently bowed. I have met all of you, my sisters. Shen Muyue and several others approached, grasping Xiao Wu's hand with warm smiles adorning their faces. Welcome, Xiao Wu. From now on, we shall be one family, Shen Li said with a gentle smile. Indeed, Xiao Wu, this place will be your home, so do not feel constrained, Xiao He added softly. Observing the friendly demeanor of the women, Yi Xiao offered a word of caution before gracefully departing the small world. Upon returning to the courtyard of the Qingxiu Fox clan, Yi Xiao had scarcely settled when a series of knocks resounded at the door. He stepped forward and opened it, exclaiming, Jiao, you have arrived. Please, come in and make yourself comfortable. Bai Feng Jiao entered the courtyard, her gaze immediately captivated by the large, pitch-black feathered creature Su Su. Yishio, what is this? Bai Fengjiu inquired, her eyes fixed curiously on Su Su. Oh, this is Su Su, my little brother, Yishio replied with a smile. Hearing this, Su Su turned its large head towards Bai Fengjiu and inquired, Are you also the boss's woman? I am Su Su, the boss's little brother. Bai Fengjiu's face slightly flushed at this, and after stealing a glance at Yishio, she shyly shook her head, saying, No, Su Su, I am Yishio's friend. My name is Bai Fengjiu. Oh, so you are a friend. Su Su nodded, seemingly understanding. Before turning back and squatting down to draw circles in the dirt, Yishio chuckled at this scene, and then invited Bai Fengjiu to take a seat. Jiao, is there something you wish to discuss with me? Bai Fengjiu composed herself, her expression turning serious as she replied, Yishio, my master seeks you for an important matter and wishes for you to come at once. Chapter 81. Love whispers with the wind. Yishio, my master seeks you for an important matter and wishes to invite you over, Bai Fengjiu stated with earnestness. Jiao, what significant matter does your master wish to discuss with me? Yishio inquired. I am not certain. My master did not disclose the details to me. Only that I should seek you out for an important discussion, she replied. Very well, let us proceed at once. Shoo. You may amuse yourself here for the time being. All right, big brother, you go about your business. Do not mind me. Yishio followed by Fengjiu, and soon they arrived at the residence of the empress. Master, Yishio has arrived, Bai Fengjiu reported at the entrance. Come in together, a melodious voice echoed from within, reminiscent of silver bells. Yes, master, Bai Fengjiu responded, pushing the door open and stepping inside. With Yishio closely trailing behind her into the Empress Bai Shi's courtyard. Peak of the Divine King? It seems this young man possesses remarkable hidden strength. Bai Shi assessed Yishio with a discerning gaze before speaking, Young Master Yi, we are immensely grateful for your assistance. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. On behalf of the entire Qing Qiu Fox clan, I extend our heartfelt thanks for your support. Your Majesty, you are too kind. Simply call me Yishio. Besides, the assault by the Dragon Clan was instigated due to my actions, so it is I who should be thankful for the help of the Qing Qiu Fox clan, Yishio replied modestly. Upon hearing this, Bai Shi's eyes sparkled with admiration. This young man is impressive, not only in cultivation but also in character. Bai Shi scrutinized Yishio for a moment before continuing. I have summoned you not only to express our gratitude, but also to discuss a matter of great importance. She cast a glance at Bai Fengjiu standing beside her. Your Majesty, please proceed, Yishio said with a smile. Bai Shi, still smiling, turned to Bai Fengjiu and asked, Jiao, what are your thoughts on Yishio? Bai Fengjiu, sensing the Empress's intentions, felt a slight blush rise to her cheeks. Lowering her head as she softly remarked, Yishio is a wonderful person, highly skilled, and treats Jiao very well. Bai Shi nodded slightly and spoke slowly. Yishio, I wish to bestow Jiao upon you. Would you be willing? Taken aback by the Empress's sudden declaration, Yishio turned to glance at Bai Fengjiu, whose shy yet hopeful expression tugged at his heart. However, he steeled himself, gritting his teeth and replying, Your Majesty, I appreciate your kindness. But to be frank, I already have several wives, and I fear I may not be able to fulfill such an arrangement. Bai Fengjiu trembled slightly at his words, raising her gaze to Yishio, her eyes shimmering with disbelief and sorrow. Although she was aware that Yishio was no ordinary man and likely had many admirers, hearing his rejection stung her heart. Bai Shi was momentarily taken aback. She did not expect Yishio to refuse so directly. Nevertheless, as the Empress of the Qing Qiu Fox clan, she would not let such a minor issue provoke her ire. With a gentle smile, she said, Yishio, since that is the case, I shall not press the matter. Jiao, matters of the heart cannot be forced. Do not be too saddened. Bai Fengjiu nodded silently, striving to hold back her tears as she turned to leave the Empress's courtyard. Watching Bai Fengjiu depart with a heavy heart, Yishio felt a tumult of emotions. He forced a bitter smile towards Bai Shi and said, Your Majesty, since everything has been clarified, I shall take my leave. If the Qing Qiu Fox clan requires further assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. With that, he turned and departed. Sighing softly as she watched the two leave, Bai Shi contemplated the unfolding events. Upon returning to his residence, Yishio was engulfed by a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. He sat on a stone bench in the courtyard, his gaze inadvertently fixated on the blooming peach blossoms, recalling the moments he had shared with Bai Fengjiu since their acquaintance. Alas, big brother, what troubles you? Su Su, observing Yishio's sighs, inquired curiously. Thus, Yi Xiu recounted the recent events to Su Su. Big brother, do you have feelings for her? Recalling Bai Fengzhou's sorrowful figure as she departed, Yi Xiu murmured, I do like her, but then pursue her. Why ponder so much? Su Su interrupted, speaking boldly. Pursue her indeed. Why have I been so indecisive? Yi Xiu suddenly rose, exclaiming, Su Su, I must sincerely thank you. Speak, what reward do you desire? I shall surely grant it. Really? Big brother, Su Su said shyly, I wish for a female dragon as my partner. Would that be possible? Yi Xiu was momentarily stunned by Su Su's request before bursting into laughter. Su Su, you certainly have high aspirations. A female dragon as a partner, a splendid idea. Feeling bashful, Su Su scratched his head and murmured, I just think female dragons are quite beautiful and formidable. Very well, if that is your wish. I shall assist you in finding a suitable female dragon, Yi Xiu assured, patting Su Su's shoulder. Thank you, big brother, Su Su expressed gratefully. Now, go and entertain yourself. I must seek out Jiu'er, Yi Xiu said as he stepped outside. Upon exiting the courtyard, he encountered the disciple Bai Jia. Bai Jia, Yidagu, how can I assist you? Bai Jia, where does Jiu'er reside? I have something to discuss with her. Yidagu, follow this path straight ahead. At the end, take the first left. That will lead you to my senior sister's residence. Thank you, Bai Jia. It is no trouble, Yidagu. Go and find my senior sister. I shall not intrude, Bai Jia smiled before turning to leave. Following Bai Jia's directions, Yi Xiu walked along the narrow path. Before long, he arrived at Bai Fengzhou's courtyard, feeling a flutter of apprehension in his heart. He took a deep breath and knocked on the door. Who is it? Bai Fengzhou's slightly hoarse voice came from within. Jiu'er, it is I, Yi Xiu, he replied softly. A moment of silence ensued before the door was gently opened, revealing Bai Fengzhou at the threshold. Her eyes were slightly puffy, clearly a result of having cried. Upon seeing Yi Xiu, she mustered a strained smile. Yi Xiu, what brings you here? Jiu'er, I have come to speak with you, and my prior rejection was not due to a lack of affection. Yi Xiu gazed into Bai Fengzhou's eyes, speaking earnestly. It was merely because I already have several wives, and I feared it would cause you distress. Upon hearing this, Bai Fengzhou's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope, and she quickly lifted her gaze to Yi Xiu, her tone resolute as she declared, Yi Xiu, I cherish you, and I do not care how many wives you have. As long as I can be with you, nothing else matters to me. Upon hearing these words, Yi Xiu's heart quivered. He met Bai Fengzhou's unwavering gaze, inhaled deeply, and then reached out, gently taking her hand. Jiu'er, thank you. However, I must ask you once more, are you truly willing to be with me, regardless of my existing wives? Bai Fengzhou's cheeks flushed slightly, and with shyness. She nodded, I am willing. At this, Yi Xiu felt a surge of emotion within him, and he swiftly opened his arms to embrace Bai Fengzhou tightly. After a long moment, Yi Xiu, where are they now? May I meet them? Chapter 82. The reversal of yin and yang. Yi Xiu, where are they now? May I meet them? Bai Fengzhou nestled in Yi Xiu's embrace, softly inquired. Yi Xiu smiled gently and replied, they are currently within a spatial treasure of mine. However, if you wish to see them, I can take you there. A spatial treasure world? Bai Fengzhou looked up at Yi Xiu with curiosity. Is it a place that can accommodate people? You possess such a treasure. Indeed, this artifact contains a world of its own, quite marvelous. Jiu'er, relax your mind, and I will take you inside. As Yi Xiu observed Bai Fengzhou closing her eyes and calming her thoughts, he focused his mind, and the two vanished from the courtyard. In the void of the Dantian world, Yi Xiu looked at Bai Fengzhou, whose long eyelashes flickered as she lay with her eyes closed. He gently kissed her forehead and said, Jiu'er, you may open your eyes now. Bai Fengzhou slowly opened her eyes, revealing a brand new world before her. The vast and boundless land, mountains and rivers, lush vegetation, and fragrant flowers and birds surpassed even the beauty of the Qingqiu Fox clan, resembling a fairyland. This place, it is simply breathtaking, Bai Fengzhou exclaimed, gazing down at the villa in the estate, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Yi Xiu, do the sisters reside there? Yes, come, I will take you to meet them. Yi Xiu, will the sisters be? Yi Xiu noticed the anxiety in Bai Fengzhou's expression and guessed her thoughts. Do not worry, they are all very kind and easy to get along with. Then let us go. All right. With that, he led Bai Fengzhou towards the estate below. Before long, they arrived at the estate. Observing Bai Fengzhou nervously clutching her clothing, Yi Xiu felt a surge of tenderness and gently took her small hand as they approached the main hall. Inside the hall, the women, sensing Yishio's aura, joyfully rushed to the entrance. "My lord, who is she?" Upon being questioned by Shen Muyue, Yishio suddenly felt a deep sense of guilt. He cleared his throat, striving to appear natural, and introduced, "This is Bai Fengjie, the holy maiden of the Qingxiu Fox clan. She will be your sister from now on." Hearing this, Shen Muyue and the others exchanged helpless glances at Yishio. Then, they turned their attention back to Bai Fengjie, approaching her with smiles, and saying, "Sister Fengjie, welcome to our family." "Sisters, Bai Fengjie shyly lowered her head, unsure of how to respond. "All right, from now on we are family. So do not be so formal." "Yes, we are family now. I am no longer the youngest, haha. Come, let us talk inside." The women, each contributing to the conversation, led Bai Fengjie into the main hall. Could they really be so generous, willing to share their beloved husband? Not at all. Their love for Yishio extended to all he cherished. Yishio watched this scene unfold, a warm feeling swelling in his heart. He then followed them inside. Seeing Bai Fengjie chatting with Shen Muyue and the others on the sofa, Yishio smiled and walked over to his daughters. "Father, Brother Yi." As Roya and Xiao Wu played with Yi Jinyu and Yi Jinxian, they stood up to greet Yishio simultaneously. Yishio smiled and nodded. "Roya, Xiao Wu, thank you for your hard work during this time." "My lord, it hasn't been hard at all." "Yes, Brother Yi, I really like the two of them." Hearing their words, Yishio felt immensely warmed. "Roya, Xiao Wu, go play. I will be fine here." "Yes, my lord." "All right, Brother Yi." Roya and Xiao Wu replied in unison before skipping away. Yishio approached his daughters, crouching down to gently stroke their heads. "Jinyu, Jinxian, have you been well during this time?" Giggle. Yi Jinyu and Yi Jinxian looked up at Yishio, as if understanding their father's words, and giggled while waving their small hands, seemingly responding to him. "Haha, so adorable." Yishio was delighted by their laughter and joined in the merriment. He gently picked up Yi Jinyu, cradling her in his arms, and affectionately touched Yi Jinxian's little face. "It seems you have both been very good." Yishio chuckled. "You must grow up quickly. Father will take you out to play." Yi Jinyu wriggled in Yishio's embrace, exuding boundless joy and liveliness. At that moment, Bai Fengjie and the others approached. "Yishio, they are so cute," Bai Fengjie remarked softly, gazing at the twin daughters. "Indeed, would you like to hold one?" Yishio offered with a smile, his eyes filled with paternal affection. "Yes." Bai Fengjie carefully accepted Yi Jinyu from Yishio, cradling her gently. "She is smiling at me. How adorable," Bai Fengjie exclaimed, her eyes brimming with tenderness and affection. "If you like her, then you should have one of your own, huh?" Shen Li teased from the side. Upon hearing Shen Li's words, Bai Fengjie's face flushed slightly, and she shyly lowered her head to look at the baby in her arms. "All right, Ali, do not tease Jior." Shen Muyue laughed, and then turned to Bai Fengjie. Speaking gently, "Jior, do not mind her. That is just her nature. However, you truly can have one of your own now, as we all have." Bai Fengjie's blush deepened at Shen Muyue's words. She covertly glanced at Yishio, finding him smiling at her, and quickly lowered her head in shyness again. "Haha, well, you all chat here. It has been a while since I made some delicacies. I will prepare a few dishes for you." After Yishio spoke, he headed toward the kitchen. Before long, evening arrived. After dinner, Bai Fengjie and the others went to the entertainment area on the lower level. Yishio lay alone on the sofa, slowly closing his eyes. "System, check-in. Ding. Congratulations, host. 1 month accumulated. Check-in successful. Reward granted. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 5 Chaos Stones. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a talisman upgrade card, which can elevate a talisman to the level of an immortal artifact upon usage. Congratulations to the host for receiving the skill Yin-Yang Reversal. Yin-Yang Reversal. This skill allows for the permanent and imperceptible transformation of a living being's yin and yang, a process that is irreversible and may only be applied to creatures the host has personally witnessed. As Yishio listened to the continuous notifications echoing in his mind, a wave of joy surged within him. Chaos Stones and a talisman upgrade card. Truly splendid. Yin-Yang Reversal, you say? Goodness. Does that mean just as Yishio was examining the rewards, another notification resounded in his mind? Chapter 83. New member. The chat group promptly activated its function, inviting new members to join. Would the host like to invite a newcomer? Upon hearing this, Yishio pondered for a moment and responded in his mind. The system began to identify suitable candidates for the group. Moments later, the system's voice echoed again. The following members meet the criteria. Please make your selection. As the voice faded, a virtual screen appeared before Yixiao, displaying 3 candidates, Huang Meigue, Mei Chaofeng, and Li Su. Glancing at the names, Yixiao casually pointed to one, landing on Huang Meigue. Group message. Welcome new member Huang Meigue to the Zhutian check-in chat group. Yixiao, welcome, new member. Newcomers exclusive red packet. X1 fan Ruo. Welcome to the new member. Huang Zhenzhen, new member has joined. Welcome, welcome. Demon Queen, new member has joined, as per tradition. Share a photo first. The story of the rose. Congratulations, Ms. Huang Yimei. You have been selected by the Zhutian check-in chat group to become a member. Please greet the group. Huang Yimei was dining with her family when a voice suddenly resonated in her mind. Simultaneously, a virtual screen appeared before her, displaying a stream of chat messages. Startled by the voice and the screen, Huang Yimei gasped and stood up. What are you doing? Mei? Huang Zhenhua, wiping food from his clothes, asked angrily. Yes, Mei, what's wrong? Her father and mother looked on with confusion. Brother, Dad, Mom, didn't you hear that voice? Didn't you see the screen? Huang Yimei glanced at her brother and then turned to her parents, astonished. What voice? What screen? Mei, are you feeling all right? Huang Zhenhua asked, perplexed at the shock on Huang Yimei's face. Her parents also looked at her with concern. Why don't you believe me? Huang Yimei exclaimed urgently, a hint of anxiety in her tone. I really heard a voice, and a virtual screen appeared before my eyes, with people chatting on it. Huang Zhenhua set down his utensils, his brow furrowed, observing that Huang Yimei didn't seem to be lying. Mei, are you certain there's really a screen in front of you? Brother, how could I joke about something like this? Huang Yimei retorted, somewhat dissatisfied. Mei, come with me, Huang Zhenhua said, walking toward the room. Huang father and Huang mother exchanged worried glances. Huang mother softly murmured, Old man, our daughter. Huang father glanced at the two entering the room, but remained silent. Inside the room, after listening to his sister's account, Huang Zhenhua incredulously said, Is this really true? Quickly claim the red packet and see if it's real. Huang Yimei immediately clicked to claim the red packet, following the voice's instructions in her mind. Instantly, several stones, the size of pigeon eggs and radiating a gentle purple light, appeared in her hand. Meanwhile, in the Dongtian world, Yixiao was chatting with friends in the group. Bai Fengjiu walked up from the lower level. Seeing Yixiao lounging alone on the sofa, she quietly approached. Yixiao, what are you thinking about? Bai Fengjiu asked gently. Yixiao returned to his senses, looking at Bai Fengjiu with a smile. Nothing much, just pondering a few things. Why aren't you playing downstairs? The sisters asked me to come up. Bai Fengjiu replied shyly, lowering her head, her voice slightly trembling. Understanding the intentions of the ladies, Yixiao felt warmth in his heart and took Bai Fengjiu's hand, inviting her to sit beside him. Joer, we still have plenty of time. When you're ready, we can. Actually, I'm already ready, Bai Fengjiu said, her voice growing quieter, and she shyly buried her head in Yixiao's embrace. Then let us wait a bit, and Yixiao gently held Bai Fengjiu, both of them relishing the rare tranquility. Suddenly, a notification from the chat group resonated in Yixiao's mind. Your red packet has been claimed. Yixiao was momentarily taken aback, then willed the chat group interface to appear before him. He hadn't even sent a message yet, and had no idea what this new member looked like. Just as he wondered about the newcomer's appearance, Huang Yimei's profile popped up. Huang Yimei, this humble girl, Huang Yimei, looks forward to everyone's guidance. Fan Ruo. Huang Yimei, your name is truly beautiful. Welcome. Demon Queen Morgana, newcomer, quickly share a photo or change your avatar to your own. After a moment, upon seeing Huang Yimei's avatar, Yixiao was taken aback. He hadn't expected her to be such a celestial beauty. After learning of the newcomer's appearance, Yixiao closed the chat panel. Joer, let us head upstairs. Okay. Yixiao looked at Bai Fengjiu, her face as radiant as a peach blossom, and embraced her as they ascended to the bedroom. Bai Fengjiu's heart raced, and seeing Yixiao's intense gaze, she hurriedly buried her head in his embrace. The following combat scene is excessively elaborate. To avoid being censored, I will omit over 100 actions, totaling more than 300,000 words. After the battle, glancing at Bai Fengjiu, who lay asleep beside him, Yixiao revisited the check-in rewards. System, upgrade the Shi Huang Tower. Ding. Upgrading Shi Huang Tower. Upgrade complete. Congratulations, host, you have received the celestial artifact, the Huang Tower. Not bad. Yi Xiu nodded in satisfaction, and with a thought, a 9-story small tower materialized in his hand. The tower exuded an ancient and grand aura, clearly not an ordinary item. Is this the celestial artifact, the Huang Tower? It doesn't look particularly impressive. Yi Xiu scrutinized the Huang Tower in his hand for a while before stowing it away. He then opened his personal panel and took a quick glance. Host: Yi Xiu, physique, chaos body, the most formidable physique across myriad realms. Realm: early stage of divine emperor skills, reversal of yin and yang, divine culinary arts, holy light technique, eye of investigation, great void technique, breaking illusions technique, proficient minor. Items: 22 space-breaking talismans, 7 chaos stones, 26 million divine stones, daily necessities N. Cultivation methods: heavenly demoness path of formlessness, devouring god and nurturing soul method, breath restraining technique, 6 paths of reincarnation palm, 9 heavens thunder technique, divine demon body refinement technique, carefree cloud and water technique, sword control technique, treasure, celestial artifact, sky-breaking staff, celestial artifact, desolate tower, ultimate imperial weapon, starry river fan, small world of cave heaven, time and space portal, ultimate imperial weapon, thunder whip, ultimate imperial weapon, vast heaven hammer, soul power, perfect blue rank, soul power levels, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, silver, gold. With a mischievous grin, Yi Xiu gazed at the reversal of yin and yang skill in his skill panel. Chapter 84. Marvelous skills. The birds take flight. Hee. System: assist me in transforming Long Ao Tian and Long Xiao Tian's yin and yang. Yi Xiu mentally designated the individuals for transformation. Ding. Do you confirm the transformation of Long Ao Tian and Long Xiao Tian's yin and yang? Note: due to the involvement of the source, the transformation is irreversible. Please proceed with caution. Transform me. Ding. Executing yin and yang transformation operation in progress. Transformation successful. Meanwhile, in Zulong Yuan, as Long Ao Tan prepared to engage with a petite female dragon, he suddenly felt an absence beneath him and glanced down. The sight that greeted him caused his eyes to widen in horror. No, where's my little bird? Where has it gone? It vanished so suddenly. No, this cannot be. Unable to accept the disappearance of his little bird, Long Ao Tian's eyes turned crimson as he thoroughly searched his body, even rummaging through his pockets, yet found no trace of its existence. Frustrated, Long Ao Tian turned the room upside down, but still could not locate the missing bird. My little bird, truly gone. Everything is gone. I have become a woman. No. No. Long Ao Tan knelt on the ground, his eyes ablaze with rage as he howled towards the heavens. What has happened to the young master? Why does he wail so pitifully? Who knows? Let us leave quickly. It would be unfortunate to be seen by the young master now. Exactly. We should depart swiftly to avoid incurring the young master's wrath. Several disciples of the dragon clan, having overheard Long Ao Tian's anguished cries, whispered among themselves before hastily departing. On the other side, Long Xiao Tian was preparing to engage in intimate activities with his wife when he suddenly heard Long Ao Tian's agonizing roar. What is my younger brother doing? Why can't he focus on his training? Why is he howling at night? My lord, do not mind him. Come here. All right, coming, my lady. Long Xiao Tian replied as he approached the bed and began to undress. In an instant, shock and disbelief overwhelmed him. What the heck? Where is my little bird? Long Xiao Tian gazed at the empty space, his mind momentarily blank. Where's my bird? Where has it gone? Long Xiao Tian bent down, searching for a long while, scouring the entire room, but found no trace of the vanished bird. No, this must be a dream. It cannot be real. My lord, what is wrong? What bird is missing? Long Xiao Tian's wife inquired, puzzled by his frantic demeanor. Slap. No, it is not a dream. No. Like Long Ao Tian, Long Xiao Tian knelt on the ground, his eyes aflame with fury as he howled towards the sky. My lord, what troubles you? Do not frighten me. At that moment, the disciples who had just passed by Long Xiao Tian's residence were startled by his even more anguished cries. What is happening with these two young masters tonight? Indeed, what has occurred? Their cries are terrifying. Let us run. Why are we still here listening? In an instant, the disciples vanished without a trace. In the Dong Tian world, in the second-floor bedroom, Yi Xiu embraced the sleeping Bai Fengjiu, watching the unfolding scene with a lecherous chuckle. Yi Xiu, what are you laughing at? Bai Fengjiu, startled awake by his laughter, groggily asked. Nothing, go back to sleep. Oh. The following morning, I am awake. Yishio smiled playfully at Bai Fengjiu as she opened her eyes. Bai Fengjiu, slightly annoyed, retorted, It's all your fault, you insisted on it last night. All right, my fault, but perhaps we should change how we address each other. Who, husband? Bai Fengjiu shyly called out. Haha, husband, let us get up quickly, or I shall be ridiculed by the sisters. Hey, don't. 2 hours later. The two, now dressed, made their way downstairs to the living room. Upon entering, they found Shen Muyue, Jin Yao, Shen Li, and others already present. Hubby, Jiuer, you finally woke up, Shen Li teased. We've been waiting for quite some time. Yishio, looking at the ladies with a smile, said, Ladies, after a while, I shall take you to travel to another world. Would you like to go? Travel to another world? What kind of world? Yes, husband, where are you taking us to play? The ladies curiously inquired, fascinated by Yishio's words. In the urban world or the ancient world, which would you prefer? Yishio smiled. Choose one, ancient or urban. Urban world, urban world, urban world. Having spent time with the ladies yesterday evening and visiting the underground entertainment venue, Bai Fengjiu grew curious about the urban world. Seeing the unanimous choice of the ladies, Yishio smiled slightly. Very well, we shall go to the urban world. After bidding farewell to the ladies, Yishio left the Dongtian world with Bai Fengjiu. When Bai Fengjiu opened her eyes again, she found herself back in her own courtyard, the events of the previous night seeming like a dream. As the two were enjoying each other's company, a voice from outside called, Princess, Her Majesty the Empress requests your presence. All right. Bai Fengjiu pushed Yishio away, tidied her disheveled attire, and replied in a calm tone. Husband, you wait here for Jiuer to return, or you may head back first. You go ahead, I shall wait here for you. It's a good opportunity to explore my Jiuer's room. Haha. Then, husband, feel free to look around. Jiuer will head over first, Bai Fengjiu said softly before turning to leave the courtyard. Yishio casually explored the room, a gentle smile gracing his face. Though within, he reflected deeply on his transformation from an ordinary youth to one blessed with numerous beautiful companions and even a pair of adorable twin daughters. Not long after, Bai Fengjiu returned, an indescribable expression on her face. Husband, I kept you waiting. Jiuer, did your master have something to discuss with you? Yishio asked with a smile. Yishio, my master already knows about us. Bai Fengjiu lowered her head shyly and spoke softly. Is that so? That's good. Yishio replied with a faint smile, then continued, Jiuer, prepare yourself. We shall tell others that we are in closed-door training, and I will take you on a journey to another world. Chapter 85. Group rules. After Bai Fengjiu finished her instructions and returned to her residence, Yishio gently said, Jiuer, you head into the little world first. We shall depart shortly. All right, I will go keep my sister's company, Bai Fengjiu replied with a cheerful nod. Then, with a casual wave of his hand, Yishio made Bai Fengjiu vanish from sight. Which world shall we choose? Yishio pondered, stroking his chin. The flowing golden years? Ode to joy? The story of roses? Or should I find another one? After a moment of contemplation, he opened the group chat panel. Group leader Yishio, ladies, I am planning a little getaway for leisure. Any takers? As soon as Yishio's message was sent, a flurry of responses flooded in. Demon Queen Morgana, come to our world, group leader. I will accompany you along with that jade-faced Kaisha. King of the gods Kaisha. My dear sister, are you certain? Su Weisheng, gossip, gossip. Fan Ruruo, gossip, gossip. Zhu Suasoa, gossip, gossip. Yi Zhenjin, gossip, gossip. Guan Jiuer, gossip, gossip. While the group members indulged in their gossip regarding the quarrel between Queen Morgana and Queen Kaisha, a peculiar message popped up. Huang Yimei, group leader Yishio, I implore you to visit my world and help me heal someone. I promise to serve you faithfully in return. Intrigued by the message from this group member, Yishio responded, Huang Yimei, what is the situation? Please elaborate. Huang Yimei, my boyfriend has a congenital heart disease and is on the brink of death. I beg you, please save him. Yishio, is that so? This matter is quite manageable. I will give you a cleansing elixir. Once he consumes it, it will naturally remedy his congenital flaw. Huang Yimei exclusive red packet. Cleansing elixir. X1 Huang Yimei. Thank you, group leader. I will forever be grateful for your immense kindness. Huang Yimei has claimed the red packet. Just as Huang Yimei received the red packet, an unexpected group notification appeared in the chat. Group notification ding. Due to member Huang Yimei being in a relationship, Her membership has been revoked. Yi Zhenjin, I cannot believe such a rule exists. Fan Revo, hee, I like the group leader. Zhu Suisao, 1 Yi Zhenjin, 1 Demon Queen Morgana. 1 Yishio looked at the group notification, astonished. He had never anticipated that a member in a relationship would lose their status in the chat. In the world of roses, Huang Yimei listened to the sound of being removed from the group chat and glanced at the cleansing elixir in her hand, smiling. Although she had lost the chance for immortality, saving the one she loved was worth any sacrifice. Then let us venture into the super god world, Yishio decided, based on the messages from the group members. He promptly retrieved the unused space-time portal. Following the acquired instructions, he communicated with the spirit of the portal in his mind and selected the super god world. When Yishio opened his eyes again, he found himself in a quaint village. Expanding his divine sense, he swiftly enveloped the entire planet. It seemed that the aliens had yet to commence their invasion of Earth. Observing the peaceful Earth, Yishio murmured before vanishing into thin air, appearing within the bustling city of Juxia. The passers-by were oblivious to his presence, as though he had always belonged there. Oh no, I forgot about Xiu, who is still waiting for me in that courtyard. Yishio suddenly remembered and awkwardly scratched his forehead. First, I need to find a place to stay. He promptly set off towards an antique shop. Sir, are you looking to sell something? The shopkeeper warmly inquired as Yishio, clad in ancient attire, entered the antique shop. Yishio produced a radiant purple stone, declaring 10 billion for this. The shopkeeper examined the stone with a magnifying glass, excitement growing on his face. Sir, 10 billion is too much. I can offer you a maximum of 1 billion. 1 billion? You must be joking. I want 10 billion. Just as Yishio was about to refuse, a flamboyant young man interjected. It turned out to be the heir of an angel investment company. Greetings, sir. If you desire it, then it is yours. The shopkeeper regarded the newcomer with a fawning expression. This card contains 10 billion. The password is 952766. The so-called heir of the angel investment company ignored the shopkeeper and produced a black bank card, handing it to Yishio. The card bore an exquisitely engraved black dragon, with the words Dragon Country Bank embossed in gold. Thank you. Yishio expressed his gratitude as he handed the radiant stone to the young man and made his way out of the antique shop. After leaving the antique shop, Yishio proceeded to the household registration office. With his mental control, he and the ladies from the little world easily obtained their identification documents. Next, he headed towards the Angel Real Estate in Juxia City. Sir, are you here to view properties? A saleswoman in her 20s approached Yishio in the sales hall. Indeed, which is your finest villa? I would like to see it. Well, we have an independent villa available, occupying 500 square meters, priced at 299 million. It hasn't been reserved yet. What do you think of this one? Perfect. Let us go take a look. Certainly, please follow me. The saleswoman courteously gestured. Xiao Huang is truly naive. He caters to anyone. Indeed, just looking at him, he clearly isn't wealthy. Why is he eyeing the finest villa? What a pretentious show-off. Seriously, dressed in ancient garb, is he trying to roast prey here? The disdainful comments from Xiao Huang's colleagues naturally reached Yishio's ears. To his surprise, he encountered such an event, which he found rather amusing. Yishio shook his head and followed Xiao Huang towards the villa. Given his current status, he naturally regarded these individuals with indifference and had no desire to reprimand them. After a brief journey of approximately 5 to 6 minutes, they arrived at the entrance of an opulent villa. Upon opening the door, they stepped inside together. Once inside, Yishio surveyed his surroundings and felt quite pleased with the environment. The villa's interior was lavishly decorated and exquisitely designed, with spacious areas and a rational layout, perfectly suited for himself and the numerous women from his world. This villa is quite satisfactory, Yishio remarked with a nod of approval. Upon hearing Yishio's affirmation, Xiao Huang's face lit up with a joyful smile. As long as the gentleman is pleased. This villa is indeed the finest we have here. Then this is the one. Let us proceed with the paperwork, Yishio replied. Certainly, sir, Xiao Huang responded enthusiastically, leading Yishio to the sales hall to complete the purchase formalities. The entire process was swift and seamless, and before long, Yishio received the keys and relevant documents for the villa. Observing the completion of the transaction, those who had previously mocked Xiao Huang now wore expressions of regret. After leaving the sales hall, Yishio returned to the villa, preparing to bring forth the women from the Dantian world. Chapter 86. The Super God Within the Realm of Dantian. Yishio's figure materialized in the manner. Shen Muyue, Shen Li, Bai Fengjiu, and others were engaged in lively conversation within the garden pavilion. My husband, has he arrived? The women, upon noticing Yi Xiu's approach, promptly rose and made their way to his side. Indeed, my dear ladies, we have reached our destination. Allow me to escort you outside, Yi Xiu remarked with a smile, surveying the group of women around him. Among them were Shen Muyue, Shen Li, Jin Yi Yao, Xiao He, Bai Fengjiu, Lu Yu, Roya, and Xiao Wu, along with 2 daughters cradled in the arms of Shen Muyue and Lu Yu. Although Shen Li, Xiao He, and Jin Yi Yao were expecting, they were still in the early stages of pregnancy. Wonderful. Let us hurry outside, husband, Shen Li and Xiao He exclaimed with exuberance, their faces alight with excitement. The other women also wore smiles, their expressions brimming with anticipation. Very well, Yi Xiu replied with a slight smile, waving his arm as everyone suddenly found themselves inside the villa. My husband, where is this? Shen Muyue inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion, mirrored by the puzzled gazes of the others. Yi Xiu then recounted the tale of purchasing the villa in this world to the women. This is a bank card, with the password 952766. Please take it for your shopping and leisure. Do you know how to use it? Yi Xiu presented the previously acquired Longhua bank card to Shen Muyue with a grin. My husband, I know how, Shen Li exclaimed, raising her hand excitedly, recalling how she had witnessed others use such cards in idle dramas. Excellent, then keep it. You may each select your rooms first while I attend to other matters. As the women dispersed to choose their bedrooms, Yi Xiu returned to the sales office, seeking assistance from Xiao Huang's manager to handle some affairs. The manager readily acquiesced to Yi Xiu's requests, recognizing him as their most esteemed client. Xiao Huang, you shall accompany them for the next few days, Yi Xiu instructed, introducing Xiao Huang to the women, designating him as their guide. After imparting some final words, Yi Xiu departed from the villa alone. At the 33rd floor of Angel International, a loud crash shattered the glass walls, startling the executives gathered for a meeting, causing them to cower. A breathtaking female angel, adorned with pristine white wings, emerged at the head of the assembly, casually crossing her legs and revealing her alluringly fair limbs beneath her short skirt. All of you leave. The female president of Angel International, Lin Ao Shui, commanded coldly, causing the frightened executives to flee in haste. Once the room had cleared, Lin Ao Shui knelt before the angel, her countenance a mixture of fear and awe. This is the first time I have encountered a true angel. I recall 2,000 years ago, your predecessors spoke of letting the faith in angels guide the earth. The enchanting angel began to speak. With the presence of the Super God Academy, we have altered our methods. By what means? Through monetary offerings? Lin Ao Shui queried. Investment. The angel retorted disdainfully. You are in grave peril. Evil is about to rise, and darkness is imminent. The Minghe star system is preparing to invade your world. Earth has entered the pre-nuclear era. Who are you? Lin Ao Shui asked, lifting her gaze to the celestial being. I am Yin, the ethereal angel, the stunning figure replied, standing tall and declaring her identity. Just then, the conference room door swung open, and a youthful voice chimed, Mom. Look what I've brought you. As the voice echoed, a young man strolled in, holding a gem radiating a violet glow. The young man, Lin Yuan Hang, was the one who had previously purchased the divine stone from Yi Xiu. He was Lin Ao Shui's only son and the future heir of Angel International. Lin Ao Shui's expression stiffened as she turned to the entrance, seeing her son, and quickly gestured for him to remain silent. Are you an angel? Lin Yuan Hang exclaimed, gazing at the angel Yin with excitement. Ignoring his words, Yin's attention was drawn to the gem in his hand. Initiating dark dimension scan. Scan complete. Analysis finished. Unknown gem. This object possesses immense energy, previously unseen in the cosmos, with no records in the angelic knowledge repository. How intriguing, Yin mused, observing the gem while simultaneously activating the dark dimension scan to trace its origin. Soon, Yin uncovered information about Yi Xiu, noting that he had appeared suddenly, previously devoid of records, and possessed such an energy gem, indicating that he was no ordinary individual. After a moment of contemplation, Yin chose to disregard the two present, unfurling her wings and vanishing before them. Meanwhile, Yi Xiu strolled down the street, contemplating a change of attire when he realized he had no money. Remembering the bank card he had given to Shen Muyue, he couldn't help but chuckle at his predicament. Here he was, a formidable deity, unable to afford even a piece of clothing in the mortal realm. A fact so absurd it seemed unbelievable. Perhaps I shall sell another divine stone, he pondered. Robbing others is not an option. With that thought, he willed himself to vanish from his location. At the entrance of Gubao Zhai, Yi Xiu re-entered. The shopkeeper, recognizing him as the one who had previously sold a gem, warmly approached him. Sir, what brings you here today? To sell another one, or perhaps 10 billion, Yi Xiu stated, producing a divine stone with a nonchalant air. Very well, sir, please wait a moment, the shopkeeper replied, reaching out for the stone when a melodious female voice interrupted. Wait. Both Yi Xiu and the shopkeeper turned to the doorway, where a stunning woman entered, clad in an oversized short-sleeve top and denim skirt. I'll take that gem for 10 billion, she declared. Miss, this gem has already been promised to this gentleman. Is this not somewhat irregular? The shopkeeper hesitated, a hint of discomfort evident in his tone. The highest bidder prevails, and you may offer 10 billion, the woman in the denim skirt remarked with a smile. You. The shopkeeper's expression darkened as he gazed at the woman who had just entered, feeling a wave of helplessness wash over him. How could this happen repeatedly? Do I not value my dignity? The shopkeeper silently resented the situation, yet found himself powerless to change it. Chapter 87 Angel, Yin. The repeated thwarting left the shopkeeper of Gubao Zhai seething with anger. However, considering that this woman could produce 10 billion to purchase the gemstone, it was evident that her backing was unfathomable, far beyond his reach. Thus, he had no choice but to relinquish the gemstone to the cowgirl in a short skirt. Yi Xiu cast a glance at the shopkeeper of Gubao Zhai before shifting his gaze to the woman who had just appeared. Angel Yin. Observing the golden-haired cowgirl before him, Yi Xiu silently speculated based on memories of his past life. Very well, let us sell it to this young lady. With those words, Yi Xiu extended the divine stone towards her. The cowgirl in the short skirt did not immediately reach out to accept it. Could you please wait a moment? She inquired. Of course, Yi Xiu replied with a smile, glancing at her. Less than 10 minutes later, the cowgirl returned, holding a supreme card from Longhua Bank, which contained 10 billion. Thank you. May I invite you for a drink? Yi Xiu said, accepting the bank card with a smile. The cowgirl in the short skirt was about to invite Yi Xiu to learn more about his background when she was taken aback by his invitation. She nodded with a smile, of course. At the Lanshan Cafe in Juxia City, Yi Xiu and the cowgirl sat across from each other. The cafe's lighting illuminated her golden hair and blue-eyed face, making her appear particularly radiant. My name is Yen. May I ask how to address you, sir? She elegantly sipped her coffee and inquired softly. Just call me Yi Xiu, he replied, gazing at Yan's fair cheeks and breaking into a grin. Huh, you naughty boy. Seeing Yi Xiu smile, Yen mentally labeled him as a flirt. Yi Xiu, where did you acquire that gemstone? Do you have any more? Yin finally asked the question that had been bubbling within her for quite some time. The gemstone? Yi Xiu paused, chuckling softly. You wouldn't comprehend where it came from. As for whether I have more, well, let's just say I have an abundance. Huh, you simply don't want to share. How could a mere earthling possess more knowledge than I? Yin thought to herself after hearing Yi Xiu's response, but maintained her smile. Yi Xiu, are you a local of Juxia City? Ah, I am not a local. Yi Xiu smiled and continued. I hail from another world. Do not doubt it, Angel Yin. Observing Yan's expression, Yi Xiu revealed her true identity. Wah, who are you to know my identity? Angel Yin exclaimed, standing abruptly in shock. Haha, Yen, I mean no harm. There is no need to panic. You may report to your Queen Kaisha, and you will know who I am. I trust you are aware of my current residence. You may find me there if you wish, Yi Xiu said. Rising to leave, leaving Angel Yin stunned in place. Soon, Angel Yin arrived at the villa prepared for her by Lin Ao Shui, activating the dark dimension communication to relay everything that had transpired to Queen Kaisha. Before long, she received a response from Queen Kaisha. Yin, he is the man I have chosen for you. You must find a way to become his woman. This is a tremendous opportunity for our angelic race. You must strive to become his woman, do you understand? Upon hearing Queen Kaisha's words, Angel Yin displayed an expression of disbelief. Become his woman? Your Majesty, did you not say my ideal man was the power of the galaxy? How? Yin, that was previously. Now, he is the most suitable candidate for your ideal man. His identity far exceeds your imagination. In fact, you stand to gain by being with him. But, Your Majesty, I do not know much about him, and I cannot access any information from the dark dimension. Angel Yin hesitated to express her concerns. Yin, approach him, learn about him, and then become his woman. This is not only for the benefit of the angelic race, but also for your own sake. Queen Kaisha's voice resonated with authority. Angel Yin took a deep breath. I understand, Your Majesty. I will do my utmost to become his woman. After ending the communication, Angel Yin fell into contemplation. On the other side, after leaving the cafe, Yishio purchased a few garments and received a new haircut before returning to the villa. Thankfully, the villa had already been furnished with all necessary amenities, saving him much trouble. With the ladies absent, they were likely enjoying a delightful shopping spree. Dressed in soft pajamas, Yishio carried a cup of coffee to the aerial garden on the second floor of the villa, reclining on the prepared lounge chair. He wondered when aliens might invade, anticipating a surprise for them. The spectral form of death god Karl, after all, was fundamentally a spiritual entity. It should be able to devour as well. And then there was that flirtatious Lord Lao Pai. She would certainly require assistance. While lost in thought, Yishio's gaze inadvertently caught sight of a familiar young woman in the adjacent villa courtyard. It was none other than Angel Yin, whom he had just parted with. What a coincidence! Was it intentional on her part? Hi Yin, what a coincidence that we have become neighbors. Yishio waved at Angel Yin with a smile. Hearing Yishio's voice, Angel Yin turned around, her stunning visage breaking into a charming smile. Indeed, what a delightful coincidence. She slowly approached the fence between their villas, a glimmer of something mysterious in her eyes. With a playful laugh, she said, Would you like to come over for a visit? I can offer you a drink. Yishio set his coffee down and stood from the lounge chair. Sure, I would be delighted. No sooner had he spoken than Yishio appeared beside Angel Yin, their faces mere inches apart. Angel Yin could even feel the warmth of his breath, causing her heart to race and her cheeks to flush. Though she often joked flirtatiously as if she were an experienced driver, in reality, when faced with such situations, she resembled a naive little rabbit. Why you should not stand so close? Angel Yin softly protested, her cheeks reddening as she instinctively stepped back, stumbling slightly in her haste. Be careful. Yishio swiftly supported Tianshi Yan's waist, causing her body to stiffen momentarily. Yin felt the warmth radiating from Yishio's palm. That gentle heat permeated through her thin garment and seeped into her skin, quickening her heartbeat. Are you all right? Yishio's voice resonated beside her ear, deep and magnetic, imbued with an enchanting quality that rendered her powerless to resist. Tianshi Yan lifted her gaze to meet Yishio's gentle eyes. In that instant, she seemed to behold a vast expanse of stars and ocean, profound and captivating. I am fine, thank you. Regaining her composure, Tianshi Yan quickly extricated herself from Yishio's embrace. Please, come in and have a seat, she urged, striving to calm her racing heart, and smiled as she invited Yishio into the villa. Chapter 88. The Celestial Sovereign and the Celestial Blade King, please, come in and take a seat. Yin composed himself and extended an invitation to Yishio. Following Yin, Yishio entered the grand hall of the villa, surveying the opulent decor before turning his gaze toward Yin. As he observed Yan's alluring figure moving toward the wine cabinet, a surge of warmth ignited within him. Yin, have you mentioned me to your queen? Yishio inquired playfully, his eyes fixed on Yan's back. As Yin retrieved a bottle of 1949 Lafite, she turned around to face him. Upon meeting Yishio's fervent gaze, her heart fluttered slightly, yet she maintained her composure, pouring the red wine into 2 elegant glasses. Indeed, I have already discussed it with the queen, Yin replied, lifting her gaze to lock eyes with Yishio, her voice laced with charm. Taking the glass that Yin offered, Yishio gently swirled the wine, watching it dance in the glass before chuckling softly. And what did your queen say? Recalling the queen's instructions for her to become Yishio's partner, Yan's heart raced, her cheeks flushing. The queen said. Yan's voice trembled slightly, her gaze flickering as excitement coursed through her. You are a very special being, and our celestial race wishes to forge a profound connection with you. At her words, Yishio's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He set down his glass, leaning slightly closer to Yin. A deeper connection? Yin, what kind of connection do you mean? Yin felt flustered by Yishio's sudden proximity, instinctively stepping back before realizing her lapse in composure. Quickly regaining her poise, she asserted, Yishio, our celestial race has always adhered to principles of justice and order. We aspire to establish a profound cooperation with you to jointly safeguard the peace and stability of the cosmos. Yishio chuckled softly, rising and positioning himself beside Yin. His fingers brushed against her cheek, their touch warm and inviting. Profound cooperation? What can you offer me? Startled by his bold gesture, Yan's eyes widened, her cheeks flushing crimson as her heart raced. Yishio, what are you doing? She stammered, trepidation evident in her gaze. Without responding, Yishio gazed deeply into Yan's angelic features, gradually leaning in toward her cheek. As he drew closer, Yan shyly closed her eyes, anticipating his approach. Yan, what are you thinking? Yishio teased, breaking the moment as Yan, having waited in anticipation, suddenly opened her eyes, only to be met with his playful expression. Frustrated yet emboldened, she stepped forward and embraced Yishio, kissing him passionately. Surprised by the sudden kiss, Yishio momentarily froze, but quickly responded, wrapping his arms around Yan's waist and lifting her effortlessly toward the nearby sofa. No. Yishio. Yan, you should manifest your wings. 2 hours later, Yishio held Yan tenderly as they lay quietly on the sofa. Yishio, you are incorrigible. I clearly objected, yet you still. Yan chided, gazing up at him reproachfully. Who could resist such beauty, especially when you took the initiative? Yishio replied with a cheeky grin, his eyes filled with affection and tenderness as he looked down at her. Where do you come from? Yishio, why does Queen Kaisha value you so highly? Yan's curious gaze bore into him, prompting him to share his origins and the existence of his several wives. You have so many wives? You. Yan exclaimed, sitting up abruptly, her finger pointed at Yishio, her expression a mix of astonishment and indignation. She attempted to leave, but Yishio swiftly pulled her back into his embrace, kissing her once more. 2 hours later, Yan lay in Yishio's arms, her voice a mere whisper. Are you satisfied now? Indeed, he chuckled, my dear. As time passed, the sky began to darken, and the sounds of laughter from the neighboring room could be heard. Yan, come with me next door. It's the perfect opportunity for you to meet your sisters, Yishio suggested, observing Yan's enchanting demeanor with a smile. Let us wait a bit longer. I need to prepare myself before meeting them, all right? Of course, we can wait until you're ready, Yishio replied, pulling her close and gently stroking her golden hair. After lingering for a while in Yan's villa, Yishio returned to his own abode. Goodness, ladies, you all, Yishio exclaimed, taken aback by the fashionable attire of the women surrounding him. Darling, you're finally back. Look at the beautiful clothes we bought. Shen Muyue cheerfully approached. Clad in a loose teal top and blue jeans, her white sneakers completing the look. The other women gathered around, each adorned in contemporary outfits. Stunning, truly stunning. My wives look exquisite in anything, Yishio grinned, his heart brimming with happiness amidst the delightful company. In another realm, the celestial star realm, within a picturesque garden filled with fragrant blooms and the gentle sound of flowing water. The celestial sovereign He Shi and the celestial blade King Kaisha sat together in a pavilion. Manly woman, your leader has arrived in our universe. Why do you not go and greet him? He Shi inquired with a smile, glancing at Kaisha. I would, but he hasn't sought me out, so why should I pursue him? Kaisha replied, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she looked at He Shi. Besides, isn't Yan already tasked with making contact? Old hag, you wouldn't be considering visiting him, would you? He Shi teased, her eyes narrowing playfully. As soon as Kaisha finished speaking, He Shi nodded gently, caressing the petals in her hand. If Yan is approaching him, it's only fitting, as she is your esteemed disciple. Besides, I plan to visit Earth soon to meet your legendary leader. Would you care to join me, manly woman? Kaisha regarded He Shi with a teasing glint in her eyes. Our old hag seems to be experiencing a flicker of youthful affection. What is wrong with that? At that time, I shall indeed be the wife of the group leader. Kaisha couldn't help but burst into laughter at He Shi's words. All right, why not? If you truly become the group leader's wife, I must extend my heartfelt congratulations to you. He Shi embraced Kaisha warmly and chuckled. As close sisters, we must share our fortunes together. It would be unacceptable for me to abandon you, my masculine friend, and become the group leader's wife alone. We are sisters, and if we are to embark on this journey, we shall do so together. Chapter 89. Lena weeps. Kaisha gently nudged He Shi aside, a glimmer of amusement flickering in her eyes. Oh, are we to become the matriarchs of the group together? Are you certain? Of course. What? Is our manly woman afraid? He Shi shot a challenging look at Kaisha. If I'm not afraid of you, what do I have to fear? It's merely a matter of sharing the role of matriarch. When the time comes, I shall take the lead. And you may follow. Kaisha responded with a smile. You wish. I shall take the lead, and you will follow. Just then, a communication request from Yin came through from the shadowy realm. Yin, is there some new development? Kaisha answered the call, her brow furrowed in curiosity. Your Majesty, I. Yan's voice wavered with uncertainty. Why the hesitation? Speak plainly. Is this related to Yishio? Kaisa sensed something amiss in Yan's tone. How did you know, Your Majesty? Yan replied in surprise. Speak up. What has transpired? Your Majesty, Yishio and I. We have already. What do you mean by already? Kaisa's heart raced with confusion, but she quickly caught on. Yan, you too haven't shared a room, have you? You've only known him for less than a day. How could it progress so quickly? He didn't force you. Did he? No, Your Majesty. It was my choice. Yan hastily clarified, a hint of shyness in her voice. Yishio didn't compel me. It was entirely my decision. Though we've only just met, I felt an inexplicable joy upon seeing him. You, never mind, just get along well with him for now. Kaisa sighed inwardly at Yan's words before terminating the call. She, observing Kaisa in the communication, wore a teasing grin. Manly woman, your disciple is impressive. Just one day, and she has already captivated your matriarch. It seems our Yin possesses extraordinary charm. Once you become the matriarch, won't you be calling your disciple sister? Ha. Imagining Kaisa addressing Yin as sister sent she into a fit of laughter, doubling over with mirth, her ample bosom shaking in response. Pointing at Kaisa while still chuckling, she said, Manly woman, just envision that scene. Ha. You'll have to call your disciple sister. It's simply too amusing. Kaisa shot she a glare, snorting disdainfully. You old hag, do not rejoice too soon. Even if I call her sister, you, as the subordinate, would also have to follow suit. Heh. She was momentarily taken aback by Kaisa's words, her smile fading. The next day, on Earth, in Juxia City, Shen Muyue and the other women were out enjoying themselves, leaving Yishio alone in the villa. How intriguing. Who could it be? Yishio was preparing to visit Yin next door to discuss life ambitions, when he suddenly sensed an energy racing toward Earth at breakneck speed. In an instant, a divine consciousness emanated from Yishio, swiftly vanishing into the void. It's her. The light energy manipulation technology of the Liang Star people is indeed well suited for interstellar travel. With a sigh, Yishio's figure vanished from the villa. In the solar system, Yishio appeared in the void not far from Earth, awaiting the rapid approach of a figure. Lena, having secretly escaped from Panjun on Liang Star, was en route to Earth. Just as she was nearing her destination, a man's figure suddenly appeared before her. Who are you? Lena asked in shock, staring at the man who had materialized before her. Yishio studied Lena, feeling a stir within him. He deliberately adopted a fierce demeanor, grinning ominously. Who am I, you ask? Humph, have you heard of the interstellar flower thief? I specialize in abducting beauties like you, haha? As he spoke, he advanced step by step through the void toward Lena. Hearing Yishio's words, Lena felt a jolt of fear, but quickly regained her composure. As the main deity of Liang Star, she was not easily intimidated by mere words. She prepared to harness stellar energy, ready to teach this interstellar thief a profound lesson. What is happening? Why can't I harness stellar energy? Realizing she could not access any stellar energy, Lena's heart raced as she watched the flower thief close in on her. Yishio, observing Lena's panicked expression, secretly chuckled to himself. He had already used his abilities to seal off this space, preventing Lena from drawing on external stellar energy. In that moment, Lena felt like a lamb to the slaughter. Watching Yishio approach, suddenly, she let out a helpless whimper. She had never imagined feeling so powerless. Usually surrounded by sycophants, she was now cornered by a mere thief. This drastic disparity was unbearable, and tears began to well in her eyes. Ugh, this. Yishio had intended merely to frighten her, but upon seeing her helpless tears, he felt a pang of guilt. He hadn't expected the main deity of Liang Star to be brought to tears by his antics. However, upon reflection, it was understandable. After all, she was just a young girl who had recently come of age. Please don't cry. My name is Yishio. I'm not a bad person, just trying to joke with you. Yishio approached Lena, crouching down to explain, while simultaneously lifting the spatial seal. Lena immediately sensed the restoration of stellar energy, yet she remained enveloped in the fear and helplessness from moments prior, her tears flowing unabated. Yishio observed Lena's tears, feeling helpless. What should I do? I've never consoled a crying girl before. I'm sorry. I truly intended only to joke with you. Look, I've lifted the spatial seal, and you're free to leave anytime. As Lena heard Yishio's words, her sobs gradually subsided. She looked up at him, her tear-filled eyes searching. You're really not a flower thief? Of course not. Have you ever seen such a dashing, handsome, an upright flower thief? Yishio replied with a smile, his voice soft. Lena, who had been red-eyed and teary, couldn't help but smile at Yishio's self-deprecating remarks. Then, who are you? Are you the main deity of Earthstar? She inquired with curiosity. I am not the main deity of Earthstar, Yishio answered with a smile, but from now on, I shall watch over Earthstar. Chapter 90. The Academy of Super Gods. Little girl, may I know your name? Yishio inquired softly, gazing at the slightly swollen eyes of Reina. Humph, little girl. I am already of age, you know. My name is Reina, she retorted, a hint of irritation in her tone. Reina? What a lovely name. Where do you hail from, and what brings you here? Yishio feigned ignorance, his expression curious. I come from Liangsing. I wanted to visit the Academy of Super Gods on Earth. Who would have thought that before I even arrived, I would encounter a big bad guy like you, umph. Reina pouted, turning her head away in annoyance. Yishio couldn't help but chuckle at Reina's childish demeanor. Haha, my apologies, Reina. Come, let me take you on an adventure to Earth. With that, he stepped forward, disregarding Reina's protests, and in an instant, they found themselves on Earth. Where are we? Reina exclaimed, astonished as the scenery around her transformed in an instant. This is my villa, Yishio replied with a smile. You can't possibly mean. You truly are a scoundrel. Reina's eyes widened in alarm as she crossed her arms defensively, instinctively taking a few steps back. The earlier words of Yishio flooded her mind, filling her with trepidation, as she feared that he was indeed the rogue he seemed. Seeing Reina's fearful expression, Yishio burst into laughter. What are you thinking? He playfully flicked her forehead. Ouch, what was that for? Reina exclaimed, rubbing her forehead as she glared at Yishio in dissatisfaction. Who told you to think such nonsense? Yishio chuckled. Come, I will take you to taste the delicacies of Earth. Upon hearing the word delicacies, Reina's eyes sparkled with excitement. Delicacies? Really? I've heard that the food on Earth is exceptionally delicious. Of course, I assure you will love it. Let us go, Yishio said with a grin as he led the way outside the villa. Meanwhile, at the Academy of Super Gods in a vast conference room, General Du Cao, Chief of Staff Ling Feng, and numerous other commanders intently watched the large screen displaying the images of Yishio and Reina in space. This little girl must be the main deity of Liangsing. And that man, let's hear your thoughts. Du Cao initiated the discussion. General, this is the information we just obtained, a middle-aged man announced as he entered, holding a document. Du Cao took the document and began to peruse its contents carefully. It detailed Yishio's activities since arriving on Earth, including accounts of various women and angels. The sudden appearance of this enigmatic figure seems to have significant ties with the angels and is now seen with the main deity of Liangsing. Du Cao pondered, passing the document to Ling Feng. What do you think, Ling Feng? General, this individual appears to have a friendly disposition towards Earth. Should we consider inviting him to serve as an instructor for the Xiongбing Lian? Ling Feng suggested after reviewing the information. That is worth a try. Du Cao contemplated for a moment before nodding. Let us arrange for Rose to make contact. Ah, what a troublesome time. In Zhuxia City, red light district at a barbecue stall, Yishio sat across from Reina, the table abundant with various grilled delicacies, the aroma wafting through the air. Reina's eyes widened, filled with curiosity and anticipation. Is this the food of Earth? It smells incredible. She gazed at the sizzling skewers, leaning forward to inhale the enticing scent, unable to suppress her saliva. Yishio smiled as he handed her a skewer of grilled meat. Give this a try. It's lamb kebab, quite delicious. And another bottle of beer, he added, opening a bottle and offering it to Reina. Reina gingerly took the skewer and beer, first tasting the meat. Her eyes lit up with delight. Wow, this is amazing. The food on Liangsing is nowhere near as good. As they enjoyed their meal and chatted, a woman clad in leather, with a striking figure and flowing red hair, approached them. It was Rose, sent by Du Cao to make contact with Yishio. Mr. Yishio, greetings, Rose said politely as she stood before him. Yishio looked up at her, offering a slight smile. Hello, and you are? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Rose from the Academy of Super Gods, she said, extending her hand. Yishio shook her hand gently and gestured for her to sit. So, you are Miss Rose from the Academy of Super Gods. May I ask what brings you here? Rose glanced at Reina, who was eagerly feasting, then turned back to Yishio. I am here to extend an invitation for you to become an instructor for the Xiongбing Lian at our academy. Would you be interested? An instructor at the Academy of Super Gods? Yishio pondered for a moment, his expression warm. Miss Rose, please sit and enjoy some food. I will return with you shortly. Rose's face brightened at his agreement, expressing her gratitude. Thank you very much, Mr. Yishio. She pulled up a chair beside Yishio and Reina. Turning to Reina, she said, You must be the deity from Liangsing. Reina, hearing this, set down her lamb skewer. Hello, I am Reina. From now on, call me Sister Na, and I will look after you. Rose smiled at this. Thank you, Sister Na. At the entrance of the Academy of Super Gods, Rose, Yishio, and Reina appeared together. Rose walked ahead, guiding them through the gates. Soon, she led them to a reception room and turned to leave. Before long, Du Cao and Ling Feng entered. Mr. Yishio, I am Du Cao, and this is Ling Feng. We sincerely appreciate your presence at our Academy of Super Gods, Du Cao began. Yishio smiled gently. General Du Cao, you are too kind. This must be the main deity of Liangsing. Miss Reina, Ling Feng remarked with a smile as he looked at Reina. Yes, that is indeed I, Reina said proudly, puffing out her chest. Mr. Yishio, we would like to invite you to serve as an instructor for the Xiangbing Lian. May I ask your thoughts on this? Du Cao looked at Yishio, his gaze filled with anticipation. That may disappoint you, Yishio replied. Yishio declined Du Cao's invitation, then remarked, however, when I find the time, I could come over to offer them some guidance. The expression of disappointment on Du Cao's face instantly transformed into one of elation. That would be splendid, thank you so much. He then turned to look at Lei Na with eager anticipation. Miss Lei Na, would you be willing to come to Chaoshin Shui Yuan as an instructor? Teaching sounds rather intriguing. Yishio, would it be alright if I served as an instructor here for now, and then visit you when I have some free time? Lei Na turned, her bright eyes filled with expectation as she gazed at Yishio. Absolutely, you can come find me anytime. How about the two of you go take a look at these students today? Proposed Du Cao. Sure, let's go see these students. Yishio and Lei Na nodded with smiles. In the training ground of Chaoshin Shui Yuan, Gu Xiaoluan, Zhao Xian, Cheng Yaowen, Lu Chuang, Du Chongwei, Qi Lin, and Rui Meng stood in neat formation. Soon after, Yishio and Lei Na, accompanied by Du Cao and Lian Feng, entered the training ground. Hello everyone, I am Lei Na, and I will be your captain from now on, Lei Na said as she stepped forward, smiling and introducing herself. You, a delicate little girl, what makes you qualified to be our captain? One of the students questioned. Exactly, unless you can defeat our Luanzi first. Another chimed in. Why do I need to defeat you first, Xian Yi? Chapter 91. Aerial Battle Shaolun. Are you foolish? Of course, you are the strongest in our team. She cannot defeat you. That is why you are the captain, exclaimed Lu Chuang loudly from the side. Indeed, Shaolun, go for it. She certainly stands no chance against you. Cheng Yaowen added, encouragingly. Haha, yes, I'm the mightiest in the team. If anyone wishes to become captain, they must first overcome me. Gu Xiaolun responded, patting his head and breaking into a silly grin. Come on, Xiaolun, you can do it. Defeat her, and you will be the captain. Amidst the flattery from his teammates, Gu Xiaolun quickly became engulfed in their praises and charged forward with his mighty sword raised against Reina. With a swift leap, Reina appeared behind Gu Xiaolun and delivered a kick to his backside. This doesn't count. I was careless and did not dodge. However, seeing as you are a girl, I shall refrain from fighting you. The position of captain is yours, Gu Xiaolun declared as he picked himself up from the ground, dusting off his chest and holding his head high. Everyone, stand straight, Reina commanded, a playful smile curling at the corners of her mouth as she regarded Gu Xiaolun, who had returned to the team. Observing the assembled students, Yishio stepped forward. Today, I have other matters to attend to, so I will impart to you a physical cultivation technique for you to practice. What kind of physical cultivation technique? Reina inquired, her curiosity piqued. This technique is called Wuzong Duanyuan Gong. It focuses on strengthening the physical body and fortifying the internal organs, transforming them into vessels for storing magical energy. Once mastered, it will provide an inexhaustible supply of magical power during battles, eliminating concerns of energy depletion. Upon reaching mastery, it can rival the 4th and 5th generation divine bodies. Yishio explained with a smile. Is it truly that powerful? Gu Xiaoluan, Qi Lin, and Chong Wei exchanged astonished glances, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Even Du Cao and Ling Feng felt a wave of shock within their hearts. Casually, Yishio produced a scroll of the technique and sent it into the minds of Gu Xiaoluan and the other members. All right, I have transmitted the technique to you. Should you have any questions, feel free to consult Reina. I must take my leave now. Reina, I shall return home first, Yishio said, casting a gentle smile at the still stunned Reina. Please do go back, and I will seek you out. Reina replied, a hint of reluctance in her voice. You're always welcome. I shall await your visit. Yi Xiao transformed into a streak of light and vanished into the horizon, leaving only his voice echoing in the training ground. Shortly after departing from the Super God Academy, Yi Xiao arrived at Yan's villa. Yi Xiao, you have come. Yan, dressed in a loose t-shirt and shorts, joyfully rushed to Yi Xiao's side and embraced his arm, speaking sweetly. As they entered the villa's hall, Yi Xiao lifted Yan effortlessly and seated her beside the sofa. Yan, I wish to take you somewhere. Please, close your eyes. Yi Xiao gazed into Yan's eyes, speaking softly. Where are we going? Yan asked, puzzled, yet complied by shutting her eyes. Just as she closed her eyes and inhaled a breath of air, she was enveloped in a wave of comfort and couldn't help but let out a soft moan. You may open your eyes now. Yi Xiao's voice resonated in her ears, prompting Yan to open her eyes. Wah, where is this place? Yan exclaimed, gazing at the boundless world before her. With distant mountains radiating a soothing energy and the villa below, her heart filled with awe. This is a realm within one of my treasures. What do you think? Yi Xiao explained with a smile, admiring Yan's delicate features. A world within a treasure? How astonishing. Yan looked around, her eyes wide with wonder. Everything in this world appeared surreal yet vibrantly alive, infused with a comforting energy that lifted the spirit. Yi Xiao, this place is utterly enchanting. I feel as though I have stepped into an entirely new realm, Yan expressed joyfully, wrapping her arms around Yi Xiao's neck and leaning in for a kiss. Yi Xiao's desires were ignited. In the sky, an intense battle erupted. After 3 hours of fierce combat, Yan was left battered and defeated, her spirit broken. Yi Xiao cradled the unconscious Yan and returned to the villa, gently placing her on the bed in the master bedroom. He then returned to the ancient tea tree in the garden, plucking a leaf and soaking it in spiritual water. Lying back in the hall, he sipped tea while opening the chat group panel. God King Kaisha, Demon Queen Morgana, I have arrived in your world. When shall we unite to vanquish our foes? When will you come to Earth in the Milky Way? Yi Xiao messaged. Demon Queen Morgana, what? When did the group leader arrive? Why was I not notified sooner? I shall set off for Earth immediately. God King Kaisha, you promised not to back down. I await you on Earth. God King Kaisha. Haha, my dear sister, do you think I would fear you? I shall await you on Earth. Fan Ruo, I envy you, group leader, for venturing to another world. WNN Su Wei Sheng, I envy you, group leader, for venturing to another world. Yi Zhenjin, I envy you, group leader, for venturing to another world. Zhu Suosao, I envy you, group leader, for venturing to another world. Guan Zhuer, I envy you, group leader, for venturing to another world. Yi Xiao, haha, I shall await you all on Earth. After closing the chat panel, Yi Xiao, feeling a touch of boredom, took out his Huawei Meta 100 and began scrolling through Douyin. About an hour and a half later, Yin descended the stairs and approached Yi Xiao. You have no regard for my well-being, charging around like a wild bull. Hee, what can I do? It is simply that our Yin is too beautiful, Yi Xiao replied with a chuckle, pulling Yin into his embrace. Yin playfully raised her small fist and lightly punched Yi Xiao, yet a blissful smile lingered on her lips. Next time, do take it easier. I do not wish to endure such an experience every time. At your command, my queen. Yi Xiao responded with a playful grin. Yan, I shall impart to you a technique that my wives have all cultivated. What technique? Is it formidable? Yan inquired, her gaze fixed curiously upon Yi Xiao. Haha, I will send it to you right away. As Yi Xiao spoke, he pointed a finger toward Yan's smooth forehead, transmitting the Xian, Yin Ning Xiang Ju into the depths of her mind. As Yin sensed the influx of new information within her consciousness, she merely skimmed through it briefly, yet she could already perceive its extraordinary essence. This technique not only allows one to cultivate to the divine emperor realm, but also promises to enhance a woman's beauty to ever more exquisite heights. The divine king realm is comparable to the 4th generation divine body, and one can only imagine the immense strength of the divine emperor realm. Yi Xiao, this technique is truly miraculous, Yin exclaimed, her eyes shimmering with delight. Chapter 92, A Meeting in the Harem. Yi Xiao, this technique is truly remarkable, Yin exclaimed, her eyes shimmering with delight. Indeed, my wives all cultivate this method, and its effects are exceptional, Yi Xiao replied with a proud smile. Come, have a cup of tea and experience its benefits. As he spoke, he poured a cup of Wu Dao tea and handed it to Yin. What kind of tea is this? Yin inquired, gazing curiously at the pale purple liquid in the cup. Look, It's brewed from the leaves of that ancient Wu Dao tea tree in the courtyard, which aids in cultivation and comprehension. Yi Xiu pointed towards the unassuming tree in the yard and added with a smile. Yin followed his gesture and looked at the ordinary-looking tree, puzzled. It seems like a very common tree. Just drink it and try cultivating. You'll see. Yi Xiu encouraged. All right, Yin said, lifting the cup of tea and drinking it in one go, then sitting cross-legged on the sofa to practice the Xian Yin Ning Xiang Ju technique. In an instant, Yin felt herself enveloped in a wondrous and ethereal space filled with vibrant colors. Threads of energy intertwined with her being. Observing Yin in her moment of enlightenment, Yi Xiu quietly watched from the side. Meanwhile, at Yi Xiu's villa in Juxia City, the group of women returned from their shopping excursion. Ding ding ding. Before long, the doorbell chimed. Xiao Wu stepped out and approached the entrance, where she encountered a beautiful girl and asked curiously, "Who are you looking for? Is this Yi Xiu's villa?" "I'm here to see Yi Xiu," Lina replied softly, gazing at the girl before her. "He is not here at the moment, but if you're in a hurry, you can come in and wait," Xiao Wu said politely with a smile. "Well, never mind, I'll come back another time," Lina said, disappointment etched on her face as she turned to leave. "Miss, wait a moment," another feminine voice called out. Lina turned back to see an even more stunning girl approaching, her beauty enhanced by her grace. "Hello, I'm Shen Li, Yi Xiu's wife. Since you're here, why not come in and wait?" Shen Li invited Lina, recognizing her as yet another admirer of her husband. "Oh, hello, sister. I'm Lina," she stammered, feeling nervous in Shen Li's presence. Noticing Lina's anxiety, Shen Li smiled and interrupted her, taking her by the arm and leading her into the villa. Xiao Wu promptly closed the door behind them and followed. In the villa's hall, the women who were chatting about their purchases turned their attention to the entrance. They watched as Shen Li entered, accompanied by the breathtaking Lina. "Ali, who is she?" Shen Muyue asked, her brow furrowed in curiosity. "Sister, this is Lina. As for the rest, you'll have to ask our dear husband," Shen Li said, leading Lina closer to the group. Upon seeing so many stunning women in the room and hearing Shen Li's words, Lina felt increasingly nervous, her heart racing. In the history of their Liang star, many rulers had vast harems, with one even boasting 30,000 beauties. Therefore, seeing Yi Xiu with several wives seemed quite normal, given his immense strength. "Hello, sisters. I'm Lina, a friend of Yi Xiu from Liang Star." Lina introduced herself, her voice tinged with apprehension. "Haha, we're all family here, so no need to be nervous. Come, let us sit and talk," Shen Muyue, as the foremost wife, said as she led Lina to a sofa. "How did you meet Yi Xiu?" she inquired, holding Lina's hand warmly. I met him in the starry skies." Lina recounted how she had encountered Yi Xiu, sharing tales of his playful antics, which elicited laughter from the women, amused to discover such quirks about their husband. As the women bonded amiably within the Dao realm, Yin slowly opened her eyes. This technique requires a minimum of divine weapon-level strength to cultivate. With the innate power of the 3 generations of divine bodies, Yin had now reached the late stage of the divine general realm. "Yi Xiu, this technique is extraordinary," Yin exclaimed, feeling the powerful energy within her. She joyfully embraced Yi Xiu and said, "You're so wonderful. Here, take these divine stones for your practice." Yi Xiu presented her with 50,000 divine stones, speaking gently. "Darling, you're truly amazing." Overwhelmed by the generous gift, Lina kissed Yi Xiu in gratitude. A playful scuffle erupted in the villa's hall, lasting another 3 hours, during which Yin fainted again, gaining Yi Xiu's favor. As night fell, the women, noticing Yi Xiu's absence, prepared a room for Lina. It was not until 7 or 8 o'clock that Yi Xiu and Yin emerged from the Dao realm, returning to Yin's villa. "Yin, come with me. You'll meet them sooner or later," Yi Xiu said softly, looking down at her. Yin responded quietly. Yi Xiu took Yin's hand, and in an instant, they vanished from sight, reappearing in his own villa as they made their way to the hall. "Yi Xiu, I feel a bit nervous," Yin admitted, gripping his hand tighter unconsciously. "Fear not. They're all wonderful and will surely adore you," Yi Xiu reassured her. In the villa hall, the women noticed Yi Xiu returning with another girl, a mix of annoyance and helplessness washing over them. But they could not help but love this man. "Darling, you're back. Yi Dage, you've returned. Yi Xiu, you're back." The chorus of greetings filled the air as Shen Muyue looked at the girl Yi Xiu was holding and playfully asked, "Husband, you've only been here for 2 days and already have 2? You're quite the charmer." 2. Yi Xiu was puzzled, as he was certain there was only one. It was only upon noticing Lena beside the others that he understood the implication. That is all thanks to your husband's strength and charm. This is Yen. Yen, these are your sisters. Yi Xiu introduced everyone to one another, and after becoming acquainted, the ladies collectively took Reina and Yin by the hand, ascending the staircase, leaving Yi Xiu solitary in the grand hall. In the desolate, chilling void of the cosmos, a colossal battleship raced towards Earth. It was none other than Morgana's Demon No. 1 warship. Meanwhile, in the Angel Nebula, the Celestial Blade King Kaisa and the Celestial Base King Hishi also set forth towards Earth aboard the Celestial Blade No. 7. Chapter 93. The Gathering of the Three Kings reclining alone on the sofa in the living room. Yi Xiu opened his personal panel and cast a brief glance. Host. Yi Xiu, Constitution, Chaos Body, the most powerful physique across myriad realms. Realm. Early stage of Divine Emperor skills. Reversal of Yin and Yang. Master Chef. Holy Light Technique. Eye of Detection. Great Void Technique. Breaking Illusions Technique. Mining Prodigy. Items. 22 Space-Breaking Talismans. 7 Chaos Stones. 25 million Divine Stones. Daily Necessities N. Techniques. Heavenly Demon Path of No Form. Devouring God and Nourishing Soul Technique. Breath Control Technique. 6 Paths of Reincarnation Palm. 9 Heavens Thunder Technique. Divine Demon Body Refinement Technique. Carefree Cloud and Water Technique. Sword Control Technique. Magical Artifacts. Celestial Artifact. Sky-Breaking Staff. Celestial Artifact. Desolate Tower. Supreme Imperial Weapon. Star River Fan. Cave Heaven Small World. Space-Time Free Gate. Supreme Imperial Weapon. Thunder. Whip. Supreme Imperial Weapon. Vast Sky Hammer. Soul Power. Complete Blue Level. Soul Power Levels. Red, Orange, Yellow, Green, Blue, Purple, Silver, Gold. Partners. Shen Muyue, Shen Li, Jin Yi Yao, Xiao He, by Feng Jiu. Yen. The panel updated, revealing a new section for partners. Observing the information, Yi Xiu smiled faintly and closed the panel. Straining to listen, he heard the joyous laughter of Reina and Yin coming from upstairs. Yi Xiu rose and walked slowly toward the upper floor. In the master bedroom, he saw Yin and Reina each holding a child, playfully teasing Yi Jinyu and Yi Jin Xian, their laughter ringing with delight. The others were seated by the bed, engaged in casual conversation. Noticing Yi Xiu's arrival, Bai Feng Jiu approached, wrapping her arms around his, and sweetly said, "Darling, my sisters are all expecting. I wish to have a child of our own. Then let us make an effort tonight." Yi Xiu whispered in Bai Feng Jiu's ear. Her cheeks instantly flushed with a rosy hue, her eyes sparkling with shyness and anticipation as she gently nodded, nestling against his arm. After a while, everyone dispersed, and Yin returned to her villa next door. Reina decided to stay in Yi Xiu's villa, while Bai Feng Jiu occupied the adjacent room, listening to the melodious singing drifting from next door. Reina found herself unable to sleep for a long time. The following day, in the villa's hall, Shen Li and Xiao He playfully grasped Reina's hands, laughing. "Nana, is it appropriate for us to join you at the Super God Academy?" The three of them resembled long-time close friends. "Rest assured, sisters, with such formidable experts like you accompanying me, the folks at the Super God Academy will be overjoyed," Reina replied, glancing at the other women with a smile. "Very well, let us depart." The women nodded, their faces adorned with smiles. "All right, we shall set off. But first, I must send a message to Duca Ao and the others to prepare," Reina stated, producing a communicator to swiftly send a message. "Darling, we are leaving now. If you grow bored, you may seek out your little angel." Shen Li turned to Yi Xiu, teasingly advising him. Go on, go on." Yi Xiu waved goodbye to the women as he watched them depart. In the depths of the solar system, 2 massive warships arrived near Earth simultaneously, one black and the other white, the vessels of the Demon Queen and the King of Gods. Between the 2 ships, the fabric of space rippled, and 3 figures materialized in the void. King of Apocalypse, Morgana, clad in a black form-fitting leather suit, her figure curvaceous, adorned with smoky eye makeup, and sporting black-red wings, emanated an air of rebelliousness. King of Blade, Kaisa, donned soft armor and a miniskirt, exuding an aura of nobility and queenly grace. King of the Foundation, Hishi, wore a flowing white gown, her demeanor embodying elegance and poise. "Sister, I didn't expect you to actually come. Do you truly wish to join me in confronting the group leader?" Morgana spoke first, her tone laced with sarcasm. Kaisa gazed at Morgana, a faint smile tugging at her lips. "My dear sister, if you are unafraid, why should I be?" "Humph, If that is the case, let us find the group leader and tell him we are willing to bear his children. Are you daring enough? Morgana retorted with a cold snort, issuing a challenge. She observed her combative sisters with a gentle smile, remaining silent. Why should I fear? Kaisa maintained her serene smile, responding calmly. Very well. Just do not falter or shy away when the moment arrives, Morgana warned as she set her sights on Earth, with Kaisa and he exchanging glances before following suit. Meanwhile, within a luxurious villa, Yishio sensed the arrival of the three kings early in the morning. He concealed his presence and remained within the villa, patiently awaiting their arrival. How intriguing. The three angel kings descended into Yan's villa, and Yishio extended his consciousness to observe them quietly. Morgana? Queen, Foundation King, why are you here with her? Yin questioned, bewildered by the presence of the demon queen alongside her queen. Little one, I am sisters with your queen. Why would we not be together? Morgana teased in response. Well, Yin was momentarily at a loss for words after hearing Morgana's remark. Now let us discuss business. Yin, where is Yishio? Kaisa interjected, her expression calm as she inquired. What? How can Yin know where the group leader is? Morgana pondered Kaisa's words, piecing together the implications. Kaisa, so you were aware of the group leader's arrival and sent this little girl to approach him. My good sister, do not raise a fuss. Yin is now the group leader's woman. Be cautious of his retribution. Kaisa chuckled lightly, mischief gleaming in her eyes. What? Yin has already become the group leader's woman? Well done, sister. What a clever maneuver. Morgana exclaimed, her anger transforming into laughter, realizing she had been outmaneuvered by her sister. Yin glanced at Morgana before turning to Kaisa. Your Majesty, Yishio resides next door. Perhaps he is eavesdropping on our conversation right now. What? The three kings were taken aback, their minds racing as they quickly extended their senses to probe the adjacent villa, yet found no trace of life. Your Majesty, should I go over and summon Yishio? Yin suggested, observing the puzzled expressions of the three kings. The group leader, Morgana began, but before she could finish, Yishio's figure appeared in the center of the living room like a specter, scanning the three angel kings before his gaze settled on Yin. Yin, no need to search. I have come on my own. Chapter 94. The Three Kings, and Yin, are you the demon queen? Emo gone na? Yishio inquired with a playful smile as he approached Yin, eyeing the smoky-eyed Emo gone na. Just moments ago, she had appeared furious, but now her expression softened into a smile. Group leader, you can simply call me Liang Bingbing. Yishio nodded appreciatively and turned to the elegantly dressed Kaisha. I am Kaisha, and this is she from our angelic clan. She introduced herself, capturing Yishio's attention. Yishio, satisfied, remarked, Indeed, you are all exceptionally beautiful, rivaling even my own wives. Suddenly, Emo Gon Na stepped forward, wrapping her arms around Yishio's, her soft demeanor accentuated by a gentle nudge. Group leader, do you remember the group's mission? I am willing to bear your children. She teased, casting a provocative glance at Kaisha. Kaisha scoffed, eyeing Emo Gon Na with disdain. Yin and she exchanged glances, observing the dynamic unfold. What's the matter? Are you afraid, sister? Are you too timid to embrace the group leader? Emo Gon Na continued her taunts. Kaisha, feeling compelled to act, approached and grasped Yishio's other arm. What is there to fear? Very well, then let us proceed together. Yishio, Emo Gon Na said, tilting her head to gaze up at Yishio, nearly leaning against him. Kaisha mirrored her action, while Yin and she watched intently, creating an oddly charged atmosphere. Yishio, momentarily taken aback by the scene, was at a loss for words. Yishio, do you find us sisters unattractive? Emo Gon Na asked, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Are you certain you wish to proceed with this? Yishio asked, observing the two women quietly. Of course. We have long decided. Sister, it's not too late for you to back out. Emo Gon Na winked at Kaisha with a playful grin. Kaisha snorted, dismissing Emo Gon Na's words. She glanced at she, then back at Yishio. Yishio, can we also include Lao? She? Certainly, but will she agree? Yishio replied, directing his gaze towards the quietly standing she. Yin, standing nearby, felt a surge of unexpected joy at the thought of the three angelic kings serving Yishio, especially since she had entered his circle first. She was momentarily taken aback by Kaisha's sudden invitation. I do not wish to. She stammered, waving her hands in protest. Did we not agree to share our fortunes? Are you truly going to be a coward? Yishio encouraged, and Kaisha chimed in. She will definitely agree. I know her well. Then allow me to take you to a special place. Please close your eyes. Yishio smiled, watching as the four women complied. With a flick of his arm, they vanished from their location. Meanwhile, in the M99 Nebula, within the Heavenly Palace. My lord, your subordinates report that Tianren Wang, Tianji Wang, and Mo Gan Na have traveled to a planet called Earth in the Milky Way. Su Ma Li announced, bowing respectfully to the throne where Hua Yi sat, surrounded by beautiful attendants. Oh, what brings those young ladies to Earth? Hua Yi, intrigued, sat up straight. It seems there is a mysterious figure on Earth, and they have gone to seek him. Su Ma Li relayed the information from her spies. Let us join in the festivities then, Hua Yi decided. Yes, my lord. Su Ma Li bowed and departed to summon Ruaning. At the same time, in a distant star system, within a dim palace, the Tao Tai Wang bowed respectfully, addressing the shadows within. My lord, I have urgent news to report. As he spoke, a phantom figure materialized, coalescing into a handsome youth whose voice was soft yet commanding. What is it? My lord, our scouts have reported that Tianren Wang, Tianji Wang, and Mo Gan Na have gone to Earth in the Milky Way. Allegedly for a man. The youth murmured, Liang Bing has gone to Earth for a man? Do we have any information about him? It appears he suddenly appeared on Earth. Other details are unknown. The Tao Tai Wang replied respectfully. Is that so? Very well, you may withdraw, the youth commanded. Yes, I take my leave. The Tao Tai Wang bowed before exiting the dark palace. The youth sighed. It seems I must also visit Earth. I have not seen Liang Bing in many years. I wonder how she is faring. As his words faded, silence enveloped the palace once more, leaving only the echo of his sigh. In the Dong Tian world, Yishio, accompanied by the three angelic kings and Yen, materialized in the void. Like Yen on her first visit, Kai Sha, He Shi, and Mo Gan Na were awestruck by the vastness of this world within a treasure. Kai Sha turned to Yishio, questioning, Yishio, does civilization exist in this world? Yishio gently shook his head. This realm is merely a sanctuary for me and my wives. Consider it our private garden. Kai Sha and the others were momentarily speechless, contemplating the lavishness of such a world serving as a mere garden. Come, let me show you the estate below, Yishio said, leading the way as the women followed closely. Inside the estate, Mo Gan Na clung tightly to Yishio's arm. Her curiosity piqued as she surveyed the surroundings. This world feels so enchanting, constantly radiating energy that refreshes the body. A mere mortal living here might live for 200 years. She, a researcher at heart, found herself intrigued by the spiritual essence permeating the air. This is because there are several divine stone veins in this world, Yishio explained with a smile. Yishio, let us first attend to the matter at hand. Morgana gently tugged at Yishio's arm, her voice laced with a melodic charm. Nearby, Keisha and Hishi exchanged glances upon hearing Morgana's words, their hearts racing with anticipation and a hint of excitement at the thought of what was to come. Hihi, are you that eager? Then let us proceed, Yishio remarked, and together with Morgana, who was still clutching his arm, they made their way down to the lower level. Keisha and Hishi shared a brief look, each detecting a flicker of tension in the other's eyes. Taking a deep breath, Keisha approached Hishi, grasping her arm as they descended to the lower level together. Yin stood gazing at the expansive hall, momentarily unsure whether to follow. Yet, recalling that Yishio was her idol, she bit her lip and decided to join them as well.